I not only exchanged for an elf girl with a bottle of cola, but also exchanged for a starship with just 10 barrels of soybean oil. All of this is because I obtained an identity stacking system. And the first identity is a spacetime smuggler. As long as I keep smuggling, I can obtain wealth. But to obtain other identities, I must spend money on girls. Han Chen, who obtained the system, immediately opened his phone's contact list, found a number, dialed it, and after a few rings, the call was answered. "Hey, Aiken, why are you calling?" On the other end of the call, a pleasant and melodious female voice came through. Han Chen, upon hearing this, immediately said, "Auntie, I miss you." Shin Shangjuan pretended to be annoyed and said, "Stop messing around, quickly cancel your sentimental nonsense, just say what you want." "Can I borrow some money?" "I knew it was you, kid," Shin Shangjuan said with a grunt. "How much?" 50,000 inch. "Say that amount again." After Han Chen repeated the amount, he added, "Lend me the money for a few days, I'll be able to pay you back soon." However, as soon as Han Chen finished speaking, he heard a series of beeps on the phone, and Shin Shangjuan hung up the call directly. Han Chen was not annoyed at the situation, because he knew his aunt's temperament. Without delay, he opened WeChat and found Shin Shangjuan's account. I sent him a message in the Lace Edge family group. The specific meaning is, "Aunt, I'm sure you don't want to embarrass yourself in the Lace Edge family group and let the relatives know, right?" As soon as the message was sent, Han Chen's phone rang within a few seconds, and a call notification appeared on the screen. Han Chen swiped to answer and heard Shin Shangjuan's frantic voice, "If you dare to post that thing in the family group, I'll beat you to death." "Ah, just kidding. Don't be mad, don't be mad." Han Chen said with a smile, "Aunt, can you lend me some money? I'm almost broke, how can I lend you money? I know you have money, and I don't usually ask you for money, but this time, it's really urgent." "Aunt, come on, don't be so cheesy." Shin Shangjuan grumbled, then asked, "Why do you need so much money? Did you get some girl pregnant outside, and now she's trying to extort you?" "That's not the case. Let me tell you the truth. I recently spotted an opportunity to make money and want to give it a try. If it works out, I might turn my life around. But I'm just short of this little money. Even if a salted fish turns over, it's still a salted fish. And if you're short, don't ask your mom, ask me. I'm not your mom, but you're my aunt." Shin Shangjuan sounded helpless. "I'm also tight on money recently, I don't have that much to lend. I can borrow as much as I can when I'm in need. I'll figure out the rest on my own. If I really can't make it, I'll ask my mom. But seriously, Auntie, you know me. Our temperaments are the same. If I can't make it out here, I really can't face my family. It's like I owe you 50,000 from my past life. I'll give it to you tonight. Thank you so much." After Auntie hung up, Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His dear aunt was still easy to talk to. As time quietly passed, before it even reached evening, Shin Shangjuan's call came through again in less than half an hour. "I've transferred the money to you on WeChat. Check it." "Thank you, Auntie. I'll repay you as soon as possible." After the call, Han Chen checked WeChat and found a 50,000 yuan transfer. He quickly added it to his WeChat balance. With that, plus the over 10,000 yuan in his card, he had more than enough to buy a 100-gram 999 gold bar. Han Chen quickly got dressed, grabbed his phone, ID, and bank card, and left. After a bit of hustle, in just over 10 minutes, he finally got a 100-gram 999 gold bar, and it only cost him 46,500 yuan. Spending on a 100-gram 999 gold bar, adding a bit of wealth, he gained 15 tons of soybean oil. He had a total of 300 barrels, 15 tons of soybean oil in hand. Now, the next step was to consider selling. After some searching, he quickly found a local soybean oil purchaser in a trading website. He eventually sold it for 112,500 renminbi, deducting the 50,000 yuan borrowed from Shin Shangjuan and the initial 13,500 yuan, making a net profit of about 60,000 yuan. Han Chen shook himself vigorously, feeling extremely comfortable and joyful. After a while, he quickly calmed down, switched to the interface of the time and space smuggling system, and started checking other market conditions. In this way, Han Chen obtained gold in the same manner, and then engaged in smuggling. This time, he made a profit of over 1 million. After a moment of excitement, Han Chen calmed down and directly opened WeChat, found his aunt's account, and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. His aunt was probably playing on her phone, and soon sent 3 question marks to Han Chen, asking, "What are you doing?" Han Chen typed back, "Returning your money. Just return the money. You only need to return 50,000 to me. How did you make 100,000? The extra 50,000 is your bonus. Wow, what kind of investment did you make that was so successful and profitable so quickly?" Yes, this message had just been sent out when the chat interface suddenly changed, and a video call request suddenly occupied the entire phone screen. It was a video request from his aunt. Han Chen hesitated for a moment, then clicked to accept. As soon as the video connected, Han Chen was surprised to find that at the moment he saw Xin Xiangjuan's beautiful face, a semi-transparent virtual screen appeared in front of him. Xin Xiangjuan, a top-notch goddess, if you collect up to 80% of her, you will receive introductions to 3 out of 10 random identity cards. To reach 80% collection of a girl, you need to hold hands, hug, and kiss her, knowing everything about her. What does this mean? Han Chen stared at the prompt in front of him and read it twice before gradually understanding. It means I should make a move on my own aunt. System, are you crazy? Although I have no blood relationship with Xin Xiangjuan, she is still my aunt. Don't do this, really, don't do this. Hey, what are you staring at? Is there something dirty on my face, or is it stuck? Xin Xiangjuan, seeing Han Chen staring blankly after answering the video call, quickly spoke up. Han Chen blinked and said, "It's not stuck." Looking through the video, he saw his aunt's exquisite and beautiful face. In Han Chen's mind, some shameful thoughts involuntarily flashed by. I always thought my aunt was quite beautiful. Just now, after seeing the system prompt, I couldn't help but think she's even more beautiful and charming. A top-notch goddess, that's quite the compliment. Xin Xiangjuan smoothed her hair and asked with an expectant expression, "Hey, Aiken, what kind of investment did you make? How did you succeed so quickly? Can you take me along?" Han Chen stopped his wandering thoughts and said, "Investments need to be kept confidential, but taking you along is no problem. Wait for me to come back, and I'll buy you a car and a house." Wow, really? Are you that good? Xin Xiangjuan looked pleasantly surprised. Of course, it's true. Aunt, the money you borrowed from me yesterday is considered as startup capital for me. It's very important to me. Xin Xiangjuan smiled, her eyes curved, and her lips slightly raised, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. She said happily, "Since that's the case, Auntie won't be polite with you. Work hard, Auntie will wait for you to take off, and then take me with you." Han Chen nodded absent-mindedly, chatted with Xin Xiangjuan for a while, and the video call quickly ended. As Auntie's snow-white and tender face disappeared from the video, the semi-transparent virtual screen in front of Han Chen also followed suit. Wow, Auntie looks really good. Han Chen shook his head and quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. Taking out his phone, he found the university classmates group chat, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly bustling with dozens of messages. Han Chen was curious about what had happened, so he clicked in and scrolled to the top, unhurriedly. Xiao saw Li Kai sharing a little baby in his live broadcast. I just saw Xia Ying's live broadcast on Douyin. Everyone, go watch it. She's really good at it. Zhang Tongwei, the campus belle, is actually live streaming on Douyin and is very good at it. I can't believe that's really her. Wang Haichao went to check it out, and almost didn't recognize her. Is this still the quiet and gentle goddess in my mind? How did she become a bit talkative? Zhang Tang mentioned, at Jiayin, the campus belle, are you live streaming on Douyin? Xiaoying mentioned, at Li Kai, you scoundrel, you actually exposed my live broadcast. Quickly come to my live broadcast and give me a Porsche. Support me. Wang Haichao had no choice. In this difficult life, without live streaming on Douyin, there's no way to earn money. Wen Xiao, my sister Inger is as beautiful as ever. Thank you, Xiaoying, for the compliment, darling. Yang Maolin, sister Hui is amazing. She has over 500,000 fans on Douyin. Su Lele, we should support each other. Wang Haichao, at Jane Goddess, I saw what you wrote in your livestream, you're up for any challenge. How about demonstrating a headstand hair wash for us? Li Kai agrees with the previous comment, I also want to see the headstand hair wash. Xiaoying, headstand hair wash? Are you guys serious? Wang Haichao, didn't you write in your own livestream that you accept any challenge? Okay, you want to see me do a headstand hair wash, right? No problem, during a carnival, 1 minute of headstand hair wash. Come to my live stream if you want to see it, I'll perform for you immediately. I keep my word. Wang Haichao, how much for the carnival? Xiaoying, not expensive, just 3,000 yuan. I'm sure you students can afford it. Wang Haichao, goodbye. Goodbye, Yang Malin, I'm off to a carnival, just for a 1 minute headstand hair wash. Sister, are you trying to steal my fans? Li Kai, you've changed. We're all classmates, how can you ask us for gifts? Zhang Tongwei, you might not have money, but you sure have guts. Seeing this, Han Chen suddenly thought of something, his heart slightly moved. Right, didn't the system say that to gain more status, one must pay more attention to beautiful girls in life? I wonder if Xiaoying, this female classmate, can be recognized by the system for her looks. With this in mind, Han Chen quickly scrolled up the message, then clicked on the link sent by Li Kai at the beginning to enter Xiaoying's live broadcast room. As the phone screen switched, a beautiful host with delicate features, fair skin, and a long, slender neck appeared directly in Han Shen's line of sight, her beautiful face filling the screen. At the same time, a semi-transparent virtual screen appeared before him, displaying Xiaoying, the supreme goddess. If your collection rate for her reaches 80%, you will receive 3 out of 10 random identity cards. As expected, Xiaoying is indeed recognized by the system, and just like Xiaoyi, she is also a top goddess. The senior beauty is indeed as beautiful as ever. As the campus goddess during her university days, Xiaoying's looks are naturally outstanding. She has the looks and the figure, absolutely stunning. Glancing at the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, he found that there were only 50-something current viewers. Han Shen smirked to himself, this girl Xiaoying. Back in school, she was a campus beauty, and there were countless admirers who secretly loved her. I never expected that now, while live streaming on Douyin, there are so few viewers. In the live broadcast room, at this moment, Xiaoying put down her phone and was chatting with her fans. She smiled and lowered her head in front of the camera. Ha, I was laughing so hard just now. There are a few guys in my college group who actually said they want to see me wash my hair upside down. They're clearly picking on me, a weak girl. Do you know what I did to them? What did you do? Let the fans give it a try. I teased them and told them it's okay, it's a carnival. I'll wash my hair upside down for a minute, and then they all chickened out. Ha, let them bully. As he spoke, he stood with his hands on his hips, looking very pleased with himself. At this moment, the coldness in front of the phone screen, looking at the latest system prompt, raised a slight eyebrow. Treasure box 2, let Xiaoying wash her hair upside down for half an hour in this live broadcast. After completion, you will receive a 1-month Superman identity experience card. You're showing off and got targeted by the system. Han Shen glanced at the prompt, feeling amused. It's just the right time to increase his wealth points. After giving it some thought, Han Shen typed and sent a barrage. 10 times in one night, it's a carnival. You'll be able to wash your hair upside down for 1 minute. Are you sure? The anchor Xiaoying didn't recognize Han Shen's ID. After seeing this barrage, he smiled and said, it's a carnival. You can wash your hair upside down for 1 minute. There's no limit. I'll accept however many times you want to do it. Hey, little brother, do you want to see me wash my hair upside down? 10 times in one night, I keep my word. What I say, I mean. 10 times in one night, okay, you wait. After sending the barrage, Danshan opened the recharge page, directly topped up 90,000 yuan into the Douyin account. Once the money arrived, without hesitation, he went to the gift column, found the carnival, and decisively clicked to send. Riding 10 waves in one night, sending carnival multiplied by 1 by 3 by 10. Being single for over 2 years, Han Shen's hand speed is fast. In just a few seconds, he turned the money he just recharged into carnival and sent it out. Your wealth value increased by 9. In the live broadcast room, Harmony, who originally didn't pay much attention to Han Shen's remarks, was stunned at this moment. Riding 10 waves in one night, sending carnival multiplied by 30. Oh my, what kind of carnival is this? It's really a carnival, and there are 30 carnivals. Oh my, I didn't read it wrong, did I? Watching the continuous carnival special effects floating in the live broadcast room, as well as the frozen gift numbers on the left side of the screen, Xiaoying was both shocked and delighted. No way, this person really sent me carnivals. With the influx of 30 carnivals, his live broadcast room, which originally had only over 50 people, also began to rapidly increase in online viewers. Before long, the numbers surged to over 500. Her hourly ranking also entered the top 100 on the site. Big Brother 666. Boss, you're confused. Why are you sending so many gifts? 30 carnivals? Won't it take half an hour to wash my hair upside down? Ha, this is going to be fun. Waiting for the host to wash their hair upside down. In the live broadcast room, the barrage kept rolling continuously. But at this moment, Jiaing didn't care about the barrage of other viewers. She held an excited face and quickly approached the camera, saying, wow, thank you, thanks for the 10 waves last night, thank you for my Wave Brothers 30 carnivals. Wow, Wave Brother, you're too generous. I thought you were joking with me just now, but unexpectedly, you gave me 30 carnivals without saying a word. Thank you, I'm really grateful. It's not surprising that Jiaing was excited. She seemed like she hadn't seen much of the world. However, in the past half a year of her live broadcast, it was indeed the first time she had received so many gifts. 30 carnivals equaled a revenue of 90,000 yuan. For her, whose average monthly live broadcast revenue was only around 40 to 50,000 yuan, those few seconds just now were equivalent to the hard work of live broadcasting for 2 months. Watching the female classmate on the phone screen, who was ecstatic and smiling, Han Shen couldn't help but smile to himself. Thinking back to the time in school, Jiaing, the the school flower, was very quiet and ladylike, with a hint of arrogance deep down. But at this moment, there was no trace of arrogance on her face. Han Chen couldn't help but wonder, what caused such a big change in her? Was it a change in her family or the harsh realities of society? Perhaps, it was both. Han Chen typed on the keyboard and sent a barrage message. No problem with half an hour of upside-down hair washing, right? Jiaying, who was still in joy, was taken aback when she saw this barrage message. Her pretty face twitched a few times, then she smiled awkwardly. No problem. Words spoken are like water poured out. Even though the big brother had already sent gifts, Jiaying had no chance to refuse. She could only grit her teeth and go through with it. It was just 30 minutes of upside-down hair washing. She could do it. As Jiaying went to prepare props and adjust the camera, quickly starting to wash her hair upside down against the wall in front of the camera. In her university WeChat group, there was an explosion of messages. Zhang Teng, everyone, go to Jiaying's live broadcast room and see. She's washing her hair upside down. Wen Xiao? Zhang Tong, are you kidding? Zhang Tongwei, damn, it's true. Su Lele, wow, what's going on with Inger? Wang Haichao, just now a big shot sent 30 carnivals to Jia, making her wash her hair upside down for half an hour. That's relaxing. Su Lele, who is it? So rich? Is it someone from our group? Wang Haichao, don't know him, a guy named 10 Waves in One Night. Li Kai, 10 Waves in One Night? This ID sounds familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Yang Malin, isn't this Han Chen's ID, don't you guys know? With Yang Malin's message, the group suddenly became lively. Many people who had been lurking since graduation came out directly. What's going on? Han Chen? Don't joke, is Han Chen that rich? I remember his family conditions were quite average, right? More than average. That old Han guy used to go out with his girlfriend and she always paid. He never spent a dime. No money in college doesn't mean no money now. What if Han Chen has made a fortune in recent years? At Han Chen, old Han, is it you in Jiaying's live broadcast room? Han Chen, who was watching Jiaying wash her hair upside down in the live broadcast room, saw someone mention him in the WeChat group and immediately turned to take a look. Glancing at the messages in the group, he did not deny it, and directly replied, "It's me." Seeing his response, the lively atmosphere in the group quieted down a bit. Some people stopped talking, while others became more excited and started asking questions. No way, did you really give Jiaying 30 carnivals? Big shot, big shot. Rich guy, 90,000 yuan, that could cover more than a year of my salary. Han Chen, what's going on with you? How did you make money? Old Han, be honest, are you planning to pursue Jiaying? Old Han, Jiaying is my goddess, promise me, if you really win her over, only let her mouth eat, okay? Han Chen, if Jiaying's mouth doesn't eat, what else can it eat? Some people ask strange and messy questions, and Han Chen can't be bothered to answer. After casually answering 2 questions in the group, he said he was going to eat, and then continued lurking. Just then, the waiter came to serve the dishes. Han Chen picked up his chopsticks to taste the delicious abalone while flipping through his phone, returning to Douyin to continue watching Jiaying washing her hair upside down. It must be said that Jiaying is quite trustworthy. She said she would wash her hair upside down for half an hour, and she did. With breaks in between, nearly an hour later, as Han Chen finished his dinner, she finally completed the half-hour timed upside-down hair wash. Having made Jiaying wash her hair upside down for half an hour, congratulations on receiving a 1-month superhero experience card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Han Chen smiled and exited Jiaying's live broadcast room, feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, after finishing the upside-down wash, Jiaying quickly ended the broadcast. In an apartment building in Yangcheng, Jiaying held her wet hair and went to the bathroom to wash her hair again, then quickly dried it. Feeling her hair fluffy and dry again, Jiaying let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the sofa with her round and perky buttocks, she reached for her phone, logged into the Douyin backstage to check today's earnings, and a happy smile appeared on her lips. Then, she found Han Chen's account, followed him, and sent a thank you message. After doing all this, Jiaying logged out of Douyin, ordered takeout on Meituan, and while waiting for the food, she scrolled through the WeChat group for a while. However, after reading through the unread messages in the university classmates group, her expression inevitably became somewhat astonished. Han Chen is the one who made me ride the waves 10 times in one night? Han Chen wants to pursue me? Jiaying swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. But as she clicked into Han Chen's WeChat profile interface and saw the identical name and profile picture, she became confused again. After hesitating for a moment, Jiaying sent a friend request to Han Chen through WeChat. On the other side, Han Chen, who had just finished paying for his meal through WeChat, quickly accepted her request. Half a minute later, Jiaying sent her first WeChat message. Han Chen, was it really you who sent the carnivals in my live stream just now? Han Chen directly sent her a Douyin consumption record. After reading it, Jiaying no longer doubted, oh, it wasn't a coincidence. I thought you were just some passing big brother. Thank you, boss, you're generous. Han Chen, you're welcome. By the way, it's been 2 or 3 years since we last met, and you've changed quite a bit. You used to be quiet, but now you're completely different. Jiaying, people change. And I wasn't quiet before, just a bit introverted. After graduation, there were some changes at home, and I faced some harsh realities, but then things got better. The two chatted for a while. Han Chen remembered that she still had a treasure chest that needed to be collected, so he typed and asked, "Hey, do you have a partner now?" Across from WeChat, Jiaying saw the message sent by Han Chen and suddenly remembered the content she had just seen in the group chat, her face slightly flushed. After some thought, she replied to the message, "No, why, do you want to pursue me?" Han Chen replied with a smiling emoji, "We are all adults now. Talking about pursuing or not pursuing is a bit too much. I don't like beating around the bush. Let me put it this way, if you are in need of money now and need assistance, we can get in touch a bit." Jiaying replied, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. Han Chen said, "You were clear-minded just now, and now you're pretending to be confused with me again. Class monitor, if you want to talk like this, then we have nothing to chat about." Jiaying hesitated for a moment and replied, "Okay, I understand what you mean now. So what do you say? You should know from the popularity of my livestream that I am an eco-friendly streamer, so, sorry Han Chen, but I think you are a nice person. If you are patient, we can start as friends first." Seeing this message, Han Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This woman, does she see me as a fish, trying to lure me into her fish pond slowly? I'm only interested in the progress of that random identity on you. I don't have the patience to play the love game with you. We are all adults, so don't be so childish. Han Chen replied, "Let's forget about being friends. I'm an impatient person. But I'll say it again, if you ever need money in the future, you can contact me, I'm happy to help you." Jiaying replied, "Then you'll have a hard time waiting. If I wanted to sell myself, I would have fallen long ago 2 years ago." Han Chen didn't comment on her words, not knowing her experiences. However, in Han Chen's view, regardless of Jiaying's current thoughts, people change. There are no unchanging principles and bottom lines in this world, only constant compromises and self-balancing. Han Chen messaged, "I hope you can always maintain this innocence. I have to go now, let's chat again when we have time." Jiaying replied, "Okay. Oh, thank you again for the gift." Han Chen said, "Words are meaningless. If you really want to thank me, come out and study some math problems with me." Jiaying asked, "What math problems?" Han Chen replied, "In which situations can 0 be greater than 1? Jiaying said, "Ugh, how come I didn't notice back in school, you are so." "Forget it, I have to go, my takeout just arrived." After coming out of the private kitchen restaurant, Han Chen found a nearby bathhouse and spent 2 hours there, getting a good massage to relax. Approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, Han Chen leisurely returned to his residence. Originally, this one-bedroom apartment that looked decent now seemed a bit shabby in his eyes. When I have enough money, I can go buy a big villa to live in, and then squeeze in a few pretty girls and play cards with them when I'm free. Muttering to himself, Han Chen's mind moved and he opened the Mother System interface. System host, Han Chen, wealth value, 13 points, existing identity, spacetime smuggler, system warehouse, 200 grams of 999 gold bars, a Superman identity experience card, 1 month. Clicking into the spacetime smuggling page, seeing the market for 100 tons of stainless steel plates that can be operated, Han Chen did not hesitate and chose to trade directly. Expenditure, 200 grams of 999 gold bars plus 10 wealth points. Gains, 100 tons of stainless steel plate coils with a data model of 0.5*1219*C304/2B. With the completion of the smuggling transaction, 10 cylindrical steel plate coils appeared in the Mother System's warehouse, each weighing up to 10 tons on average. It is now nighttime, and Han Chen did not rush to think about the sales of this batch of stainless steel, but instead turned his gaze to the card that he had recently brushed off from Jiaying. Superman Identity Experience Card, 1 month. This is a card that, when used, can activate the Superman system, but only lasts for 1 month. After 1 month, the Superman system will be frozen. Do you want to use this card? Use it immediately. Superman Identity Experience Card, 1 month, has been used. The subsystem corresponding to your Superman identity is now online. Superman system, this is a progressive evolution system that can help you strengthen your physique, enhance your dignity size, immunize against diseases, optimize genes, surpass human limits, increase lifespan, reconstruct body and consciousness. The introduction seems promising, but I wonder about the specifics. Han Chen muttered, then opened the Superman system interface. Superman, Han Shan, in progress, rank, ordinary adult male, personal attributes, age 23/106 years, height 183. 7 centimeters, male dignity 18. 3 centimeters, physique 62. 3%, immunity 10. 2%, genes 2. 2%, current store, 6 items. 1. Dignity transformation card, 500 wealth points 2. Physique optimization card, 600 wealth points 3. Stamina surge card, 800 wealth points 4. Immunity surge card, 1200 wealth points 5. Deep sleep card, 1500 wealth points 6. Combat champion card, 2000 wealth points. More introductions of the Superman system are folded. Han Chan looked at the content on the Superman system interface. Then, starting from personal attributes, he double-clicked one by one to further examine the details. There are 6 personal attributes in total. First is Han Chan's age, 23 years old, which based on his current physical function, he could live up to 106 years. He is still young now, with most of his physical functions intact. If he doesn't pay attention to his health in the future, this number may decline when he reaches his 40s or 50s. Next are his height and male dignity size, 183, 7 centimeters and 18, 3 centimeters respectively, not top-notch but not bad either. Back in his university days, he used his decent male dignity to make his first love girlfriend willingly pay for their secret meetings for 2 years. It wasn't until after graduation, due to opposition from her family, that they had to break up. Even after the breakup, she secretly met with Han Chen multiple times, each time spending at least an hour or 2 with him. This continued until she invited Han Chen to go abroad and was rejected, marking the end of their relationship. The other 3 attributes include physique, immunity, and genes. Physique refers to the perfection of the body, with a qualified adult male at 60%, while Han Chen is currently at 62. 3%, neither fat nor thin. Immunity refers to the degree of immunity, with a qualified adult male at 10%, and Han Chen is currently at 10. 2%, barely passing the mark. Genes refer to the degree of positive genetic evolution in humans, starting at 0. 1% at birth, with the majority of people never exceeding 10% in their lifetime. Han Chen is currently at 2%. In the Superman System store, there are currently 6 items for sale. Han Chen briefly looked at the descriptions of these items and found them all to be good products. For example, the Dignity Transformation Card can transform Han Chen's male dignity once, providing comprehensive enhancement. Appearance, size, strength, as well as the related nervous system, urinary system, endocrine system, etc., can all be significantly strengthened. Another example is the Physique Optimization Card, which can help build muscle, reduce fat, and shape the body in a short period, turning a man into a handsome and muscular man that would make girls cry and rich women drool. Unfortunately, even the cheapest Dignity Transformation Card requires 500 wealth points. And the current Han Chen, after just trading 100 tons of stainless steel plates, only has 3 points of wealth left. It's useless to say anything now, hurry up and make money. Closing the interface of the Superman system, Han Chen opened the time and space smuggling system to check the market. 50 yellow croakers, this is a market from Earth No. 980 years ago. A grain merchant named Lu Xiefeng wanted to exchange 50 yellow croakers from his inventory for food due to famine. Smuggling price, 50 tons of wheat. Express fee, 60 wealth points. 10 wild ginseng plants, this is a market from Earth No. 135 years ago. A medicinal herb merchant named Yen Jian wanted to exchange 10 wild ginseng plants from his inventory for water due to drought. Smuggling price, 10 tons of drinking water. Express fee, 150 wealth points. These are the 2 markets that Han Chen plans to engage in smuggling transactions next. After some thought, he took out his phone and dialed a phone number he noted down during the day at the food wholesale market. Shortly after, the phone rang, and a drowsy male voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Han Chen said, "Boss Wang, already asleep so early?" The man on the other end said, "Yes, early to bed and early to rise. What can I do for you?" Han Chen said, "Today during the day, I pulled a ton of wheat in your store. Do you remember? I used a Liberation brand truck at that time, do you remember?" "It's you, I remember." Boss Wang said nervously, "Why are you calling now?" Han Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not calling to return the goods. The thing is, the quality of your batch of wheat is good, and I plan to buy another batch." Boss Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "Sure, how much do you need?" Han Chen said, 50 tons. Boss Wang exclaimed, 50 tons? "Brother, that's not a small amount, are you sure?" "Sure, 50 tons, but I need you to arrange a truck to deliver it to me." "No problem, when do you need it?" Arrange for someone to deliver it to me tomorrow. Alright, let's exchange WeChat, we can chat on there. The two quickly ended the call and added each other on WeChat. Han Chen first transferred a deposit to him, then sent him the address of Tianma Road warehouse, asking him to deliver the goods there tomorrow. The night passed without incident, there were no strange noises next door, and Han Chen slept soundly. Early the next day, when the sky was still dim, he got up from bed. After washing up, dressing neatly, he went to a breakfast shop and had a big bowl of family beef noodles with coriander, followed by a half bowl of delicious meat soup, then took a taxi to Tianma Road. Opening the warehouse door, entering the warehouse, Han Chen looked around and saw no one, then closed the warehouse door from the inside. As the warehouse entered a sealed state, Han Chen had a thought and began to transport goods from the system warehouse. In no time, 10 cylindrical stainless steel plate coils with central hollows were taken out and placed inside the warehouse by him. Taking a few photos with his phone, Han Chen quickly left the warehouse, locked the door, and then searched online for information on selling stainless steel plate coils. After searching for a while, he couldn't find a good solution. So, he decided to directly post relevant sales information on several local sales websites. Entrepreneurial failure, to recover funds, cost selling stainless steel plate coils with a model of 0.5*1219*C304/2B, 15,000 yuan per ton, minimum order of 10 tons, limited quantity. Interested parties please call 1698-888-5269. Stainless steel plate coils, especially the thin ones, have a very high production cost. The price of 50,000 yuan per ton, placed in the current stainless steel coil market, is indeed at cost. First, hang it online for a few days to see if there are any buyers. If not, then think of another way to sell it. Anyway, the goods are already in Han Chen's hands, and his actual cost is less than 100,000 yuan. Even if he sells 100 tons of stainless steel as scrap metal, he won't lose money. The next focus should be on the 50 yellow croakers in the smuggling market. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after unloading the goods and receiving the final payment, Boss Wang happily led 3 large trucks away. At this moment, in the warehouse on Tianma Road, 50 tons of white wheat were neatly stacked, occupying half of the warehouse along with the 100 tons of stainless steel coils. This batch of white wheat is priced the same as last time, averaging 3,200 yuan per ton. Han Chen didn't pay for the shipping and unloading fees, so the total cost was exactly 160,000 yuan. His wealth value increased to 19 points. Han Chen didn't rush to store this batch of white wheat in the system warehouse immediately, but planned to come back to collect it at night. The express delivery fee for 50 yellow croakers is still 41 wealth points short. I also plan to change my outfit and spend some money at the Guamao Center. That should be enough. With this in mind, Han Chen locked the warehouse door, went to a major road outside, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the Guamao Center. However, on the way to the Guamao Center, he received a call from a company leader. Han Chen, what's going on? You haven't come to work all day, not even a report. Do you still want your full attendance bonus for this month? A sharp female voice came through the phone. Han Chen, upon hearing this, looked slightly stunned. He had been busy with temporal smuggling these days and had indeed forgotten about going to work. The woman calling was his department manager at work, named Zhuangli, a pretty woman with a bad temper who acted arrogantly in the company and looked down on everyone. Speaking of which, the company where Han Chen worked was a financial technology company mainly engaged in financial management business, with quite a few beautiful women inside. I'm talking to you, what are you doing? Zhuang Li's voice came through again. Han Chen rubbed his ear and leisurely said, Manager Zhuang, why are you so fierce? A woman with a bad temper won't be liked by any man. Zhuang Li coldly snorted, whether I am liked by any man is none of your business. Being absent from work without reason, you better worry about your full attendance bonus for this month. Han Chen calmly said, if you want to deduct my full attendance bonus, go ahead. It's just a few hundred yuan, don't make a fuss in front of me. Zhuangli was visibly taken aback by his words and said, oh, you've got some nerve, daring to talk to me like that. Han Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her and simply said, I encountered some unexpected situations today and forgot to apply for leave. Besides, I have some personal matters to attend to recently, so I can't come to work for a while. I need to extend my leave. He didn't directly say I quit or anything like that on the phone. After some thought, he felt that if he were to resign, he should personally go to the company to see what the female colleagues there looked like. If there were any good opportunities, he could definitely take advantage of them. His words didn't give Zhuangli any room to criticize, so even if she was unhappy, she could only say, remember to report in advance before taking leave next time. Okay, that's it. I'll hang up. The taxi quickly arrived at the street outside the Guamao Center. After paying and getting off the car, Han-chen strode towards the Guamao Center. As the most upscale shopping center in Yangchang, the Guamao Center integrates shopping, dining, and leisure activities, offering a wide range of entertainment options. "Oh, Han-chen?" Just as he entered the Guamao Center, a man called out to Han-chen from the side. Han-chen fixed his gaze and saw a young man of similar height to him, dressed in a blue suit. Beside the young man were two beautiful girls holding hands. Han-chen's gaze swept over the two beautiful girls, his eyes subtly flashing. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Mengwei, Luan, Zuanyan, it's you three." These three people in front of him were all employees of Xufei Financial Company and colleagues of Han-chen. Zuanyan, one of them, asked in surprise, "Han-chen, what are you doing here? Since you didn't go to work today, I thought you were sick and went to the hospital." Han-chen laughed. "Go to the hospital for what? Just had some things to take care of." "You guys just finished work, coming here for shopping?" Zuanyan nodded. "Yes, and you?" Han-chen replied, "Just came here to stroll around." Mengwei interjected. "Luan and Zuanyan wanted to go to LV to look at bags. I have nothing to do, so I offered to carry the bags for them. Han-chen, do you want to join us?" This guy was pursuing Luan, and when Han-chen heard what he said, he knew he wanted to show off in front of Luan. In the past, Han-chen would never have done something like being a background character for someone else. But now, times have changed. Besides, he also planned to make some purchases at LV. In his opinion, LV, as a top luxury brand globally, not only had excellent women's products but also very good men's products. Han-chen nodded. "Sure, let's go together." The four of them didn't stay on the ground floor for long and quickly went up to the third floor where luxury goods were sold, heading straight to the LV store. During the journey, Han-chen's gaze occasionally swept over Luan and Zuanyan. Luan had shiny black wavy hair, wearing a well-tailored black tight skirt that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The skirt ended just right at her thighs, revealing her long and shapely legs wrapped in silk stockings. She carried a simple and elegant silver chain bag diagonally across her shoulder, complementing her overall look. She wore a pair of black high heels, exuding a cold and elegant aura. In comparison, Zuanyan's style was similar but brighter. She wore a white fitted dress on the upper body, carried a small LV bag on her shoulder, and wore nude high heels, showcasing her long and graceful figure. Both women were beautiful urban beauties with delicate features, red lips, big eyes, fair and smooth skin, and attractive figures. These two beautiful female colleagues in Han-chen's eyes were undoubtedly recognized by the system. At this moment, virtual screens related to them appeared in front of Han-chen. Luan, graceful beauty. Treasure box 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive 1/10 of the time smuggler identity, intermediate. Zuanyan, graceful beauty. Treasure box 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive a plus 3-month Superhuman identity experience card. Tisk, Luan, Zuanyan, are you trying to get me to hook up with these two girls? However, their labels are different from Xiaoyi and Jiang. One is a graceful beauty, and the other is a goddess. Han-chen's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. In Han-chen's aesthetic view, Xiaoyi and Jiang were slightly more attractive. However, Luan and Zuanyan were also beautiful, both being fair and beautiful women. The difference between them and Xiaoyi and Jiang was not significant, just that they didn't seem as stunning as Xiaoyi and Jiang, but they were definitely goddess-level figures. Therefore, the appearance of these two female colleagues exceeded Han-chen's aesthetic standards. In the past, in the company, as a single dog, he inevitably had some unrealistic thoughts about them, but hindered by the thin wallet, he had no fate with them. But now, the situation has changed a lot. Compared to Jiang, these two girls are more vain, but it's easier to get along with them. If you use your financial ability on them, it shouldn't be difficult to win them over. Thinking to himself, Han-chen already had some simple plans. The four of them soon entered the LV store. A young female clerk who was tidying up the counter immediately came forward to greet them with a smile. The bag area. The dazzling LV bags were displayed on the shelves and in the showcases, making Liang Qian and Zuanyan dazzled. As a social symbol, top luxury brands like LV bags often signify taste and economic strength for girls, carrying their confidence and assurance. However, in recent years, luxury goods have gradually slipped towards being associated with materialism. Most girls buy designer bags to satisfy their vanity and comparison. For example, Liang Qian and Zuanyan, the luxury clothes and bags don't really improve their quality of life. But they are still tirelessly obsessed with these things, even willing to save money in secret every month to buy designer bags and beautiful clothes. Oh, this 3-in-1 bag looks pretty good. Is this year's new style? In front of a showcase, Zuanyan pointed to a pink bag. The female clerk beside her smiled and introduced, "Yes, beauty, this is a new Barbie pink chain bag that was recently launched this year, with classic embossed leather, youthful and fashionable, very versatile." "How much is it?" "Let me check, the retail price for this one is only 13,000 yuan. LV's 3-in-1, also known as the Pochette Fleissy chain bag, is considered an entry-level bag for LV. Usually, you can buy one for 1 or 2,000 yuan, which is more suitable for girls who want to show off with a designer bag but have limited spending power, with very good value for money." 13,000 yuan, not too expensive. Zuan Yanyan asked while hugging Liang Qian's arm. "Qian Qian, what do you think of this bag? It's a bit too pink." Liang Qian shook her head. Hearing her words, Zuan Yanyan's eyes flickered, suddenly understanding. This is their secret code. When mentioning the color of a bag, it often implies that there is a problem with the price of the bag. If it's just the two of them shopping, it naturally means the price is too high, a good excuse to slip away. But now, Zuan Yanyan glanced at Mangwei not far away, who was smiling as if ready to fleece her, with a slight smirk on her lips. This guy is currently aggressively pursuing Liang Qian. Liang Qian sees him as a lapdog and a nice guy, so naturally she wouldn't be with him. She had already clearly rejected him before, but he still persisted. This kind of man is best used as a scapegoat. So, Zuan Yanyan pointed to another creamy white bag and said, "What about this one? This one looks pretty good." The female clerk introduced, "This bag is also new this year, it's the Kusin BB handbag from the LV Milky Way series launched for Valentine's Day, and this is the only one we have in the store. A limited edition bag. How much is it?" This bag is much more expensive than the previous one, the retail price is 52,000 yuan. 52,000 yuan, well, that's okay too. Zuan Yanyan shook Liang Qian's arm. "Qian Qian, I think this bag looks good. What do you think?" She meant that this price is acceptable. Liang Qian nodded and said, "Well, this color and style are indeed very nice. Do you like it?" "You must be kidding, don't push me to buy this bag, I'm tight on cash recently and can't afford it." "Hee, it's okay if you can't afford it, isn't your friend Mangwei here?" Zuan Yanyan raised an eyebrow and continued according to the plan. Upon hearing this, Luan deliberately showed a hint of shyness and said, "What friend Mangwei of mine? We are just ordinary friends, don't talk nonsense." Mangwei, on the side, saw Luan's girlish attitude and his eyes widened. Moreover, the conversation between Zuan Yanyan and Luan gave him a lot of room for imagination. For a moment, his heart surged with excitement, thinking that this was a good opportunity. As long as he bought that bag and gave it to Luan, he might win her heart. However, when he thought about the balance in his bank card, he quickly calmed down. Damn, what a crappy bag, it costs 52,000 yuan, damn capitalists, they're practically robbing people. He had less than 30,000 yuan in savings, which would be more than enough to buy the first bag priced at just over 10,000 yuan. But he really couldn't afford the second bag priced at over 50,000 yuan. Just then, Luan looked at him with bright eyes full of countless expectations and longings. Mangwei, who had been somewhat calm, instantly felt his blood rush and his head heat up upon seeing her gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to Han Chen and whispered, "Han Chen, do you have any money on you? Can you lend me 20,000 yuan for a while? I'll be able to pay you back soon." Han Chen looked at him, his expression becoming somewhat strange. "I thought you wanted to use me as a background here to show off, but now you're asking me for money, what's going on?" Seeing Han Chen remain silent, Mangwei became anxious and further explained, "Luan likes that bag, and I want to buy it to give to her, but I don't have enough money. You know, I'm pursuing her, this is a good opportunity, I don't want to miss it." "Tisk, you're really a big warm-hearted guy." Out of kindness, Han Chen couldn't help but remind him, to be honest, Luan is not easy to pursue. You should know what kind of person she is in the company on a regular basis, there are quite a few people pursuing her. Mangwei didn't like others arranging Luan for him and frowned, saying, "I know that very well, let's not talk about that, just tell me if you'll lend me the money or not, it's a simple matter." Hearing this, Han Chen chuckled and said, "Not lending. You better talk to me nicely if you want me to lend you money. With your attitude, do you still want to borrow money from me? Get lost as far as you can." With that, Han Chen ignored Mangwei's unpleasant expression and simply turned and left the bag area, heading to the clothing section. "Sir, may I help you with something?" A female store assistant in the clothing section, seeing Han Chen approaching, greeted him with a smile. Han Chen directly said, "I'm planning to choose a few sets of men's clothing, recommend some based on my body shape." The female store assistant asked, "Do you have any specific requirements for clothing style and price?" "2 sets of formal wear, 2 sets of casual or sporty style, price is not a problem, just recommend me good quality ones." "All right, we've recently received some new suits with good fabric in our store, I think they would suit you well. Please follow me this way, I'll show you." As she spoke, the female store assistant quickly led Han Chen to a black suit, enthusiastically introducing it to him. The suit's jacket was made of high-quality wool and silk blend, priced at 65,000 yuan. The trousers and the shirt underneath were priced at 18,000 yuan and 8,500 yuan respectively. Han Chen thought it looked good and asked, "Can I try it on? I want to see if it fits." The female store assistant replied, "Of course." Han Chen quickly took the clothes and went to the fitting room to change. When he came out after changing, his whole demeanor changed drastically. He transformed from an ordinary passerby to a radiant professional elite. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, Han Chen nodded in satisfaction. The female shop assistant praised him on the side. "Sir, this suit fits you perfectly. It matches your figure very well." Han Chen nodded slightly, but felt that his shoes didn't quite match. Following the recommendation of the female shop assistant, he chose a pair of classic leather shoes priced at 22,000 yuan. Feeling that the belt was not right, he then bought a genuine leather belt priced at 9,500 yuan to wear around his waist. After some tidying up, he appeared completely refreshed, looking neat, clean, fresh, and energetic. The suit jacket, trousers, shirt, belt, and shoes, these 5 items added up to a total of 123,000 yuan. But it wasn't enough. Next, Han Chen continued to choose a set of 5 items with a blue suit as the main piece, priced at 135,000 yuan. A luxurious casual outfit and a fashionable sporty outfit combined totaled 162,000 yuan. Feeling satisfied, Han Chen said to the female shop assistant, "That's all, I'll take everything I tried on just now. Pack them all up." "Yes, sir." With the deft movements of the female shop assistant, Han Chen's purchases were soon divided into more than 10 shopping bags. Not far away in the luggage area, Mangwei was on the phone, murmuring something quietly, seemingly trying to borrow money from someone. Lu Man and Zuan Yan's attention, however, was now focused on the commotion Han Chen was causing in the clothing area. Zuan Yan whispered, "What is Han Chen doing? He tried on several sets of clothes. Is he planning to buy men's clothing at LV? Men's clothing here is not cheap, especially suits. It's probably not less than 70 to 80,000 for a set." Lu Man said, "Who knows? Maybe he's just trying them on." Zuan Yan shook her head. "No, look, the shop assistant has started packing things into bags." Lu Man looked carefully and said in surprise, "Indeed. 1, 2, 5. Wow, more than 10 shopping bags." Zuan Yan gasped, somewhat astonished. "This guy, is he crazy? He's buying so much." "I don't know if he's crazy, but most likely, he's going to spend a lot." Lu Man's eyes flickered slightly. "Do you want to go over and take a look? If you want to go, I can accompany you." Lu Man's words made Zuan Yan secretly roll her eyes. "What do you mean accompany me? Clearly you also want to go, why pretend?" However, at this moment, Zuan Yan couldn't be bothered to expose her, so she took her arm and hurried towards Han Chen's location. As they approached, they couldn't help but comment quietly when they saw Han Chen, who was wearing a suit and had a straight and tall figure. "I never noticed before, but Han Chen looks quite handsome in a suit," Zuan Yan whispered. "He's okay, just like that." Lu Man seemed very calm. Just then, the female shop assistant walked quickly to Han Chen and handed him the bill. "Sir, you have spent a total of 420,000 yuan in our store this time. Here is your bill. Would you like to pay by card?" Han Chen took the bill, glanced at it, then took out his bank card and handed it over, by card. The female shop assistant quickly went to the cashier to get the POS machine, and the card was swiped in no time. "Your wealth value plus 42. Seeing Han Chen pay the full amount with his card decisively, Lu Man and Zuan Yan's expressions were somewhat stunned. This guy just paid by card. "Man, did you hear that? 420,000 yuan. Zuan Yan swallowed her saliva secretly, leaned close to Lu Man's ear, and whispered softly. Lu Chang did not talk to her, although her face was calm. She was very shocked in her heart. This Han Chen just spent 420,000 yuan in the LV store without showing off. Is he really that rich? As the two women were surprised, Han Chen put away his bank card, turned to look at them and smiled. "Hey, what are you two looking at here? How's your bag selection going?" Lu Chang didn't say a word, glanced at Mangwei not far away, who was still on the phone borrowing money. Just now, seeing Mangwei even borrowing money to buy her a bag, she was actually quite touched. But now, compared to Han Chen, she felt that Mangwei's behavior was simply too low. Zuan Yan said, "What bag? Let's forget it. Both Lu Chang and I are tight on money, but Han Chen, TSK, I didn't expect you to be so rich." Han Chen said, "It's okay." Zuan Yan pouted, "Oh, stop being modest. How can you say it's just okay? Spending 420,000 at the LV store in one go, that's amazing." Han Chen smiled, didn't argue, just reached for the shopping bag. Seeing this, Zun Yinyan let go of Lu Chang's arm, took the initiative to say, "Hey, I see you have a lot of stuff. It's not good for one person to carry. Do you want me to help you with a few?" Han Chen glanced at her, with a playful expression. "Oh, so enthusiastic? Sure, thank you then. You're welcome." Zun Yinyan picked up a few shopping bags and returned to Lu Chang's side. After the shopping was done, Han Chen didn't linger in the LV store and left in big strides. Lu Chang and Zun Yinyan followed him out. After finishing the call and finally raising enough money, Manhwa found Lu Chang and Zun Yinyan following Han Chen, and his brows furrowed. He ran up to find out the situation and was a bit dumbfounded. Han Chen just spent 420,000 at LV? Damn, how is that possible? Manhwa roared in his heart, unwilling to believe it. But looking at the shopping bags that Han Chen and Zun Yinyan were holding, he had to believe it. For a moment, he felt bitter, both envious and jealous of Han Chen. In the corridor on the third floor of the Guomao Center, Han Chen looked at the time, then glanced at the two semi-transparent virtual screens in the field of vision, and suggested, "It's getting dark soon. I plan to find a place to eat. Do you three want to join?" Zun Yinyan nodded, "Sure." Lu Chang remained silent, still with a casual attitude. As for Manhwa, he looked a bit lonely and said, "I won't go. I have something to do. I have to go home. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'm leaving." With that, he looked at Lu Chang reluctantly, then turned and left. After Manhwa left, Han Chen led Lu Chang and Zun Yinyan to a Chinese restaurant and requested a private room. Following the waiter's recommendation, they ordered a deluxe 4-color platter, secret chicken soup, steamed flower crab, braised abalone with sea cucumber, signature roast duck, seafood fried rice, and 6 other signature dishes. After ordering, the three of them drank fragrant jasmine tea while chatting cheerfully. But halfway through the conversation, Lu Chang's phone rang, so she got up to answer the call. In the private room, only Han Chen and Zun Yinyan were left. Han Chen looked at Zun Yinyan's hand resting on the table, looking fair and delicate, with nail polish applied, and suddenly had some naughty thoughts. This girl's hand looks pretty smooth, really tempting. To be honest, being single for over 2 years, not having touched a woman for so long, and now having some money in his pocket, Han Chen's heart was a bit eager to have some fun. Not to mention, there was a system treasure chest sitting there. At one moment, his desire almost swelled in an instant to the point where he felt he had to do something to Zun Yinyan. His eyes flickered lightly as he reached out his big hand directly to grab Zun Yinyan's delicate hand. "Ah, Han Chen, what are you doing?" Surprised by being held, Zun Yinyan pulled her hand back but not too forcefully, then looked at Han Chen with a face of grievance. Seeing that she didn't blame him and the grip wasn't too strong, Han Chen's courage grew. Zun Yinyan's collection rate reaches 30%. Glancing at the collection rate prompt, Han Chen stroked her soft hand while saying, "I see some dirt on your hand, let me wipe it for you." Zun Yinyan rolled her eyes at his words, showing a look that said, "Don't treat me like a fool," and somewhat shyly said, "Who needs it? Let go of my hand quickly, she'll be back soon. It's not good if she sees us." Han Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that as long as she doesn't see us, it's okay?" Zun Yinyan blushed a bit. "That's not what I meant. Just let go of my hand. Shanner will be back soon." Han Chen chuckled, "I didn't grip too tightly in the first place. If you really want to pull back, you can do it with a little force." Zun Yinyan. She felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, glared at him with annoyance, then withdrew her tender hand and ignored him. Han Chen's lips curved into a smile, continuing, "Hey, I have a question." Zun Yinyan remained silent, not even lifting her eyelids, seemingly still upset by Han Chen's previous words. Han Chen continued, "Are you still interested in that white bag from the LV store earlier?" At this, Zun Yinyan immediately raised her head, looking at Han Chen with sparkling eyes, asking suspiciously, "Why are you asking this? Answer my question first. Tisk, if I say I'm interested, will you buy it for me?" Zun Yinyan pretended to be indifferent, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Han Chen knew she took the bait. When she absent-mindedly placed her soft hand on the table again, Han Chen reached out to grab and massage it, saying, "If you want it, it's no problem for me, just a few tens of thousands, it's nothing." In the past, Zun Yinyan would have definitely scolded him and told him to go away. But after witnessing his spending power at the LV store earlier, she had no doubt about the thickness of his wallet, and even had some expectations. Moreover, at this moment, Han Chen was dressed in a black suit, looking really good, with an elite and handsome demeanor that Zun Yinyan found appealing, making her not opposed to getting to know him. So, Zun Yinyan's beautiful eyes moved, she pinched Han Chen's big hand back, then withdrew her hand and whispered, "This is not the place to talk about this, let's find a place to chat after dinner." "Okay, it's a deal then." Seeing her response, Han Chen felt happy. Honestly, he didn't expect things to go so smoothly, it was beyond his expectations. Upon careful consideration, he believed the main reason was not his appearance or charm. Most likely, it was because he had just spent over 400,000 at the LV store, which Zhuan Yanyan had seen, leading to her continuous fantasies and making her more agreeable. Ultimately, money talks. What were you two talking about? At this moment, Lu Qian returned from outside after finishing her phone call, asking curiously. Zhuan Yanyan smiled calmly and said, talking about how good your beauty is. Hey, Hanshin, seriously, my beauty at home is pretty, with a good figure, suitable for both the hall and the kitchen. Why don't you consider pursuing her? Luan glared at her and said, mind your own business, who asked you to say these things, shut up. Hanshin looked at Luan, then at Zhuan Yanyan, and said, just kidding, there are so many people pursuing the beautiful Miss Lu, how could I have a chance? Let's forget about it. Zhuan Yanyan chuckled at his response. However, Luan frowned slightly, seemingly disappointed by Hanshin's words. She wanted to say something but restrained herself due to her reserved demeanor, so she just picked up the cup of jasmine tea on the table and took a sip, maintaining her cold and dignified appearance. Before long, the food was ready in the kitchen, and the waiter started serving the dishes. The first dish served was a four-color cold dish platter, consisting of sliced abalone, shredded sea cucumber, sliced jellyfish, and smoked sauce duck tongue, refreshing and appetizing, an excellent choice to start the meal. This was followed by tender abalone with Liaoshan sauce, crispy and tender golden roasted duck, steamed flower crab, and secret chicken soup. The seafood fried rice, served as the main course, paired with abalone sauce, was full of delicious flavors. The meal cost over 1,000 yuan, not expensive, but extremely delicious. After the meal, Hanshin called the waiter to pay the bill and quickly left the restaurant with the two women. Outside the restaurant, the night was lonely, but the lights were bright. Hanshin said, ladies, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Zhuan Yanyan said, huh? Are you leaving so soon? Aren't you going to continue shopping? Hanshin smiled and said, no, you two go ahead. With that, he didn't say much more, quickly picked up his shopping bag, and parted ways with Zhuan Yanyan and Lu Wan. After leaving the Guamao Center, Hanshin did not return immediately but instead checked into a suite at a hotel near the Guamao Center. After throwing the shopping bags into the room, he leisurely returned to the Guamao Center, sat on a resting chair, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Zhuan Yanyan. Waiting for you in the rest area on the ground floor of the Guamao Center, come quickly. Although Hanshin didn't have much interaction with Lu Wan and Zhuan Yanyan at the company, they were WeChat friends due to previous work connections. On the other side, when Zhuan Yanyan received Hanshin's WeChat message, she had just hailed a cab with Lu Wan on the roadside. After replying to Hanshin with a message saying coming right away, she suddenly frowned, clutching her stomach and said, oh, Wanner, I have a stomachache, I need to go to the restroom. We're already in the car, why do you have a stomachache now? Can't you be more reliable? I can't help it. You go ahead, I'll catch another cab back later. With that, Zhuan Yanyan closed the car door, then hurriedly headed towards the Guamao Center, seemingly really suffering from a stomachache. Lu Wan watched her leave, feeling that something was off. Ignoring whether Lu Wan would notice anything, Zhuan Yanyan entered the Guamao Center and quickly walked to the rest area. After scanning the area, she saw Hanshin and immediately walked over to him, swaying her slender waist and sitting on the chair to his left. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Hanshin turned his head to glance at her long, fair legs, unable to resist reaching out to touch them. Seeing this, Zhuan Yanyan directly pushed his hand away and said leisurely, touching someone's legs as soon as you meet them, Hanshin, you're a bit too much. Hanshin heard this and said lightly, just now in the LV store, I found a pretty dress and wanted to measure your body to see if it fits you. If it does, I'll buy it for you. But now. Zhuan Yanyan's lips twitched at these words. Before he could finish speaking, she immediately grabbed the hand that she had pushed away and placed it on her leg, saying seriously, if you just want to measure my body, that's fine. Come on, measure it. Hanshin smiled at the scene and didn't hold back, rubbing her leg firmly. It must be said that Zhuan Yanyan's slender and long body made her legs round, white, tender, and elastic, with a very nice touch. However, Hanshin was not satisfied with just Zhuan Yanyan's legs. After a moment, his hand quickly moved up and directly embraced her waist. You, measuring your body measurements, isn't that normal? That's enough, there are people everywhere here. Zhuan Yanyan stared at him somewhat shyly. Zhuan Yanyan's collection rate reaches 50%. Seeing that he had collected enough, Hanshin didn't go too far, just wiped off the oil and said with a smile, you're a smart person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush with you. Don't go back tonight. Come with me to have some fun later. As long as you nod in agreement, I can take you to LV for shopping now. We both get what we want, how about it? Zhuan Yanyan said, how much shopping? Is it the 52,000 bag and the dress you mentioned? Hanshin said, I'll give you a credit limit of 100,000. Zuan Yanyan frowned and shook her head. Not enough. Han Shen heard this and let go of her waist, his expression turning cold as he said, don't be too greedy. Your annual salary is not even 100,000. 200,000. Zuan Yanyan bit her lip and said, I saw several things I liked at the LV store. As long as you agree, not just tonight, but within this year, as long as you think of me, I'll be there. Han Shen heard her say this, raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat moved, but still said coldly, this year? Huh? Are you trying to latch onto me? Zuan Yanyan moved her delicate body closer to Han Shen, then reached out and pulled his arm, hugging it to her well-endowed chest, and said coquettishly, it's not that I want to latch onto you, I won't make you responsible, I won't even care if you have dealings with other women, I just think you're a good person and want to get to know you more. Don't you want to have a beautiful pet that can be at your beck and call? Although Zuan Yanyan's words made Han Shen feel good, he still maintained a stern expression and said, forget it, there are so many beauties in Yangcheng, how many times can I use you in a year? Your words are a bit hurtful. How about this, 200,000 is also acceptable, but you have to help me pursue Lu Wan. What, you're interested in Wanner? Zuan Yanyan was stunned, then shook her head frantically, no, you can pursue other women, but Wanner is my best friend, she's off limits. Then there's nothing to talk about? Brother, don't be like this. You're putting me in a difficult position, you know? Seeing that she didn't outright refuse, but only expressed difficulty, Han Shen knew there was room for negotiation. After thinking for a moment, he said, as long as this matter succeeds, I can give you another credit limit of 100,000. Zuan Yanyan's breath paused at his words, the light in her eyes flickering, caught in an extremely complex mental struggle. After a moment, she took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said, I can agree, but Wanner has high standards and tastes, she's not easy to pursue. Han Shen said, whether she's easy to pursue or not, that's not for you to decide. Just follow what I say when the time comes, help me create opportunities, and I'll take care of the rest myself, you don't need to worry about it. Alright. Be gentle, you're hurting me. Hee, you have a nice figure. Of course, it was originally meant for my future husband, but now, you're really benefiting from it. I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by benefiting from it? Have I shortchanged you on the credit I've given you? It seems like you're the one at a loss. It's true that you haven't cashed it in yet. What if you're deceiving me? Then I would be at a big loss. True, if I turn around and leave now, I would make a huge profit. You dare. Zuan Yanyan tightly held Han Shen's arm, showing no intention of letting go. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. Let's go, I'll take you to shop at LV now. Han Shen chuckled, then got up and let Zuan Yanyan hold his arm as they headed towards the LV store on the third floor. Half an hour later, when the two came out of the Guamao Center, Zuan Yanyan had an unremovable smile on her face, carrying 8 shopping bags with the LV logo. Among them were 2 handbags, 2 dresses, 1 t-shirt, 1 pair of pants, and 2 pairs of shoes. Han Shen spent a total of 203,000 yuan on these items, and he didn't argue with Zuan Yanyan about the extra 3,000 yuan. How do you feel now that you have your things? Happy? Han Shen asked with a smile. Yes, I'm happy, thank you, brother Han Shen, you're so generous. Zuan Yanyan was in a very good mood at the moment. She tiptoed and pecked Han Shen's cheek twice. This time shopping at LV really made her happy. She finally got all the things she had wanted to buy but couldn't afford. In the future, whether at work or going out, she could confidently wear LV clothes, carry LV bags, and no longer worry about carrying a fake bag and being afraid of being recognized. Han Shen said, I've fulfilled my promises, now, isn't it time for you to fulfill yours? Zuan Yanyan's fair cheeks blushed slightly, she shyly nodded, don't worry, I will fulfill it. Tonight, no matter what you ask me to do, I'll listen to you. Not just tonight. Also, there's Lu Qian. I know. This year is all about you, and I'll try to help you with Lu Qian, but in the end, it depends on your efforts. Even if it doesn't work out, I won't lose much, I can always change my target, but you will lose 100,000 yuan in credit. In fact, Zuan Yanyan's initial goal was only 200,000 yuan in credit. But now that this goal has been achieved, upon hearing Han Shen's words, she began to feel a bit uncertain again, even feeling a sense of discomfort that if she didn't help Han Shen get Lu Qian, she would lose 100,000 yuan. After leaving the Guamao Center, the two didn't wander outside, but quickly arrived at the hotel room Han Shen had arranged. As soon as they entered the room, Han Shen closed the door and his hand, which had been on Zuan Yanyan's waist, began to misbehave. After teasing for a while, with a slap, his hand landed on her elastic buttocks. Zuan Yanyan let out a muffled groan, then dropped the shopping bags in her hand, turned around and used her hand to hold Han Shen's neck, gazing softly at him. Seeing this, Han Shen couldn't resist and directly lowered his head to kiss her. Not long after, Zuan Yanyan's emotions surged, her breathing slightly erratic, and her graceful body fell into Han Shen's arms. Han Shan lifted her waist and walked to the window, gently placing her on the windowsill. Bathed in the dazzling neon lights outside the window, the two chatted about happy things. It wasn't until the sky brightened that the lights in the room finally went out. Left Nian's collection rate reached 60%, 65%, 69%, 75%, 80%. The collection rate has reached the standard. You have obtained a plus 3-month Superman Identity Experience card. The next afternoon, Han Shen carried bags of shopping bags and returned to his residence happily. Last night, he spent the night studying math problems with Left Nian in the hotel, directly raising her collection rate to 80% and obtaining Treasure Chest 1. As a result, the time for the Superman Identity Experience was directly extended by 3 months. After staying in the rental for a while, Han Shen changed into a set of casual clothes purchased at LV yesterday and quickly went out again. He hurried to Tianma Road and swiftly stored the 50 tons of white wheat in the system warehouse. Originally planned to collect it last night, but due to a sudden visit to Left Nian, it was delayed until now. Fortunately, it was not a big problem and did not affect the overall situation. System host, Han Shen wealth value, 83 points current identities, Spacetime Smuggler, Superman, as of August 16th, system warehouse, 50 tons of white wheat. You have a tradable market, choose to spend 50 tons of white wheat. Han Shen had a thought and switched to the page of the Spacetime smuggling system to start the smuggling transaction. Expenditure, 50 tons of white wheat plus 60 wealth points. Gain, 50 yellow croakers. The smuggling transaction quickly ended. Han Shen looked at the system warehouse column and directly took out a yellow croaker. In an instant, a golden object appeared in his hand, as if leaping out of the void. This was a small gold bar from the Republic of China period, weighing about 37 grams in modern weight units. Han Shen lightly touched the small yellow croaker with his fingers, feeling the patterns and cool metal texture on it. One side was engraved with 1 or 2 in the market, while the other side was engraved with central mint casting and purity and serial number in traditional Chinese characters. Calculated at the current gold recycling price, the price of this small yellow croaker was about 16,000 yuan. 50 yellow croakers added up to only about 800,000 yuan. However, it was obvious that this item had some antique value, thus adding additional worth. Han Shen took out his phone and searched online. He found that the single yellow croaker gold bar from the central mint had a collection value generally between 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Based on this price calculation, the 50 yellow croakers in his hand were worth about 2.5 million to 3 million yuan. Hey, it's more than 10 times the profit again. Han Shen grinned, showing a joyful expression. After some thought, he opened WeChat and found Gu Haodong's WeChat account. I'll consult this person on WeChat first to see the specific value of these yellow croakers. Muttering to himself, Han Shen quickly edited a message and sent it over. Mr. Gu, sorry to bother you, I have something to ask. Although he only had a brief encounter with the other party, due to a friendly trade cooperation, Han Shen had a good impression of him. His idea was to sell the yellow croakers to him directly if it was suitable, or find another sales route if not. Gu Haodong was probably busy, and it took nearly half an hour before he replied to Han Shen's message. What's the matter, Mr. Han, please tell me. Well, I want to inquire about the current market price of yellow croakers from the Republic of China period. Mr. Gu, do you have any research on this? Yellow croakers from the Republic of China period? It depends on which type it is. The cheaper ones are only worth the current spot gold price, while the slightly more expensive ones are 3 to 4 times the spot gold price. Why, Mr. Han, do you have yellow croakers to sell? That's right, I have a batch of these items in my hands. Can you make a video call for me to take a look? Of course. The two quickly connected via WeChat video call. Han Shen aimed the camera at a small yellow fish in his hand and said, just like this, Mr. Gu, please help me take a look. It's not really appraising, I'm just observing, Gu Haodong politely replied, then focused on the gold bars in the video, purity 9910, number CD24732. Oh, Mr. Han, is this small yellow fish minted by the Central Mint? Bring the camera closer, let me have a closer look. Han Shen followed his instructions and moved the camera closer. After watching for a moment, Gu Haodong said, the market price for a single one of these small yellow fish is probably over 50,000. Mr. Han, if you want to sell, I can offer you 52,000 for the one in your hand. I have more than just this one. All from the Central Mint? Yes, they are. Are they in consecutive numbers? If they are, the price will be higher. No, they are not. If they are not in consecutive numbers, then the price will be around 50,000. If you are willing to sell, we can discuss further. After some thought, Han Shen said, Mr. Gu, give me a sincere price. If it's suitable, we can continue to cooperate in the future. Gu Haodong pondered for a moment and said, the price of 52,000 for a single one is already quite high. How about this, Mr. Han, bring the goods to me, I'll take a look offline first, and then we can continue our discussion, how about that? Alright, please give me the address. Just come to a shop called Hanhai Gold Store on Fenghuang Road. With the address in hand, Han Chen temporarily ended the conversation with Gu Haodong. He quickly left Tianma Road and headed towards Fenghuang Road. Upon arriving at Fenghuang Road, instead of going to Hanhai Gold Store immediately, he went to a nearby shop and bought a mahogany box. He carefully placed all 50 small yellow fish into the box before leisurely making his way to Hanhai Gold Store. Gu Haodong was smoking at the entrance of Hanhai Gold Store. When he saw Han Chen, he immediately greeted him, Mr. Han, you're here. As he spoke, he took out a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes and offered one to Han Chen. Han Chen waved his hand, thank you, I don't smoke. Gu Haodong put away the cigarettes upon hearing this, then extinguished the cigarette in his mouth and smiled, actually, I don't like smoking either, it's bad for health. But thinking that it can contribute to the country's military expenses, I occasionally have a few. By the way, did you bring the goods? Here they are, Han Chen said, patting the mahogany box in his hand. This is not the place to discuss business matters, come in, let's talk inside. Gu Haodong led Han Chen into the gold store, passed through the lobby, and arrived at a reception room at the back. After sitting down, he had someone prepare tea for Han Chen. Han Chen asked, is this gold store opened by you, Mr. Gu? Gu Haodong nodded. To open such a large shop in this location, Mr. Gu, you must be quite powerful. Oh, it's just a way to make a living. After chatting for a while, Han Chen placed the mahogany box on a coffee table and opened it. Gu Haodong quickly put on white gloves and carefully took out the small yellow fish from the box to inspect them. After a few minutes, Gu Haodong had examined all 50 small yellow fish and said, honestly, Mr. Han, this batch of small yellow fish you have is all good quality and has good collectible value. However, the price I offered you earlier is almost at my personal limit. I can only add another 20,000 to the total price of this batch. 262,000? Yes, 262,000 for these 50 small yellow fish. Of course, if you think this price is low, you can check elsewhere. Business is not just about profit, we can cooperate again in the future. This price was naturally within Han Chen's acceptable range. He chose to come to Gu Haodong because they had agreed on a similar total price, so he decided to sell directly to him. So, after pretending to ponder for about 10 seconds, Han Chen slapped his thigh and said, alright, 62 million it is, Gu boss, you are straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. Straightforward, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Is it the same bank account as last time? Yes, the same as last time. Okay, please wait a moment. 2 minutes later. Dear user, an amount of 62 million yuan was transferred to your account ending in 5188 at 3:31 p.m. on April 18, 2023. With the appearance of this bank text message, Han Chen's account also increased by 62 million renminbi. With over 2 million coming in, Han Chen clenched his fists excitedly. After having tea at Hanhai Gold Shop, he got up to say goodbye, but before leaving, he asked Gu Haodong, Gu boss, how much is the 999 gold bar in your shop? 999 gold bar? Pure gold. Gu Haodong said, it is generally priced based on the spot price of gold on the day, with an additional 10 yuan per gram. Han Chen nodded slightly. This price was slightly lower than the one he had spent at the previous gold shop. When he needed to purchase gold in the future, he could consider starting from Gu Haodong's shop. After leaving Hanhai Gold Shop, Han Chen stood on the street, basking in the hot afternoon sun, looking down at his phone screen showing a balance of 36 million yuan, feeling a surge of excitement. Next, it's time for the smuggling trade of 10 wild ginseng plants. It's easy to get the 10 tons of drinking water needed for smuggling, but to get the 150 wealth points for express delivery, I have to spend 27 million yuan. Wealth points, these are crucial. In fact, most of the items needed for various smuggling activities are quite cheap. For example, the next trade involving 100 wild ginseng plants only requires 10 tons of drinking water, which is a type of water commonly used by urban residents. In comparison, the wealth points required for express delivery involve spending a substantial amount of money. Of course, wealth points are also very powerful, not only for smuggling express delivery but also for purchasing goods within the Superhuman system. Let's spend the money first, leave 500,000 yuan in the account for emergencies, and spend the rest to convert into wealth points. Well, let's go buy the storage tanks needed for the 10 tons of drinking water. Spending a few thousand yuan, Han Shen bought 10 food-grade storage tanks, each capable of storing 1 ton of water. Since these storage tanks were related to the smuggling trade, the system automatically allowed them to be stored in the warehouse. Therefore, Han Shen easily brought these 10 storage tanks back to his rental house through the system's warehouse transfer. The rental house had DN20 pipes and pressurized water taps, with a fast flow rate. However, 10 tons of water were not a small amount. Han Shen worked from 5 in the afternoon until 9:30 in the evening to fill the 10 storage tanks and store them in the system warehouse. After finishing, he nibbled on lamb chops while sending a message to Zuan Nian on WeChat. "How's it going, Nian Nian?" Zuan Nian quickly replied, "Brother, you wore me out last night, let me rest for a few days before we talk, okay?" "Han Shen, what do you mean I wore you out? You've been saying it's not enough all along, do you want more?" Zuan Nian, "Pa, I'm not like that, don't slander me, I'm not that kind of person." Han Shen, "Hey, whether you are that kind of person, you know it yourself." After chatting with Zuan Nian on WeChat for a while, Han Shen didn't rush her to get things done and quickly ended the conversation. Just as he was about to open Douyin to watch a live broadcast, a local stranger from Yangcheng suddenly occupied his phone screen with an incoming call. "Hello, who is this?" Han Shen slid to answer the call and connected. "May I ask if you have stainless steel coils for sale? I just saw the message you posted online." "Yes. Are they all 0.5 mm thick stainless steel coils?" "Yes. I see you priced it at 15,000 yuan per ton, isn't it overpriced? You won't make money at this price." Hearing this, Han Shen smiled and said, "I'm not planning to make money. This batch of goods is sold at a loss, just want to quickly recover the funds. If you are interested, we can exchange WeChat contacts and arrange a time to inspect the goods." The person opposite said, "Let me ask first, how much stock do you have?" "Altogether about 100 tons. "About 100 tons, okay, let's exchange WeChat first." After hanging up the phone, the two quickly added each other as WeChat friends. After chatting on WeChat for a while, they finally agreed to meet the next day to inspect the goods. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Han Shen met the person on Tianma Road, a man in his 40s named He. After leading him to the warehouse to inspect the goods, Han Shen found that this guy was obviously interested in the goods but wanted to delay and negotiate the price. Seeing this, Han Shen said directly, "Bossy, I only have this amount of goods, there's no point in bargaining with me here. How about this, let's be straightforward, I'll give you a discount of 30,000 yuan for shipping, you take one. 47 million. If you agree, call the truck to come and load the goods, if not, then I won't entertain you." Bossy hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Deal, 1. 47 million. Han, please give me your bank account, I'll have someone transfer the money to you." "That's more like it, no need to beat around the bush." Han Shen smiled and gave his bank account information to the other party. 3 minutes later, 1.47 million yuan was successfully transferred. Next, it was time to load the goods. Bossy quickly brought 3 trailers specially designed for transporting steel coils, as well as a crane, and took away the 10 steel coils. With the task completed, it was lunchtime. After having lunch, Han Shen started thinking about how to spend money to accumulate wealth. With the recent 1.47 million yuan deposited, he now had 4.83 million yuan in his account. Following the plan to keep 500,000 yuan for emergencies and spend the rest, he had over 4 million to spend. "I have enough clothes for now, no need to spend more in that area, so I'll focus on cars and houses. No rush for the house, it's best to wait until I have enough money to buy a mansion directly. As for cars, not having one is inconvenient, so I'll get a sports car for transportation." With a plan in mind, Han Shen started searching online for Ferrari sales outlets in Yangcheng. There were no 4S stores, and there were only a few Ferrari sales outlets in the entire Huaxia, but there were some in Yangcheng. Taking a taxi to the Ferrari Experience Center in Yangcheng, Han Shen walked in through the tall glass doors. However, as soon as he entered the store, his eyes narrowed slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Zhuangli, why is this woman here?" Standing to his side was a tall and shapely beautiful woman. She was Han Shen's female boss, Zhuangli, the department manager of the planning department of Fund Finance Technology Company. She was dressed in a black OL professional outfit, the crisp suit jacket cleverly outlining her waistline. Above her waist, she had a well-endowed figure, and below her waist, a pair of long legs were covered in trousers, appearing straight and slender. She exuded both the competence and neatness of a professional woman, as well as elegance and taste. At the moment he saw her, a virtual screen appeared in Han Shen's mind about her. Zhuangli, a beautiful woman. Treasure chest 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive a 3-month trial fund manager identity experience card. A 3-month trial fund manager identity experience card. "Miss Shuang, you've become my target. Glancing at the content on the virtual screen in front of him, Han Chen licked his lips and looked at Zhuang Li's graceful figure, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. In the lobby of the Ferrari Experience store, Zhuang Li was glaring at a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, gritting her teeth and saying, "Zhuang Na, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make me angry?" The girl named Zhuang Na looked somewhat guilty as she looked at Zhuang Li and said, "Sis, I know I was wrong. I'm working now. Give me some face, don't cause a scene here, okay?" Zhuang Li coldly said, "Now you're afraid of losing face, you know the importance of face? Alright sis, let's talk about it when we get back. There are customers, I won't talk to you, I have to go attend to them." As she spoke, Zhuang Na caught sight of a young man at the door and immediately ran over as if she had found a lifeline. Approaching him, Zhuang Na put on a polite smile and greeted, "Sir, hello, may I help you with anything? I'm here to see the cars." Han Chen looked at the girl and spoke softly, but his gaze was focused on another semi-transparent virtual screen in his field of vision. Zhuang Na, a graceful beauty. Treasure Box 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive a plus 3-month Superman Identity Experience card. Treasure Box 2, understand her difficulties and help her through them, you will receive 1/10 of a time Smuggler Identity, Intermediate. Then please follow me this way. Zhuang Na said, about to lead Han Chen to the nearby car exhibition hall to see the cars. "Han Chen, what are you doing here?" Just then, Zhuang Li's voice suddenly came, sounding surprised and questioning. Han Chen glanced at Zhuang Li and smiled faintly. "Manager Zhuang, you really have a broad reach. I took a leave of absence. Even if I go to heaven, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you care what I do here?" Zhuang Li's face darkened at his words. "You dare to talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll come back and make things difficult for you?" Han Chen chuckled. "Look at you, just a department manager, think you're so great? Using a chicken feather as an arrow." Zhuang Li's face twitched, her fists clenched, looking like she wanted to hit someone. Han Chen couldn't be bothered with her and said to Zhuang Na, "Miss, aren't you supposed to take me to see the cars? Let's go." Zhuang Li said coldly, "You, with a monthly salary of 6,000, coming to Ferrari to see cars? Ha, I don't know where you get the courage." Before Han Chen could reply, Zhuang Na, looking displeased, said, "Sis, don't go too far. Sir, please ignore her, come this way with me. Who says someone with a monthly salary of 6,000 can't come to Ferrari to see cars?" Although Zhuang Na didn't know what Han Chen's situation was, looking at his LV outfit, she knew he was definitely not poor. Maybe, even though he only had a monthly salary of 6,000, he had 60 million at home. With this mindset, Zhuang Na politely invited Han Chen to go see the cars. In the car exhibition hall, Han Chen stopped in front of a bright red sports car. Seeing this, Zhuang Na moved closer to Han Chen, her fingers lightly sliding over the sleek body of the red sports car, then cleared her throat and began to introduce, "Sir, this car is our store's star model, the Ferrari F8. Its design inspiration comes from Ferrari's consistent racing tradition, while incorporating the most cutting-edge technological elements. It is equipped with a 3.9-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 2.9 seconds, with a top speed of 340 km per hour. At the same time, its suspension system and braking system have been carefully tuned and optimized, providing excellent handling and stability whether at high speeds or in corners." Of course, as a high-end sports car, the interior of this car is also very luxurious and comfortable, she said, opening the door of the Ferrari and continued to introduce, "You can see that every detail inside the car has been carefully designed and crafted. Whether it's the material of the seats or the layout of the dashboard, it reflects the pursuit of quality and detail." Han Chen nodded slightly, not judging Zhuang Na's awkward boasting. Although Ferrari's quality control is indeed top-notch, it may not necessarily offer a much superior driving experience compared to electric cars costing hundreds of thousands. However, the current anchor point of this thing is supercars, a man's facade. When you drive it out, others will know that your car is worth millions, just like luxury brands such as LV, Chanel, and Hermes. Next, Han Chen felt that he should continue to focus on picking up girls for a while. And to pick up girls, the two things used as a facade, clothing and cars, must be well-known and expensive. In this regard, domestic brands currently have no substitutes. Han Chen asked, "How much does this car cost now?" Zhuang Na replied, "The bare car price of this F8 is now 3.48 million yuan, including luxury car tax, purchase tax, compulsory insurance, vehicle and vessel tax, registration fee, and commercial insurance. The on-the-road price is about 4.25 million yuan. The tricky thing about luxury cars is that the actual on-the-road price of a car generally needs to be 20% to 30% higher than the bare car price. If you add some miscellaneous options, it can exceed 30%. Anyway, this thing only tricks rich people, never poor people." If I choose to buy a car now, when can I get the car? It depends on whether you choose additional options. If you do, the car needs to be produced and shipped from overseas factories, usually taking about 3 months to deliver. What if I don't choose any options? You can get the car this afternoon, and we can help you complete the registration and payment within 3 hours. If I pay in full for the car now, are there any discounts? We currently don't have any promotions in our store. Zhuang Na hesitated and said, but if you can pay in full for the car now, I can help you negotiate the on-the-road price down to 2 million yuan. Han Chen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take out his bank card, swipe it, and pay for the car directly, Zhuangli, who had followed along, crossed her arms and sarcastically said, save your worries. With his monthly salary of a few thousand, do you really expect him to order a Ferrari? Stop wasting time with him, come over and tell me what's going on with you. Zhuangli, are you annoying? Can't you see I'm busy? I'm just telling you the truth. I know what kind of person this kid is better than you. Know what? Wait until I get off work and we'll talk at home. Now, immediately, disappear and don't delay my work. Zhuang Na glared angrily at her sister. She had just had a premonition that this deal might be about to close, but now with Zhuangli's interference, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Zhuangli sneered at her words, but still stood there motionless, apparently not planning to leave. At the same time, Han Chen looked at the new system prompt in front of him, raising his eyebrows slightly. Treasure chest 2, if you can braid Zhuangli's hair into reins and make her cry at your workplace, you will receive a plus 3-month fund manager experience card. This description of the challenge. Han Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that this system was a bit inappropriate. However, regardless of its appropriateness, the specific content struck a chord with Han Chen. If you could really pull down this arrogant, high and mighty, and disdainful female boss from her high position, shatter her pride, then stand behind her, weaving her beautiful hair into reins and holding them in your hand, listening to her gasping for breath as she cries and begs for mercy, that would indeed be a satisfying and anticipated thing. Han Chen said leisurely, Manager Zhuang, do you know, you ruined your sister's business deal? Zhuangli retorted, what are you pretending to be? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Zhuang Na angrily interrupted her sister, saying, shut up. Sir, please don't stoop to her level. Han Chen calmly said, go call your manager here. Zhuang Na hesitated for a moment and said, alright, please wait a moment. Unable to refuse Han Chen's request, Zhuang Na hurriedly ran off in high heels to call the manager. Zhuangli glanced at Han Chen and said, if you want to leave, then leave quickly. If you want to show off, go somewhere else. In front of me, you can't pull it off. Han Chen met her beautiful eyes and said, Manager Zhuang, the way you are now, really looks like you haven't eaten for 8 lifetimes. What do you mean? Lack of grass. Zhuangli's beautiful eyes narrowed at Han Chen's words, and she glared at him fiercely, say that again? Han Chen stared back at her defiantly, I'm saying, you need to be taught a lesson. What's wrong with that? Your mouth needs to be shut up properly by someone, then you'll behave. You think you can get away with it. In the company, you often use your little power to make things difficult for me. Now we're outside, and you're still acting tough. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If there were no cameras here, in a place where no one is around, I could have dealt with you on the spot. Do you believe me? Zhuangli's face turned red, her chest heaving unevenly with anger. Han Chen sneered, don't think I'm joking. Just wait and see, I'll deal with you sooner or later, make you kneel down and call me daddy. Zhuangli's eyes flashed with anger, gritting her teeth, a poor loser like you, what else can you do besides talking big? Han Chen coldly said, whether I'm talking big or not, you'll find out later. With that, Han Chen's gaze seemed to sweep over her body as if stripping off all her clothes. Zhuangli felt embarrassed and annoyed by his gaze, her legs tensed, and she said sternly, don't look at me with those dirty eyes. Han Chen chuckled but didn't reply. His gaze, however, answered everything. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Zhuangli was going crazy at this moment, but she was helpless against Han Chen. Just then, Zhuang Na led a heavily made-up woman in her 30s to this place. Sir, may I ask what you're looking for? I want to buy a car. Just negotiated, a new Ferrari F8, final price 2 million, okay? Okay, of course, is it in installments or full payment? Installments? Full payment. Han Chen took out his bank card and said, bring the POS machine over, I'll swipe the card now. The female manager's face lit up at his words, she quickly nudged Zhuang Na beside her, Xiao Zhuang, what are you standing there for? Go quickly to the cashier and get the POS machine, hurry. Oh, okay. Zhuang Na replied and immediately ran to get the POS machine, handing it to the female manager. The female manager took the POS machine, inserted Han Chen's bank card, entered 2 million for the transfer, and then had Han Chen input his password. Your wealth value plus 420. ZZ. With the sound of the machine spitting out the receipt for 2 million, successfully paid. Zhuangli, who saw the scene, was stunned on the spot. The card was successfully swiped. That's for 2 million yuan. She was a bit dumbfounded, with waves of shock and turmoil in her heart. What's going on? Han Chen, weren't you pretending to be rich? Do you really have so much money? Sir, this is your bank card, please keep it safe. By the way, I haven't asked for your surname yet. Han Chen took the bank card and said, Miss, please go prepare the contract, I will talk to your salesperson. Okay. The female manager nodded quickly, then said to Zhuang Na, Xiao Zhuang, please take care of Mr. Han. After the female manager finished speaking, she left. Zhuang Na looked at Han Chen with a face full of joy. Mr. Han, thank you. Han Chen said, thank you for what? Do you think that just because your sister mocked me earlier, I should give you the commission for this deal? Zhuang Na's face turned pale, she bit her lip, wanting to say something but couldn't. Han Chen patted her shoulder and said, but this matter can be discussed, but we can't discuss it here, right? Zhuang Na felt a glimmer of hope in her heart and said quickly, our VIP room is over there, Mr. Han, please follow me. With that, she gave a fierce look at Zhuangli, who was still in a daze, and then led Han Chen to the VIP room. Watching the two of them leave, Zhuangli finally came to his senses. Han Chen, this guy actually bought a Ferrari in full. This is trouble, I treated him like that before, he will definitely retaliate against me, what should I do? Zhuangli was a little confused for a while, but looking at her phone and seeing that it was almost time to go to work in the afternoon, she couldn't continue to stay here, so she quickly turned and left. In the VIP room, Zhuang Na brewed a cup of Longjing tea for Han Chen, then sat opposite him respectfully, with a smile on her face. I'm really sorry about what happened just now, Mr. Han, I'm really sorry, I hope you can forgive me. Han Chen picked up the Longjing tea, took 2 sips, then put down the teacup and said lightly, if apologies worked, you would be making money too easily. Zhuang Na's eyes flickered and she asked, Mr. Han, what do you want? Just say it. Accompany me for a meal later, and then give me your time tonight. Zhuang Na looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Han, you may have misunderstood. I'm not the kind of salesperson who provides extra services. You're not that kind of person? No, I've been in this industry for half a year, and I've never crossed the line. Then your performance must be very poor, right? It's okay. Zhuang Na smiled bitterly. Okay, I admit, it's really not very good. Basically I can only get a few thousand yuan in basic salary every month. So, I'm giving you a deal now, are you really willing to refuse me? If you miss this deal, you may have to wait a long time for the next confirmed order. These words hit Zhuang Na's sore spot. She hesitated, struggling in her heart. If it were before, she would definitely refuse, but she had recently done something stupid, which resulted in her owing a lot of money, so she really needed money now. However, when she thought of her original intention, she felt very hesitant. I am someone who wants to be with a rich man, I can't sell myself cheaply for just one order. At this moment, Han Chen's voice suddenly came, when I came here just now, I heard you and your sister arguing, it seems like something happened, can you tell me about it? Zhuang Na hesitated for a moment, sighed and said, there's nothing inconvenient to say, many people in the store know about this. It's just that I saw an investment opportunity some time ago, got excited, borrowed money to invest, and got cheated, so now I owe 300,000. And the guarantor at the time used my sister's contact information, which implicated her, sigh. It's already 2023, and you still fell for this kind of scam? The introducer is a good girlfriend of mine, and also a distant relative of my family. At that time, I really thought it was a good thing, but who knew? Zhuang Na's face was full of bitterness. She was not a foolish person, ordinary scams couldn't deceive her at all. But the scam set up by a good girlfriend and relative really got her trapped. Even now, she still finds it hard to believe that she was deceived. After learning about Zhuang Na's difficulties, Han Chen had a plan in mind. Just 300,000 RMB, not much. It seemed that completing the task of the second treasure chest on this girl wouldn't be difficult. So, Han Chen thought for a moment and said slowly, if I can help you solve this debt, would you be willing to repay me? Ha! Zhuang Na was startled at the words, then showed a look of surprise. Her voice excitedly said, Mr. Han, can you really help me? Are you serious? You recognize the needle, I will be serious. Han Chen smiled slightly, seeing a hint of warmth in her eyes. Zhuang Na met his gaze, her fair face instantly blushing, looking somewhat shy and embarrassed. But she only hesitated and struggled for a moment, then quickly made up her mind. She took a deep breath, looked at Han Chen seriously, and further confirmed, Mr. Han, that's 300,000, not a small amount of money. To me, it's just a small amount of money. Han Chen shrugged, looking confident. Zhuang Na had no doubt about his words. After all, his behavior of entering the store and paying for 2 million renminbi for a car in full within just over 10 minutes had already proven his strength. To be honest, she didn't have much ambition. Although she didn't deny being materialistic, her original intention had always been to find a wealthy sugar daddy, cling to him, and live a life of eating and drinking without having to clock in for work. Even though she had encountered people who had designs on her before, unfortunately, those people were not really interested in taking advantage of her. Mainly because the conditions they offered did not meet her minimum standards, so she had to suppress her restless heart. And now, when she was in debt, she met a man who was willing to help her settle a debt of 300,000. Honestly, at this critical moment, she really didn't have the courage to refuse. Moreover, this guy in front of her looked quite young, and his appearance was not bad, much better than those middle-aged, pot-bellied old men. Faced with such an opportunity, there was really no need to hesitate, just go for it. Otherwise, she might miss this chance. Blushing, Zhuang Na said softly, If you can really help me settle this debt, then I will repay you well. No, how should I repay you? I will repay you that way. After speaking, Zhuang Na stood up, moved her delicate body, sat down beside Han Chen, then reached out and grabbed his hand, placing it on her chest, looking at him nervously. Seeing that she agreed so readily, Han Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Feeling satisfied, he weighed her chest with his big hand, then said with a smile, After we finish the procedures and pick up the car, you will come with me. Today, I will help you settle the 300,000 debt. Okay, thank you, Mr. Han. Oh, that bill. Naturally, it's yours. 3 hours later, all the procedures were completed. After a brief test drive of the new car, and once she was familiar with the handling of the Ferrari, he directly let Zhuang Na sit in the passenger seat and drove away. The brand new red Ferrari, like a burning flame, raced through the streets, attracting the envious eyes of many passers-by and car owners. Due to a previous mistake in transferring funds, Han Chen did not plan to transfer the 300,000 renminbi owed by Zhuang Na directly to her. Instead, he intended to exchange the money for gold bars first, and then give her the gold bars to repay the debt herself. Although it was a bit troublesome, it ensured that no wealth would be lost. On the car, Han Chen smelled a faint leather scent, as well as the fragrance emanating from Zhuang Na's body, feeling good. His big hand reached to the right, directly crossing the armrest box and resting on Zhuang Na's slender and round beautiful legs, unabashedly searching for everything he wanted. Soon, Zhuang Na's breathing became somewhat unstable, but she pretended not to know anything, allowing Han Chen to bully her. After a moment, Han Chen slightly reduced the speed of the car, then reached out and pulled Zhuang Na's body over, pressing her head directly into his arms. Han Gu, what are you doing? The genuine leather belt I bought at LV the day before yesterday seems to have a problem. It's a bit tight. I'm driving now and can't let go. Could you please help me untie it and see what the problem is? Han Chen said, seeing her hesitating due to shyness, and continued, I'm about to take you to a jewelry store on Fenghuang Road to buy a 300,000 yuan gold bar, and then give it to you. On the first day we met, I treated you like this, which can be considered as opening my heart and lungs, right? Indeed, thank you, Han Gu, you are a good person. Zhuang Na said, don't give me the good person card, I don't like it. Han Chen held her fair and smooth chin with his hand. It's about half an hour's drive to Fenghuang Road. I want to see your sincerity, don't disappoint me, okay? Zhuang Na, probably because of Han Chen's words, lowered her head shyly. Then she licked her rosy lips, hesitated to speak, then as if making a firm decision, her cheeks bulged, stammering, Han Gu, rest assured, I won't let you down. Okay, good girl. Han Chen was very satisfied with the situation, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he continued to step on the gas pedal, driving steadily. After more than half an hour, the Ferrari parked in a spot on Fenghuang Road. The two got out of the car. Zhuang Na stood obediently next to Han Chen, but suddenly Han Chen reached out and took a piece of white paper, wiping her face with it. Don't move, there's dirt, let me wipe it for you. Zhuang Na didn't move, just looking shy, letting Han Chen wipe her cheeks. Okay, let's go. After finishing, Han Chen led her straight into the Hanhai jewelry store. Ko Haodong was not there at the moment, and Han Chen didn't greet him, but directly spent 300,000 yuan in the store, purchased a batch of gold, and handed it to Zhuang Na. Holding the gold bar, Zhuang Na's tender face, which had been excited, turned pale and red in an instant, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Han Chen. Han Gu, thank you, really thank you so much, sniff. As she spoke, her eyes became slightly red, and her voice choked up. Han Chen smiled, if you really want to thank me, find a quiet place later to express your gratitude properly, it's not convenient here. Zhuang Na wiped the corner of her eye, shyly and earnestly said, yes, I won't let you down, Han Gu, really. Ha, then we'll see your performance later. Han Shen laughed heartily, hugged her slender waist. Let's go, find a place to eat. After taking Zhuang Na to dinner, the sky had completely darkened. After wandering outside for a while, when Zhuang Na exchanged the 300,000 yuan gold bar for money and paid it back online, a prompt finally appeared in front of Han Shen indicating that the conditions had been met. Conditions met. Congratulations on obtaining 1/10 intermediate timespace smuggler identity. 1 out of 10 intermediate timespace smuggler identity. This is an upgrade sequence progress. When you collect all 10 out of 10 progress, your timespace smuggler identity will automatically advance to the intermediate stage. At this stage, the timespace smuggling market will have higher value and more functions. Turn off the pop-up prompt in front of you. Han Shen stepped on the gas pedal, quickly drove the Ferrari F8 to find a hotel to check in. In a high-end decorated guest room, Han Shen tore off Zhuang Na's high silk, lifted her up against the wall, while Zhuang Na hugged his neck with both hands, looking at him affectionately. Han Shen's lower body was stable at the moment, his movements were quick, but his expression seemed somewhat surprised. You've never had a serious boyfriend before? No, Han Ge, you are my first. Well, that's a bit troublesome. I'm not planning to have a girlfriend for the time being. It's okay. Zhuang Na's eyes were a bit misty, her voice intermittent. Let's take it slow. Slowly. Just then, Zhuang Na's phone rang. Both of them were in a good mood at the moment, chatting happily, and didn't bother to answer the phone. But the phone kept ringing, until 3 minutes later, Han Shen carried Zhuang Na to where she had put her phone, and placed her on the sofa. Zhuang Na knelt on the sofa, quickly reached for her bag, took out her phone, glanced back at Han Shen, and asked, "It's my sister's call, can I answer it?" "If you want to answer, go ahead." Han Shen stood behind her, busy with his own affairs, nodded, indicating she could do as she pleased. Zhuang Na's finger moved on the phone screen, slid to answer the call, cleared her throat and said, "Hello, sister, I'm discussing work outside, tonight, I might not be able to come back, you don't need to worry about me." On the other end of the phone, seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock at night and her sister hadn't returned, Zhuangli called her. At first, the phone was connected but no one answered, and Zhuangli thought something had happened to her. After several consecutive calls, the phone finally connected, and when she heard her sister's voice, Zhuangli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was very angry with her sister for doing something stupid recently, resulting in being cheated out of 300,000 yuan, she was still worried about her sister's safety as her older sister. "It's so late. What work are you still discussing? Don't fool me. Come back quickly." "Sis, I'm really discussing work. I can't come back." "Sob. What are you doing over there? Your voice sounds strange." "Nothing, I'm jogging with a client, really nothing." Zhuang Na said, covering the phone, then whispered, "Han Ji, slow down a bit." Although her voice was very low, Zhuangli caught it. For a moment, Zhuangli thought of the events in the afternoon, combined with her sister's character of wanting to be with a wealthy man. She suddenly had a bad feeling and said anxiously, "Who are you talking to? Han Ji? Is it Han Shen, that guy?" "Sis, don't worry about it. I'm fine. I'm really fine now. I've never been better. I'm busy here. I'll hang up first." Hearing her sister's faint crying and pleading on the other end, Zhuangli exploded. "Han Shen, you bastard, you're not allowed to bully my sister. I never intended to bully her, but since you said that, don't blame me for being impolite." Han Shen's voice suddenly came through. "It's really you." Zhuangli angrily said, "Stop it. I'm telling you to stop, do you hear me? I'm not using my hands at all." Han Shen laughed, "But, your sister is really obedient. Come on, Nana, let's broaden your horizons." Han Shen. I'll at $% and you. At this point, Zhuangna took the phone and said, "Sis, don't argue with Han Ji, he's really nice. I'm fine now, I'm really fine, I've never been better. I won't say more, I'll explain later, the phone is running out of battery, I'll hang up." Zhuangli urged, "Don't hang up, I told you not to hang up." However, Zhuangna simply ignored her and hastily ended the call. Afterwards, no matter how Zhuangli dialed, it showed that the other party's phone was turned off. For a moment, Zhuangli was a bit annoyed, fiercely threw her phone on the sofa, and cursed in frustration, "Bastard. Han surname, we have a conflict. What's your ability to bully my sister? If you have the guts, come at me directly." The next day at noon, Han Shan leisurely drove his Ferrari on the street. In front of him, there was a pop-up window floating with a condition that had already met the requirements. Zhuangna's collection rate has reached 80%. Congratulations on receiving a plus 3-month Superman Identity Experience card. With this treasure reward in hand, the Superman system, which was supposed to be frozen by August 16th, was directly extended to November 16th. Next, Han Shen would have about half a year to use. Moreover, this was only a phased achievement. Once he continued to pursue girls and accumulated enough delayed rewards, the experience time of the Superman system would inevitably become longer. However, in this vulgar world, relying on sincerity is definitely not enough to win over more beautiful girls. Ultimately, it all comes down to financial capability. So, he had to continue making money. Parking the car on the side of the road, Han Shen summoned the spacetime smuggling system, glanced at the market column, and quickly operated it. Expenses: 10 tons of drinking water plus 150 points of wealth. Gains: 10 wild ginseng plants. Inside the Ferrari, as Han Shen's thoughts turned, he took out 10 wild ginseng plants from the system warehouse. As soon as these wild ginseng plants appeared, a faint ginseng fragrance filled the entire car. The outer skin of each wild ginseng plant was a deep brown color. Their roots were intricate and varied in shape, some resembling an old man's beard, while others looked like winding dragons and snakes, appearing full of medicinal power. All were aged ginseng. However, they were all dried ginseng, not fresh. Han Shen examined each one in his hand, then returned the wild ginseng plants to the system warehouse and used his phone to search online for the price of dried wild ginseng. After a thorough search, he had a rough idea in his mind. Currently, due to excessive exploitation of wild medicinal resources on Earth, wild ginseng, especially those aged for many years, were basically rare to find. On the other hand, cultivated ginseng had developed rapidly in recent years, with bases planted all over the country, and the prices were very cheap. Genuine wild ginseng, especially those aged 30 to 50 years, could fetch tens of thousands of dollars depending on the quality. If it was 100-year-old wild ginseng, it was definitely a rare and precious medicinal material. The prices ranged from a few $100,000 to $5 or $6 million. If encountered by a dedicated collector who appreciated it, the price could be even higher. Following the instructions online, Han Shen independently identified them. He found that the 10 dried wild ginseng plants in his possession were likely all over 30 years old, with one even suspected to be a 100-year-old wild ginseng. However, he was not very sure about the specific years, so he would need to have them professionally appraised to know. However, it was not yet time to appraise the age of the wild ginseng. Han Shen's mind focused, once again summoned the spacetime smuggling system, and checked the remaining 3 profitable smuggling opportunities. A pair of jade bracelets. This was a smuggling opportunity from Earth No. 980 years ago, a material trader named Li Yaoping wanted to exchange his exquisite jade bracelets for medical supplies. Smuggling price: 500 units of 800,000 units of penicillin for human use. Express fee: 300 points of wealth. 100 yellow croakers. This is a smuggling deal from Earth No. 980 years ago, a businessman named Li Yaoping wanted to exchange 100 yellow croakers for medical supplies he had. Smuggling price: 10,000 units of penicillin for 800,000 people. Express fee: 500 wealth points. 100 H100 graphics cards. This is a smuggling deal from Earth No. 7 years later, a graphics card dealer named Wang Lei wanted to sell 100 NVIDIA H100 PCIe graphics cards. Smuggling price: $500,000 in cash. Express fee: 1,000 wealth points. 80 years ago, that should be during World War II. Penicillin was indeed very precious at that time. Han Shen squinted his eyes and muttered. The smuggling deals involving a pair of jade bracelets and 100 yellow croakers all involved transactions of penicillin. Penicillin generally refers to penicillin G sodium, initially called penicillin, which belongs to the class of beta-lactam antibiotics, a broad-spectrum antibiotic effective against various bacterial infections, usually administered by injection into the body. During World War II, due to the immature fermentation production process of penicillin, the yield was extremely low, making it very rare and more expensive than gold. However, in the current era, it is just an ordinary drug. Han Shen searched online and found that getting an injection of 800,000 units of penicillin at a hospital only cost about 10 yuan. Its actual production cost is not even 1 yuan. Back in 80 years ago, in 1943, an 800,000 unit penicillin could easily be exchanged for a small yellow croaker in the inland areas where resources were scarce. But conversely, it was almost impossible to exchange a small yellow croaker for an 800,000 unit penicillin. Unfortunately, due to limited hygiene conditions and scarce medical resources at that time, facing various bacterial infections, there was basically no solution, and people could only wait to die. In fact, during that time of war, a significant portion of soldiers' deaths were not directly caused by gunshot wounds, but by bacterial infections in the wounds after being shot, leading to sepsis, gangrene, and other serious complications, ultimately resulting in the soldiers' deaths. And penicillin happened to have excellent bacteriostatic and bactericidal effects. At that time, it was considered a miraculous drug that could save lives at critical moments. Han Shen switched to the interface of the mother system, checked his wealth points, and found he had 323 points left. So, he decided to first purchase a batch of penicillin. As long as he acquired the supplies, the subsequent smuggling transactions involving jade bracelets and yellow croakers would only require accumulating wealth points. Driving to a large pharmacy, Han Chen went in and found that penicillin was available, and the price was extremely low. 24 million unit penicillin units cost only 18.8 yuan, very cheap. Unfortunately, this was for veterinary use, not for human use. Han Chen bought a box to try, but found that he couldn't store it in the system warehouse, so it was useless. After visiting several pharmacies in a row, Han Chen regretfully discovered that pharmacies did not sell penicillin for human use, only regular hospitals or clinics did. Moreover, this was a prescription drug that required a skin test, and according to regulations, it had to be prepared and used on site, not for takeout. I need to find a person or organization that can get penicillin and ask them to help me take it out. Rules are dead, people are alive. As long as he found someone qualified to obtain the medication, paid a little extra, and had them help take it out, it wouldn't be difficult. After all, Han Chen wasn't using penicillin for any illegal activities but for trading, and who knows, he might even make a contribution to the great cause of Earth. 980 years ago. It could be considered a great merit. If anyone dared to use regulations to restrict him, they would be the ones at fault. Of course, he is just a commoner now, with no say in anything, and it is impossible for him to expose his ability to engage in time and space smuggling. So, at this moment, he can only try to find a way to bypass the rules secretly. Since that's the case, we shouldn't rush this matter. Let's first get the wild ginseng identified and sold. After some thought, Han Chen decided to first identify and sell the 10 wild ginseng plants. He drove to a shopping mall, bought a box to store the wild ginseng, and transferred all 10 plants into the box. Han Chen then hurried to the Provincial Medicinal Materials Testing Center using map navigation. After parking the car, Han Chen carried the box containing the 10 wild ginseng plants and quickly walked into the lobby of the testing center. A guide in work clothes approached and asked about Han Chen's purpose. "Sir, may I help you with something? I'm here to have a batch of wild ginseng identified. You should have the qualifications for identification here, right? Of course, we are the Lingnan Province Medicinal Materials Identification Center, with CMA and CNAS certified testing qualifications and complete testing equipment. You can rest assured." "That's good. Please follow me, the ginseng identification department is over there." Following the guide, Han Chen quickly arrived at the ginseng identification department. After registering information in the rest area and waiting for a while, the guide brought an elderly man in his 60s wearing glasses to this place. "Professor Wei, this gentleman wants to have the wild ginseng identified. Could you please arrange it?" The guide introduced, "Sir, this is Professor Wei from our Provincial Medicinal Materials Identification Center. He has qualifications to identify various medicinal materials such as ginseng, Poria cocos, and Polygonum multiflorum." After that, the guide quickly returned to the lobby. "Hello, Professor Wei," Han Chen greeted. Professor Wei nodded, expressionless and aloof. He didn't waste any words and said directly, "Take out your things and let me have a look. Is the identification done here?" Han Chen frowned, feeling that this professor seemed a bit unprofessional. Professor Wei said with a stern face, "The identification of wild ginseng doesn't require any procedures. With my eyesight, I can distinguish between real and fake at a glance. Quickly take it out, I'm still busy, and I need to continue working after checking the authenticity." Han Chen said, "I'm here to identify the age." Professor Wei interrupted, "First, let's check the authenticity. If it's real, then we can talk about the age. Nowadays, it's rare to find wild ginseng from previous years. You people, forget it, I don't even want to talk about it. Hurry up and show me, you young people are always dragging your feet." Han Chen didn't know what he had encountered to make Professor Wei so biased in identifying the wild ginseng. Without further ado, Han Chen picked up the box and placed it on a table, quickly opening it. Professor Wei leaned in to take a look. At first, his expression was indifferent, but after just 4 or 5 seconds, his indifferent expression suddenly changed. He then took out a clean pair of white gloves from his pocket, carefully picked up a ginseng from the box, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully. "This node, these root hairs, these patterns, and skin color." Professor Wei's expression became more and more excited as he looked, then he quickly instructed a staff member, "Xiao Chun, bring me a few clean trays, and also bring my toolbox, quickly." A staff member standing nearby hurriedly left upon hearing this, and when he returned shortly after, he had 3 large trays and a black toolbox in his hands. Professor Wei took the items and carefully took out the ginseng from Han Chen's box, placing them on the trays one by one. Then open the toolbox, take out a ruler and an electronic scale from it, and measure and weigh the largest plant. As he worked, the old man muttered excitedly, dry weight 65 grams, the longest part of the plant reaches 103.5 centimeters, overall color brownish yellow, with dense and deep spiral patterns, and many pearl spots. The root shape is a typical 3-section reed, with the main root resembling a human figure, very beautiful. The entire reed is divided into a 3.6 centimeters long round reed, a 4.9 centimeters long stacked flower reed, and a horse-tooth reed with 3 forked branches, each measuring 13 centimeters, 12.5 centimeters, and 4.7 centimeters. There are multiple yams, with 8 yams with a diameter of over 1 centimeter, 7 of which are concentrated on the stacked flower reed, and 1 on the horse-tooth reed. It's unbelievable, it's already 2023, and we can still see ginseng of this quality. Seeing this, a staff member named Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask softly, "Professor Wei, is this wild ginseng?" That's right, not only is it wild ginseng, but it's wild ginseng over 100 years old. Cultivated ginseng doesn't have this color or quality. 100-year-old wild ginseng. That's right. Professor Wei nodded, then looked at Han Chen, quickly putting on a smile on his face. "Young man, I misunderstood you earlier, these ginseng you brought are all good quality." "No problem." Han Chen waved his hand and asked, "Professor Wei, can you tell me the age and quality of this batch of wild ginseng? Can you identify them?" Professor Wei smiled, by looking at the round reed, stacked flower reed, horse-tooth reed, skin color and texture, as well as the ginseng beard and pearl spots. Overall, these 10 ginseng plants are indeed wild ginseng, and their age is over 30 years. He then pointed to a wild ginseng plant in front of him and continued, "Even the largest one here, its age exceeds 100 years, probably around 120 years old." "Young man, where did you dig up these wild ginseng plants?" Han Chen shook his head and vaguely replied, "I also received these 10 wild ginseng plants from someone else. The specific origin seems to be from the northeast. This batch of goods was obtained through illicit time and space smuggling, and Han Chen didn't know the exact origin. But roughly estimating, the place with the most wild ginseng 80 years ago was probably around Changbai Mountain in the northeast." Professor Wei didn't doubt it after hearing this. Instead he said, Your quality does indeed resemble wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. However, in recent years, the resources of wild ginseng in that area have become very rare. Not to mention 100-year-old ones, even those over 30 years old are extremely rare. You're really lucky to get 10 of them at once. It's also a stroke of luck." Han Chen smiled and then skipped this topic, asking, "Professor Wei, can you help me evaluate how much these 10 wild ginseng plants are worth?" Professor Wei pushed his glasses and slowly said, "I can't give you an exact number, because the final value of these things usually depends on personal collecting preferences. But based on a trade fair held on Hong Kong Island last November, the smallest of these 10 wild ginseng plants is worth no less than 200,000 yuan, and the largest one can fetch at least 3 million yuan. At this point, Professor Wei looked at Han Chen and smiled. "We have many collectors' contact information here at the Provincial Medicinal Materials Appraisal Center. If you want to sell these wild ginseng plants, we can help you call some people over to take a look." Han Chen was somewhat interested and asked, "Do I need to pay any handling fees or transaction fees?" Professor Wei nodded. "Of course, you will need to pay. The cost is around 3%. This fee is not high, only 30,000 for 10 million, which is completely acceptable. This is the Provincial Medicinal Materials Identification Center, a very good channel. Collectors who can hang their names here must be very powerful, much stronger than Han Chen going to find buyers on his own." Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, Han Chen said, "All right, Professor Wei, please help me contact a few buyers on your side." "No problem. I will arrange for someone to call and help you contact people. Xiao Chen, go quickly." For Professor Wei, he does have a certain percentage in this matter, so he took the initiative to mention it to Han Chen just now. Otherwise, what does it have to do with him? Don't think that these old professors are all indifferent. They are all ordinary people, and few do not like money and fame. Looking at the quality and age of this batch of wild ginseng by Han Chen, he felt that if nothing unexpected happened, selling for over 6 million should not be difficult. At that time, according to a 3% commission rate, the identification center could get over 180,000, and he himself could get 70%. Just making a few phone calls and shaking hands with people could earn tens of thousands, which is also a very good income. An hour later, Professor Wei completed the basic identification of the remaining 9 wild ginseng plants. The smallest plant is about 45 years old, the largest is 80 years old, and the remaining 7 plants are between 50 and 70 years old. In a large conference room of the Provincial Medicinal Materials Identification Center. At this moment, more than 20 people with a strong presence had arrived. Guided by Professor Wei, Han Chen entered the conference room, accompanied by several staff members carrying 10 wild ginseng plants placed on red silk trays. As soon as the goods arrived, the more than 20 people surrounded them. "Oh, Mr. Han, why is it you?" Everyone else was looking at the ginseng, but one person was staring at Han Chen. Han Chen turned his gaze upon hearing the voice, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It's Bosco. I didn't expect you to have a research interest in wild ginseng too? Just a little understanding." Gu Haodong smiled, then pointed to the ginseng. "Mr. Han, are these all your goods?" Han Chen nodded. "Yes, I was lucky to acquire them from a friend recently." Gu Haodong clicked his tongue. "Mr. Han, your luck is extraordinary. You always manage to get good goods." Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, a commotion erupted in the crowd. "Wow, it's really a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Beautiful, this ginseng with its roots, tendrils, and shape is the best 100-year-old wild ginseng I've seen in recent years. I want this 100-year-old wild ginseng, please give me, Mr. Yi, some face." "Old Yi, stop this act. Everyone who came here is eyeing this 100-year-old wild ginseng. If we give you face, who will give us face? I am determined to get this 100-year-old wild ginseng today. You can't compete with me. Hee, in that case, let's see who has the ability. I'll start with 3 million. Who do you think you're looking down on? Only 3 million, I bid 3. 5 million. 3. 6 million. What are you hesitating for? With this quality of 100-year-old wild ginseng, it might even become the king of ginseng this year. Be straightforward and state your psychological price. I bid 4. 5 million. 4. 8 million. I can only offer up to 5 million. If it exceeds this price, you can play by yourselves. I'll go check the other wild ginseng plants. 5. 1 million. 5. 15 million. 5. 18 million. The atmosphere in the conference room was just like a market. A group of very famous collectors who were usually outside were all crowded together, shouting prices without any grace. After breaking the 5 million mark, there were noticeably fewer bidders, and the bidding increments also weakened significantly. In the end, when the bidding stopped at 35 million yuan, no one continued to bid. Acting as half a host, Professor Wei, who looked extremely unprofessional, was about to finalize this price. Gu Haodong, who had been silent on the side, shouted, "I bid 4 million. The collector who had just bid 35 million added, 45 million. "Bosco, this amount is already quite a premium. If you continue to raise it, I won't participate." Gu Haodong smiled, "Then thank you, Bossu, let's make it a round figure, 5 million. Bossu sneered, "Fine, the item is yours, congratulations." "Congratulations, Bosco. Bosco, you've taken the best one, so don't compete with us for the rest. I'll take this 80-year-old one for 500,000, 550,000, 600,000, 720,000. Amidst the clamor of the collectors bidding eagerly, each wild ginseng plant was given a decent price. The largest 100-year-old wild ginseng plant had the highest bid of 5 million. The 80-year-old ginseng plant had the highest bid of 720,000. In addition, the 7 ginseng plants aged between 50 and 70 years had bids ranging from 510,000 to 310,000, with an average of 380,000. The 45-year-old wild ginseng plant had a bid of only 220,000, considerably lower than the others, but still worth over 200,000. In the end, these 10 wild ginseng plants were sold for a total of 1 million yuan. After deducting the 3% fee from the Provincial Medicinal Materials Appraisal Center, Han Chen received 827 million yuan. Originally, Han Chen had estimated a net income of 6 to 7 million, which would have been satisfactory, but he did not expect to end up with over 8 million in net income. He was extremely pleased for a moment. Of course, the contribution of the Provincial Medicinal Materials Appraisal Center was indispensable. After the transaction was completed, everyone left one after another. Han Chen quickly completed the handover with the Provincial Medicinal Materials Appraisal Center and was preparing to leave by car. However, just as he reached the gate of the appraisal center and was about to get his car, Gu Haodong, who was waiting nearby, approached him and greeted him. "Mr. Han, are you ready to leave?" "Yes." Han Chen nodded. "Is there something, Bosco?" "Nothing important." Gu Haodong smiled. "It's almost dinner time. If you're not busy, why don't we have a meal together?" Bosco is too polite. "It's just a meal. There's no need to talk about giving face. I should be the one treating you to a meal," Han Chen said with a smile. "They say the more friends, the more paths one has." He didn't mind having more contact with Gu Haodong. Who knows, he might need him in the future. Before that, he had to maintain good relations so as not to trouble him when the time came, which would seem deliberate. Haha, Mr. Han is a clever person. Let's go. I've already booked a place. We can start eating once we arrive. Did you drive here? Yes. Alright, I'll wait for you at the intersection ahead. Remember to follow me. After the two of them finished speaking, they each went to drive their cars and soon left the Lingnan Provincial Medicinal Materials Appraisal Center. Gu Haodong drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the front, while Han Chen followed closely in a Ferrari F8. Half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end Chinese restaurant called Ye Unxuan. After parking the car, they went straight into an elegant private room to eat and chat. The meal lasted for nearly an hour, and as they were about to part ways, Gu Haodong said, Mr. Han, next time you have something good, remember to contact me in advance. Trust me, I will definitely give you a fair price and not let you suffer a loss. Okay. Han Chen nodded. Speaking of good things, I have a friend who has a precious item. I wonder if Boss Gu would be interested. Oh, what kind of treasure is it? A pair of jade bracelets. Jade bracelets, that's interesting. Do you have a picture of the item? I want to take a look. No. Han Chen shook his head and said, I'll let Boss Gu take a look after I get the original. Alright. On the other side, Zhuang Na, who was just taken away by Han Chen for the first time last night, was sitting on the sofa at the moment, impatiently listening to her sister Zhuang Li's nagging. I really don't know what you were thinking. You just met him on the first day and got together with him? How much do you know about him? Aren't you afraid of choosing the wrong person and regretting it for a lifetime? What else can I do? I've already chosen. Zhuang Na pouted. Besides, in that situation, if I don't choose him, who else can I choose? You won't help me repay that debt. You're still being stubborn. Who said I wouldn't help you repay it? I just don't have that much money right now. Ha? Wait, what do you mean by what you just said? What do you think? He promised to help you repay the 300,000? Not only did he promise, he has already repaid it all. What? Already repaid it all? Zhuang Li looked shocked and quickly asked her sister what exactly happened. Zhuang Na didn't hide it from her, omitted various unspeakable details of being with Han Chen yesterday, and then roughly recounted how Han Chen helped her resolve the 300,000 debt. After listening, Zhuang Li's expression became somewhat colorful. That guy, is he really so generous? Yeah, Brother Han is actually a pretty good person. Sister, you must have had prejudices against him before. Prejudices my ass, he used to be. Forget it, I don't know how to explain it to you. Zhuang Li's current mood was very complicated. The man she had always looked down on in the past had suddenly become a wealthy person and even harmed her sister. This made her unsure how to face it, feeling absurd and unreal, not wanting to accept it. After dinner with Gu Haodong that night, Han Chen returned to his residence and went to bed. The sale of wild ginseng had been completed, and next, his mind was focused on how to purchase penicillin. The next morning, he drove his Ferrari F8 to various clinics in Yangcheng with corresponding medical qualifications, expressing his desire to purchase a batch of penicillin for human use from them. At first, most clinics chose to refuse, stating firmly that it was against the rules and not allowed. However, when Han Chen raised the price, raised it again, and raised it further, lowering the purchase price of 800,000 units of penicillin all the way to 30 yuan per vial, these clinics, who had originally said it was against the rules, immediately changed their tune, saying they could help him with whatever he needed. So, by 4 o'clock that afternoon, Han Chen had spent a total of 315,000 yuan and finally purchased 10,500 vials of 800,000 units of penicillin for injection. 10,500 vials of penicillin may seem like a lot, but in fact, the total amount was not much at all, because each vial of 800,000 units of penicillin only contains 0.48 grams of the drug. So, those tens of thousands of vials of penicillin only weighed about a dozen kilograms, with the weight mainly from the bottles and packaging. Calculating this way, the price of this batch of penicillin was actually not cheap. However, compared to the profits from time and space smuggling transactions, it was not worth mentioning. On the side of the road, in the driver's seat of a Ferrari, after just collecting over 10,000 vials of penicillin, Han Chen silently opened the interface of the mother system. System host, Han Chen, wealth value, 323 points, current identities, time and space smuggler, 1 out of 10 intermediate, Superman, as of November 16, system warehouse, 10,500 vials of 800,000 units of penicillin for human use. Go to the market page of the time and space smuggling system. Han Chen glanced at the two market prices related to penicillin. Due to the issue of wealth value quantity, for now, only the first market price can be traded. Expenditure, 500 units of penicillin for human use plus 300 wealth points. Harvest, a pair of jade bracelets. As the transaction ended, a pair of bracelets appeared in the system warehouse. And when he had a thought, the pair of bracelets appeared in his hands again. This is a pair of half-green jade bracelets, like tender leaves in spring. The bracelet is delicate and smooth. The icy touch comes through the fingertips, making people feel peaceful. The sunlight streamed through the car window. Under its shine, this pair of jade bracelets suddenly became more dazzling, radiating a charming brilliance. After examining this pair of jade bracelets, Han Chen put them away, and then glanced at the last two profitable market prices of this month. Expenditure of 10,000 units of penicillin for human use plus 500 wealth points, can harvest 100 large yellow croakers. Current wealth points are insufficient, please replenish. Expenditure of 500,000 US dollars in cash plus 1,000 wealth points, can harvest 100 H100 graphics cards. Current US dollars and wealth points are both insufficient, please replenish. Let's sell this pair of jade bracelets first and see how much money we can get for them. Thinking this, Han Chen took out his phone, took a few photos of the pair of jade bracelets in his hand. Then he sent them to Gu Haodong via WeChat, along with a message, Mr. Gu, the jade bracelets I told you about yesterday, please take a look. Gu Haodong did not reply immediately. After more than 10 minutes, Han Chen received 2 sentences from him. Wow. Mr. Han, please let me witness this pair of jade bracelets in person. 20-odd minutes later. In a reception room at Phoenix Road, Hanhai Jewelry Store. Han Chen was leisurely sipping tea. Gu Haodong, sitting opposite him, was using a special high-power flashlight to appreciate the pair of jade bracelets. The material is glassy, transparent, clear, with a soft luster, delicate and warm. The color is even, although it is half-green. The distribution of green inside the bracelet is just right. It is definitely a product of old pit material. Gu Haodong liked it more and more, praising continuously. Good stuff, really good stuff. Mr. Han, I have to admit your channels. Yesterday you took out the 100-year wild ginseng. Today you brought out this kind of good jade, still a pair of bracelets, amazing. He didn't ask Han Chen how he got it from his friend, this was a trade secret. But no matter what, being able to get such good goods shows that Han Chen is capable. Mr. Gu, how much do you think this pair of bracelets is worth? Han Chen asked directly. Gu Haodong carefully placed the pair of jade bracelets in the velvet box on the table in front of him, and then said, the current market price for this pair of bracelets, in terms of water and color, is between 10 million and 15 million yuan. We have cooperated more than once, so I won't beat around the bush with you. If you are willing to sell this pair of bracelets, I can offer 13 million yuan. 13 million. This price will definitely not make you lose, Mr. Han. I think in the whole Yangchang, there should be no one offering a higher price than me at the moment. If you don't believe it, Mr. Han, you can go and compare prices. Gu Haodong didn't deceive Han Chen. Every word he said was true. And this price naturally met Han Chen's expectations. He originally planned to be satisfied with selling for 6 or 7 million, but he didn't expect to double it directly. There's no need for that, we have cooperated several times, Mr. Gu, your character is beyond doubt, I trust you. Han Chen smiled. Then, this pair of bracelets? Gu Haodong asked. I've brought it here for you to see. Naturally, I want to get rid of it. It's 13 million, just 13 million, but I don't do credit. Ah, of course. I'll arrange for the payment right away. Doing business straightforwardly is so refreshing, without all the twists and turns and haggling. Soon, Han Chen's account had an additional 13 million, adding to his existing savings, his balance jumped over 20 million, reaching 22 million plus RMB. After receiving the money, Han Chen didn't linger in Gu Haodong's shop, but quickly bid farewell and left. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. The sun, moving west, peeked out from behind the clouds, as if sneakily spying on the whole city. Han Chen got into his parked Ferrari by the roadside, happily checking his bank account balance. My net worth just jumped to over 20 million, awesome. After a moment of joy, Han Chen thought to himself, next, it's time to spend some money and enjoy life. For the 100 yellow croakers and 100 H100 graphics cards, the express delivery fee is 1,500 wealth points. In addition, I need to allocate some extra wealth points for the items in the Superman system. In that case, I'll keep a couple of million for emergencies and spend the rest. For the current Han Chen, the money in his account couldn't just sit there, it had to be spent to convert into wealth points. At a time of making money and career advancement, saving money would only hinder the growth of wealth. Only by spending it, manipulating time and space, would the money increase. Han Chen understood this principle. Moreover, this money was earned easily, so he had no worries and spent it freely, focusing on enjoying himself.
With that in mind, Han Chen quickly fastened his seatbelt, started the Ferrari's engine, grabbed the steering wheel, and left the place.
He arrived outside the Guamao building, parked the car in a suitable spot, and briskly walked towards the Guamao Center. In the essential three-piece set for picking up girls, luxury cars and branded outfits, Han Chen already had them.
Next, he planned to get a watch.
Inside the Guamao Center, there was a watch store specializing in various luxury watches. In the spacious square in front of the Guamao Center, people were coming and going. Among the crowd, He Dantong, dressed in a cool and sexy outfit, was live streaming. She was a rising star on Douyin recently, with her high popularity due to her stunning looks, slim figure, and cinematic-style videos, making a mark in the short video arena of Douyin. Currently, she had over 1 million followers, and each of her videos had millions of views, a genuine million-level internet celebrity, different from those with followers but low video views. She was now considered the face of Yonghang media and the ceiling of the Douyin transformation world, enjoying great success. But success was only superficial.
In reality, He Dantong's current situation was not as good as it seemed.
As the saying goes, there is a peak before a decline. Due to the intense competition on Douyin and the repetitive nature of her transformation videos, fans were starting to feel aesthetic fatigue. Therefore, despite her apparent success, she was actually on a downward trend. Helpless, she had to seize the opportunity while her popularity lasted in transition from short videos to live streaming for a new path. However, live streaming was not easy. After more than 2 months of indoor live streaming with little progress, she had to follow her company team's advice and switch to outdoor live streaming. As of now, although the effect still falls short of her expectations, it is better than the previous indoor live broadcast data. After visiting the blind date corner yesterday, today's live broadcast as planned is randomly asking passers-by questions, with rewards for correct answers. So, 2 hours ago, she arrived at the bustling Guamao Center Square in Yangchang with a photographer and a small assistant, starting her live broadcast for the day.
Wrong again, wrong again. I've asked over a dozen people in a row, and no one has answered correctly. Is this question really that difficult? I'm thinking, we all got penicillin shots when we were kids, right? He Dantong said helplessly to the camera.
Hearing her words, the barrage in her live broadcast room kept scrolling.
You always choose tricky questions. Who can answer them? We all got penicillin shots when we were kids, but we're not studying medicine. Who the hell knows the molecular formula of penicillin? Stop messing around.
Even if you study medicine, you're not an encyclopedia.
I study medicine, but I don't know the molecular formula of penicillin. Hurry up and end this question.
If you keep going like this, everyone in the live broadcast room will leave.
He Dantong could clearly see the barrage on her wristbound phone. Glancing at everyone's comments in the interactive area and the rapidly declining popularity, she also felt a bit of a headache. Originally, watching other hosts, doing live broadcasts and asking passers-by questions had a good effect and high popularity, easily reaching over 100,000 online viewers. But when it was her turn, the peak popularity was only over 50,000 people. To be honest, this didn't meet her expectations at all, but it was still better than indoor live broadcasts. However, now, because the last question was a bit difficult and no one could answer it for a long time, many viewers began to feel bored, causing the popularity to keep dropping. By now, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room was close to dropping below 10,000. For other small hosts, this level of popularity would be considered very successful, but for her, a top internet celebrity in the field of short videos on Douyin, it was quite disappointing. Taking a deep breath, He Dantong adjusted her mood and said to the camera, "Alright, I'll end this question quickly. Then I'll find one last passerby to ask. If they can't answer, we'll skip it and start our food journey directly." Saying that, He Dantong glanced around and casually locked her gaze on a young man. "There's a young man over there who looks gentle. Let's go, he's the one." Han Chen had just stepped onto the square in front of the Guamao Center when he felt a gust of fragrant wind. The next second, a beautiful woman in a black off-the-shoulder waist-cinching tank top and black ultra-short denim shorts covering only her hips and thighs, exuding a charming aura, suddenly emerged from the crowd and stood in front of him. She held a delicate black microphone and looked at Han Chen with a smile. Her vermilion lips slightly parted as she said crisply, "Hello, young man. We are doing a random passerby Q&A program. There is only one question, and if you answer correctly, there's a prize. Would you like to give it a try?" Faced with the sudden voice, Han Chen was taken aback. He stared straight at the beautiful woman in front of him. Of course, he was not just looking at her, but at the virtual text that suddenly appeared in front of him. He Dantong, the Supreme Goddess. Treasure Chest 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive a 6-month Alien Identity Experience card. He Dantong? Isn't she the popular cross-dressing internet celebrity on Douyin recently? Why is she here doing interviews with passers-by? Through the virtual screen, Han Shen glanced at the cameraman beside her, who seemed to be live broadcasting. Feeling somewhat surprised, Han Shen quickly asked, "Oh? What's the reward? If you answer the question correctly, you can take away $1,000, or it's dinner time now, I can take you to taste delicious food." He Dantong smiled, her delicate face full of collagen, exuding confidence and generosity. The $1,000 were automatically ignored by Han Shen. He was thinking, taste delicious food? What kind of food could it be? Seafood, perhaps? Mischievously thinking in his heart, Han Shen remained serious on the surface and asked, "A question worth $1,000, the question should be difficult, right?" "Haha, indeed not simple." He Danton laughed, "But if you can't answer it, you won't lose anything, so do you want to give it a try? Then let's give it a try. Go ahead." "Alright, please tell me, what is the molecular formula of penicillin?" When Han Shen heard this question, his eyebrows raised slightly, saying, "Your question is a bit tricky." He Dantong smiled awkwardly, "Maybe, indeed a bit. Do you know the answer to this question?" As she spoke, she was already losing hope, and when this person said he didn't know, she would directly end this live broadcast segment and start another half of today's live broadcast. However, to her surprise, Han Shen laughed and said, "I know, if I remember correctly, its molecular formula should be C16H18N2O4S. He Dantong was stunned, then exclaimed, "Congratulations, you got it right. I didn't expect that you actually know penicillin. Are you a doctor?" Han Shen smiled inwardly, thinking, why did you have to ask about penicillin? These days, he had been worrying about how to purchase a large quantity of human-use penicillin. Before this, he had just checked the molecular formula of penicillin and various related information, including its manufacturing process. Originally, he was thinking that if he couldn't procure human-use penicillin through existing channels, he might as well purchase equipment, buy a batch of veterinary penicillin to purify and produce human-use penicillin. Han Shen said, "I'm not a doctor, I just happen to have some research on penicillin, and also, your previous question was a bit off." He Dantong was puzzled. What was off?" Han Shen said, "Penicillin is divided into many types, such as penicillin G, broad-spectrum penicillin, penicillin V, penicillinase-resistant penicillin, etc. Generally, the penicillin we use for injections refers to penicillin G. In addition, amoxicillin is also a type of penicillin, but it belongs to the broad-spectrum penicillin category." He Dantong was stunned by Han Shen's words. Meanwhile, her live broadcast room was very lively. The host's expression is so cute, is she clueless? 666, this guy is amazing. He actually turned the tables and gave the host a lesson. Learn something new. I didn't know amoxicillin was also a type of penicillin before. It's a pity this guy didn't study medicine. He Dantong subconsciously scratched her head, feeling like she needed to be smarter, and quickly said, You really know a lot. So, now do you choose to take $1,000, or choose to let me take you to taste delicious food?" "I'll choose the second one, to taste delicious food," Han Shen said. "That's perfect." He Dantong revealed a row of neat white teeth and said, "Next, we are going to have a live food tour to the largest snack street in Yangcheng to explore the night market. You're in for a treat." Han Shen blinked and said, "We're going to the snack street over there? Isn't it too far? Isn't there food in the International Trade Center?" He Dantong's mouth twitched slightly. She really didn't know how to respond to that. There is indeed food in the International Trade Center, and the taste is very good, but the problem is, it's expensive, very expensive. He Dantong coughed lightly. "The snack street over there is the route we planned. There's no plan on this side of the International Trade Center. Actually, it's not far. It's just a 10-minute taxi ride. If you're willing to go, we'll cover the round-trip fare. How about it?" Han Shen hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not about the fare, but I need to buy something at the Guomao Center right now." His mind was more focused on accumulating wealth at the moment, and he wasn't in a hurry to do anything with this chance encounter with the Douyin internet celebrity. The treasure chest on her head could be brushed sooner or later. Anyway, knowing her live broadcast room, he could just go there later to chat with her, which would be even more convenient. However, when He Dantong heard his words, she quickly said, "It's okay, our food show won't officially start until 6:30. It's just past 5 now. We can go to the Guomao Center first to buy something and then go to the snack city together." After all, the food live broadcast later would require pulling in viewers to taste together. Rarely encountering someone who actively invited others to dinner, He Dantong felt that it was better to stick with this guy in front of her than to find someone else later. Han Shen nodded at her words. "Okay, if you don't mind delaying your schedule, then let's go together." He Dantong smiled and said, "It's fine, it won't delay anything, just buying something, won't take much time. Let's go." Without lingering in the square, He Dantong led her assistant and photographer, walking into the Guomao Center with Han Chen. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, he Dantong asked, "Oh, by the way, what do you plan to buy?" "A watch." "Buying a watch at the Guomao Center, it might not be cheap. How much are you planning to spend?" "It depends. If it's cheap, a few hundred. If it's expensive, 1 or 2,000. "Oh, 1 or 2,000. He Dantong's eyes turned, thinking that she could use this to enhance the program's effect, and said, "How about this, since you pointed out the problem with our show just now, I'll pay for the watch you want to buy." "Ha?" Han Chen stopped in surprise, looking at the woman strangely. "You want to pay for the watch for me?" When he mentioned a few hundred in 1 or 2,000 just now, to avoid appearing extravagant, he omitted 1,000 RMB. It wasn't really just a few hundred or 1 or 2,000. He wanted to spend money to accumulate wealth, so naturally, he had to choose the most expensive, best, and relatively valuable watch to buy. However, at this moment, he Dantong did not realize the seriousness of the situation. She tilted her head and nodded foolishly, "Yes. Forget it, it's not appropriate." Han Chen shook his head. "There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just 1 or 2,000, not a big deal. Or if you feel embarrassed, you can come to my Douyin live broadcast later and pay me back there. It's up to you." Seeing this, Han Chen didn't say much more, she would understand later. Continuing to move forward, Han Chen quickly led He Dantong to a luxury watch store. The store was filled with all kinds of watches, from classical to modern, from simple to luxurious, like a museum of time. Seeing the exquisitely designed watches, He Dantong felt a little uneasy, wondering if the watches here really cost 1 or 2,000 each. "Wow, it's actually this store, the watches here are not cheap. I've been to this store, they only sell high-end watches, none below 10,000. Hana, the host has been fooled, looks like some blood will be shed this time." In the gaze of the audience in He Dantong's live broadcast room, a female store assistant came to serve Han Chen and the others. "May I help you with something?" "I want to buy a wristwatch," Han Chen said. "Sure, do you have any specific brand requirements for the watch?" "Well, I don't have any specific requirements, just a Patek Philippe will do." "Your store should have this brand of watch, right?" "When it comes to watches, the best brand is definitely Patek Philippe, there is no doubt about it." Despite Rolex and Vacheron Constantin being impressive, and the recent rise of Richard Mille, in terms of brand value, Patek Philippe is still the king of the watch industry, and it is an undisputed position. At least in the current collecting world, it is widely believed that Patek Philippe watches hold their value the best. For watch enthusiasts, if they don't have a few Patek Philippe watches in hand, they would be embarrassed to claim they understand watches. Therefore, for Han Chen, when it comes to spending money on watches, Patek Philippe is naturally his first choice. The female store assistant smiled and said, "Of course, we have Patek Philippe in our store. Please follow me this way, I will show you the watches." With that, she made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Following the footsteps of the female store assistant, Han Chen walked towards one side of the store. He Dantong didn't know much about watches, so she followed behind Han Chen and asked softly, "For the viewers in the live broadcast room, can I ask, what's the deal with this Patek Philippe watch? Is it expensive?" In the live broadcast room, the viewers in the interactive area were actively commenting. "Not expensive at all, the entry-level Patek Philippe is only around 300,000. "Wait, you don't even know about Patek Philippe?" "Ha, the host just got fooled. Patek Philippe watches, TSK, get ready to spend a lot. Let's say, is there a possibility that when the guy just mentioned a few hundred or a couple of thousand, he omitted the word thousand at the end?" Seeing the comments in the interactive area, He Dantong's face turned green. "What is this? The entry-level Patek Philippe watch costs over 300,000. Oh no, this is a disaster." In front of a glass counter with the Patek Philippe logo, the female store assistant pointed to the exquisite watches in the counter and said, "Sir, all the watches in this counter are Patek Philippe watches. Which one do you like? Which one is the most expensive here?" Han Chen asked directly. He Dantong listened on the side, feeling a bit uneasy. She was sure now, this guy must be trying to trick her on purpose. Make her take back what she said earlier, have a live broadcast mishap, and then be criticized by the whole internet. The female store assistant pointed to a blue watch and said, "This model 5327G001 is the most expensive one here, it's the same model worn by a celebrity surnamed Wang." Han Chen asked, "How much?" The female store assistant replied, "Currently, the price at our store's counter is 920,000 yuan. A bit cheaper." Han Chen shook his head and said, "Do you have something slightly more expensive than this?" Hearing this, He Dantong clenched her fist slightly, feeling like hitting someone. "A watch worth 920,000 yuan, and you still find it cheap? Come on, have some sense." "Yes, but those watches are locked in the safe, the keys are with our boss." "Sir, you'll have to wait a moment, I need to call our boss over." "Sure, go ahead."
The female store assistant, in high heels, quickly went to find the owner of the watch store. As she left, Han Shen turned his head to look at Yi Dan-tong, seeing the beautiful female anchor looking at him with a displeased expression. He smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I'll pay for the watch myself, I won't let you help me pay." Yi Dan-tong's tense and beautiful face instantly softened, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, sorry, I thought you were trying to trick me." "When did I try to trick you? The one who offered to pay for the watch just now was you, right?" Yi Dan-tong was a bit speechless. Yes, she had foolishly walked right into it. Her fair face was slightly flushed, and she said awkwardly, "I misunderstood your meaning." Han Shen waved his hand, "It's okay, just put your heart back in your stomach, I won't make you pay." Yi Dan-tong sighed quietly, then pointed to the blue wristwatch in the counter and said, "That one, the price of this watch is 920,000 yuan, you didn't even consider it?" "Actually, the appearance of this watch looks pretty good, it's just a bit cheap for me, not my style." Han Shen shook his head. So, when you said you wanted to buy watches for a few hundred or a couple of thousand, you actually meant watches for a few million or tens of millions?" "Yes, any problem?" Yi Dan-tong's lips twitched slightly. "Big brother, is there no problem? That's a watch, not a car or a house." For a moment, Yi Dan-tong's eyes were full of surprise and suspicion as she looked at Han Shen. She couldn't quite figure out whether he was joking or really planning to buy a watch. Not only her, but most of the audience in the live broadcast room expressed doubts about whether Han Shen really had the capability. In fact, many people even commented in the barrage that he was deliberately showing off to attract attention from Yi Dan-tong. In fact, what these viewers said was not entirely wrong. Han Shen did want to attract Yi Dan-tong's attention because she had the treasure chest he wanted. But to say that he was deliberately showing off was purely slander. Every word he said was true and sincere, without any falsehood. Before long, the female shop assistant from earlier led a man in his 40s over. This man's surname was Zhou, the owner of this watch shop. He was very polite and humble, saying that there was no problem with looking at any watch. After a few pleasantries, he quickly went to open the safe and took out a watch box. "Sir, this 6102P model is Patek Philippe's classic Starry Sky watch." Mr. Zhou opened the watch box, took out a wristwatch, and introduced it while talking a lot. After listening, Han Shen asked directly, "How much is this watch worth?" Mr. Zhou smiled, "This platinum blue dial 6102P is more valuable than the gold black dial, and this almost brand new, unworn blue dial Starry Sky watch, currently in all the major watch shops in Yangcheng, is only available in our store. The counter price, 2 million yuan. 2 million, well, that's not bad either." Han Shen nodded slightly. "Is this the most expensive watch in your store?" "Of course not." Mr. Zhou put the watch back in the box and said, "The most expensive watch in our store is another model. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it out for you to see." With that, Mr. Zhou went to the safe again to get the watch. Han Shen sat quietly on a chair, waiting patiently. On the side, Yi Dan-tong was whispering to the audience in the live broadcast room. 2 million. Viewers in the live broadcast room, what do you think of this price for a watch? If anyone wants to buy it, you can come to this store to take a look. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was rolling. Next one, this watch won't do. Only 2 million, and it's worthy of our wealthy viewers in the live broadcast room? Who do they think they are looking down on? Too cheap, change it, this is Douyin, who wears watches below tens of millions. Didn't you hear the guy say, he wants to see more expensive ones? I feel like this guy is pretending a bit. 2 million watch, and he still looks down on it? You can ignore that feeling, he's just pretending, trying to show off to the crowd. Amidst the barrage of comments, Mr. Zhou returned with another watch in hand. Then, while opening the box, he introduced, "Sir, look, the watch in this watch box is the most expensive one in my store, and it is also the treasure of our store, Patek Philippe 5002P. Just this watch box in my hand is worth 500,000, with all the gold wire craftsmanship, key buckle, and top pin made of gold material. In addition, this large catalog is the identity card of this watch. Without it, it is equivalent to missing 2 million. After introducing the watch box and the certificate, Boss Zhou, wearing white gloves, gently picked up the watch and continued, 5002P is Patek Philippe's first double-sided wristwatch, combining the three major complex crafts of minute repeater, tourbillon, and perpetual calendar. Derived from its craftsmanship, in addition to the 6102P we just mentioned, there are also top wristwatches such as 5102, 6104, so calling 5002P the king of watches is not an exaggeration, it is extremely valuable for collection. The case of this watch is made of platinum, the side carving is the Calatrava crossmark, very exquisite, and the back is the celestial map of the moon's movement trajectory.
Han Chen listened as if he understood, and asked directly, "So, how much is this watch?"
Boss Joe said, "This 5002p was discontinued more than 10 years ago. Currently, the platinum version in my store has less than 50 pieces in existence.
The price in my store is 18 million yuan.
When Boss Joe said this, He Dantong was secretly amazed. Glancing at the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room, it unexpectedly reached over 60,000 people without a sound, ushering in today's historical peak.
In addition to being secretly delighted, He Dantong quickly made an exaggerated expression to the camera and whispered, "Wow, 18 million yuan, such an expensive watch, it's the first time I've seen it up close." In the interactive area of the live broadcast room, "Oh my, 18 million for a watch, I've learned something new. This is not just a watch, it's a treasure. I, who only earn 3,500 a month, how did I manage to enter your live broadcast room? Let me be fair, this watch is really not good, because no one in our village buys it. Damn, a watch for 18 million, so small? Poverty really limits imagination. Crap, suddenly the bricks in my hand don't seem so fragrant. Just a trash watch, I don't believe it's really worth that much, dare to send it over for me to see if it's real? Tisk tsk, 18 million for a watch, young man, are you going to buy it? Buy a hammer, he's obviously just here for attention. I don't believe he can buy it either, after all, that's 18 million. Let's make a bet, if he really buys it, my bro will do a handstand and eat shit on the live broadcast." While the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed at how expensive it was and collectively thought that Han Chen couldn't possibly buy the watch, Han Chen himself hesitated slightly, then directly said to Boss Joe, "Can I take a closer look at this watch?" Boss Joe smiled and said, "Of course, please take a look." He picked up the Patek Philippe 5002p and handed it to Han Chen. After receiving it, Han Chen directly put it on his wrist, then nodded slightly and said, "It feels good to wear, not uncomfortable." "The price of this watch is 18 million yuan, right?" Boss Joe replied, "That's correct, sir, 18 million yuan. How about it, would you like to consider buying it?" Originally, Boss Joe's words were just polite, not expecting Han Chen to actually buy it. Because he had just recognized He Dantong and knew she was live streaming, he thought they were probably just creating a show effect at the moment, so he didn't hold out much hope for this transaction. The warm reception of the two just now was just a matter of courtesy, mainly to avoid leaving any bad impression and to prevent any negative news about his watch store from appearing on the top list of Douyin tomorrow. However, what Mr. Joe didn't expect was that Han Chen nodded and said, "Alright, I'll take this watch." Mr. Joe, He Dantong? At the same time, in He Dantong's live broadcast room. "Damn, did I mishear? What did the young man just say? Dude, this watch costs 18 million, are you sure you want it? No, didn't we agree to deliberately show off in front of the camera for attention? Don't mess around, young man. Don't panic, everyone calm down, he hasn't paid yet, there will definitely be a twist. Right, I bet he will come up with an excuse later, like forgetting to bring his bank card. The truth is upstairs, I declare, prediction successful." Inside the store, Mr. Joe was a bit confused by Han Chen's words, so he quickly approached Han Chen and whispered, "Sir, are you sure you want this watch? If this is for show, you should have told me in advance." "What show? I'm not with her, I'm sure I want this watch," Han Chen said, taking out his bank card directly. "No need for more talk, just swipe the card." "Alright, please wait a moment." Mr. Joe, seeing that he wasn't faking it, immediately said to the female shop assistant beside him, "Shaolin, go to the cashier and bring the POS machine over. Also, bring out my best tea to brew." The female shop assistant, as if waking from a dream, immediately went to do as told. Mr. Joe then warmly said to Han Chen, "Sir, would you like to sit on the sofa inside and have a cup of tea?" Han Chen waved his hand, sitting on a reclining chair without moving his butt. "No need, it's the same here." Shortly after, the female shop assistant ran over with the POS machine and handed it to Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe took the bank card from Han Chen, inserted it into the card slot, entered the transfer amount, and then handed the POS machine back to him. "Sir, please enter your bank card password." "Okay." Han Chen took the POS machine, quickly entered the password, and completed the payment. "Your wealth value plus 1800. With the payment completed, Mr. Joe immediately arranged for the female shop assistant to pack Han Chen's watch. He Danton, who witnessed this scene, had her mouth slightly open, forming an O shape. Did he really just swipe his card to buy it? That's a whole 18 million. What is this guy's identity? He paid so decisively. Meeting a young man casually on the street, he was so generous and extravagant that He Danton couldn't understand. At this moment, the atmosphere in He Danton's live broadcast interactive area was like dropping a water droplet into a hot oil pan. It exploded. Damn, he really bought it. this is not a joke. I misjudged, guys, he's actually a tycoon. Tycoon, is there a vacancy on your thigh for me to hang on?
Begging to cling to the thigh, will warm the bed, will act coquettish, will cook millet porridge, will do everything.
Damn, that's 18 million, I won't earn that much money in my whole damn life, and he used it to buy a watch? He must have a mine at home, there's definitely a mine in his family.
Being able to take out over 10 million at such a young age, undoubtedly a second-generation rich.
I have a friend who wants to be his driver, can the host please help ask what the requirements are? He Dantong glanced at the barrage in the interactive area, looking shocked as she said to Han Shen, hey, handsome guy, you really bought this watch, 18 million, so rich, a tycoon.
Just a watch, I can't be considered a tycoon.
Han Shen smiled. Perhaps in the future, he will become a tycoon.
But for now, he is still in the growth stage, far from being associated with tycoons, and can only be considered as having some assets.
Being humble.
He Dantong blinked her beautiful eyes coquettishly and said, anyway, the audience in my live broadcast room was shocked by your recent actions, calling out that your family must have a fortune.
Some even asked how they could become your driver.
Ha, your online friends are really funny, Han Shen laughed heartily. Tell them that rough guys need not apply. To be my driver, they must be fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs.
He Dantong chuckled and said, well, I seem to meet your requirements.
Han Shen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, indeed you do.
Will you come and be my driver?
He Dantong said awkwardly, just kidding, don't take it seriously. I'm swamped with work, either filming videos or doing live broadcasts all day long.
I don't have time.
By the way, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is He Dantong, and that's also my name on Douyin.
When you have time, you can come watch my live broadcast.
Han Shen said, okay, I'll support you on Douyin when I have time.
The two chatted casually like this. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shen boldly cast his gaze towards He Dantong.
It had to be said that this girl was indeed worthy of being an internet celebrity with over 10 million fans on Douyin. Her features were very delicate, and although she only wore light makeup on her face, she exuded a sense of elegance, as if she were born with a refined temperament. As for her figure, it was not plump but rather slender and delicate, giving Han Shen the impression of fragility and gracefulness. If he were to tease her, it would definitely be quite an experience. Who knows, she might end up in tears after just a few moves.
Not long after, Mr.
Joe prepared the corresponding documents and packed Han Shen's items, handing them to him.
Mr. Han, please take your bag. Welcome back anytime. Han Shen took the shopping bag, didn't linger, and walked out of the store.
Seeing this, He Dantong quickly called the photographer and assistant to follow him outside. As they left the Guamao Center, He Dantong hailed a taxi for the assistant while pointing to a bright red Ferrari and exclaimed, look, there's a Ferrari. In the live broadcast room, the audience praised the cool car. However, at that moment, Han Shen took out the car keys, pressed a button, and went straight to open the door of the Ferrari.
He Dantong was stunned and hurriedly asked, hey, is this your car?
Yes, I just got this new car a few days ago.
Wow, so your ride is a Ferrari.
He Dantong blinked and said, you said you're not a rich man, but now the truth is out, right?
Han Shen smiled and didn't say anything. Would owning a Ferrari make him a rich man? Girl, your perspective is quite narrow.
Han Shen threw a Patek Philippe watch box into the front trunk of the car and then turned to He Dantong, who was still circling the Ferrari, and asked, do you want to ride with me to the snack city?
Ha?
He Dantong hesitated, but your car can only accommodate one passenger.
What about my photographer and assistant?
At this moment, the assistant quickly said, it's okay, Sister Tong.
We can take a taxi there. You can switch off the live broadcast and use your phone to stream.
Besides, many viewers in the live broadcast room seem to want to ride in the Ferrari. He Dantong glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and indeed saw the requests.
Since the audience had demands, why not take the ride?
So, He Dantong switched to live streaming on her phone, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat next to Han Shen. As soon as she got in the car, she saw many people in the barrage asking her to interview Han Shen. After some thought, she turned to Han Shen and asked, someone in my live broadcast room is asking, how much did this car cost?
Han Shen started the engine and said, it cost 2 million yuan. 2 million yuan, that's a lot of money. What model of Ferrari is this? F8 Spider, the convertible version. Do you want to feel the wind? I can lower the top for you. Really? That's great.
The convertible opened, the car started, and slowly headed towards the snack city with the traffic flow. Luxury car plus beautiful woman, for a moment, attracted the envy and jealousy of many passers-by, silently lamenting the unfairness of fate. By the way, many people in my live broadcast room say you are a second-generation rich, with a family fortune.
Can you reveal what you do?
I'm not a second generation rich, just doing some small business on my own and making money.
As for what I do, it's a business secret, not convenient to say.
How old are you this year?
23 years old. What? You're only 23 years old? He Dantong was surprised to hear this.
In her live broadcast room, there were also envy and jealousy comments.
Wow, only 23 years old and driving a Ferrari, buying a watch worth 18 million? Brothers, I admit I'm jealous. We are all human beings. Why is my 23 different from his 23? Damn it.
Streamer, please ask if he needs a girlfriend. My friend is very pretty.
Rich guy looking for a companion. I also want to get rich. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so young.
He Dantong's beautiful eyes flickered and said, by the way, someone in my live broadcast room asked if you still need a girlfriend. She wants to introduce her pretty friend to you. I need a girlfriend, but I don't know if that viewer really has a pretty friend.
Maybe the one speaking is a rough guy and can't be sure. You're really funny. In the conversation between the two, the Ferrari quickly arrived at the snack city.
After parking the car and getting off, Han Chen and He Dantong entered the snack city together, wandering around and showing off in front of the camera, eating wildly. It wasn't until 8:30 in the evening that Han Chen bid farewell and left, while He Dantong continued to live broadcast.
After coming out of the snack city, Han Chen got into his Ferrari.
With a thought, he summoned the spacetime smuggling system and began to operate directly. Expenditure, 10,000 units of penicillin for 800,000 people plus 500 wealth points.
Harvest, 100 large yellow croakers.
After the smuggling transaction, Han Chen quickly took out a large yellow croaker from the system warehouse and held it in his hand to examine.
The large yellow croaker, corresponding to the small yellow croaker, both were gold bars from the Republic of China era.
According to the old scale, a large yellow croaker weighed about 373 grams. Han Chen took out the electronic scale he had prepared long ago from the Ferrari's passenger side storage box, turned it on, and weighed it. He found that this gold bar was suspected of being short of weight, missing nearly 2 grams, weighing only 371.
2 grams. Moreover, this gold bar was different from the 50 small yellow croakers Han Chen had obtained before.
It was not gold minted by the central mint, but ordinary goods from the private sector, with only the words market weight 10 taels on the front, without any other markings. Seeing this situation, Han Chen estimated that it would be difficult to sell this batch of gold bars at a premium as antiques. However, fortunately, the quantity of gold this time was sufficient. Han Chen took out all 100 large yellow croakers, weighed them, and found the total weight to be
23 kilograms.
According to the current international gold price, it was definitely impossible. When it came to the formal sale of gold, it had to be based on the recycling price and the corresponding gold content. However, even so, after a rough estimate, Han Chen could still determine the value of these 100 large yellow croakers to be over tens of millions. After storing all these gold bars, Han Chen opened the system again to check the latest smuggling market information about the H100 graphics card. There are still over 1,300 wealth points, enough for express delivery fees, but it's not easy to get hold of this $500,000 in cash. In recent days, Han Chen had taken the time to look up information about foreign exchange and currency exchange. He found that the regulations were very strict. In order to prevent capital outflow, there is a regulation from above that each ordinary person can only have a maximum of $50,000 in foreign exchange quota per year, and it is not one-sided.
What does this mean?
It means that if you exchange 10,000 US dollars for RMB within a year, and then exchange the same 10,000 US dollars back to RMB, you have actually used up 20,000 US dollars of the exchange quota.
Moreover, exchanging foreign currency privately is also not allowed.
So, with $500,000 in cash, which is just over 3 million renminbi, the balance in Han Chen's account is enough for now. But without enough quota, he can't exchange this money.
This thing is as troublesome as penicillin before. However, a living person will not be suffocated by urine. There is always a solution.
If it really doesn't work, just go to Hong Kong Island or directly go abroad, then exchange the yellow croaker in hand for US dollars. For others, it is difficult to take the yellow croaker out of the country because it cannot pass the customs inspection. But Han Chen is different. He has a systematic warehouse, where any item related to the system can be stored and easily taken out.
Drive back to the residence.
After washing up, Han Chen lay on the bed without feeling sleepy and opened the Superman system to take a look. Superman, Han Chen, in growth, rank, ordinary adult male, personal attributes, age 23 to 106 years old, height 183. 7 centimeters, male dignity 18. 3 centimeters, physique 62. 3%, immunity 10. 2%, genes 2. 2%, current mall, 6 items.
1. Dignity Transformation Card, 500 Wealth Points. 2. Physique Optimization Card, 600 Wealth Points. 3. Stamina Surge Card, 800 Wealth Points. 4. Immunity Surge Card, 1200 Wealth Points. 5. Deep Sleep Card, 1500 Wealth Points. 6. Combat King Card, 2000 Wealth Points. Looking at them all, Han Chen was moved by the Dignity Transformation Card and Physique Optimization Card. The last smuggling situation can't be traded for now, so why not spend the wealth points first? With this thought, he couldn't control his inner desires anymore. He gritted his teeth and directly deducted 500 wealth points plus 600 wealth points, and bought the Dignity Transformation Card and Physique Optimization Card. System Warehouse Column. As Han Chen's thoughts flickered, he directly used one. You are using the Dignity Transformation Card. The Dignity Transformation Card is in effect. Your Dignity vehicle is being comprehensively strengthened, and it is expected to be strengthened for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the appearance, size, strength of your Dignity vehicle, and the various major body systems it involves will all undergo transformation. Has it started? At first, Han Chen didn't feel anything, but after 2 minutes, he suddenly felt his body heating up, indicating that the card was starting to take effect. Although he was quite confident in his Dignity vehicle, at least he had the upper hand in his interactions with his first love girlfriend, Zhuan Yanyan, and Zhuang Na. But no man would mind becoming stronger and bigger, and he naturally wouldn't either. Since the transformation of Dignity takes some time, Han Chen didn't just wait around, but instead focused his attention on another card. Physique Optimization Card, also known as Rapid Shaping Card. Using this card, you will receive special energy baptism from the Superman system, and muscles in all parts of your body can achieve rapid growth within half an hour. You can directly become an enviable muscle man, or customize your body shape through Muscle Preview to have the perfect body you desire. Do you want to use the Physique Optimization Card? Unlike the Dignity Transformation Card, the Physique Optimization Card mainly focuses on body shaping. Not only can it rapidly increase muscle mass within an hour, but it can also preview and customize the body shape you desire. Han Chen thought this thing was great. Ask which real man wouldn't want a strong and muscular physique with well-defined muscles? Without hesitation, he clicked to use the card. The next second, a customized interface popped up in front of him. He quickly followed the prompts and entered the data he wanted on the interface. This included overall body fat percentage, as well as the muscles and measurements of various parts such as the abdomen, chest, arms, shoulders, obliques, back, hips, thighs, feet, and ankles. After entering the data, a preview of the effect quickly appeared, allowing Han Chen to see his changed appearance intuitively. After adjusting the data 4 or 5 times, he finally set the data to what he felt was the best state and then directly entered the activation sequence. Compared to the transformation of Dignity, the effect of body optimization was more rapid and direct. In an instant, Han Chen felt his body burning up, hot and sweaty, with sweat quickly soaking his forehead and back, wetting his clothes. At the same time, the muscle cells throughout his body began to wriggle incessantly, with muscles in various parts seemingly absorbing some kind of nutrients, slowly increasing, with the abdomen, chest, and shoulders being the most obvious. He felt himself immersed in a strange sensation he had never experienced before, tingling and numb, as if his whole body was bathed in heaven, without any discomfort or pain. Han Chen silently experienced this miraculous change. About half an hour later, the transformation ended, and a prompt appeared in front of him indicating that the body optimization was completed. At this moment, Han Chen was covered in sweat, sticky all over, so he hurried to the master bedroom's bathroom for a shower. Afterward, standing in front of the mirror at the sink, looking at his muscular and masculine figure, he grinned happily. 8-pack abs, muscles like cables, and these chest muscles, biceps, broad and round shoulders, exaggerated thigh lines, and wide back. I like myself when I look at it. So manly, so fierce, handsome. His current physique was not too bulky, but the muscle definition looked very smooth, full, and solid, quite in line with the aesthetic standards of normal humans. He indulged in self-love in front of the mirror for a while. Han Chen tidied up his mood and silently waited for the end of the transformation of Dignity. Before long, a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. The transformation of Dignity is complete. Your manly Dignity vehicle has been comprehensively modified and upgraded, from the original 18.3 centimeters to the current 23.3 centimeters. All performance data including but not limited to fuel consumption, power, endurance, speed, and handling have reached the peak of human masculinity, achieving a truly unprecedented level. From today on, for the vast majority of human females, you will be the ultimate treasure god in their eyes. The peak of human masculinity, unprecedented. What an awesome evaluation. Han Chen muttered,
then lowered his head to carefully inspect his dignity vehicle. At a glance, he found that it had indeed received some significant improvements, not only in width and length but also in agility, making it easier to control. It seemed to have undergone some abnormal changes not belonging to normal humans. Opening the Superhuman system, Han Chen glanced at the attribute bar. Personal attributes, age 23/106 years old, height 183. 7 centimeters, manly dignity 23. 3 centimeters, physique 92. 3%, immunity 29. 2%, genes 11. 5%. The improvement in manly dignity and physique perfection has led to an increase in immunity thoroughness and genetic evolution. Han Chen murmured to himself. Double-clicking to expand immunity and genes, Han Chen found that the increase in immunity thoroughness mainly came from body optimization, while the increase in genetic evolution mostly came from the transformation of dignity. Among them, Han Chen found that his dignity vehicle had become more flexible, with a strange mutation, due to the genetic evolution breaking through to over 10%. Now, I should be evolving towards non-humans, that is, monsters. Han Chen mocked himself. Anyway, for Han Chen, this was a good thing. After all, in this world, no man would despise himself for becoming more powerful. But at this moment, to what extent he had become powerful, without rigorous testing and comparison, Han Chen was not too sure. Should I find a girl to help me test it? Han Chen thought to himself, then took out his phone and dialed Zhuang Na's number. Hello, Han Ji? What's up? Zhuang Na's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I miss you. Come out and meet me. I'll treat you to something to eat. Okay. Then give me an address. I'll come right away. Zhuang Na didn't refuse, but obediently agreed. Meet outside the hotel we went to last time. Okay, I'll change my clothes and come right away. Wear something sexy, I'll tear it later. Okay. April 21st, just past midnight. Zhuang Na, who had passed out and woke up in shock, looked at Han Chen with fear, her eyes red with tears. You are not my Han Ji, who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Stop lying to me, my Han Ji is not as handsome as you, doesn't have your good figure, and is not a monster like you are definitely not him, absolutely not. The physical optimization card brought changes to Han Chen, not only optimizing his figure, but also adjusting his facial features a bit, making them more harmonious than before. Han Chen didn't notice it before, but in Zhuang Na's eyes, she felt that Han Chen's face was more three-dimensional and handsome than before. Coupled with his explosive figure, he now had a hint of a male god vibe. Alright, don't be so excited, the acting is almost done. Humph, who's acting, you monster? I don't know how you changed. Clearly, just a few days ago you weren't like this, suddenly changing so much, making people completely stunned now. And you act like nothing happened, you devil. Hee, do you like it? Han Chen smiled. I don't like it. Zhuang Na replied firmly. Don't like it? Han Chen raised an eyebrow and said, if you don't like it, then why were you clinging to me just now, saying things like, honey, I really love you. Go away, I never said such things, never, you're slandering me. Zhuang Na blushed with embarrassment, then angrily raised her fist and lightly hit Han Chen a few times, to no avail. After a playful quarrel, the exhausted Zhuang Na ignored him and went straight to bed, covering her head and falling asleep. Although she had only played games with Han Chen for less than 2 hours just now, due to being in an extremely excited state, she had continuously taken down 20 to 30 opponents. As a result, she had consumed a lot of mental energy, feeling exhausted and dizzy. She couldn't hold on any longer. If she didn't get a good night's sleep, she felt like she was really going to die. After leaving the hotel, Han Chen sat in his Ferrari, leaned back in the driver's seat, scratched the back of his head, and muttered, this Zhuang Na is really weak. Despite Zhuang Na's earlier outburst of anger, cursing Han Chen as a monster and devil. In fact, Han Chen felt that he had been gentle enough, only using half of his strength when playing games with her, yet she couldn't handle it. If he went all out and used his full strength, wouldn't Zhuang Na collapse on the spot? To be honest, he hasn't had enough fun just now, feeling a bit unsatisfied. However, it's not Zhuang Na's fault. The blame should be on Han Chen's excessive transformation, which has made his combat power too outrageous now. It seems that becoming stronger doesn't necessarily mean all good things, like me now. At this moment, Han Chen was hanging in midair, feeling quite frustrated. Muttering to himself, Han Chen took out his phone and dialed Zhuan Yan's number. After the call was connected, Zhuan Yan's sleepy voice came through. Hello? Han Chen, why are you calling so late? Come out and have supper with me. I have your favorite grilled skewers. I don't want to go out, I'm already asleep. Han Chen said lightly, if you don't come out, then the LV bag I was planning to give you will have to go to someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Yan immediately exclaimed, wow, how could you do this? If you give my bag to someone else, won't your conscience hurt?
So, are you coming out or not? Fine, give me the address, I'll come out right away. Oomph, I knew you would. Han Shen chuckled, then said, or you can give me your address, I'll come to you. Zhuan Yan said, my roommate is here, and if she finds out we have a thing, it might be awkward for me to help you pursue her later. Han Shen said, I'll pick you up downstairs at your place, I won't come in, hurry up and send me the address. Zhuan Yan muttered, if things go wrong, it's your own fault, it's not my business. I've been bragging about you to my roommate these days. I'll send you the address on WeChat. After receiving the address from Zhuan Yan, Han Shen quickly drove over. 20 minutes later, when Zhuan Yan saw the Ferrari F8 parked downstairs, she was stunned. As Han Shen turned off the engine and got out of the car, she was amazed. No way, Han Shen, is this your car? Of course, whose else would it be if not mine? Wow, you actually drive a Ferrari. While marveling at the car, Zhuan Yan couldn't help but circle around it, her eyes shining. For a girl like her, who was somewhat vain, the impact of the Ferrari brand was quite strong. Seeing her dressed so attractively, with graceful movements and alluring charm, especially those long white legs, Han Shen couldn't help but have the thought of carrying her on his shoulders. So, he took a few steps, took her by surprise, and pressed her against the car hood. Ah! Zhuan Yan exclaimed, then turned around, holding his neck reproachfully. Han Shen, what are you doing? Don't mess around, there are cameras here. Then let's go to your place, I don't want to go out. Han Shen buried his head in her arms, breathing in the fragrance emanating from her, feeling the heat rising. I don't mind, but what about my roommate? You do your best, it's okay if it doesn't work out. Han Shen, at this moment, didn't care much, and added, later, you can directly purchase what you like on the LV official website, with a credit limit of 100,000. Zhuan Yan's eyes lit up, she tried to get closer to Han Shen, her eyes filled with tenderness and sweetness. Let's go, to my place, let's go. The two didn't linger downstairs for long, quickly entered the building, took the elevator upstairs, and arrived at Zhuan Yan's place. This was a house she shared with Lu Qing, with a layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 90 square meters. Upon entering the room and turning on the lights, Zhuan Yan looked at Han Shen and felt that he had changed somewhat. You seem to have become more handsome. You have a good eye. Yes, I not only became more handsome, but also stronger. Ha, you were already strong enough before. Zhuan Yan giggled, then suddenly realized something was wrong. I touched Han Shen's shoulders and biceps, then took off his clothes to take a look. When she saw his full and well-defined chest muscles and extremely clear 8-pack abs, she shuddered all over, excitedly trembling and said, wow, what's going on with you? Last time I saw you, you definitely didn't have this kind of body. How do you like my body? I love it so much, such amazing abs, such strong chest muscles, don't move, let me touch, oh, so great. Men like beautiful women, and conversely, women also like handsome men. Although Zhuan Yan is not a member of the Extreme Appearance Association, she also naturally has a good impression of good-looking and well-built boys. Han Shen's current body is simply amazing, making her eyes shine. I've decided, from today on, Han Shen, you are my male god. Your body is just too appealing to me. The two chatted and moved to the sofa. Before Han Shen could do anything, Zhuan Yan took the initiative to do everything. For a while, the two of them chatted happily on the living room sofa. What's that noise? Lu Man, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by a strange sound. Listening carefully, she furrowed her brows. Is there a thief? This was her first reaction. But soon, she realized it wasn't a thief, but from the sound, it was probably her best friend Zhuan Yan. At first, she didn't pay much attention and was ready to go back to sleep. However, gradually, Zhuan Yan's crying, laughing, pitiful, and eerie voice intermittently drifted from the living room, making her completely unable to fall asleep. Helplessly, Lu Man had to get up, turn on the light, put on slippers, open the door, intending to scold Zhuan Yan to go to bed and stop making strange noises in the middle of the night, disturbing others' sleep. However, as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. Then, she dared not make a sound, but instead, like a thief, held her breath, carefully closed her own door, leaned her delicate body against the door, panting heavily. In the middle of the night, Yan is actually doing something shameless in the living room. It's really outrageous. Who is that person? He looks a bit like Han Shen? That Yan, when did she get involved with Han Shen? During the day, she told me to try to seduce Han Shen, but she ended up doing it first. It's really too much. Lu Man muttered to herself, inexplicably angry, her delicate face turning red and beautiful. But soon, hearing the commotion coming from the living room, she couldn't help but shift her attention back to the scene she had just seen. That guy Han Shen, I didn't realize his body was quite good. But, is that really him? I didn't see clearly just now. Should I take another look to confirm if it's really him? What if I'm mistaken? This thought took root in Lu Man's heart in an instant, then grew wildly. No matter what she did, she couldn't shake it from her mind. Just one more time, just once. Taking a deep breath, Lu Man turned around, placed her slender hand on the door handle, and slowly turned it. As the door opened, through a crack, Lu Man looked through the light coming from the living room, witnessing the unforgettable scene. This. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did my eyes deceive me? No, my eyes didn't deceive me. It's real. Oh my god, it's hard to imagine. Usually he looks so ordinary, but I didn't expect Han Shen to be such a man. No, not just a man, he should be in the realm of male gods. A true male god. Lu Man couldn't sleep. Han Chen and Zuan Yanyan had gone to bed at 3 in the morning. However, she stayed awake all night. The next morning at 10 o'clock, she squinted for half an hour, but was suddenly awakened by a nightmare. Feeling groggy and unable to fall back asleep. Feeling the urge to urinate, she had to get up, put on slippers, and go to the bathroom to relieve herself. However, just as she walked halfway through the living room, passing by Zuanyan's room, she happened to bump into Han Shen coming out of Zuanyan's room. Oh, Lu Man, good morning. Han Shen greeted her with a slight raise of his eyebrows upon seeing her. Pretending to be unaware of his visit last night, Lu Man put on a cold and stiff face, furrowing her brows and said, Han Shen? What are you doing here, coming out of Zuanyan's room? What did you do to Zuanyan? TSK. Han Shen sneered, Lu Beauty, are you questioning me? Don't change the subject, please answer me. I got together with her, so naturally I can come out of her room. As for what I did to her, you know very well, don't you? What do you mean by that? What do I know? Han Shen showed a playful smile. Heh, you weren't in this attitude when you were peeking through the door crack last night. Lu Man's face changed at his words, her gaze somewhat evasive, and she immediately became furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't peek last night. Stop spreading rumors about me. Whether you did or not, you know it yourself. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive yourself. You had insomnia all night last night, right? Han Shen said, teasingly, then leaned in and whispered in Lu Man's ear, Zuanyan has already told me that you are very interested in me. If you are willing to be honest with me now, I can give you a chance. Who's interested in you? Don't listen to her nonsense. I never. Lu Man directly denied it in extreme embarrassment, cursing Zuanan in her heart, but then asked in a low voice, What chance? The same chance you had with Zuanan last night. Han Chen blew a breath towards her. You shameless. Lu Man trembled, her face flushed, forcibly suppressing the strange excitement in her heart, and said firmly, since you and Zuanan are together now, treat her well. She's a good girl, don't look elsewhere and don't let her down. You've misunderstood, my relationship with her is not that of lovers, just ordinary friends. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Scum! In response to Lu Man's accusation, Han Chen shook his head with a smile. Mutual consent, how can that be called scum? Well, I've said what I needed to say, I have something to do, I'll leave first. If you're interested in my proposal just now, you can contact me on WeChat, you have my WeChat. With that, he walked away quickly. Watching him leave, Lu Man pressed her uneven chest and muttered under her breath, who's interested in you? Do you really think I'm that shameless kind of woman? Impossible, you underestimate me. Although she said so, her mind was still in chaos. There were some unrealistic thoughts and images, like flies, buzzing in her mind. Driving away from the neighborhood where Zuanan and Lu Man lived, Han Chen first found a place to eat. Soon, his 5 internal organs were comforted. Next, it was time to get down to business. He took out his phone and dialed Gu Haodong's number. Hello, Boss Gu, I have a batch of goods in my hands, do you want to take a look? Yes, definitely. Boss Gu, don't you want to ask me what kind of goods I have first? Haha, Mr. Han, the goods in your hands must be good. You flatter me. Han Chen smiled and then said frankly, let me tell you, the goods I have this time are a batch of yellow croakers, but they are not from the Central Mint. Okay, Mr. Han, come directly to Fenghuang Road, I'll be waiting for you at my shop. Alright, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Han Chen took out 100 yellow croakers, bought a suitcase from a mall, packed them in, and then went straight to Han Hai Gold Shop. In the reception room of Han Hai Gold Shop, after looking at the batch of yellow croakers brought by Han Chen, Gu Haodong said, Mr. Han, this batch of goods are just ordinary gold bars without any collectible attributes. I'm afraid I can only offer you the market price for gold bars. Han Chen had anticipated this and was not disappointed. He nodded and said, Mr. Gu, give me a price. We are somewhat familiar, so I won't cheat you. How about a buyback price of 430 per gram? These gold bars are not pure gold, with some purity less than 99%. In addition, without an invoice and unclear origin, the price Gu Haodong offered was already quite favorable to him. Normally, pushing the price below 400 yuan per gram would not be unreasonable. Therefore, Han Shen didn't hesitate and said directly, "Alright, 430 per gram. However, when you make the payment, I hope you can exchange some US dollars for me." US dollars? Gu Haodong frowned. It might be a bit difficult, as there are strict controls on this in the country. If it's not possible, it's not impossible. Although it's a bit troublesome, leave it to me. How much do you need? 500,000 US dollars will be enough. Deposit or cash? Cash. The two quickly discussed and finalized the transaction. 100 yellow croakers, with a total weight of 37.23 kilograms. At a price of 430 yuan per gram, the total value was just over 16 million yuan. Based on the current exchange rate of 6.9 renminbi to USD, 500,000 US dollars is equivalent to 3.45 million renminbi. At Han Shen's request, Gu Haodong first transferred the 16 million yuan to Han Shen's account, and then Han Shen took out 3.45 million yuan to purchase a batch of gold bars from Gu Haodong, which he then handed over to help exchange for US dollars. Although this process was a bit troublesome, it resulted in an additional 345 points of wealth. Gu Haodong was puzzled by Han Shen's seemingly unnecessary actions, but he didn't ask too many questions, thinking he was just managing his account transactions. After receiving the batch of gold bars, Gu Haodong promised that the 500,000 US dollars would be in Han Shen's hands by the evening. Although the deadline was set for the evening, in fact, shortly after lunch, Gu Haodong delivered a box of US dollars to Han Shen. "Han buddy, have a look." "No need, I trust you won't cheat me over this small amount of money." Alright." With the system prompt, Han Shen naturally knew the authenticity of the money, which was all genuine. Moreover, during their meal earlier, they had a pleasant conversation and became closer, addressing each other more intimately than before. Although Han Shen was not clear about Gu Haodong's specific background, he could sense his strength. In terms of speech, behavior, and character, Gu Haodong was quite to Han Shen's liking. In the future, they could keep in touch more often and have more friends and opportunities. At least, without Gu Haodong's help, Han Shen would have had to go offshore to deal with the 500,000 US dollars. In the Ferrari car, Han Shen turned on the air conditioning and stored the just received 500,000 US dollars, along with the money in the box, into the system warehouse. The items needed for the H100 graphics card smuggling were ready, but 1,000 points of wealth were needed for the express delivery fee. Han Shen's current wealth value is only 578 points, still more than 400 points away. Fortunately, after selling 100 large yellow croakers, he made a considerable profit, bringing his account balance back to 16.6 million yuan. With over 4 million spent, he could cover the express delivery fee. "I have clothes, a car, and a watch. I don't need a house urgently. How should I spend this money?" Han Shen pondered with his hand on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he saw a man holding a phone passing by in front of him, which caught his attention. "Live streaming sounds good. Let's check out Douyin." So, Han Shen drove his Ferrari to find a hotel, spent money on a luxurious suite, and ordered some fruits and snacks. Then, he relaxed on the soft sofa in the suite, enjoying delicious fruits and snacks while watching Douyin. For Han Shen, there were mainly two ways to spend a large sum of money now. First, to buy things he needed. Second, to flirt with girls, especially those with treasure chests. Opening Douyin, Han Shen first searched for He Dantong's name. Seeing that she wasn't live, he then switched to the following page. The first live room that popped up was Jia Ying's. Han Shen clicked in to take a look. At this moment, Jia Ying in front of the camera looked a bit indifferent. Originally, she thought that after the wave of popularity and exposure from Han Shen's carnival gifts, her live room would gradually improve. However, she overestimated her own strength and underestimated the competition from other Douyin streamers. Therefore, the popularity of her live room in these days remained lukewarm, with a slight increase in online viewers but not significant. What's more frustrating was that after Han Shen gifted her 30 carnivals, several of her loyal fans misunderstood and stopped sending her gifts or even watching her live streams. Sigh, live streaming is so difficult. "Oh, who's this?" Jia Ying sighed inwardly and suddenly saw a familiar ID entering the live room. She immediately perked up and said with a smile, "Welcome back, brother 10 times a night. Where have you been these days? You didn't come to see me." 10 times a night replied, "Why didn't I come to see you? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Seeing this message, Jia Ying was stunned. Her mouth twitched slightly as she realized something. Well, she had previously rejected Han Shen's direct invitation on WeChat. In fact, due to the foundation of those 30 carnivals, she had a good impression of her old classmate Han Shen. She even secretly fantasized that if Han Shen continued to send her gifts in her live room,
sincerely protect and accompany her. After some time, she would agree to be his girlfriend. Unfortunately, Han Shen made it clear from the beginning that he was not pursuing her and wanted to talk to her as an adult. This confused her a bit. She didn't like relationships developing too quickly because it was beyond her control. Jiang coughed lightly. Brother, 10 times a night, don't tease me. I took what you said on WeChat as a joke. 10 times a night asked, so, no more carnivals? Jiang pouted, of course, I want carnivals. But you know, I'm not that kind of person. 10 times a night said, okay, take your time playing. I'm out. Jiang wanted to say something more, but seeing that he left the live room after sending the barrage, she felt helpless for a moment. When asked by the audience in the live room what was going on, she squeezed out a smile and confidently said, what else can it be? Of course, he thought I was pretty, lusted after my body, and then wanted to directly spend money to capture me, but I didn't agree. Yes, for all the family members in the live broadcast room, I refused the opportunity to cling to someone's thigh. So, are you really willing to keep freeloading on watching my live broadcast? Can't you show some support with a little gift? Thanks to Wang Kai's Porsche, thanks to Han Han's hot air balloon, thanks to Xiao Hei's sunglasses. Thank you, my family, it's so nice to have you, I feel comfortable now. Watching the various gifts floating in the live broadcast room, Jie Ying's mood instantly became joyful. Even without you, Han Shen, there are still people supporting my live broadcast room. Although it's not as popular as you now, it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Han Shen didn't know Jie Ying's thoughts, but if he did, he would definitely sneer and say hee hee. After leaving Jie Ying's live broadcast room, Han Shen continued to search for female anchors with treasure chests in his follow list. However, it was not the peak time for live broadcasting at night, and many of the female anchors he followed were not live. After swiping through more than a dozen live broadcast rooms, he didn't see graceful beauty or goddess, but he saw 2 girls with beauty ratings but no treasure chests. Judging from this situation, the lowest rating to have a treasure chest should require the girl's appearance to reach the level of graceful beauty. Just being beautiful is not enough. He continued to swipe through more than 20 live broadcast rooms. Finally, in the live broadcast room of a female anchor named Little Rabbit Bobo, a semi-transparent virtual screen with a treasure chest popped up in front of Han Shen. Little Rabbit Bobo, graceful beauty. Treasure chest 1, if you collect 80% of her, you will obtain 1/10 of the identity of a time and space smuggler, intermediate level. Han Shen glanced at the virtual pop-up window, then fixed his gaze and scrutinized the female anchor on the screen. She was a female anchor with over 4 million followers. Although not as popular as He Dan Tong, she was also a well-known internet celebrity in the field of Douyin's appearance. Han Shen started following her last year, attracted by her childish face and mature body, and recently he could occasionally see her dance videos. He used to sigh that if he could have a joyful offline interaction with this female internet celebrity, it would be so wonderful. Unfortunately, he didn't have money at that time, so he could only fantasize. And now, he had money in his pocket and happened to spend it. Why not realize a little dream from the past? In the live broadcast room, Little Rabbit Bobo was dancing at the moment. She was wearing a dark gray crop top that exposed her belly and a black tight mini shorts on her lower body. Her casual outfit not only did not make her lose face, but also directly highlighted her slender waist, perky buttocks, and long legs. Twist and turn, twist and turn. With her constantly changing dance moves, her good figure completely showed her sexy side between twisting her waist and shaking her buttocks. Wow, this girl can really dance, it's so hot to watch. Han Shen watched the live broadcast for a while and felt that this female anchor was indeed very good, extremely good, burning up the screen. In addition to twisting her waist and shaking her buttocks, her expression on her youthful face was also full of charm, looking like she was asking for a beating. People couldn't help but want to poke her throat with a straw and give her a lesson. The interactive area of the live broadcast room. At this moment, it was also very lively, and the atmosphere was completely ignited by Little Rabbit Bobo's dance. Wow, she's a peach on earth. This anchor is so good, I stand up and salute directly. Burning, doing these things online every day, where is the morality? Where is the shame? Where is the address? Goddess Rabbit, I love you. I just swore to quit social media, damn it, stop, please stop, don't dance anymore. Oh my crab. If my wife can dance like this, even if the child is not mine, I'll accept it. Brothers, I can't hold back, I'm going to open the browser first. Han Shen looked at the interaction area, feeling that there were really a lot of talented viewers, so he happily joined in. 10 waves in one night. I have a brother who asked me to help ask, are you flying to Yangchun, streamer? As the music ended, the dance finished. Xiaodu Bobo covered her uneven chest, panting slightly, came to the camera, pulled a chair and sat down with a smile. How was it, everyone, was the dance today okay? If you like watching Tutu dance, remember to follow,
give some encouragement and support. While speaking, Xiaodu Bobo glanced at the gift area backstage and found that although there were many small gifts, there were no big gifts. For a moment, her hopeful smile gradually faded, showing a hint of disappointment. She used to be a creator on another platform, but since she switched to Douyin, her expectations were met with disappointment. Initially, many people told themselves that live streaming on Douyin was easy and profitable. With her looks and figure, she believed that she would become popular effortlessly. She believed it at the time, violated her contract on the other platform, and eagerly came over. However, while her live streaming data was better in the first month on Douyin, from the second month onwards, her popularity declined day by day, and her gift income plummeted. Due to the huge gap between expectations and reality, she had been live streaming tirelessly for half a year on Douyin, still owing the previous platform's breach of contract penalty, with hundreds of thousands of yuan left unpaid. Moreover, with the continuous decline in live streaming income, if things didn't improve, it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to clear the penalty this year either. This led to her recent mental breakdown, feeling like a powder keg ready to explode. So, when she saw few gifts and read the vulgar comments in the interaction area, she couldn't contain her anger. She caught a comment without her fan badge and fiercely criticized, "So annoying, why does my livestream always have comments asking for dates and where I'm from? What are you people thinking all day long? Can't you just watch the live stream properly and respect the streamer? I'm talking about you, this 10 waves in one night, so annoying, I don't want to stream anymore." As she spoke, her lips flattened, her eyes suddenly turned red, showing a sense of grievance. Some of her loyal fans in the live stream immediately came out to defend her. "Baby, don't mind these uncivilized people. 10 waves in one night? What a funny name, definitely a loser in real life. Shrimp head guy, if you don't like it, get out of the live stream. I've spent over 100,000 in Tutu's live stream, never dared to ask her out. Who do you think you are? You don't understand any rules. Goddess, don't get angry, don't be upset, I'll feel bad if you get sick." Seeing many comments supporting her in the interaction area, Xiaotu Bobo's mood improved significantly. However, she continued to put on a look of a wronged baby in front of the camera and said, "I'm not getting angry, but there are too many people like this in the livestream recently, not even having my fan badge, yet they come in and ask these inappropriate questions, leading other viewers astray, clearly trying to mess with my mental state. Forget it, as the brothers in the livestream said, there's no need to be angry with these uncivilized people, it's not worth getting sick over. However, since we're on this topic today, I'll make a unified response here." With that, she paused and proudly said, "You want me to parachute in, right? Fine, speak with sincerity and strength. 500 carnivals, as long as someone dares to swipe, I dare to fly, I keep my word." Just now, who was it? The guy who calls himself 10 waves in one night. It's you. Didn't you ask me if I dare to fly to Yangcheng? I'm telling you now, I will fly, as long as you dare to swipe me 500 carnivals right now, I will immediately book a ticket to Yangcheng. How about it, do you dare? With these words, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "Ha, the anchor is amazing, this move is really clever. Damn, 500 carnivals? That's 1.5 million renminbi, the anchor is really cunning. Don't joke, if he had 1.5 million renminbi, would he still be watching your live broadcast here? Just check this guy's profile, he's just an ordinary office worker, level 41, he probably already emptied his pockets, so anchor, give up quickly. Just a big talker, not to mention 500 carnivals, I bet he can't even swipe 5 carnivals now." At this moment, Han Shen ignored the barrage of others. Instead, he focused on the new system pop-up in front of him. Treasure box 2, let little rabbit Bobo kneel in front of you face to face and say, "Master, I'm sorry," 100 times. After completion, you will receive 1/10 of the time smuggler identity, intermediate. This cup system, always with these treasure box tasks. But, I like it. Han Shen opened the chat box and started typing in the barrage. 10 waves in one night, just need 500 carnivals? Are you sure? Little rabbit Bobo saw this barrage, was stunned for a moment, then smiled. What do you mean just 500 carnivals? No, you're really pretending in my live broadcast room, right? Yes, I'm sure, just 500 carnivals, do you dare to swipe? What's there to be afraid of, just 1.5 million, I'm just wondering how to spend the 4 to 500 W I have now. Han Shen didn't hesitate, immediately opened the recharge page and started recharging. But he found that Douyin's recharging had limitations, he could only recharge up to 100,000 at a time, so he called customer service for inquiries. After nearly 5 minutes, Han Shen had the customer service adjust his account's single recharge limit to 5 million, and then he recharged 5 million into his Douyin account. Today's task is to spend this 5 million. In the live broadcast room, little rabbit Bobo saw that Han Shen hadn't spoken for so long, and concluded that he had backed down, so he started showing off in front of the camera. 10 waves in one night, where are you? It's been so long and no movement, where did you go? Did you run away? Heh, I thought he was some big shot. Just now I was a bit nervous, thinking what if he really swiped, what should I do? Now looking at it, it was a false alarm, right, the economy is not good now, where are so many big shots? With that, little rabbit Bobo paused, then continued with a very annoying expression, just a big talker, what else can he do besides talking? Despise this kind of person. If you don't have money, just go to the factory and screw your screws honestly, don't embarrass yourself online, little brother. Phew, finished scolding, now I feel much better. Let's not talk about this, come on, let's go find a small anchor to play a round of PK and relax. In front of the phone screen, Han Chen, who had just recharged 5 million, frowned upon hearing little rabbit Bobo's words. The finger that had almost touched the carnival slowly loosened, hesitating in his heart. He wanted those 2 treasure boxes on little rabbit Bobo, but he didn't like what little rabbit Bobo had just said. Continuing to give her gifts now would be like being taken advantage of, and he didn't like that. System, change the content of the treasure box task. I don't want to sleep with her anymore, I want to beat her. Han Chen muttered to himself. The system didn't respond. Dog system, you're just a dead bootlicker, can't you have some backbone, damn it. Han Chen cursed. And just at this moment, the screen in the little rabbit Bobo live broadcast room split in half, revealing an extremely beautiful and well-fed female anchor on the right side of the screen. Ha! Han Chen's expression slightly changed, then his eyes narrowed. You Bao Bao, top-tier goddess. Treasure box 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will receive 3 out of 10 random identity cards. Treasure box 2, if your collection level reaches 90%, you will receive the identity of a spacetime smuggler, intermediate, 3 out of 10. Treasure box 3, if your collection level reaches 100%, you will receive a 1-year pharmaceutical oligarch identity experience card. Introduction. To reach a collection level of 90% for a girl, you need to complete holding hands, hugging, kissing, and knowing everything about her, and make her your personal pet. To reach 100% collection level, you need to help her successfully win over a girl of equal beauty after reaching 90%. So this is what it means to have an 80% or higher collection level. Han Chen thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen collection levels of 90% and 100% since obtaining the system. It was also the first time he had seen 3 treasure boxes appear above a girl's head. While Han Chen was still examining the new virtual screen in front of him, in the live broadcast room, little rabbit Bobo had already started chatting with the female anchor named Yu Bao Bao. Little rabbit Bobo, hello, Miss Across, what game should we play? Yu Bao Bao, hello, anything is fine, I'm good with anything. Little rabbit Bobo, let's play normally then, and the loser has to dance, how about that? Yu Bao Bao, sure, no problem. Little rabbit Bobo, alright, let's mute then. After the chat, the two followed the PK process, muted themselves, and started canvassing for votes. Little rabbit Bobo put her young face in front of the camera and said, just checked, the girl across only has 20,000 fans, everyone, vote for me, crush her, no mercy. As she spoke, her loyal fans in the live broadcast room started sending gifts and votes. In less than a minute, they had accumulated 130,000 votes, equivalent to 13,000 yuan. On the other side, only had a few dozen votes, equivalent to a few yuan. The difference was quite significant. Wow, are they playing this hard? Starting with 130,000 votes, the girl across must be shocked. Tisk TSK, the cohesion in Little Rabbit Bobo's live broadcast room is strong. There's no suspense in this, the PK will definitely be won, not very meaningful. In front of the camera, Little Rabbit Bobo smiled happily, thanks to my Dragon Brothers Carnival, thanks to the TikTok #1 that I want to thank, thanks to the Porsche that I almost thanked. Thank you everyone, you guys are amazing. In less than a minute, we got over 10,000 votes. The girl across must be stunned now. Wait. Before she could finish her words, Little Rabbit Bobo, who was feeling proud, realized that something seemed off. The PK bar that was firmly in their favor began to move. 30,000 votes, 150,000 votes, 300,000 votes, 600,000 votes. The votes for the female anchor on the other side started skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Little Rabbit Bobo's side and continued to accumulate at a very fast pace. Little Rabbit Bobo exclaimed in surprise, oh no, the other side has a big shot. Everyone, charge quickly. However, just as she said that, Little Rabbit Bobo felt a sense of despair as the votes on the other side surged to 1 million, then 2 million, 5 million. Little Rabbit Bobo's lips parted, and she was dumbfounded. 5 million votes, how can we continue this? Wait, what's going on? Wasn't the other side just a small streamer? How can you be so fierce? Can we go live again in our room?
By the end of her words, her voice had softened a bit, sounding somewhat less confident. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was boiling. The other side must have eaten explosives, so powerful. You were just showing off earlier, looking down on the other side. Now your head must be buzzing, right? No chance of winning, the gap is too big, the other side doesn't treat us as equals at all. Wow, the big brother on the other side is Lang brother. Lang brother is leading in votes. Lang brother? Who's Lang brother? Which Lang brother? It's the one who just mocked the loser earlier, Lang brother who's on a roll 10 times in one night.
Damn, it really is him. Seeing the barrage in the interaction area, Xiaotu Bobo frowned. The big brother on the other side is Lang brother 10 times in one night? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The guy sending the barrage must be joking with me. At first, Xiaotu Bobo didn't believe it at all, but when she saw her own room manager sending a barrage saying that the other side was indeed Lang brother 10 times in one night, Xiaotu Bobo couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She tightly pursed her lips, didn't say a word, just silently raised her finger to click on the contribution list on the other side. Then, she froze directly in front of the camera. First place, Lang brother 10 times in one night, contributed 9 million votes, 9. 3 million votes, 9. 6 million votes. Seeing the constantly refreshing contribution value of the first place on the other side, Xiaotu Bobo's heart twitched a few times, feeling breathless for no reason. For a moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes suddenly turning red. He actually went to the other side to show off? At the same time, in the live broadcast room on the other side. Wow, thank you Lang brother for so many carnivals, my god, I'm going crazy. At this moment, Yu Baobao was both shocked and delighted, completely in a daze. It had been over 2 months since she started the live broadcast. Although she attracted some attention from LSP with her solid figure and looks, without a guild or Douyin support, her live broadcast room had always been lukewarm. Gift income depended entirely on luck, sometimes receiving over 2,000 yuan in tips in a day, sometimes not even enough for a meal. At first, she was a bit resentful, thinking that she was no worse than those big anchors with millions of followers and tens of thousands of online viewers. Why could they become popular while she couldn't? But later, after gaining a deeper understanding of the various rules of this industry, she realized how naive her previous understanding was. In Douyin, there was no shortage of beauties. Once the beauty filter was applied, everyone was beautiful. Moreover, most of the internet celebrities who could become popular and stay popular had teams and invested real money in promotion. And Yu Baobao was just a female college student, without a team, and it was impossible for her to use her own living expenses to promote herself. So, while other female anchors could become popular and make money, she couldn't. That's the difference. After realizing her shortcomings and limitations, Yu Baobao didn't expect to make big money on Douyin. Her idea was just to get by and earn some pocket money. But she never expected that this random live PK today would bring her such a huge unexpected surprise. Shortly after the live broadcast started with the female anchor Xiaotu Bobo, a big brother came to her live broadcast room and started sending carnivals without saying a word. 1, 10, 100, 200. Now, he had sent over 300 carnivals, almost reaching 400. This scene made Yu Baobao's legs clench in excitement, her whole body feeling a bit sticky, as if she were dreaming. And in Yu Baobao's excitement, as the 5-minute PK time was about to end, the votes finally settled. Han Shen sent 500 carnivals, smashing all the gifts he intended for Xiaotu Bobo into Yu Baobao's live broadcast room. In just a short 1 or 2 minutes. At this moment, the number of online viewers in Yu Baobao's live broadcast room has jumped from dozens to tens of thousands. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room has completely exploded. Brother Lang is awesome. Wow, 500 carnivals, a total of 1.5 million renminbi. Oh my, you're not just all talk. Sorry, big brother, I underestimated you just now. Big brother, it's great to have money. Damn, in less than 2 minutes, you've made more than my 15 years of salary. The takeout in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Big brother, do you need a little brother? In front of the camera in the live broadcast room, Yu Baobao calmed down, blinked her watery eyes, her delicate hand pressed against the full granary with curves, and tremblingly said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Brother Lang, for the 500 carnivals. Oh my god, am I dreaming? To receive so many gifts one day, I am truly honored and surprised. Brother Lang, let me ask first, you didn't mistakenly enter the wrong live broadcast room, did you?" After speaking, she immediately made Han Shen a room manager, followed him, and then stared at the public screen with her autumn eyes, waiting for his reply. Soon, a barrage finally caught her eye. 10 times a night, no, it's just for you. But, initially, I was planning to give it to the female anchor on the other side,
but she rejected it, so I gave it to you. Yu Baobao was stunned, thinking that it was the big brother who had a falling out with the female anchor on the other side. No wonder, it's really a big advantage for me to pick up. Yu Baobao hurriedly said, "Ah, is that so? Then the female anchor on the other side is really blind. I'll teach her a lesson later." Soon, the PK ended. The votes on both sides froze at 150,000 votes to 1. 5 million votes, 15,000 renminbi to 150,000 renminbi, and Yu Baobao won the victory without any suspense. After the microphone was turned on, Yu Baobao smiled at the camera and said, "Miss on the other side, sorry, I won." "Yes, you won." Little Rabbit pouted, looking at Yu Baobao's extremely happy appearance. Her mood was extremely bad. Yu Baobao smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this PK. Listening to Brother Lang just now, these 500 carnivals were originally intended for you, but you seemed to not want them, so he gave them to me. I really picked up a big advantage. Thank you for being so blind." Ha ha ha. Her sarcastic words made the barrage in Little Rabbit's live broadcast room explode instantly. "Wow, are you a second-generation rich, not even interested in 500 carnivals? Ha, just now you were insulting people as losers, now you're getting slapped in the face? Little Rabbit is crying in the toilet. I get it, just now Brother Lang went to recharge. Awesome, missing out on 1.5 million in revenue. Tisk tsk, the host's face is green, I bet she's regretting it now, right?" In front of the camera, Little Rabbit's face looked unpleasant. She gritted her teeth and said, I never said I didn't want them. Brother Lang, you misunderstood. You came to my live broadcast room, let's talk it out. I thought you had run away." When Yu Baobao heard her words, she quickly said, "Well, since the PK is over, I'll leave first, bye." Little Rabbit hurriedly said, "I haven't punished you yet, I'll dance." Yu Baobao pretended not to hear and directly ended the call. "Dance? What dance are you going to do? Don't think I don't know you're trying to seduce my big brother. No way, I won't give you a chance. Besides, I can dance too." In front of the camera, Yu Baobao revealed a row of neat white teeth and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't punished her to dance yet. However, it's okay, I can dance too. Lang Ge, do you want to see a dance? I can dance for you. I studied dance performance, I dance more professionally than her." Where is Lang Ge? Oh no, he must have been deceived by that woman again. Lang Ge, you are confused. While speaking, Yu Baobao noticed that Han Chen, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, had actually disappeared, making her stomp her feet in the live broadcast room in anxiety. Meanwhile, in the interactive area, the Barrage brothers were making fun of the situation. "Oh no, Big Brother ran away. What's the use of being a professional dancer? The female anchor on the other side can dance better than you and wears less." The female anchor on the other side just said that as long as Lang Ge gives her 500 carnivals, she will book a plane ticket to see Lang Ge. As long as you send a private message to Lang Ge saying that you are also willing to book a plane ticket to see him, he will immediately reply to your live broadcast. Yu Baobao glanced at the barrage in the interactive area, twisted her beautiful eyebrows, and her delicate skin on her snow-white face twitched slightly. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, she finally knew what had happened between Xiaotu Bobo and Han Chen just now. Book a plane ticket to see Lang Ge? This is not right, I am just a baby, I have never done such a thing before. Moreover, if I really do that, once Bebe knows, she will despise me to death, right? But, Lang Ge just gave me 500 carnivals, if I show no response at all, it doesn't seem right, right? After all, that's 1.5 million yuan. Han Chen left Yu Baobao's live broadcast room not to go to Xiaotu Bobo's place, but to answer a phone call. The call was from Zhuang Li. "Han Chen, you haven't come to work for so many days, do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, just say it. I want to work, but you don't give me the chance." "When did I not give you the chance?" "Then come to Binjiang Hotel, I'm waiting for you here." Zhuang Li finally understood Han Chen's meaning just now and angrily said, "I was talking to you about serious matters, do you still want to work or not? Isn't today Friday? Let's talk about it next week." Without chatting much with Zhuang Li, Han Chen hung up the phone and continued to open Douyin, preparing to enter Yu Baobao's live broadcast room to have a good chat with her. However, due to the continuous messages popping up in his private messages, he had to first go to the message page to take a look. "Hello Lang Ge, I can fly to Yangcheng, come to my live broadcast room, just 10 carnivals are enough. Boss, do you want a local beauty from Yangcheng to accompany you 24 hours? I am a young woman. Brother, please support me, I am a beauty. Rich guy, want to make friends? I will be an adult soon. Want to be Lang Ge's little dog, can you give me a chance?" Han Chen was dazzled by the private messages. It can only be said that the people on Douyin now are really weird. He had never consumed on Douyin before and didn't know the situation. After sending 500 carnivals just now, all kinds of strange people appeared. He clicked into several pages claiming to be beautiful women, only to find out that they were all rough men. However, at this moment, a new private message caught his attention. Xiaotu Bobo, Lang Ge, are you there? Xiaotu Bobo, Lang Ge, I was wrong just now, it was my fault, I apologize to you. Xiaotu Bobo, Lang Ge, my WeChat ID is. Please add me, I want to apologize to you on WeChat, please give me a chance, I beg you. After reading the private message, Han Chen chuckled. This female anchor changes her tune so quickly. After some thought, he added the number sent by Xiaotu Bobo on WeChat. Within half a minute of adding her as a friend on WeChat, a message from Xiaotu Bobo popped up. Xiaotu Bobo, Lang Ji, I'm sorry, really sorry, I was wrong, whoa, crying loudly. Han Shen sent 2 words over, hee hee. Little rabbit Bobo, Longa, please forgive me. As long as you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Willing to do anything? Han Shen sneered in his heart and said directly, then book a flight to Yangcheng now. Little rabbit Bobo, okay, I will book a flight right away. Shortly after, Little Rabbit Bobo sent a screenshot of a flight ticket from Yanjing to Yangcheng departing in an hour and a half. Han Chen was taken aback, did she really book a flight? So straightforward? Han Chen was somewhat surprised, I haven't even said anything yet. Will you fly to Yangcheng to give me gifts in your live broadcast room after I forgive you? Little Rabbit Bobo, because of my previous mistake, which caused Longa to have an unpleasant experience, I am really sorry. As for giving gifts, let's talk about it after you forgive me. This woman still has some brains, not completely foolish. If she dares to say anything else, Han Chen would rather put aside the matter of giving gifts and ignore her. Han Chen, then come to Yangcheng, let me see how sincere your apology is. If your sincerity is enough, we can talk about anything. Little Rabbit Bobo, Longa, please rest assured, I will definitely satisfy you. I will go to the airport now. Han Chen, okay, I will pick you up when you arrive in Yangcheng. Since Little Rabbit Bobo took such a humble attitude as a female anchor and was willing to come to Yangcheng to apologize, Han Chen naturally would not refuse. After all, the initiative was in his hands. Let's first see if she is sincerely apologizing or playing other tricks. After chatting with Little Rabbit Bobo, Han Chen returned to Yu Baobao's live broadcast room. When Yu Baobao saw him return, she quickly greeted him happily, welcome back, Longa. Where did you just go? Did you go chat with that female anchor? Longa, oh, how did you know? Yu Baobao nervously asked, how are you two now? Are you going to leave me for her? Longa, leave for what? Yu Baobao, go to her live broadcast room and never come back to see me? Longa, that depends on your performance. Send me your WeChat ID, I'll add you. Yu Baobao quickly said, okay, Longa, right away. After adding Yu Baobao on WeChat, Han Chen directly sent her a message. Do you want to come to Yancheng? Yu Baobao replied, Longa, you are so direct, I feel a bit flustered. Don't be flustered, let's just chat normally. Do you have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? I'm still single, a single dog since birth. Really? Looking at your appearance, there should be people pursuing you, right? Of course it's true. Although there are people pursuing me at school, I don't like them. I think they are a bit childish, always going to internet cafes to play games, or playing basketball, table tennis, etc. Without any ambition. School? Are you still in school? How old are you? Yes, I'm a sophomore this year, going to be a junior in the second half of the year. I just turned 20 this year. Han Chen, oh, I didn't expect you to be a college student. So young, with such a good figure, is the figure in your live broadcast room real? Yu Baobao, it's real, all natural. Han Chen, I don't believe it, unless you send a photo to prove it. Yu Baobao, Longa, you are so bad, trying to trick me. Han Chen, no tricks, just want to get to know you better. Yu Baobao, well, then I'll send a photo to prove it, but you can't share it with others, only you can see it. Han Chen, okay, no problem. Seeing this, Yu Baobao found a photo of herself in lace underwear from her private album, cropped it slightly, and sent it to Han Chen. Of course, the photos are just a little sexy, equivalent to swimsuits like bikinis, and there is no exposure. After receiving the photos, Han Chen clicked to enlarge and took a closer look, feeling amazed. Yubo, this college girl, really has good development. Judging by the scale of this granary, Han Chen estimated that it should be at least a D+ cup, maybe even an E cup. How about it, Longa, is it real? It looks real, but I haven't touched it to feel, so it's hard to judge whether there's some padding added. Oh, Longa, you said you wouldn't trick me. You looked at the photos, and now you want to feel it. When you feel it, are you going to say it's hard to judge accurately through clothes?
and then have further demands? Looks like you know quite a bit. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Annoying, I'm not talking to you, Yubo said, sending an angry expression.
Of course, she was just saying that. She wouldn't really ignore him, instead changed the topic and started chatting with Hanshin.
After chatting with her on WeChat for more than 10 minutes, Hanshin had a rough understanding of her current situation.
This girl is currently studying at a university in Hang City, with a lively personality, open in conversation, not a rigid person. When he felt it was enough, Hanshin directly asked her on WeChat, "I'm thinking of adopting a private pet recently.
After chatting just now, I feel you are quite suitable. Would you consider it?" "Ha? A private pet?"
Yubao took a while to reply, "Big brother, shouldn't you be asking me about dating first?
How did you suddenly jump to a private pet? Do you want me to be your underground lover?"
Hanshin didn't answer her question but said, "If you're willing, I'll go to your live broadcast room now and give you 500 carnivals." On the other side of WeChat, in a female dormitory of the dance department at the Hang City Music College, with other roommates absent, Yubao, who was live streaming and chatting with Hanshin on WeChat, had a frozen expression on her fair face.
"Give me another 500 carnivals?" Honestly, Yubao admitted that she was not the kind of person who could remain indifferent to money.
She couldn't compare to her twin sister studying at a prestigious 985 university in Yanjing.
After entering university, seeing other girls in the college wearing branded clothes, dressing stylishly and beautifully, she couldn't help but envy them.
Subconsciously, she also wanted to have what they had and live a refined life.
Unfortunately, her family was not wealthy.
Her parents supported both her and her sister in university, giving them a monthly allowance of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which was already tight.
She couldn't ask for more support from her family.
So, she had to figure out the money issue herself. Live streaming on Douyin became one of the few ways she thought she could fulfill her inner desires.
However, as much as she hoped, disappointment followed.
Her previous Douyin live streams were not outstanding.
Although she made money, it wasn't as much as she had imagined.
She thought her dream of a refined life would not be realized in the short term.
But the 1.5 million renminbi gift she had just received reignited her hope. To be honest, she had already thought about it. If Hanshin, this big brother on the list, wanted to be with her, she would agree. She must stabilize the other party first and not let him mention a refund. However, what Yubao didn't expect was that Hanshin didn't want to be with her but wanted her to be his private pet directly. This caught Yubao off guard. She really didn't expect Hanshin to come up with this. Subconsciously, she didn't want to agree. Because having a girlfriend is at least a matter of face, a private pet, that is purely an underground lover, which is very contrary to the current moral consensus. However, when Yubao saw Hanshin express his willingness to give her another 500 carnivals, she was once again plunged into endless struggle, wavering between a refined lifestyle and human morality. Yubao lightly bit her thin lips, feeling very conflicted, and typed with her head down, "Lang Ge, don't be like this." "Hanshin, what? You're not moved at all by my proposal?"
Yubao, honestly, I am indeed a little moved, but
how about we officially date instead? I can be your girlfriend, and you don't have to give me those 500 carnivals. Hanshin, it seems like you think it's too little. Alright, you name the price.
Yubao, I don't think it's too little. For a female college student like me who has a monthly living expense of 2,000 to 3,000, what you said is already a sky-high price.
Hanshin, then you better agree quickly, or else you'll miss this opportunity. Yubao, you make a good point, but I never thought about being anyone's private pet. Hanshin, never thought about it? Then take this time to think it over.
Hanshin didn't bother to argue with her, directly took a screenshot from his Douyin account, sent it to her, and added, "In my Douyin account, there's roughly around 3.5 million renminbi. If you agree, I'll go to your live stream and give you a full tip right now."
This is my sincerity. If you think it's okay, reply to me within 3 minutes.
Yubao's breath suddenly stopped as she opened the screenshot sent by Hanshin and glanced at his message. She felt her cheeks flush, her throat a bit dry. Geez, this guy is too wealthy. There's actually 3.5 million renminbi in his Douyin account.
Lang Ge, why are you testing me like this? Which female college student can withstand your test?
Yubao lamented in her heart.
However, the thought of receiving 3.5 million in tips, plus the previous 1.5 million, would make it a total of 5 million. According to Douyin's revenue sharing model, she could get
2.5 million in pre-tax income, plus some tax deductions. She should be able to take home around 2 million. Without any surprises, Yubao felt that if she didn't take shortcuts, she wouldn't be able to earn this much money within 10 years after graduating from college. But now, just by agreeing to Hanshin, she could directly receive such a large sum of income.
It's like skipping 10 years of detours. What should she choose? Yu Baobao took a deep breath, her eyes flickering constantly.
If I agree to him, I might regret it later. But if I don't agree now, I'll regret it immediately, and maybe even regret it for a lifetime. In that case, there's no need to hesitate, agree to him.
Yes, agree to him. Yu Baobao gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and her tender white fingers touched the phone screen, typing quickly, Lang Ji, you're really putting me in a difficult position with this test. Sigh, okay, considering your sincerity, I agree. But I have two small conditions. What conditions, tell me. First, our relationship must be kept secret. If it accidentally leaks out, you have to say I'm your girlfriend. Second, I'm feeling flustered right now, let me calm down for a few days. I'll come to Yangqing to find you on May Day. Is that okay? No problem. Anything else? Coincidentally, Xiao Bobo, the female anchor, is coming to Yangqing today. If Yu Baobao's visit to Yangqing can be scheduled separately from hers, it would be a good choice. Some things need to be taken slowly, haste makes waste. Moreover, as the only supreme goddess with 3 treasure chests that Han Shen has encountered so far, he should consider her thoughts a little bit, so as not to make her feel that Han Shen is indifferent, and ultimately make a mess and let the cooked duck fly away. Thank you, Lango, that's all. Okay, I'll go to your live broadcast room now to send you gifts. Switch to Douyin page and enter Yu Baobao's live broadcast room.
Han Shen didn't hesitate, he directly opened the gift column, selected the carnival, and started a combo.
1, 10, 100, 500, 1000. After about 3 minutes of brushing, the number of carnival gifts stopped at 1166.
The remaining 2,000 yuan was brushed out by Han Shen in the form of 2 Douyin no.
1. At this point,
5 million renminbi was all spent in Yu Baobao's live broadcast room. In front of the camera, even though she was mentally prepared and knew the result in advance, seeing so many carnivals at this moment still made Yu Baobao excited and unable to contain herself. Her pretty face turned white and red, pink and tender, extremely attractive. Oh my god, thank you Langu for the 1166 carnivals plus 2 Douyin no. 1, Langu, you are so generous, I want to date you. Yu Baobao exclaimed, to prevent others from gossiping later, she took the initiative to express her feelings first. At this moment, her live broadcast room was never so lively. The popularity was directly boosted to over 100,000 by Douyin's livestream, and a dense crowd of netizens were watching the show. Is he crazy? He brushed over 1,000 carnivals? Damn, where did this big shot come from, not even blinking his eyes while sending gifts? Langu is mighty, I beg to hug your thigh. Langu, what are you doing? Didn't you just send 500 carnivals, and now you're sending more? Awesome, adding the previous ones, a total of 5 million renminbi gone. I really can't understand the world of the rich, the money I can't earn in 50 years without eating or drinking. He just spent it all in one live broadcast, damn. At the same time, in Jie Ying's live broadcast room, feeling a bit tired and preparing to end the broadcast, she suddenly noticed a strange barrage in the interactive area of her live broadcast room.
Oh no, something's wrong, the top anchor has been kidnapped. Jie Ying was stunned. The top anchor has been kidnapped? What are you talking about? It's true, it's that Langu who goes 10 times a night. Langu? Is it him? What happened to him? He just sent a lot of carnivals in a female anchor's live broadcast room, and it seems like it's worth 5 million.
What? Jie Ying's heart tightened when she saw this barrage, her expression changed. Langu sent 5 million in a female anchor's live broadcast room?
Is it in RMB? What RMB? 5 million renminbi. This can't be true. Stop joking, 5 million renminbi is not a small amount. Jie Ying's first reaction was disbelief.
In her opinion, Han Shen might have made some money, but it should not be a large sum. And now, someone told her that Han Shen had generously spent 5 million renminbi in another female anchor's room. She felt it was a bit of a joke. That guy Han Shen, if he were so generous, he would have spent money to pursue her on WeChat before, but he didn't. However, the audience said, I'm not lying to you, that female anchor's ID is Sister Bao Bao, you can check it out yourself. Seeing this person so convinced, not like deliberately lying to fool her, Jie Ying's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? With a mix of belief and doubt, she quickly used her other spare phone to search for Sister Bao Bao's live broadcast room and clicked in. She glanced at the top of the live broadcast room. Online audience of over 100,000, ranked first in the hourly gift list, top of the list, 10 waves in one night. Due to recent changes in the live broadcast section of Douyin, now, by clicking on the contribution list of this session, you can clearly see who is in the top 3 of this live broadcast, and see what gifts they have sent and how much money they have spent. When Jie Ying clicked on the contribution list and glanced at the contribution value of the top 1,
the gifts sent by 10 waves in one night in this session were 1,666 carnivals plus 2 doino. 1, totaling 5 million renminbi. In an instant, Jiaying seemed to be struck by an unnamed electric current, her delicate body trembled suddenly, and she felt numb all over. Shocked, surprised, horrified, envious, and jealous emotions surged from the bottom of her heart in an indescribable series, instantly. Jiaying frowned, bit her lips lightly, trembling in body and mind. 5 million renminbi, this is 5 million renminbi. Han Chen actually spent so much money in this female anchor's live broadcast room, is he really so rich? Moreover, he seemed to have just asked me in my live broadcast room if I wanted carnivals. Oh my god, could it be that this money was originally intended to be spent on me? Impossible, I'm overthinking. It must be me overthinking. Just the thought of this possibility made Jiaying's delicate body feel a little weak, her jade face filled with complex emotions. She quickly shook her head frantically, trying to shake off that thought. However, the more she did this, the more that thought rooted deep in her mind. Like a festering sore attached to the bone, it was impossible to get rid of. Compared to Jiang, Xiao Tu Bobo, who was on her way to Yanjing International Airport, also felt extremely complicated when she learned that Han Chen had spent another 3.5 million yuan on Yu Baobao. This guy is really a big spender, spending again. Ever since Han Chen passed by her with those 500 carnivals before, she had regretted and felt heartbroken, regretting her thoughtless words. And now, her heartache undoubtedly deepened. However, the good thing was that she had just done the right thing. Instead of being stubborn, she chose to show goodwill to Han Chen in time. Although she had not gained anything yet, she firmly believed that as long as she went to Yangcheng this time, corrected her attitude, sincerely apologized to Han Chen, gained his forgiveness, she should be able to latch onto his thigh in the future. Don't think that she is a popular Douyin fan with millions of followers, and assume that she earns a lot. But in fact, because she specializes in shooting borderline dance videos, most of her fans are just for fun, and it's really not easy to monetize from them. Besides taking some small advertisements, the only way is through live broadcast rewards. However, her live broadcast is not doing very well, lacking in fan appeal, and very few are willing to spend money on her. So, in her live broadcast room, not to mention the million-level rankings, even the 500,000-level rankings are not there. Just now, she had finally met a seemingly reliable big brother who was willing to spend 1.5 million yuan on her. Even if he didn't end up spending it, it was her own fault, but it still gave her hope. At this moment, there was a voice in her subconscious telling her that she must resolve the conflict with this person and then latch onto his thigh. Otherwise, there might never be such a good opportunity again in the future. When I go to Yangcheng later, I must lower my posture, do whatever he asks me to do first. Come on. Xiao Tu Bobo secretly made up her mind. The taxi soon arrived at the airport. Xiao Tu Bobo quickly got off the car and entered the airport to check in, then boarded the flight to Yangcheng. However, as soon as she sat in her seat, she glanced sideways and found two familiar faces. Without waiting for her to greet them, the two of them waved at her first and said, "Hello, Bunny." "Oh, Bunny, are you also going to Yangcheng?" Little Bunny coughed lightly and smiled. "Yes, going to Yangcheng for some business. What about you guys?" The two people next to her, like her, were female internet celebrities from Douyin. One was called Xiamazizai, and the other was called Kiwi Weliang. Because they were all from the same guild, they naturally knew each other. Xiamazizai appeared more gentle and ladylike, while Kiwi Weliang was a bit more lively. "There's a comic exhibition in Yangcheng recently, and Xiaomi and I are going to check it out," Kiwi Weliang replied. "Oh, I see," Little Bunny nodded. They chatted for a while and then stopped talking. At this moment, there was still some time before the plane took off, and the three women were all busy looking at their phones. Suddenly, Xiamazizai exclaimed, then turned her head to look at Little Bunny strangely and whispered something to Kiwi Weliang. Immediately after, Kiwi Weliang fiddled with her phone screen for a few moments, then exclaimed to Little Bunny, "Wow, Bunny, there was a guy who wanted to send you 500 gifts, don't you want them?" Little Bunny's mouth twitched, and she smiled bitterly. "How could I not want them? Your video is spreading rumors." "What's going on?" Kiwi Weliang asked curiously. Little Bunny sighed, a hint of helplessness on her young face, and roughly recounted what had just happened during the live broadcast. "So, this guy called 10 times waves in one night gave the gifts he was supposed to send you to someone else?" "Yes. That's 500 carnivals. No, it seems like he sent a lot more later, adding up to a total of 5 million renminbi. Wow, such a generous guy, and you just let him go like that? Please stop, the more you say, the worse I feel." Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you," Kiwi Weliang quickly apologized, then thought of something and asked, "So are you going to Yangcheng now?" Little Bunny said awkwardly, "I misspoke in the live broadcast room and offended Brother Lang, so I plan to go apologize to him." "Oh, apologize," Kiwi Weliang smiled meaningfully.
In the live streaming circle, going to another city to apologize to a big brother usually required leading by example, which was no secret.
Faced with Kiwi Welling's teasing eyes, Little Bunny blushed and said, "I had no choice."
After coming to Douyin, there isn't even one decent godly big brother in the live broadcast room, and I'm also in debt, so.
Kiwi Welliang laughed, "You don't need to explain, I understand.
I'll just wish you good luck in grabbing onto Brother Lang's thigh early."
Little Bunny said, "Well, I hope so."
After Yu Baobao cleared her account in the live broadcast room, Han Chen logged out of Douyin and threw his phone aside. Then, with a thought, he silently called out the mother system. System host, Han Chen, wealth value, 1078 points, existing identities, temporal smuggler, intermediate 1/10, Superman identity, as of November 16, system warehouse, $500,000 in cash. Switching to the temporal smuggling system page, Han Chen glanced at the latest smuggling market information and immediately began his operation. Expenditure, $500,000 in cash plus 1,000 wealth points. Gains, 100 H100 PCIe graphics cards. In the warehouse, 100 graphics cards lay quietly. With a thought, Han Chen took them out from the warehouse, checked the labels and parameters, confirmed their accuracy, neatly arranged them, aimed his phone at them, and took several photos. Then the photos were directly used as materials, made into a video, and posted on Douyin. Recently, a batch of NVIDIA's H100 PCIe graphics cards, GPU, was obtained, with a single card memory of 80 GB, bandwidth of 2 TB per second, and only 100 units in stock. Interested parties, please leave a message in the comments. Troublemakers, stay away, otherwise you will be blocked. Due to the recent event of him giving Yu Bao 5 million renminbi as a reward, the heat is still there. Therefore, shortly after this video was released, it immediately attracted a large number of views, likes, and comments. "Hello, big brother. I'm here to watch Manga. Manga is mighty and domineering. Admire the tycoon. Heard you just spent 5 million renminbi? Brother, can we be friends? I might stutter. Manga, come to my live broadcast room. With just one carnival, you can command as you please." Most of the comments are made with the intention of watching the tycoon, both men and women. However, there are also a few people who are quite interested in the graphics card mentioned in his video. "Manga, are you in the graphics card business? Colleague, impressive, to actually have the NVIDIA H100, this thing costs $40,000 each, 100 units would be $4 million. Manga is indeed rich. Oh, is it really the NVIDIA H100? Our company is currently looking to purchase this GPU. Can we see the goods offline? If it's real, I plan to purchase a few units." In the comments section, Han Chen saw those who were interested in purchasing and replied to them one by one via private message. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, seeing that it was almost time, that he temporarily stopped his work, set off, left the Binjiang Hotel by car, and headed towards the Yangcheng International Airport. Half an hour later, Han Chen picked up Xiaotu Bobo at the airport. However, when he saw the other two beautiful girls beside her, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Xiaoyu Liang plus Xiaomi Zai, two graceful beauties. Treasure Chest 1, if you can raise their collection level to 80% on the same day, you will receive 3/10 of the time and space smuggler identity, intermediate. Are you Manga? Xiaotu Bobo looked at the tall, strong, handsome man standing in front of her, a man with a strong masculine aura, and was a bit stunned. "Of course it's me." Han Chen took out his phone and exchanged information with her to confirm his identity. Xiaotu Bobo stared at Han Chen with shining eyes for a while. "Wow, Manga, are you really this handsome in person?" "Handsome? Not bad." Han Chen smiled, benefiting from the optimization of his physique. His features and contours were indeed more harmonious than before, coupled with the transformation of dignity, which also changed his endocrine system. Therefore, his current skin condition is very good. Three-dimensional features plus sharp contours plus good skin condition make him look quite handsome and charming. "You are not just not bad, you are really handsome, and your figure looks great." Xiaotu Bobo's eyes sparkled as she kept looking at Han Chen. At this moment, he was wearing a slim LV t-shirt, revealing strong biceps and full chest muscles, exuding a strong masculine aura. At this time, Xiaoyu Liang couldn't help but greet, "Bobo, is this the Manga you mentioned?" "Yes, it's him." Xiaotu Bobo glanced at Xiaoyu Liang and Xiaomi Zai, thinking, why haven't you two left yet? Don't you have any sense of sight at all? Helplessly, she had to take the initiative to introduce, "Manga, this is Xiaoyu Liang and Xiaomi Zai, also Douyin female anchors, from the same guild as me." "Hello, Manga. I'm Xiaoyu Liang." "Hello, Xiaomi Zai." "Hello, two beautiful ladies." Han Chen smiled and said, "I know you, I've seen you before when I was browsing Douyin. Especially you, Xiaomi, what's your big name?" "Shanghai something." "She's called Shanghai Guanwu."
Xiaoyueliang smiled and replied for Xiaomi. Yes, that's it. What are you doing in Yangcheng? We're here to attend the comic exhibition. Comic exhibition? Where is it? It's over by the Yangcheng Gymnasium. That's a coincidence, the hotel I'm staying at is also over there. Why don't we go together? Han Chen suggested, since we've met, it's fate. I'll treat you to dinner later. These two Douyin female internet celebrities have a combined intermediate spacetime smuggling identity of March 10th, which Han Chen finds quite appealing. He doesn't know if there's a chance to quickly make a move, but if there is, it would be great. If not, it's fine too. Might as well give it a try. I'm fine with Xiaomi, but it's just Tuzi. Xiaoyueliang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Won't we bother you too? Xiaomi listened and pursed her lips, silently cursing Xiaoyueliang as a hypocrite. Do you have no sense of urgency? But in order not to lose her composure in front of Han Chen, she still smiled and said, why would we? I think it's more fun with more people. That's good, Xiaoyueliang smiled. So, the three women followed behind Han Chen and, after coming out of the station, arrived at the roadside. When they saw Han Chen's ride, a brand new Ferrari, they all eagerly approached to take a look. Wow, Longa, your car is so cool. Is this a Ferrari F8? That's right. Can we borrow it for a few minutes? I want to take a picture with Xiaomi. Of course. Han Chen said, but let's go to the hotel first. Take your time with the photos. Take as many as you want. Let's go now. Okay, we'll listen to you, Longa. Since Han Chen's Ferrari is a two-seater, only two people can ride, so Xiaoyueliang and Xiaomi had to take a taxi. Han Chen showed his gentlemanly demeanor, hailed a taxi for them, and had the taxi follow his Ferrari. He gestured for Xiaomi to sit in the front passenger seat, started the Ferrari engine, and quickly drove away from the airport. Inside the car, Han Chen focused on driving, while Xiaomi's eyes kept glancing at him. Longa, can I ask you a question? How many abs do you have? 8. Really? I don't believe it unless you let me see for myself. In the midst of their conversation, Xiaomi suddenly leaned over the center console and brought her face close to Han Chen's. Seeing that Han Chen didn't push her away, she boldly reached out to touch his shirt and took a look. Oh, you really have an 8-pack. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with a hint of desire, as if she wanted to devour him. The clear lines of his abs made her want to touch them. As a Douyin internet celebrity who relied on her figure and looks, she also had a bit of a good social attribute. Encountering a man like Han Chen with such a muscular physique, she had no resistance at all. Not to exaggerate, Han Chen's strong and muscular body made her lose control just by looking at it. I can't take it anymore, Longa. Your body is simply tailored to my aesthetic. I really want to dance on your abs, I really do. Xiaomi thought to herself infatuatedly. Honestly, when encountering such a man, even if Han Chen didn't give her a penny's worth of gifts next, she would still desperately want something to happen between them. Missing this opportunity would be a great regret in her life. Money and such can be earned again, but a man with such a dominant physique and a decent face is hard to come by again. The car soon arrived at the Binjiang Hotel, and under Han Chen's arrangement, the three female internet celebrities quickly checked into 3 rooms. First, with the 3 of them in the hotel's underground garage, they took some check-in photos and videos related to the Ferrari F8. Han Chen then led them to the hotel's steakhouse for dinner. By the time they finished, the sun had set, and night had fallen. Xiaomi and Xiaoyueliang did not return to their rooms but instead walked hand in hand to the nearby pedestrian street, while Han Chen and Xiao Tu did not join them. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he returned to his room and rested for less than 2 minutes, Han Chen heard a knock on the door, raising his eyebrows. He didn't need to guess, he knew who it was. Going to open the door, he saw Xiao Tu, wearing a sexy red lace nightgown, standing coquettishly at the door, looking at Han Chen with seductive eyes. Lang Ji, I have something to talk to you about, can I come in? Come in. Han Chen saw through her intentions at a glance, smiling and stepping aside. Xiao Tu hurriedly walked in, and as she passed by Han Chen, she pretended the passage was narrow, swaying her round peach wrapped in the nightgown. In Han Chen's eyes, this made him angry, cursing inwardly. This little troublemaker, wait and see how I deal with you later. After Xiao Tu entered the room, Han Chen immediately closed the door. What surprised him was that before he could react, the female internet celebrity took the initiative to approach him, leaning her tender, fragrant, and elastic body against him. Breathing in his scent, she lowered her neckline, adopting a sincere and humble attitude, saying coquettishly, Lang Ji, there were people outside earlier, so I couldn't say some things. Now, I formally apologize to you and hope you can forgive me for the mistakes I made during the live broadcast. Seeing Han Chen's calm expression, she knew her sincerity was not enough. Then, she gritted her teeth, softened her legs, and knelt down, biting her lower lip slightly with her teeth, then raised her head, gazing at Han Chen with her beautiful eyes. In an instant, she appeared pitiful,
as if begging him to come and humiliate her. Han Shen looked down, met her watery eyes, raised his eyebrows, feeling intrigued, and immediately reached out to rub her head, saying, "Just lip service, not sincere at all." "Okay." Xiao Tu nodded and began to act according to Han Shen's instructions. After a while, her mouth formed an O shape, showing a surprised expression, as if she had seen a rare treasure. "Lang Ge, do you have a girlfriend? Why do you ask? Can I be your girlfriend? Do you think you can?" "Well, maybe I was a bit delusional. Then, what about a kiss, below a girlfriend?" "Don't think too much, finish apologizing first, be serious." Hearing his response, Xiao Tu knew she had no chance, but then she thought that this should be the attitude of a top-tier handsome and wealthy man. If he easily agreed, he wouldn't be the kind of man she admired. So, without much thought, she quickly focused all her attention on apologizing to Han Shen. During this time, Han Shen didn't forget to have her say "I'm sorry" 100 times as instructed. The treasure chest task has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining 1/10 of the time smuggler identity, intermediate. Xiao Tu's collection rate has reached 30%, 50%, 60%, 80%. Xiao Tu's collection rate has reached the standard. Congratulations on obtaining 1/10 of the time smuggler identity, intermediate. The next morning, Xiao Tu, who had partied all night, was still curled up in her room, sleeping soundly, unable to be awakened by anyone. In a meeting room on the 9th floor of the Binjiang Hotel, Han Shen, who looked energetic and in good spirits, was currently meeting with a man in his 30s in a suit named Xia Jianya. Early this morning, after obtaining Han Shen's contact information sent through Douyin, Xia Jianya called him expressing his desire to come and inspect the goods in person. If they were suitable, he would buy them all. For this purpose, he took a flight of over 2 hours to rush to Yangchang. Obviously, he had an urgent need for this type of high-quality GPU. "Brother Lang, let's not waste time. I'd like to see the goods first, is that okay?" "Sure, they are all here, 100 pieces." Han Shen nodded, got up, moved a prepared box to the front, and opened it. "Can I inspect them?" "Of course." Xia Jianya brought specialized equipment and, with Han Shen's permission, quickly randomly checked 8 or 9 of the 100 graphics cards. After the inspection, confirming that this batch of goods were indeed genuine NVIDIA H100 graphics cards, he laughed heartily. "It seems Brother Lang's source is extraordinary. Since the US banned the sale of such high-end chips to us last year, it's not easy to get these, especially with the current shortage of TSMC production capacity. Banned chips were already difficult to acquire, and could only be obtained through second-hand transfers, which incurred very high costs and great risks. Moreover, due to the shortage of TSMC production capacity, H100 graphics cards were truly hard to come by. In China, acquiring 100 H100 graphics cards at once was indeed quite powerful." Xia Jianya said, "I'll take these 100 cards, but the price of 300,000 each is really too expensive." "Brother Lang, can you lower it a bit?" Han Shen replied, "Due to the production capacity issue at TSMC, it will be at least half a year before more are available. For you, Mr. Xia, who works in AI, this half year is precious. So, 300,000 each is not expensive." Xia Jianya smiled, "If you had over 1,000 cards, I would buy them at 300,000 each. But with only 100 cards, it's a bit insufficient for us. It's like a drop in the bucket, not satisfying. Can you lower it a bit, or else it will be difficult for me to explain when I return? Considering your sincere interest, how about this, I'll reduce it by 5,000 each, 295,000. 270,000. I won't sell." Han Shen's face darkened, and he was about to pack up and leave on the spot. Xia Jianya quickly grabbed his arm. "Hey, Brother Lang, we're just negotiating here. You set the price, set it." Han Shen said sternly, "At least 290,000 each, take it or leave it. There are plenty of people on Douyin interested in buying. I'm only the first to receive you because you wanted to buy in bulk. If I sell individually, I can sell out in 2 or 3 days at even higher prices than yours, do you believe me?" At this time when many internet companies and labs were focusing on AI large models and high-end GPUs were hard to come by, NVIDIA's H100 graphics cards were indeed in high demand. "I believe you. Alright, 290,000 each, a total of 29 million for 100 cards, right?" "Correct. Once the money is in, you can take the goods away. No problem, I'll have someone wire the money right away." 10 minutes later, Han Shen's account had an additional 29 million. Xia Jianya carried the box of graphics cards and bid farewell. After seeing him off at the hotel, Han Shen took out his phone, opened Alipay, and smiled at the screen showing the new high account balance. 46 million. However, after these days of operations, all profitable smuggling deals for the month had been completed. Han Shen naturally wouldn't touch the 2 remaining deals that had no profit and would even incur losses. Next, we have to wait for the next month's smuggling market to refresh before we can continue making money through time and space smuggling. Putting away the phone, Han Chen silently opened the main system again and glanced at the section on existing identities. Existing identities, time and space smuggler, intermediate 310, Superman identity, until November 16th. By brushing treasure chests from Zhuangna and Xiaotu Bobo, Han Chen has successfully raised the progress of the intermediate time and space smuggler identity to March 10th. Remember, Lu Qian has 1/10 of the intermediate time and space smuggler identity, Yu Baobao has 3 out of 10, Xiamizai and Kiwi Weliang, these two female internet celebrities, also have 3 out of 10. As long as we take down all 4 of them, we can settle it. Yu Baobao's side is basically settled. She will come to Yangcheng on May 1st. The focus is still on Lu Qian, Xiamizai, and Kiwi Weliang. Especially Xiamizai and Kiwi Weliang, in order to obtain the identity fragments on them, you must take them down on the same day, otherwise it doesn't count. With his mind wandering, Han Chen returned to the hotel and entered his room. Seeing Xiaotu Bobo still sleeping soundly with her head covered, he walked to the bedside, lifted her blanket, and patted her plump and round buttocks. "What time is it? You're still sleeping. Get up." "No, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer." Xiaotu Bobo opened her eyes weakly, murmured, then turned over and continued sleeping. With this turn, her fair skin was immediately exposed in front of Han Chen. Originally with full self-control, Han Chen was suddenly a little annoyed. After some thought, he decided to give her a wake-up service worth tens of millions. So, Han Chen took off his shoes and pounced on Xiaotu Bobo. 1 hour later, Han Chen asked, "How do you feel now? Still sleepy?" "I'm not sleepy, but I feel so groggy now, no energy at all." Xiaotu Bobo pouted, "Lang Ge, you're so bad, actually ambushing me while I'm sleeping." "What do you mean by ambushing? This is a wake-up service, understand? Worth tens of millions to billions." Han Chen said, "Hurry up and freshen up. I'll take you to eat after you're ready." "Okay, I'll go now." After freshening up and dressing neatly, it was already noon. Han Chen took Xiaotu Bobo out of the hotel to find a place outside to have lunch. After finishing, on the street, Han Chen glanced at Xiaotu Bobo, who was holding her arm and looking very obedient, and said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Lang Ge, your question is so sudden." Xiaotu Bobo was startled, then thought for a moment and smiled sweetly. "What I want most is to have a sweet romance with Lang Ge. I don't know if the romance is sweet, but it must be salty." Xiaotu Bobo, Han Chen straightforwardly said, "Forget about romance, we're just acting on the spot. You decided what you wanted before coming to Yangcheng, we both know it, so don't talk about those irrelevant things, okay?" "Okay." Xiaotu Bobo smiled awkwardly. "Before coming, I wanted your money, but now, I think you're not bad." Xiaotu Bobo hesitated, bit her thin lips, and said with watery eyes, "Lang Ge, why don't you give me a chance? I don't expect to be your girlfriend or a clear person, but as long as I can be your card partner, in the future." "Stop," Han Chen said, "don't talk off topic, otherwise, you won't get a penny." "Lang Ge, you're really heartless." Xiaotu Bobo immediately muttered in disappointment. Obviously, she is both greedy for money and other things. Han Chen remained indifferent to her words. "Heartless? We just met, haven't spent more than 24 hours together, always focused on physical attraction, never emotional involvement, so where does the talk of feelings come from?" In Han Chen's eyes, Xiaotu Bobo is just a tool he uses to brush treasure chests, with the main task of brushing the treasure chest on her head, and the secondary task of coveting her beauty, wanting to have a close encounter with her, and finding pleasure in her. As a tool person, one must have the consciousness of a tool person. Xiaotu Bobo saw the situation and knew that there was no room for negotiation, so she could only choose one of the two. After some thought, she said, "Okay, Langa, I understand what you mean. It's just that I'm a bit tight on money recently. Otherwise, I would rather not take a penny and still get involved with you. So, tell me, do you want rewards on Douyin, or do you want offline gifts?" "Can I choose offline gifts?" "Of course." Han Chen pointed ahead and said, "Do you see that building? That's the Guomao building, the largest shopping center in Yangcheng. Seeing how sensible you've been since last night, you can go there this afternoon to shop for things, and I'll pay for it." Xiaotu Bobo nodded, thinking that Han Chen's proposal was not a bad idea. Instead of transferring money directly, they would conduct the transaction through shopping gifts, which would avoid many unnecessary troubles, at least not having to worry about being investigated. Of course, what she didn't know was that Han Chen did this to go through the consumption process and accumulate wealth points. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the Guomao building, but as soon as they arrived, they noticed two familiar figures. "Oh, Xiaomi, Xiao Yue, why are you two here? Didn't you go to the comic exhibition?" Xiaotu Bobo greeted them.
At this moment, Xiaomi and Shoyue were taking photos at the entrance of the Guamao building.
The former was dressed in a bright white elf outfit, showing a slender figure and long white legs, while the latter wore a light pink chiffon waist skirt with black stockings, also with a slender waist and long black stockings, and a round and perky bottom. Because both of them were beautiful women of outstanding beauty, plus their exquisite cosplays, they attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. However, upon hearing Xiaotu Bobo's call, the two women turned their heads and, upon seeing her and Han Chen, immediately walked over hand in hand.
It's Tuzi and Manga. Shoyue Liang smiled and said, there was an accident at the comic exhibition, so it couldn't be held temporarily.
So Xiaomi and I decided to come here to pass the time.
What about you two? Are you just passing by here, or are you also here for shopping? Xiaotu Bobo smiled, just like you two.
Shoyue Liang said, that's great, come on, let's go in together.
The four of them walked through the entrance and entered the Guamao building.
Xiaomi didn't say much, just like her outfit today, she looked like a cold white female elf. Shoyue Liang was more lively, always looking for topics to chat with Han Chen and Xiaotu Bobo, and was good at livening up the atmosphere. However, when the four of them entered the Dior boutique, Xiaotu Bobo purchased dozens of bags of clothing, bags, shoes, fragrances, and luxury cosmetics, and Han Chen paid 322,000 yuan for her without hesitation.
Shoyue Liang's liveliness instantly faded away.
Shoyue Liang stopped talking, but her eyes were full of envy. After shopping at the Dior boutique, they went to the Hermes boutique and spent another 213,000 yuan.
After Han Chen paid with his card, he put away the card and turned to Xiaotu Bobo, do you want to buy anything else? I won't be able to carry any more if I buy more, it's enough. Xiaotu Bobo quickly shook her head.
After all the calculations, they had already purchased luxury goods worth 535,000 yuan.
Although Han Chen didn't even blink when paying just now, she didn't dare to ask for more. It's better to stop here, so as not to make Han Chen think she's a greedy woman.
Although she knew that she and Han Chen were unlikely to have much intersection, in her heart, she still held a glimmer of hope. If she couldn't be Langa's girlfriend or Qingrun, then she would settle for maintaining the status quo with Langa, honestly being a fish in his pond. As long as she could occasionally be fed, that would be nice.
This is what Xiaotu Bobo thought.
As her thoughts turned, she glanced at Kiwi Weliang and Xiama Zizai not far away with the corner of her eye, seeing the two of them looking extremely envious, as if drooling. Xiaotu Bobo couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, and proudly puffed out her chest towards the two girls, seemingly proud to be able to enter Han Chen's fish pond. Seeing this, Kiwi Weliang leaned close to Xiama Zizai and gritted her teeth, saying, this Xiaotu Bobo, look at her showing off, obviously trying to show off to us, I don't know what she's so proud of. Xiama Zizai said, if someone could spend 535,000 yuan on luxury goods for you, you would probably show off more than her.
Kiwi Weliang sneered, she's just lucky to have caught Langa's thigh.
Girls usually take a long time when shopping. Therefore, after just visiting Dior and Hermes, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Later, the four of them lingered at the Guamao Center for a while, and as dinner time approached, they slowly returned to the Binjiang Hotel. In the hotel lobby, Han Chen saw that Xiama Zizai and Kiwi Weliang were both heading back to their rooms, so he immediately suggested, it's almost dinner time now, let's have dinner together, my treat. Oh, this is really embarrassing, making you treat us again, Langa.
Kiwi Weliang said,
it's nothing, just a few meals, it's not a big deal, let's go. With Han Chen's invitation, the three women followed him and went straight to the hotel's private room.
Sir, how many people? A female server came to greet them.
4 people, we want a small private room.
Okay, please follow me this way.
Led by the waitress, they entered a small private room for 4 people.
Han Chen took the menu and ordered a few dishes.
On the side, Xiaotu Bobo expressed her desire to take the things she had just bought back to her room before the food arrived, and then she threw a flirtatious look at Han Chen, hoping he would help her. Seeing her seductive look, Han Chen knew what she was up to. It was nothing more than wanting to invite Han Chen to her room to play a quick game of cards during this time.
However, at this moment, Han Chen's main focus was on how to win over both Xiama Zizai and Kiwi Weliang at the same time, so he decisively declined Xiaotu Bobo's invitation to play cards.
Xiaotu Bobo didn't know what he was thinking, but she still wanted to move her things back to her room first, so she left alone with her shopping bags.
As soon as she left, Kiwi Weliang opened up and couldn't help but chat with Han Chen.
Langa, you were quite generous just now. If I'm not mistaken, you spent over 500,000 at the Dior and Hermes stores for Tutu, right? Han Chen said, yes, is there a problem?
Kiwi Weliang smiled, no problem, just think you're a very generous person.
The two chatted casually, while Xiama Zizai played with her phone on the side, remaining quiet.
Suddenly, Han Chen felt someone kick his leg under the table. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was an accidental touch from Kiwi Welliang or Zai.
But soon, he realized that the situation was not as he had thought. A soft foot boldly reached his calf and began to gently rub it.
Who is it? Kiwi Welliang? The dining table in the private room was a rectangular table for 4 people, with Hanshin sitting opposite Kiwi Welliang and Zai.
Due to the large tablecloth, the space under the table was obscured, making it difficult for him to accurately determine whose foot it was at first. Based on the impression he had in the past 2 days, he felt that the person who stretched out his foot should be Choyue Liang. First, she was more active, and second, she had just taken the initiative to talk to Hanshin, clearly showing her fondness for Hanshin. However, the fact proved that feelings can be wrong. When he quietly lifted the tablecloth and glanced under the table with the corner of his eye, he found that the foot that was rubbing his calf was white, tender, slender, and delicate, with nothing on it, and the nails were painted with nail polish, looking beautiful and attractive.
Hanshin didn't have a foot fetish, but he had to admit that this foot was indeed unusually beautiful. Today's Choyue Liang was wearing silk stockings, while the barefoot person was Zai.
Oh, it's her. This Zai is really bold, daring to flirt with me under the dining table.
Tisk tsk, this girl looks cold and serious on the surface, quite decent.
I never thought she would be like this behind her back.
She's quite good at pretending, you little vixen.
Hanshin felt enlightened. But, this is also good, I can take the opportunity to chat with her, and then find a chance to communicate further.
As long as I get her, Choyue Liang should be relatively easy.
In Hanshin's understanding, Zai, because she doesn't talk much and is not active, is a bit difficult to deal with. In comparison, Choyue Liang, who talks a lot and is very talkative, is easier to handle. Because, more talk means more mistakes, and people who talk a lot often have more loopholes. As long as you seize one, you can easily make them surrender. With this in mind, when Hanshin accidentally stretched his foot up, he quietly grabbed it with his hand and gently scratched it. Across the table, Zai's expression immediately became somewhat different. She bit her red lips and quickly withdrew her foot. Seeing this, Hanshin took out his phone and said, "Hey, 2 beauties, let's exchange WeChat. If you encounter any trouble in Yangcheng in the future, feel free to contact me."
This. Choyue Liang hesitated. If we add your WeChat like this, won't Tutu be jealous?
Oh, why do you sound a bit like a jealous lover?
Hanshin smiled. She and I are just ordinary friends, not lovers, no big deal.
Just ordinary friends, and you gave Tutu a luxury item worth tens of thousands.
Wow, what are you up to with her?
Choyue Liang looked very surprised. But in the conversation, she no longer hesitated and quickly took out her phone to add Hanshin's WeChat.
Hanshin said, "Do I have to have ulterior motives? Can't I just find her attractive and willingly give her gifts?"
Choyue Liang said, "Okay, whatever you say, I don't believe it anyway." Hanshin smiled and didn't argue with her about it, but instead placed his phone screen with the WeChat QR code in front of Zai. Zai still had that cold and indifferent look, hesitated for a moment, then picked up her phone and scanned Hanshin's QR code.
After adding the 2 women on WeChat, Hanshin greeted Choyue Liang normally via WeChat and then asked Zai, "Did you have something just now?"
Zai quickly replied, "No, nothing."
"Hanshin, if there's nothing, why did you tease me with your foot? Girl, you're not honest."
Zai, "I didn't mean to tease you, it was chi."
Choyue.
"Hanshin, don't make excuses, I saw it just now, it was your foot."
Zai, "What I mean is, it was Choyue who asked me to stretch my foot.
She thinks you're a nice person and wants to develop a relationship with you, but she's embarrassed to talk to you directly because of face.
So she asked me to sound you out."
"Hanshin, is that true?"
Zai, "It's true."
"Hanshin, full of lies.
I have Choyue Liang's WeChat. Should I message her right now to ask?
Little Rice, even if you ask, she won't admit it."
"What won't she admit?"
"I think it's you who won't admit, right?"
Hanshin continued editing the message.
"Let's not talk about her, I have a question for you."
"Go ahead.
Do you like Dior bags?"
"I saw a bag in the Dior boutique just now that suits you."
Hanshin used his usual method of picking up girls, which is to skip the boring probing stage and directly use his financial ability. When encountering a girl who is obviously interested in him and has actively teased him, this move is definitely effective. He remembered doing the same thing on Zuen Yan last time and successfully won her over. With similar experiences in the past, the current Hanshin is undoubtedly more skilled and confident in this move.
"What do you mean?"
"If you like it, after dinner, let's go to the Guomao Center together, I'll buy you a Dior bag."
"I don't like Dior bags."
"I don't believe you," Hanshin said. "If you feel one bag is not enough, I'll buy you more, or if you want clothes, shoes, and other luxury items, that's fine too." Little Rice remained silent for a long time without replying.
Seeing this, Han Chen was not in a hurry, but instead took a step back and typed, "If it's not possible, then forget what I just said." However, shortly after this message was sent, Little Rice's fair and tender foot once again reached Han Chen's leg. Soon, a new message came on WeChat. "What I mean is, I don't like things from the Dior brand." Seeing this, Han Chen chuckled to himself. He knew that since Little Rice took the initiative to flirt with him, it was definitely not just a joke. While caressing Little Rice's soft and tender feet with one hand, Han Chen typed with the other hand, "It's okay if you don't like Dior, LV, Hermes, Chanel, which one do you like?" "I like Chanel. Good taste. After dinner, let's meet at the Chanel boutique." "No. I won't go to the offline Chanel boutique, I want to shop online. If possible, after dinner, I'll find time to come to your room and chat with you." "No problem, let's do that." "Okay." Shortly after, Xiaodu Bobo returned from upstairs after putting things away, and the dishes were ready in the kitchen. After the meal was served, the four of them enjoyed a satisfying meal. After dinner, Han Chen returned to his room, quietly waiting for Little Rice to arrive. Around 9:10 in the evening, Han Chen's door was knocked. Opening the door, he saw Little Rice in a white nightgown standing at the door, looking charming. As soon as Han Chen opened the door, she squeezed into the room through the crack. Without waiting for Han Chen to react, she closed the door, then pushed him against the wall, holding his shoulders with her hands, staring at him intently and said, "Just say it, a 500,000 yuan online shopping limit at Chanel. As long as you agree, I'll do whatever you want tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened instantly, her face blushing with embarrassment, looking at Han Chen in disbelief. Han Chen directly lowered his head to cover her lips, leaving her speechless for a moment, only making some protesting sounds in her throat. At the same time, Han Chen's hands began to move slowly. One hand wrapped around Little Rice's soft waist, moving downwards to hold her hips, while the other hand passed through her arms and armpits, slowly climbing up to her chest. Little Rice trembled all over from his actions and quickly pushed Han Chen away. Then, with flushed cheeks and burning ears, she looked at Han Chen with a frown. "We haven't even negotiated yet. Why did you make a move first?" "Who said we haven't negotiated? 500,000 yuan limit, right? No problem, I agree." Xiaomi's eye fell silent at the words. Han Chen smiled at the sight, then reached out to embrace Xiaomi's eye's slender waist. She didn't resist, and softly fell into his arms, her breathing slightly quickened. It was clear that she was a bit nervous. Han Chen once again lowered his head to taste her lips for 2 minutes, then stared at her blushing and alluring face, showing signs of affection, and said, "You just said, as long as I agree, you will do whatever I ask tonight. Will you keep your word?" "I will keep my word." Xiaomi's eye was currently looking at Han Chen's abdominal muscles, her beautiful eyes shining, and slightly swallowing saliva, absent-mindedly replied. Han Chen said, "Alright, I want you to bring Qiu Yueliang down." "Ha?" Xiaomi's eye was startled at the words, then raised her hand to look at Han Chen, realizing he wasn't joking, and quickly said, "You're not joking, are you?" "I'm not joking." "What? Are you going back on your word?" Xiaomi's eye was a bit choked up. She did want to go back on her word, but things had come to this point. If she backed out now, Han Chen wouldn't lose anything, but she would be taken advantage of, which was a huge loss for her. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaomi's eye reluctantly said, "It's not that I want to go back on my word, but even if I agree to help you, Qiu won't agree. She's not that kind of person. Whether she's that kind of person or not, it's not up to you to decide." "Really?" Xiaomi's eye helplessly said, "Don't be fooled by how cheerful she was chatting with you today. She may act tough on the surface, but deep down, she's reserved. Besides, she already has someone she likes. She wouldn't cheat on her crush with you." "Is that so?" Han Chen smiled faintly, then picked up his phone and said, "Take a look at this." As he spoke, Han Chen handed his phone screen to Xiaomi's eye. She looked at it and her pupils slightly dilated. On the screen was the latest message from Qiu Yueliang, "Brother Lang, the water heater in my room is broken, I can't take a shower. Can I come to your room to use the bathroom?" Xiaomi's eye was somewhat incredulous. How could Qiu send such a message to him? Your water heater really broke down? Even if it did, logically, you shouldn't come to me, your best friend, right? Why would you go to Han Chen? Xiaomi's eyes flickered. She grabbed Han Chen's phone and said, I'll help you type a message to ask her. Han Chen smiled and said, "Sure, go ahead, but the condition is that you can't reveal your identity." "Okay." Xiaomi's eye nodded, then held Han Chen's phone and started typing. "Hey, girl, your intentions are quite obvious." Qiu Yueliang replied, "How so?" "The water heater in my room really broke down. Brother Lang, if you don't believe me, come to my room and see for yourself." Xiaomi's eye asked, "Are you trying to lure me to your room?" Qiu Yueliang replied, "Isn't it because Brother Lang, you don't believe me? Then come and see." Xiaomi Zai said, "You sly fox, just be honest, are you trying to seduce me?" Xiao Yueliang remained silent.
Originally, Xiaomi Zai's intention was to make Xiao Yueliang think that Han Chen was vulgar and disrupt the situation.
However, the latest reply from Xiao Yueliang left Xiaomi Zai stunned. Xiao Yueliang said, "Oh, brother Lang, you figured it out, haven't you?" He. Xiaomi Zai's mouth twitched. "Oh my god, is this the same Chocho I know? When did she become so shameless? I used to scold you as a sly fox on WeChat, and you used to hate it when I scolded you like that during our usual chats, right? And now, I scold you like this using Han Chen's WeChat, and you accept it calmly, as if you enjoy it?"
Xiaomi Zai was furious, cursing Xiao Yueliang for being shameless. After taking a deep breath, Xiaomi Zai suppressed the anger in his heart and continued typing. "I just chatted with Xiaomi Zai on WeChat.
Didn't she say that you already like someone? So, why are you so blatantly trying to flirt with me? Are you planning to betray your male god at home?" Xiao Yueliang, Xiaomi lied to you. "I don't have a male god, none at all." Xiaomi Zai's mouth twitched slightly. This dead Xiao actually lied. "Do you have no shame at all? Xiaomi Zai, I don't believe you. You must be lying to me." Xiao Yueliang, "Really, I'm just kidding with you. Woof woof woof, box. Xiao Yueliang thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Since you asked like that, I won't beat around the bush. I envy Tutu and want to be like her, having a man pay for me when buying luxury goods. I wonder if I have that honor in your eyes, Lang Gu?" Xiaomi Zai didn't know how to respond.
At this moment, Han Chen, who was hugging Xiaomi Zai and slyly touching her neck, said leisurely, "Ask her how much luxury goods she wants to purchase." Xiaomi Zai bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and followed Han Chen's suggestion to send a message.
Xiao Yueliang immediately replied, 30,000 yuan, okay, Lang Gu?
Han Chen said to Xiaomi Zai, "Tell her to come directly to my room."
Xiaomi Zai said, "Lang Gu, I'm still here." Han Chen smiled, "Don't you want to see her expression when she sees you after coming?"
Xiaomi Zai hesitated for a moment and followed Han Chen's suggestion, "You little cup, come to my room."
Xiao Yueliang, "Okay boss, I'll be right there."
2 minutes later, in Han Chen's room. After cautiously entering the room, Xiao Yueliang closed the door carefully, turned around, and was startled to see her best friend Xiaomi Zai standing not far away, looking at her coldly.
"Oh, Xiaomi, what are you doing here?"
"The water heater in my room is broken, so I came to Lang Ji's room to use the bathroom."
Xiao Yueliang's face twitched slightly. Isn't that the reason she just gave? Does Xiaomi Zai know about her WeChat conversation with Lang Gu just now? Xiao Yueliang still held a glimmer of hope and said, "Oh, that's a coincidence." Xiaomi Zai said coldly, "What a coincidence. I was the one chatting with you on Lang Ji's WeChat. You little cup, I know everything. You are really shameless. Despicable."
Xiao Yueliang's heart sank halfway upon hearing this, instantly blushing with embarrassment. She stammered for a while, not knowing what to say, just feeling extremely awkward and wishing she could disappear. However, looking at Xiaomi Zai in a white nightgown with disheveled clothes, Xiao Yueliang frowned and said, "Don't scold me first.
By the way, why are you in Lang Ji's room?"
Now Xiaomi Zai was at a loss for words and panicked. After thinking for a moment, she didn't lie and honestly said, "Lang Gu and I hit it off."
"Alright, that makes sense."
Xiao Yueliang muttered, "You're usually so reserved, but this time you made a move faster than me. I didn't expect it. Xiaomi, you're also a little cup."
"What little cup? I'm not, you are."
Xiaomi Zai's face turned slightly red, feeling indignant. "I don't have a crush, but you do. You're cheating on your male god outside. Aren't you afraid he'll be heartbroken if he finds out, little cup, you shameless person?"
"That was my ex-boyfriend. My current male god is Lang Gu." "Huh, do you think Lang Gu will believe you? Xiaomi, are you determined to mess with me today? Do you believe I will beat you up? Come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of who?"
The two women spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and soon they started fighting. Seeing this, Han Chen quickly stepped forward to stop the fight between the two women, then he hugged each of them, letting them lean on him. Indulging in the warmth and softness emanating from the two goddesses in the hearts of countless netizens, Han Chen felt extremely pleased. When it was almost over, Han Chen stopped and said with a smile, "You are good sisters, don't fight all the time. If you have any grievances, come, vent them on me." His words made the two women's anger instantly shift to him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Chen said, "Let's do this, I'll give you two a chance. Let's play landlord, I'll be the landlord, and you two be the peasants. If you can clearly outperform me in tonight's game, I will reward each of you with a shopping credit of 10W.
"Really?" Xiaomi and Xiao Yueliang's eyes lit up, saying in unison, "Absolutely." Han Chen nodded. "Xiao Yueliang, it's 2 against 1, Lunga, no matter how good you are, you can't be our opponent. Xiaomi, you're doomed to lose." Han Chen laughed heartily, not commenting on their words. Xiaodu Liang and Xiaomi were also full of confidence, walking directly to the window, each taking their stance, determined to show Han Chen their skills from the start. However, the cruel reality gave them a harsh lesson. Boom! Bomb! Boom! 4 twos. With 2 kings and 4 twos in every hand, how can you even play this hand? They could only passively take the beating, with no chance of resistance. Losing continuously, they were truly at a loss. Xiaoyue Liang plus Xiaomi's collection rate has reached 80% within the specified time limit. Congratulations, you have obtained the identity of a time smuggler, intermediate, 3 out of 10. Han Chen spent 2 or 3 days entangled with Sayatubo, Xiaoyue Liang, and Xiaomi at the Binjian Hotel. It wasn't until early in the morning on April 25 that he sent the 3 of them to the airport to return home. Before leaving, the 3 women clearly showed reluctance to leave him, saying they would keep in touch frequently on WeChat and would be there whenever he needed them. With the departure of these 3 female internet celebrities, Han Chen's life returned to a peaceful state. He realized that he hadn't been to the company for a long time, so he decided to take advantage of these few days to go and see. At 8:10 in the morning, a Ferrari F8 slowly drove into the open-air parking lot below the Jinsho building. Passing by, Lu Man, who was on her way to clock in for work, saw this scene and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, thinking to herself, "No one in our building drives a Ferrari, who could it be?" With a curious mind, she slowed down her pace to see who was driving. The Ferrari quickly parked, and a young man in a blue suit got out of the car and walked slowly towards her. This, Han Chen. Lu Man's pupils shrank slightly as she thought to herself, when did he buy a Ferrari? Although she knew Han Chen had made a fortune, she never expected him to be so wealthy as to drive a Ferrari. This guy has actually become so rich, and her current highest goal seemed to be to hook up with rich men like him who drive Ferraris, right? The thought that Han Chen had unknowingly become the kind of man she had been trying so hard to attract left Lu Man with a somewhat unreal feeling, and her gaze towards him was filled with complexity. "Miss Lu, why are you here? Are you waiting for me here?" Han Chen, stepping on shiny leather shoes, walked briskly to Lu Man's side and greeted her. "Who are you waiting for?" Lu Qian muttered, then took a step towards the Jinsho building. Although she said so, Lu Qian's thoughts were completely different. Why did this Han surname guy suddenly become so rich? Not only did he become rich, he also became handsome, his figure improved, and most importantly, his dignity as a man is outrageous. I really wonder how much he has changed since that night with Nian Nian. I really misjudged him, I really did. If I had known earlier how outstanding he was, I should have made a move first and actively flirted with him. It's so annoying, why are all the outstanding men not my type? Lu Qian's current mood was mixed with various emotions, indescribable, like a turbulent and murky water, neither clear nor calm. Han Chen followed behind her, moving forward together, his gaze falling on the peaches wrapped in her half-skirt, the wonderful and charming contours outlined as they walked, revealing round and perky curves, truly a feast for the eyes. Before long, the two took the elevator and arrived at the company one after the other. The company they were in was called Fun Financial Technology, a name that sounded quite strange. Once finance and technology were mentioned together, it seemed professional to outsiders, but to insiders, it was a joke. In fact, as it was, Fun Company's main business had little to do with technology, mainly focusing on investment management, such as intelligent investment advisory, risk assessment, blockchain applications, and other businesses tangentially related to technology, accounting for a small proportion. The company was located on the top floor of the Jinsho building, occupying an entire floor of space. Stepping out of the elevator and entering the company's entrance, the first thing that caught the eye was a huge electronic display screen scrolling real-time global financial data and information. The overall decoration style of the company was mainly simple and modern, with abstract art pieces hanging on the white walls, giving a fresh and tasteful feeling. In the spacious and bright office area, rows of neatly arranged desks were placed with computers and various office supplies. The employees who had already arrived at the company were having breakfast while chatting and gossiping. "Hey, isn't this Han Chen? You came to work today. Han Chen, where have you been these days? Oh, Han Chen, you look more handsome now, haven't seen you for a few days, did you go to South Korea for plastic surgery?" When the colleagues saw Han Chen, they all cast surprised and curious glances at him, and many people who had a decent relationship with Han Chen couldn't help but tease him. In their eyes, today's Han Chen was indeed different from the person they had in mind. Dressed in a suit, tall and slender, looking refined and elite. Some envied, some were curious, and some were disdainful. Han Chen chatted casually with his colleagues, his gaze sweeping over the heads of the various girls in the office area. There were more than 60 people in the company, with girls accounting for 70%, most of them looking good.
Han Chen had given the title of beauty to over a dozen of them, but unfortunately, none of them were the one. Due to recently encountering graceful beauties and top-tier goddesses, Han Chen's aesthetic standards had been raised slightly. Therefore, those beauties who used to appeal to him now failed to pique his interest.
At 8:30 in the morning, the official clock-in time ended, and all employees were present.
Han Chen also took a tour around the company, looking at all the girls he should see.
Besides Zhuangli, Lu Qian, and Zuan Yan, there were two other graceful beauties named Yao Xinjiu and Pei Lu.
Each of the two girls had a 1/10 random identity card, and collecting them to 80% completion would grant a reward. Unfortunately, these two girls, unlike Zuan Yan and the others, were already taken.
Pei Lu is already married, and Yao Xinjiu also has a boyfriend.
Although Han Chen doesn't mind other people's wives and girlfriends, he doesn't want to ruin other people's relationships for no reason, unless there are cracks between them or the girl comes to him. Apart from the beautiful women, Han Chen hasn't seen any goddesses. However, in his memory, the current CEO of the fund finance technology company is a very beautiful woman.
In Han Chen's personal aesthetic standards, she should not be inferior to Xiui and Ying. He didn't see her come to the company today, and he didn't know what her situation was. In addition, working at the fund company now is optional for Han Chen. At least he now looks down on that little salary. But after some thought, Han Chen still didn't resign immediately. Of course, this doesn't mean he will work honestly, just hanging around with an identity, ready to come and go from the company at any time. After all, Lu Qian and Zhuangli haven't been approached yet, and the CEO of the fund company hasn't been seen either. Even Yao Xinjiu and Pei Lu, these two girls, need to see what their current situation is. If the situation allows, they can have a card game and exchange playing techniques with them. That's necessary, no hesitation or pretending. The whole morning, Han Chen's time was spent flirting with Zuan Yan.
As soon as the morning work time ended, Zuan Yan, with a swaying figure and a fragrant breeze, happily bounced to Han Chen and said, "Han Chen, let's go eat together. I know a restaurant with good food." As she spoke, she deliberately sweetened her lips in front of Han Chen, looking very charming. The expression seemed to say, "Brother, I'm so hungry, I want to eat millet porridge." Lu Qian, who was planning to have lunch with Zuan Yan, saw the scene and immediately left on her own, not wanting to be bored. Before long, Han Chen and Zuan Yan also left the company hand in hand. It wasn't until near the start of the afternoon shift that they returned from outside. Han Chen walked lightly ahead, while Zuan Yan followed hesitantly, feeling a bit weak in the legs. When she put the slightly bruised peach on her desk and hadn't rested for a few seconds, Lu Qian sitting next to her couldn't help but lean over and lecture her. "In broad daylight, you actually took him out to have fun. This is simply shameless behavior. When did you become so bold? Yan, wake up, don't let that stinky man with the surname Han bewitch you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble sooner or later." Zuan Yan, with a lingering blush on her face, smiled back at these words. "I'm actually looking forward to getting into trouble now. It's best to cause a big scene, so I can rely on him every day in the future. It's just a pity, sigh, every time he likes to mess up my face at the most critical moment. But do I need my face to be messed up?" Lu Qian's eyelids jumped as she listened, her legs slightly crossed. While she secretly envied Zuan Yan, she scolded her without kindness. "You hopeless girl, you're beyond help. Don't criticize me first. Tell me honestly, do you really have no thoughts about Han Chen? Stop talking nonsense. I don't want the men you've used." "Really? Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, I don't want to argue with you." With that, Lu Qian ignored Zuan Yan directly, but her inner resentment kept rising. Shameless Zuan Yan actually went to play cards with Han Chen in broad daylight. Look at her miserable appearance, she must have lost badly. Just a stinky man, nothing special. Damn Han Chen, why didn't you come to flirt with me at the beginning, but went to flirt with Yan? What's wrong with me compared to her? Meanwhile, the door of the manager's office next to it suddenly opened, followed by the voice of Zhuangli. "Han Chen, come to my office." What does this Zhuangli want with me? With doubts in his heart, Han Chen got up and walked into Zhuangli's office, amidst the puzzled eyes of Zuan Yan and Lu Qing on the left. At this moment, Zhuangli was leaning on the office desk with her hands crossed in front of her chest. The black suit pants underneath her already perky buttocks were squeezed into a perfect arc shape, making people daydream, wanting to give her a few slaps, beat her up, and then sternly tell her not to do this. After Han Chen came in, he glanced at her, not feeling restrained, and sat directly on the chair opposite her desk, asking aloud, "Manager Zhuang, what's the matter? Look at what you've done." Zhuangli snorted coldly, then placed her phone directly in front of Han Chen. Han Chen looked down and saw a photo on the screen of him and Zuan Yan hugging as they entered a hotel just now. He squinted and said, "Are you taking pictures of me?
Do I need to take pictures? I could see you two hugging from a distance. The stickiness at that time, even during the day, if it were at night, I guess you two would dare to do it in public. Zhuangli said, sneered, and then said somewhat angrily, Nana told me a few days ago that she had decided on you for life, but I didn't expect that you would do such things behind her back. Han Shen, oh Han Shen, you are really not a good person. Although Han Shen admitted that he was not a good person, being scolded by Zhuangli still made him speechless. He immediately put on a serious face and changed the subject. Yes, I am not a good person, but is that my problem alone? What about your sister? Zhuangli, what's wrong with Nana? Han Shen, if she couldn't satisfy my personal needs, would I need to go outside to provoke other women? Zhuangli. She looked at Han Shen suspiciously, not quite believing, since ancient times, only tired oxen exist, I have never heard of cultivated land being ruined. Han Shen, that's just because you are ignorant, I am healthy, you know? Zhuangli stared at him, pursed her lips, and said, anyone can boast. Han Shen smiled, don't believe me? Then you can go back and ask your sister how she feels. I will go back and ask, but you. Zhuangli frowned and said, you openly flirt with female colleagues in the company, this is not a good behavior. You already said I'm not a good person, why do you care about my behavior? You don't have to bother. Han Shen smiled, let me put it this way, if you have the ability, let your sister empty my pockets. If she can do it, then I definitely won't mess around outside. With that, Han Shen changed the subject and teased, but she probably can't do it. Otherwise, would you do it for her? Zhuangli's face darkened, cursing, you scum, get out. Han Shen laughed, okay, then I'm leaving. But, what I just said, I'm serious, for the happiness of your sister, you can consider it carefully. With that, Han Shen got up and left the office in 3 or 2 steps, leaving Zhuangli standing there feeling annoyed, her cheeks flushed. This jerk actually still has ideas about me, damn it, are you dreaming? After staying in the office for a while, the anger in Zhuangli's chest quickly dissipated. She thought of Han Shen's words just now and couldn't help but ponder, that guy, boasting about his good health and saying that Nana can't satisfy him completely, I wonder how much of it is true. The afternoon shift quickly came to an end. After work, Zhuangli packed up and left quickly. When she returned home, she saw her sister Zhuang Nana sitting in the living room looking at her phone, so she changed her shoes and sat down beside her. After chatting with her for a while, Zhuangli finally brought the conversation to the point. Nana, I must remind you about something regarding you and Han Shen. What is it, sis? Han Shen is not a well-behaved man. In my opinion, he definitely can't control his desires and will seek pleasure outside, attracting other women. Isn't that obvious? Zhuang Na gave her sister a look. For a young and outstanding man like Han, how many wouldn't seek attention from other women? Zhuangli, are you actually defending him? Zhuang Na, I'm not defending him. But since I've decided to be his secret lover, I should turn a blind eye to certain things, have the awareness of being a vase. Otherwise, why would Han treat me well? With his qualities, he has no shortage of beautiful women. If I'm not sensible, he could easily discard me. Zhuangli frowned and remained silent. Zhuang Na continued, besides, with Han's physique stronger than a wild bull, I alone can't control him. If he seeks pleasure outside, finds other women to share the burden, I might not survive this year and end up dead because of him. Zhuang Na's eyelid twitched at her words. What are you saying? Is he really that exaggerated? Of course. Zhuang Na nodded firmly. I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Then I'll show you an MP4, and you'll believe it. Zhuang Na smiled, picked up her phone, opened a private album, searched for it, and pulled out an MP4 to show Zhuangli. It was a video taken a few days ago when Han Shen asked Zhuang Na out for a secret meeting, and she filmed it with his permission. The male lead in the video was naturally Han Shen, and the female lead was Zhuang Na herself. In the video, the two were seriously playing a solo game, and it was evident that Zhuang Na seemed inexperienced and reliant on Han Shen's pace during the game. The video lasted only half an hour. However, in that half hour, Han Shen, with his strong skills, completely dominated Zhuang Na, almost toying with her, and she had no way to fight back. During the game, Han Shen took 6 lives from Zhuang Na, making the battle quite intense. This is too fake. Zhuang Li's first reaction after fast-forwarding through the video was shock and doubt. Although she, like her sister Zhuang Na, had never had a serious relationship, she knew what this video meant. Leaving everything else aside, just based on Zhuang Li's understanding of some wealthy women's customer service, the male lead's solo combat power in the video could drive them crazy. Spending millions to have him accompany them and playing games was not impossible. Zhuang Na said, fake? Sis, you're overthinking. Do you think I would use a fake video to deceive you in this matter? Zhuangli took a deep breath. So, Han Shen is really that amazing? Yes, he's like a monster. If you haven't experienced it, You won't understand that feeling.
Zhuang Na blushed and added, but it's also true that it's hard to keep up with him for a long time. The only downside is, it can shorten your life. Zhuangli's mouth twitched slightly, silently cursing what kind of downside that was. Other women couldn't even dream of not keeping up with nutrition, let alone have such an opportunity. After chatting with her sister for a while, Zhuangli was basically convinced that Han Shen wasn't bragging before. He indeed had some extraordinary qualities. At least from the content of that MP4, Zhuangli felt her heart pounding, truly terrifying. But at the same time, she couldn't help but think of something else. Han Shen, that guy, suddenly made a fortune recently. Could it be that he relied on his outrageous solo combat power and hooked up with some rich woman? The more she thought about it, the more she felt she guessed it right. And because she thought too much, Zhuangli couldn't sleep in bed at all, with the game scenes from the MP4 flashing in her mind. Even she couldn't help but fantasize, what kind of experience would it be if she replaced her younger sister with herself and went solo with Han Shen? Although she knew that thinking like this was a bit reckless and shameless, her brain couldn't help but think about it. She couldn't control it. What could she do? Moreover, it was just her own thoughts and fantasies in her mind, and no one knew about it. As expected, thinking about it, she couldn't sleep even more. The next morning, dragging her tired body, she just arrived at the company's entrance, coincidentally bumping into Han Shen. At the sight of him, Zhuangli couldn't help but involuntarily recall the scene from the MP4, feeling inexplicably guilty. "Oh, Manager Zhuang, what's wrong with you? Your dark circles are so heavy. Did you stay up late watching movies last night?" Han Shen teased Zhuangli with a smile. His words fell into Zhuangli's ears, making her cheeks blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Because, although she didn't stay up late watching movies, she stayed up late thinking about the contents of the movie for a long time last night, and even deeply fantasized about Han Shen himself, causing her insomnia. However, she was still a department manager after all, and Zhuangli quickly adjusted her expression, glaring at Han Shen and said, "Stop joking around, I just stayed up late working last night." "Oh, really? Then why are you blushing?" "I'm not blushing, there's something wrong with your eyes." Whether you blush or not, you know it yourself." Han Shen raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, did you go back after work yesterday?" Asked Nana about my situation, and then kept fantasizing about me, causing insomnia. This made Zhuangli feel like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly getting angry. "You're talking nonsense." I didn't. If you didn't, then you didn't. Why are you reacting so strongly, looking so guilty? What did you do that you can't let others see?" Her thoughts were almost completely guessed. Zhuangli felt uncomfortable all over. She wanted to say something, but the more she said, the more she felt guilty, so she simply closed her mouth, glared fiercely at Han Shen, and then turned and walked into the company. Watching her slender and attractive figure wrapped in the OL uniform, Han Shen smirked. "This Zhuangli, I definitely hit the mark just now. Could it be that she was really fantasizing about me last night?" Thinking this, Han Shen took out his phone and called Zhuang Na. After some inquiries, his expression suddenly became very exciting. "She actually watched the solo video of me and Zhuang Na. That's right, this woman is definitely lusting after me now." As for his current physique and background, Han Shen was quite confident. As long as she was a normal woman, he didn't think anyone could completely ignore him. There would definitely be an impression left in her heart. Just as he entered the company, Han Shen heard someone gossiping about him. But it wasn't anything negative, so he didn't pay attention. However, as soon as he sat down at his desk, a male colleague named Yang Tao said, "Hey, Han Shen, when I left work yesterday, I saw you getting into a Ferrari, am I right?" "You're right." Han Shen smiled and nodded. "Wow, that's really something. We were just saying that Yang Tao's eyes were wandering." A female colleague asked, "Han Shen, is that Ferrari your car?" "It's not my car, can I drive it?" Han Shen said, feeling that his words were ambiguous, so he added, "I just got it a few days ago, Manager Zhuang also knows about it." Zhuangli, who could pour water, heard this and interjected coldly, "Isn't it just spending a few million to buy a car? I don't know what you're showing off." "Han Shen, what do you mean I'm showing off? Manager Zhuang, don't wrongly accuse me, they asked me." Zhuangli didn't say a word. After pouring the water, she twisted her slender waist and plump peach back to the office. Although her words just now had the suspicion of blaming Han Shen, they also confirmed that Han Shen did spend a sum of money to buy a Ferrari. For a while, the eyes of the male colleagues in the company looking at Han Shen were full of envy and jealousy. The female colleagues were all rolling their eyes. Even Pei Lu, who was married, and Yao Xinjiao, who had a partner, couldn't help but glance at Han Shen a few more times. In the afternoon, Han Shen, who had nothing to do, was planning to go out to find a place to wash his feet and get a massage. But suddenly, he received a friend request on WeChat from Pei Lu. "Oh, Pei Lu, she actually added me? Han Shen raised his eyebrows, glanced at where Pei Lu was, and saw her sitting upright, not looking around, looking like a ladylike employee, and chuckled to himself. In fact, since the Ferrari incident in the morning, Han Shen had received friend requests from more than a dozen female colleagues in the company in succession. Obviously, these women who usually almost treated him like air, upon learning that he had made a fortune, each had their thoughts stirred up and wanted to get to know him more. It's very realistic, ironic, but also very normal. However, among them, the one with the highest looks score was only a beauty, and Han Shen couldn't be bothered. And now, Pei Lu was a real beauty, already meeting the minimum standard to become a tool for Han Shen. Let's see what she wants to do. After accepting Pei Lu's friend request, Han Shen directly sent a message, "Hey, Pei Lu? What's up?" Pei Lu quickly replied, saying there was nothing special, just wanted to add a friend and chat with him casually. Han Shen didn't believe it at all. "Nothing special, and you added me on WeChat during work hours just to chat with me? You're kidding." Sure enough, the two chatted aimlessly, and when they became more familiar, Pei Lu suddenly changed the subject. It's really tough lately." "Tough? What happened? Did you encounter something?" "Don't mention it. My husband and I were fooled by some bastards a couple of years ago, took out a loan to buy a house, now we can barely afford to eat." Han Shen expressed surprise. "Really? Pei Lu, how not? It's true, just the monthly loan payments are almost crushing us. The key is that the house has depreciated, now that house is only worth 700,000, but we still have to repay $1 million, not to mention the down payment and the loans we've already paid, the pressure is too much." Sigh. The issue of houses is indeed a sore point for homebuyers in recent years. They missed the dividends and inexplicably got stuck at a high position. The two chatted about the house for a few sentences, and Pei Lu finally stopped hiding and directly expressed that she was tight on money and urgently needed external assistance. It meant she wanted to borrow money from Han Shen. "Han Shen, Pei, beautiful lady, we are not close, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to ask me for money right away?" "Pei Lu, don't worry, I won't just borrow money from you for nothing, I will thank you properly, really." With the conversation reaching this point, how could Han Shen not understand what she meant by properly thank you? This woman, who usually looks quite decent in the company, turned out to be like this in private. A bad woman, a truly bad woman. It seems she lacks proper discipline, and for this, I, Han, cannot shirk my responsibility. Han Shen, by doing this, aren't you afraid your husband will find out and divorce you? Pei Lu, he's not a good person himself, he can't control me, don't worry. Han Shen, if you say so, then it's no problem. How much do you plan to borrow? Pei Lu, 50,000 yuan, is that okay? Han Shen smiled, only 50,000 yuan? She thought this woman would ask for a lot more, but unexpectedly, she only wanted to borrow 50,000 yuan. It seems she is a woman who hasn't seen much of the world. Han Shen, no problem, after work, you stay behind, and we can chat properly later. Pei Lu, is it okay to talk in the office? Otherwise, we can find a hotel. Originally Han Shen didn't mind, anywhere was fine for a chat. But hearing Pei Lu's suggestion, he thought talking in the office was actually a good idea. Han Shen, if you think the office is not suitable, then forget it. Pei Lu, I didn't say it's not suitable. Okay, let's talk in the office then. Soon, it was time to get off work. Zuen Yen Nian, who was fed by Han Shen yesterday and still had weak legs, didn't provoke Han Shen further. After greeting him, she left with Lu Wan. Other colleagues also started packing up and left for home one after another. About half an hour later, the department manager Zhuangli also left, leaving only Han Shen and Pei Lu in the office. Indeed, there are surveillance cameras in the company, but they are only in the corridors, employee areas, rest areas, bathrooms, and other places without cameras. So, after seeing everyone leave, Han Shen stood up and walked over to Pei Lu, pulling a chair to sit beside her. His gaze fell on Pei Lu, who was dressed in a common office uniform today. She wore a tight t-shirt that accentuated her large chest and slim waist, paired with a very short skirt that revealed her round buttocks and slender legs wrapped in black stockings when she sat down. It must be said that this married woman was truly a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and attractive appearance, very commendable. Moreover, she exuded a mature and charming aura, very appealing at first sight. Han Shen moved his chair closer to her, then placed his hand on her thigh, tugging at her stockings, which were quite elastic and seemed like they would tear easily. Seeing this, Pei Lu quickly pressed his hand, her cheeks slightly blushing as she said, "The matter is not settled yet, so don't be in a hurry." "It's very simple," Han Shen said. "Take out your phone, open the LV online store, choose a handbag worth about 50,000 yuan, and I will pay for it." "Can't you just transfer the money to me on WeChat?" "Of course not, then I wouldn't earn any wealth points." Although 5 points of wealth is not much, every little bit counts.
However, he couldn't tell Pei Lu the real situation, so Han Shen said seriously, if I transfer the money to you on WeChat, you must repay it. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if it's traced. But if we make an online purchase, you don't need to repay the money. Consider this bag as a gift from me, understand? Isn't that basically the same? There's a difference. One is a gift, the other is a financial transaction. There's a big difference between the two. Okay, you really know a lot. With Han Shen's explanation, Pei Lu no longer hesitated and quickly followed Han Shen's instructions to order a handbag worth 55,000 yuan online. This woman played a little trick to get a few thousand more yuan. However, Han Shen didn't bother about this small amount of money, but she seemed a bit guilty. After confirming the order, she immediately snuggled into Han Shen's arms, looking obedient as if she would do whatever he asked. The two chatted lightly in the office area for about 10 minutes. Pei Lu suddenly said, let's go to the utility room. Otherwise, if someone comes back to the office and sees us, I won't be able to face anyone. Han Shen smiled and said, when you actively flirted with me on WeChat just now, why didn't you mention saving face? Don't worry, it's almost dark at this hour, no one will come. Pei Lu said in a mournful tone, let's go to the utility room, it's safer there, I beg you. Han Shen replied, okay, let's go to the utility room. The two chatted and then went to the utility room one after the other. However, what they didn't know was that more than 10 minutes later, Zhuangli returned to the fun company. On the way, she found that she had left an important external hard drive in the office. Helpless, she had to turn the car around and drive back to retrieve it. Upon entering the company, she saw that the lights in the office area were still on. Furrowing her brows, Zhuangli muttered, who was the last one to leave? They didn't even turn off the lights when leaving. Muttering to herself, Zhuangli went to her office, took the external hard drive, and casually turned off the lights. During this time, feeling the urge to urinate, she went to the restroom to relieve herself. After flushing and washing her hands, as she was about to leave the company, she suddenly heard some unusual noises. What sound is that? Zhuangli was puzzled and her gaze turned towards the utility room next to the restroom. It sounds like someone is inside? Who could it be? She took a step forward, slowly approaching the utility room. When she reached the doorway and focused her mind, listening carefully to the sounds inside, she was stunned, her face turning red, her expression becoming vivid. What the heck, someone is actually playing games in the company's utility room. Do they think this is their home? A shameless couple. Cursing inwardly, Zhuangli turned to leave. However, at that moment, the voices from inside made her stop in her tracks. Han Shen, I want to divorce my husband and be with you, is that okay? Don't be ridiculous, I won't be a third party breaking up a family. No, you're not a third party. That's not the point, the key is we can't be together, I can't marry you. It's okay, I don't want you to marry me, I'm willing to be your underground lover, I want to be your little wooden dog. TSK, are you running a fever? Your brain must be fried. My brain is not fried, I'm serious. Forget it. Okay, stop talking nonsense, go over there and fix the chair, time is running out, don't mess around with irrelevant things. The continuous chatter passed through the utility room door, reaching Zhuangli's ears, making her blush and her expression slightly darkening. Han Shen, the man inside, turned out to be Han Shen. And judging by the voice, the woman should be Pei Lu. This Han guy is really a jerk, he even provoked Pei Lu. Having discovered Han Shen's affair with Zuan Yanyan yesterday, and now witnessing Han Shen's involvement with Pei Lu, inexplicably, a sense of anger rose in Zhuangli's heart. For a moment, her steps, originally intended to leave, were once again redirected. She listened surreptitiously at the corner, silently determined in her heart that after he and Pei Lu were done, she would give him a good talking to, so he wouldn't continue down the wrong path. Time passed by quickly. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and it was already 8:30 in the evening. The door of the utility room finally opened, and Pei Lu, disheveled, slowly emerged from the utility room, then leaning against the wall, her legs trembling slightly, she walked straight out of the company. Zhuangli, who had been waiting for so long that her legs had gone numb, twitched her mouth slightly when she saw the scene, silently cursing Han Shen for mistreating Pei Lu like this. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over. Shortly after Pei Lu left, Han Shen also came out of the utility room carrying a bag of trash, mainly containing the shredded heroin that belonged to Pei Lu. Upon reaching the restroom and flushing all the trash down the drain, Han Shen walked towards the company while opening the system interface, feeling pleased as he glanced at his latest achievement. Pei Lu's collection rate has reached 80%. Congratulations on obtaining 1/10 random identity card. However, just as he passed through the restroom corridor, he noticed a slender and beautiful figure standing in front of him, blocking his way. Closing the interface, Han Shen focused his gaze and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Manager Zhuang, what are you doing here? Oh, if you can be here, can't I?
Zhuangli retorted, Han Shen, you have a lot of nerve, actually fooling around with someone in the company's utility room.
Do you know how despicable your behavior is? Whether it's despicable or not, it's none of your business. How is it not my business? Nana is my sister.
Zhuangli gritted her teeth, you were fine messing around with Zuan Yin yesterday at noon, she's single after all, but what's the meaning of you provoking Pei Lu today?
She's a married woman, how dare you?
Han Shen shrugged, it's not my fault, she added me on WeChat and flirted with me herself. You know, I'm in good health, naturally passionate, how can I resist that kind of temptation? Zhuangli furrowed her brows, pursed her lips, unsure of what to say for a moment. Indeed, this guy is in good health, with a fiery temper, he really can't resist temptation. Faced with a beautiful married woman like Pei Lu taking the initiative to flirt, not just Han Shen, any man would probably not be able to resist the temptation. Helplessly, Zhuangli could only squeeze out a few words from between her teeth, you can't even control what's in your own pants, I guess this is how you'll be for the rest of your life. Han Shen replied, whether this is how I'll be, Manager Zhuang, that's not for you to decide, but you.
Zhuangli asked, but me? Han Shen said, you must have listened at the corner for quite a while just now, don't you want to give it a try? Zhuangli asked in confusion, try what? Han Shen smiled, what else can we try?
Of course, it's to try the game I and Pei Lu played in the utility room just now. Zhuangli's face darkened, her breathing stagnated, her eyebrows twitched a few times, and she cursed in frustration, get lost, do you really think I'm that shameless woman, you? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Han Shen suddenly approaching her, pressing her back against the wall. Meeting Han Shen's dark, shiny eyes, Zhuangli inexplicably felt flustered, her breathing involuntarily quickened, her face flushed red.
Zhuangli trembled and asked, what are you trying to do?
Han Shen lowered his head, leaned close to Zhuangli's ear, sniffed the pleasant scent emanating from her, and whispered, you see, in this huge company, it's just the two of us now.
If I were to do something to you, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity? You dare. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I'll call security. If you call security, your reputation will be ruined, you won't do it, I know you.
Seeing the aggressive light in Han Shen's eyes intensifying, Zhuangli quickly softened her tone, Han Shen, let's talk, don't mess around.
You seem scared, am I that scary?
Han Shen reached out to smooth Zhuangli's hair, blew a warm breath towards her, and said, don't worry, I won't force you, but I can give you a chance here.
Zhuangli's mood slightly eased at his words and she asked, what chance? Han Shen said, don't you think it's not good for me to have your sister and still mess around outside? So, let's play a game, if you win against me, I'll not only treat your sister well in the future and never touch other women, but also give you an additional reward of 100,000 yuan, how about it?
Zhuangli narrowed her beautiful eyes at his words, feeling somewhat tempted, but decisively shook her head. I have seen Zhuang Na's video before, and she knows that Han Shen is very powerful.
She definitely can't win against him one-on-one. Zhuangli, don't try to fool me, I won't fall for it. Han Shen, then I'll make the conditions easier. Let's compare kills, 1 to 2, no, 1 to 3. You have 3 lives to my 1.
As long as you win, I'll give you an extra bonus of up to 200,000.
How about it? Zhuangli's eyelashes trembled slightly, don't try to tempt me. Han Shen, are you sure you don't want to give it a try? I just had a match with Pei Lu, so I'm a bit worn out. Your chances of winning are actually quite high.
How about this, 1 to 5 kills, with an extra bonus of 300,000.
Are you in?
Zhuangli hesitated for a moment, a gleam of determination in her beautiful eyes. I'll take you on with my 5 lives against your 1, and if I win, you have to treat Nana well and give me an extra 300,000.
Do you agree? Han Shen smiled, agreed.
Zhuangli gritted her teeth, I know you just want to take this opportunity to get back at me.
Han Shen didn't deny it, that's right. So, are you up for the challenge?
If you're not, then you can't interfere when I flirt with other girls in the future.
With such generous rewards, such favorable conditions, the advantage is mine.
And, to be honest, since watching that MP4 yesterday and listening to the wall outside the utility room just now, Zhuangli actually had some different thoughts about Han Shen. But due to pride, she couldn't confess to Han Shen, let alone admit it. However, now there is a perfect opportunity for her to act on those thoughts without guilt. Zhuangli took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she reached out and grabbed Han Shen's arm. Let's eat first, we can talk after.
No, right here.
With that, Han Shen reached out and lifted her up around the waist.
Zhuangli's collection rate has reached 30%, 35%.
Caught off guard, Zhuangli exclaimed, struggling and annoyed, you jerk, let me down, I
haven't made up my mind yet.
Han Shen buried his head in her shoulder and sniffed, saying with a smile, I smell a restless scent, and if my hands aren't mistaken, Manager Zhuang, It seems like you're already wet down there, right? Blushing, Zhuangli replied, that's just from when I accidentally splashed water while washing my hands.
Han Chen chuckled, oh, is that so? Alright, I'll believe you. But do you believe yourself?
Zhuangli glared at him fiercely, not arguing or struggling anymore, just turned her head to the side, looking proud and ignoring Han Chen. Seeing this, Han Chen smirked and took the opportunity to peck her neck a few times.
Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. The game has already begun.
Zhuangli's collection rate has reached 50%. While speaking, Han Chen had already carried her into her office and gently placed her on the desk, pressing her down. You little troublemaker, you used to bully me, make things difficult for me, target me.
Now, it's my turn to get revenge. Han Chen thought viciously.
With a wave of his hand, he aimed at Zhuangli's plump and round buttocks and gave her a hard slap. This woman was like a thorny and beautiful rose in the urban jungle.
Although a bit prickly and sometimes annoying, she was undeniably attractive.
Now that he had the chance to have her, Han Chen was quite excited.
After all, who hasn't thought about pinning down a beautiful female boss on the desk and taming her to tears?
Zhuangli's collection rate has reached 60%. Zhuangli winced in pain, turned her head, and glared angrily, are you crazy?
Don't hit people. Sorry, couldn't help it.
However, Manager Zhuang, your posture is quite imposing, even bigger than Nana's. You look like someone who has been well taken care of, not bad, not bad.
Stop the nonsense and let's begin. Alright, wait, where is your umbrella? You haven't brought your umbrella. If I bring the umbrella, I will be even stronger. You will definitely lose then. Are you sure you want me to bring the umbrella?
Zhuangli hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. After a struggle within herself, she ultimately decided not to let Han Chen bring the umbrella. Han Chen smirked, waiting for Zhuangli to set up properly. They started the game solo, officially beginning the match. In the battle, each of them controlled their own characters, attacking and defending against each other. However, it was obvious that Zhuangli, as a rookie with no combat experience, was no match for Han Chen. She was quickly overwhelmed by Han Chen's weapon strikes, losing miserably. Zhuangli's collection rate has reached 65%, 70%, 75%.
It's impossible. You just had a fight with Pei Lu. How can you still be this strong? Is it possible that Pei Lu is not strong, and dealing with her didn't actually take much effort from me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. Let's change the location and start over. As you wish.
Han Chen smiled faintly, showing no fear at all.
The battlefield between the two shifted to the sofa in the office.
However, whether it was on the desk, the sofa, the windowsill, the chair, the coffee table, the doorway, or even the floor and the walls, it couldn't change the final outcome.
Why is this happening? Why?
Zhuangli burst into tears. The feeling of defeat, that no matter how hard she tried, even desperately, she couldn't defeat her opponent, made her feel despair. Han Chen was too strong, she was no match for him at all. Zhuangli's collection rate has reached 80%. Congratulations on obtaining a 3-month trial fund manager identity card. You are in the office, holding Zhuangli's hair braided into reins in your hand, making her cry. Congratulations on obtaining a 3-month trial fund manager identity card. The game ended after more than 2 hours. Zhuangli, who had lost a total of 25 lives, slumped over the desk, her eyes rolling back, her mind blank, trembling all over.
I lost.
Zhuangli lost, and she lost completely. In the solo game, Han Chen only lost 3 lives, while she lost a total of 25 lives, far exceeding the 1-to-5 ratio.
It was a complete defeat. So, are you convinced now?
After tidying up, Han Chen looked at Zhuangli, whose hair was wet and face flushed, with a smile. Zhuangli looked at him with a complex expression, not answering his question, just saying in a soft tone, you have to take responsibility for me.
You can't handle losing, huh? Han Chen said. I lost, I admit that.
Zhuangli said with a resentful look, but just now, when we played the game solo, it was my first time in my life. So, you have to take responsibility for me.
Han Chen raised an eyebrow. What first time in your life?
Manager Zhuang, don't take me for a fool. You may not be good at playing games, but you seem quite skilled.
You must have played this game with someone else before.
Zhuangli said earnestly, I swear I haven't.
Han Chen said, then how do you explain your skill level?
Zhuangli lowered her eyes and said, I used to play single-player games, never played online with others.
Han Chen looked skeptical. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. Zhuangli's eyes slightly reddened. I'm telling the truth.
I swear, lying will bring down thunder from the sky, and I'll be hit by a car when I step out.
Han Chen interrupted, alright, your swearing doesn't work on me. I'm not buying it. Anyway, it's impossible to be responsible for anything. Don't even think about using this to tie me down.
At most, like Nana, I'll give you some pocket money to use. If you have a child, give birth to it, and I'll raise it. Zhuang Li's eyes flickered at the words.
That's fine, Han Shen said. Take out your phone. Zhuang Li asked, why?
Han Shen replied, although you lost, I still intend to give you the promised reward of 300,000 yuan, consider it as your pocket money. However, this money can only be used for shopping, you have to buy goods with it. Zhuang Li's eyes lit up. You said it yourself, I didn't force you to give it to me.
Han Shen smiled, greedy for money now? Hee, I knew you were like this. Alright, hurry up.
At night, after sending Zhuang Li home, Han Shen sat in the Ferrari, checking the harvest just now. 2 treasure chests on her body were brushed down, obtaining a 6-month Fund Manager Identity Experience card in total. Fund Manager Experience card, 6 months. This is a card that, once used, can activate the Fund Manager system, but only for a period of 6 months. After 6 months, the Fund Manager system will be frozen.
Do you want to use this card?
Yes. The Fund Manager Identity Experience card, 6 months, has been used.
The subsystem corresponding to your Fund Manager identity is now online.
Fund Manager System, this is a system that can see the future trends of financial investment markets such as stocks, futures, and foreign exchange. However, as a fund manager, you cannot trade with your own money. Your predictions can only be used to guide others in trading to make money, and then profit from it. The current Fund Manager System is in its early stage. You can only see the future trends of the stock market.
Can only guide others in trading, well, that's very fund manager-like.
Han Shen pursed his lips, feeling a bit disappointed after reading the system introduction, but it was within his expectations, because the identity of a fund manager inherently limited its abilities. However, he carefully thought about it and felt that this system still had a lot of operational space. But the premise was to find someone trustworthy and wealthy to invest together. With this system, becoming a private or public fund manager or project leader would definitely be popular.
Oh, right, isn't Suwei Company working on private equity fund projects? It seems the scale is not small, with tens of billions in assets. If I could operate it and get a certain share.
Han Shen's eyes rolled, but then he quickly shook his head.
Not very realistic, because I don't even know the boss of Suwei Company. Let's take it slow, no rush. Han Shen didn't dwell on it too much.
His main focus now was still on the time-space smuggling system. If the fund manager system could contribute to profits, that would be good, but if not, it didn't matter.
Of course, fundamentally, it was because his current social status was not enough, and his network was too small.
Otherwise, after demonstrating his extraordinary abilities, convincing those wealthy individuals to invest in stocks wouldn't be difficult. So, he had to continue working hard. In the following days, with nothing to do, Han Shen continued to wander among the flowers, having fun with the 3 girls, Zhuanyanyan, Zhuang Na, and Zhuang Li, back and forth, carefree and happy. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that during his free time, Han Shen also went to places where there were many beautiful women in Yangcheng, and indeed saw some girls who were rated as beautiful or even goddess level. However, perhaps due to certain limitations of the system that he was unaware of, some of these girls, although meeting the rating criteria, did not have treasure chests on them but instead indicated that the treasure chest is refreshing. Zhuanyanyan and others who had already had their treasure chests brushed down by Han Shen were also in this situation. It looks like the treasure chest will be refreshed in the future, but it is unknown when exactly it will happen.
Han Shen estimated that certain conditions need to be met. In the blink of an eye, April ended, and May arrived. At midnight on May 1st, Han Shen had just finished washing his feet, getting a massage, and eating supper outside. When he returned to the hotel where he was staying, he found a brand new system prompt in front of him. Upon opening it, he saw a market refresh prompt from the time and space smuggling system for May. 10 items, 1,000 pieces of fresh pork, 50 tons of iron ore, 60 tons of bauxite, 100 tons of soda ash, 30 tons of yellow corn, 80 tons of coke, 50 AK-47 rifles, 100 tons of stainless steel sheets, 30 tons of bluefin tuna, and a dotsai chicken cup. Compared to the previous month, May's smuggling market still had 10 items. Han Shen quickly scanned through them and decided to skip the items with low or even negative profits. Among the remaining smuggling items, there was a deal for 100 tons of stainless steel sheets from a chaotic time and space, priced at 200 grams of 999 gold bars for smuggling. Another deal was for 50 AK-47 rifles from the chaotic time and space, or a person wanted to exchange them for 5 tons of drinking water. The last deal was for a dotsai chicken cup from the chaotic time and space, or a person wanted to sell it for 100 tons of wheat. Han Shen thought that only 4 of the deals were profitable, and he wondered if the newbie protection period had ended. He then focused on the 4 profitable smuggling deals. He was familiar with the deal for 100 tons of stainless steel sheets and knew it could easily sell for 1.45 million renminbi, with a smuggling fee of only 200 grams of gold bars. The deal for 50 AK-47 rifles and 30,000 bullets may not be worth much in monetary value, but it could be invaluable in certain situations. Han Chen decided to store them in the system warehouse to avoid detection. The smuggling fee for this deal was only 5 tons of drinking water. Lastly, the deal for the Dotsai chicken cup was an antique. Han Chen researched it online to gain a better understanding. The so-called Dotsai chicken cup mostly refers to the Dotsai chicken cup from the Changhua period, which was the imperial wine cup of the Changhua emperor. Genuine pieces discovered today are rare, with a single piece fetching over 100 million yuan. The one mentioned in the smuggling market in May is not a genuine Changhua Dotsai chicken cup but a replica from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. Although the replica Dotsai chicken cup from the Yongjing period is not as famous as the genuine Changhua pieces, it still holds considerable collectible value. The price for a single piece usually starts at over 5 million renminbi, and those in good condition can easily fetch over tens of millions for collectors. According to online information, at the beginning of this year, a Dotsai chicken cup from the Qing Yongjing period was auctioned at a Sotheby's auction on Hong Kong Island for 13 million renminbi. In the smuggling market, the price for this item is only 100 tons of wheat. The price Han Chen paid for wheat before was 3,200 renminbi per ton. As for the 30 tons of bluefin tuna, each weighing over 100 kilograms, their value far surpasses that of the Dotsai chicken cup. Bluefin tuna is known as the aristocrat of fish, a precious and expensive species, especially in island markets where its delicious meat is highly valued for sushi and sashimi. The price of bluefin tuna varies depending on factors such as weight, fat content, and meat texture, usually calculated per kilogram. Han Chen found that the wholesale price of wild frozen bluefin tuna in island waters ranged from as low as 400 renminbi to as high as 1,000 renminbi or more per kilogram. The price depends on the origin, quality of the fish meat, and preservation method. Those that can be auctioned, such as the king-grade bluefin tuna sold for millions of RMB per fish, are usually fresh, not frozen. Even at the lower price of 400 renminbi per kilogram, the 30 tons of frozen bluefin tuna are worth a total of 12 million renminbi. In comparison, a 3-kilogram 999 gold bar is worth just over a million RMB. A simple calculation reveals that the profit from this batch of bluefin tuna remains substantial. After carefully reviewing the 4 smuggling items, Han Chen thought to himself, compared to that Dotsai chicken cup and the 30 tons of bluefin tuna, as long as luck isn't too bad, my net income from smuggling this month should be over 20 million renminbi. Well, it's not as good as last month, but it's still pretty good. With this in mind, Han Chen felt relieved and quickly went to bed. It's already 120,000 words, a bit overwhelming. To those who are reading, please leave a comment and encourage the author to update every day. The author really needs your support. The night passed quietly, and it was daytime on May 1st. Han Chen got up early, had breakfast, and was thinking about purchasing gold bars, wheat, and barrels when he suddenly received a voice message from Yu Baobao on WeChat. "Hey, Lang Ji, I'm in Yangcheng. You arrived so quickly?" Han Chen asked. "Where are you now?" "I'm at the exit of Yangcheng High-Speed Rail Station, across from the Century Building. Wait for me there, I'll come to pick you up right away." "Okay, got it." Outside the high-speed rail station, Yu Baobao obediently responded and then hung up the WeChat call. She held her phone, played back the recorded call, and listened to it again. From the voice, Lang Ji sounds quite young. It seems he's really in his 20s, not some middle-aged greasy uncle. Phew, that's good. Although Yu Baobao had succumbed to the temptation of money before and agreed to be Han Chen's personal pet, in her heart, if this sugar daddy Han Chen was a young man, it would be better than being a middle-aged greasy uncle. If Langa himself is also a handsome guy, that would be even better. Yu Baobao secretly fantasized, but then she shook her head to herself, can't be too greedy. It's already satisfying enough to confirm that Langa is someone not much older than me. Asking for him to be handsome as well, wouldn't that be too good to be true, all for me? How is that possible? Moreover, if Langa is really a young and handsome guy, he probably wouldn't be flirting online. Because in reality, there would be countless beautiful women surrounding him, and then emptying his pockets. Yu Baobao has never video chatted with Han Chen, nor has she seen his front-facing photo. Just from a few side profile photos in his social circle updates, she knew he was a tall and thin guy. In her mind, Han Chen should be an average-looking guy, maybe even a bit rough around the edges. Otherwise, if he were handsome, wouldn't he be both young, handsome, wealthy, and generous? Such a rich and handsome guy, in real life, would be surrounded by countless beautiful women. His life must be very exciting, no need to spend money online to flirt. Anyway, Yubaba thinks those rich and handsome guys would definitely not be lavishly tipping female streamers online. Even if they did, it wouldn't be her, because she doesn't think her luck is that good. Suppressing some unnecessary thoughts in her mind, Yubaba pulled her suitcase and quickly walked to the roadside curb, so that when Han Chen arrived, he could see her at a glance. However, due to the crowd outside the high-speed rail station, and Yubaba's exceptional figure and appearance, she was approached by several men while waiting for Han Chen. Yubaba's responses were mostly, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. My boyfriend doesn't allow me to add others on WeChat. Sorry, waiting for my boyfriend. Thanks, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon." Therefore, when a bright red sports car stopped on the road next to her, and a handsome guy leaned out and waved at her, she thought it was another person trying to chat her up. She immediately turned her head, pretending not to see the person. "Sorry, handsome guy, you're late. I already have a sugar daddy. It's impossible between us," Yubaba thought to herself. At this moment, Yubaba was touched by her own loyalty, feeling like she was a good girl. In the Ferrari, Han Chen saw Yubaba not responding to his wave and felt speechless. What's wrong with this girl? He muttered to himself, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and walked over to her, reaching out to tap her shoulder. "Hey!" Yubaba suddenly took 2 steps back, frowned, and glared at Han Chen, displeased. "Sorry, handsome guy, I have a boyfriend, and he's coming to pick me up soon. Please don't touch me. Otherwise, when my boyfriend arrives, he might beat you up, and I won't take responsibility." Han Chen chuckled at her words. "Yubaba, are you out of your mind? It's me. Ha!" This voice. Yubaba looked stunned for a moment, then her pink lips slightly parted, surprised. "No way, you're Manga?" Han Chen, of course, who else would call out your name on the street? Yubaba found it somewhat unbelievable. My Manga is actually this handsome? But that's not right, shouldn't he be an average-looking guy, even a bit plain? Yubaba hurriedly said, "WeChat, take out your phone, let's exchange WeChat." Han Chen smiled, took out his phone, and said, "Sure, let's exchange WeChat then." Soon after finishing WeChat, Yubaba was both shocked and delighted when she confirmed that the handsome guy in front of her was actually the rich dad Lunga of her own family. She was very excited, and for a moment, her pear-like face was excited and blushing, extremely charming. "Wow, oh my goodness, Lunga, how come you are so handsome?" Yubaba exclaimed, feeling ecstatic. She hit the jackpot, she really hit the jackpot this time. She never expected that the rich dad she met on Douyin turned out to be a handsome guy. "Oh my luck is just too good." Seeing Yubaba's exaggerated expression, Han Chen's lips curved slightly, remembering that a few days ago Xiaotu Bobo had a similar look when she first saw him in Yangchang. It can only be said that in this day and age, having a handsome face indeed makes it easier to win the favor of the opposite sex. Looking into Yubaba's bright eyes, Han Chen couldn't help but chuckle and say, "What, did you think I was very ugly before?" Yubaba revealed a row of white teeth and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Yes, before coming to Yangchang, I thought Lunga, you were just an average-looking guy. But I never expected you to be so handsome." As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows, blinked her pretty and watery eyes, constantly sizing up Han Chen. The more she looked, the more delighted she felt. Although Yubaba was not the type of girl who judged people solely by their appearance, humans naturally love beautiful things, men like beautiful women, and conversely, women also like handsome men. Since using the Dignity Transformation card and the Physical Optimization card, Han Chen's features became more three-dimensional, his skin condition became surprisingly good, coupled with his already decent appearance, so now, just by looking at his face, he could indeed be considered a handsome guy. If you add his figure, if he were to take off his clothes and look, he would be a top-notch specimen. "Let's go, let's get in the car first and then talk." "Okay, sure." Han Chen opened the front trunk of the Ferrari, stuffed Yubaba's suitcase in, and then they both got into the car. With the engine roaring, the Ferrari F8's wheels rolled, and the car quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Since it was still early, Han Chen didn't rush to do anything with Yubaba directly. Instead, he took her to the Guomao Center to shop, spending tens of thousands of yuan inside, buying clothes, bags, shoes, and other items as a gift for her. During this time, he also took her to play some small games that could enhance their relationship. After a round of shopping and playing, the relationship between the two of them improved rapidly, and Yubaba gradually opened up. Coming out of the Guomao Center and returning to the Ferrari, Han Chen turned his head to look at Yubaba, his gaze scanning her back and forth. Today, she was wearing a pair of white shoes, a goose-yellow ultra-short dress, and sitting in the passenger seat. Due to the short skirt, you could clearly see a pair of round and fair legs intertwined. Looking up, her pair of large grapefruits on her slender waist looked heavy, making people can't help but want to weigh their authenticity. Her hair was styled in a low ponytail, a few strands of hair lightly resting on her shoulders.
Her delicate features on her pretty face, with light and natural makeup, complemented by a touch of red lips and bright eyes, made her look youthful and energetic, yet with a hint of mature charm. Yu Baobao noticed Han Shen's gaze on her, and quickly called out, "Longa, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just didn't get a good look at you earlier, so I'm taking a closer look now." Yu Baobao blushed, a touch of shyness appearing on her face. Han Shen shifted his body towards her, leaning closer, and said leisurely, "By the way, when we were on WeChat before, I asked you if your figure was all natural, and you said it was. You didn't lie to me, did you?" "Of course not." Upon hearing this, Yu Baobao immediately straightened her waist, making the large grapefruit under her neck appear more round and mature. "Well, although I believe you, there is a saying that seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving, and only by trying it out can one know the truth." Han Shen smiled and said, "So, I want to personally verify the goods now, is that okay?" Yu Baobao blushed at his words, Langu. Subconsciously, out of shame and modesty, she instinctively wanted to refuse. However, thinking that she was already his personal pet, he had taken her shopping and bought her luxury goods worth tens of thousands of dollars after she arrived. With such a good sugar daddy, if she still had to show off in front of him, wouldn't that be too pretentious? So, halfway through her sentence, Yu Baobao quickly changed her tune. No problem, of course. Langu, you can verify it, go ahead." With that said, she blushed, closed her eyes, and looked as if she wouldn't resist no matter what he did to her. Seeing her so understanding, Han Shen's lips slightly curled up. She was a sensible girl, not bad. With a reach, Han Shen directly embraced her slender waist, holding her horizontally in his arms. Without giving her a chance to react, he began to inspect the goods. A few minutes later, Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, indeed it is natural, it seems you weren't lying before." At this moment, Yu Baobao's breathing became rapid, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes looked at Han Shen with a hint of silkiness. Then, before Han Shen could make a move, she took the initiative to hand over her hairpin, touching it with Han Shen. However, since they were in the car, the two couldn't make any substantial breakthroughs, so they just stopped after a brief exploration. Yu Baobao quickly sat back in the passenger seat. Han Shen started the Ferrari's engine, took her to have lunch, and then led her to a 5-star hotel where he booked a luxurious suite. With the foundation laid just now, the two of them further deepened their communication, and things naturally progressed. In broad daylight, Han Shen and Yu Baobao started a vigorous and intense physical activity in the hotel suite. By evening, the setting sun's afterglow dyed the clouds red on the horizon. After taking a bath, Yu Baobao, wearing a pink nightgown, took out a pair of scissors from her luggage and secretly cut off a corner of the hotel bedsheet. At this moment, Han Shen was standing by the window, drinking a cold drink, paying no attention to Yu Baobao. Yu Baobao's collection rate has reached 80%. Congratulations on obtaining 3/10 random identity cards. Yu Baobao's collection rate has reached 90%. Congratulations on obtaining 3/10 timespace smuggler identity, intermediate. After spending the afternoon studying mathematical movements with Yu Baobao, Han Shen successfully brushed off 2 treasure chests from her. As a result, the fragments of the intermediate timespace smuggler's identity reached September 10th. Along with the fragments of the random identity cards, it also reached April 10th. 9 out of 10, next, as long as I deal with Lu Wan, the intermediate timespace smuggler's identity will be complete. Han Shen was still looking forward to the intermediate timespace smuggling system. After all, it was only the initial stage now, and the total profit from the smuggling market each month had already reached 8 figures. So, in the intermediate stage, it would surely only increase. After finishing his cold drink, Han Shen closed the system interface and turned to look at Yu Baobao. Seeing her sneakily stuffing a piece of cloth into her luggage, Han Shen's mouth twitched slightly. "What are you doing?" Yu Baobao blushed and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Keeping a memento, Langu, don't mind me." "As you wish." Han Shen smiled and shook his head, walked over, reached out and hugged her slender waist, and asked, "Are you hungry? If you are, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Yu Baobao's legs softened, and she collapsed into Han Shen's arms, saying softly, "My leg is injured, it's not very convenient to walk now, I don't want to go out." Han Shen was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Then what do you want to eat? Call the front desk and have the waiter bring it to you." "Okay." Yu Baobao obediently replied. As the two chatted, they became intimate again. Of course, Han Shen didn't do anything to her, knowing that she had just transformed from a baby to an adult, very weak, just casually assessing her figure. However, when he looked at the third task about her, Han Shen couldn't help but start thinking. Treasure box, if the collection rate for her reaches 100%, you will receive a 1-year experience card for a pharmaceutical oligarch identity. The collection rates for the previous 2 treasure boxes were 80% and 90% respectively. After Han Shen thoroughly understood and treated Yu Baobao as his personal pet, both treasure boxes were successfully obtained. As for this third treasure box task, it involved a collection rate of 100%, requiring Han Shen to help Yu Baobao get a girl of equal beauty. Just as Han Shen was contemplating how to talk to Yu Baobao about this matter, Yu Baobao's phone suddenly rang. Lang Ge, I'll take this call. Go ahead. Han Shen let her go, and she limped to the bedside and answered the phone that was placed on the bedside table. Hello, Bebe. Ha? I'm not in Hang City, I'm traveling outside with a friend. Whether it's a guy or a girl, it's none of your business. I know, that's it, I'm hanging up. After a brief conversation, Yu Baobao quickly hung up the phone. She looked up at Han Shen, who was looking at her curiously, shook her phone, revealing a row of white teeth and said with a smile, "It's my sister calling." "Oh, you have a sister? How old is she?" Han Shen asked. "She's the same age as me, we're twins." "Twins?" Han Shen's eyes lit up. "You actually have a twin sister? She must be very beautiful too, right?" "Lang Ge, if you think I'm beautiful, then Bebe is also beautiful, she looks just like me." Yu Baobao blinked and said with a smile, but suddenly her expression became suspicious. "Wait, Lang Ge, why are you asking if my sister is beautiful? Do you, by any chance, have any thoughts about her?" Han Shen raised an eyebrow. "I didn't have any thoughts about her before, but now that you mention it, I do have some thoughts about her." Hearing this, Yu Baobao's expression suddenly became nervous, and she said with a forced smile, "Lang Ge, don't joke like this, it's not funny at all." "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yu Baobao was really nervous this time, thinking to herself, "Wait, do you really have thoughts about my sister? Lang Ge, how could you be like this?" With that, Yu Baobao's eyes slightly reddened, her pretty face suddenly drooped, as if she was about to cry. Han Shen walked over, sat beside her, and hugged her, saying, Okay, don't be angry, I just said I have some thoughts about your sister, but it doesn't mean I have to act on them. If you're not willing, then forget it." Upon hearing this, Yu Baobao's expression softened a bit, and she said in a coquettish voice, "I'm just your personal pet, theoretically, I can't control who you date outside, and I don't want to. But if you express interest in dating my sister in front of me, I really can't accept it." Han Shen smiled. "So, what you mean is, I can secretly date your sister behind your back, right?" Yu Baobao blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "No way, that's not what I meant." The two snuggled together and chatted aimlessly for a few minutes. Han Shen didn't bring up the topic of pursuing her sister again. This matter was not urgent, after all, he had just started dating Yu Baobao, and they were still getting to know each other. He planned to fully conquer her with his strength and endurance before smoothly discussing her sister. As his first top-tier private goddess and with her clean and pure nature, Han Shen found Yu Baobao more appealing than other women he had encountered. Starting with Yu Baobao was just the beginning, the future held great promise with 3,000 concubines. Next, during the May Day holiday, Han Shen spent most of his time engaging in time and space smuggling, except for being with Yu Baobao. On the evening of May 2nd, Mr. Wang from the food wholesale market delivered the 100 tons of white wheat that Han Shen had ordered to the warehouse on Tianma Road as instructed. The price remained the same as before, at 3,200 renminbi per ton, including shipping and unloading fees. Han Shen spent a total of 320,000 renminbi on the 100 tons of white wheat, which he stored in the system warehouse that same night. The next day, May 3rd in the morning, Han Shen filled 5 food-grade water storage tanks with 5 tons of tap water and placed them in the system warehouse. At noon, he spent 1.5 million renminbi at Hanhai Jewelry to purchase 3.2 kilograms of unmarked 999 gold bars. After storing these gold bars in the system warehouse, he had all 4 items needed for the smuggling operation. On Phoenix Road, at a parking spot, Han Shen sat in his Ferrari and summoned the interface of the mother system. System host, Han Shen, wealth points, 489 points, current identities, intermediate time and space smuggler, 9 out of 10, Superman, until November 16th, fund manager, until October 26th, 4 out of 10 random identity cards, system warehouse, 3.2 kilograms of 999 gold bars, 100 tons of white wheat, 5 tons of drinking water. I have all 4 items needed for the smuggling operation, but I'm still short of over 100 wealth points. The express delivery fee for bluefin tuna and other items totaled 620 wealth points, while Han Shen only had 489 points. He was short by 131 points. Just as Han Shen was thinking about how to spend over 1 million more, he received a WeChat message from Jiang. "Jiang, Han Shen, are you on Phoenix Road?" Han Shen replied, "How did you know?" Jiang sent a smiling emoji and said, "I'm shopping around here, and I saw a guy who looks a bit like you, but I wasn't sure, so I messaged to confirm." Han Shen, "It must be me." The two chatted on WeChat, with Jiang actively initiating topics. It turned out that Han Shen's feeling was right. After a short chat,
Jiaying invited him to have a meal. Jiaying, it's almost lunchtime now. Since we've met, let's have a meal together. My treat? Han Chen, you're treating me?
Jiaying, yes, to thank you for supporting me with so many gifts in my live broadcast last time.
Han Chen couldn't help but smile at this message. Just 30 carnivals, was that considered many gifts? It seemed that this former class flower in school beauty wasn't doing so well now. Jiaying, so, old classmate, do you want to give me some face? Of course, if you're busy with something, then forget it. Han Chen is indeed busy now, busy spending money to accumulate wealth points.
However, this matter is not urgent for the time being, as long as it is settled within today.
Coincidentally, Jiaying is also a top-notch goddess.
Han Chen is quite curious about whether there have been any changes in her after so many days since he last watched her live broadcast. If the situation is right, it wouldn't be a bad idea to spend this money on her. Thinking of this, Han Chen quickly replied, "No problem.
I'll send you my location, come find me." Jiaying, okay.
On the other end of WeChat, after Jiaying received the location sent by Han Chen, she slightly identified the direction and walked towards him with light steps.
The handsome guy I just saw turned out to be Han Chen. That guy has really changed a lot now. I thought I had mistaken him for someone else. In fact, when Jiaying just saw Han Chen, she did not think that the well-built and handsome guy she saw was him. She thought it was a boy who looked similar to him. The reason she took the initiative to message Han Chen on WeChat was not without reason. She had some of her own thoughts. Since last month when Han Chen sent her 30 carnivals in her live broadcast, knowing that he had become wealthy, and then openly flirted with her on WeChat, Jiaying's perception of him inevitably changed. Originally, she was actually looking forward to Han Chen contacting her first, and then she would have some contact with him to see what kind of person he was. If it was suitable, there was no harm in further developing with him. However, Han Chen's life was very exciting, with girls accompanying him to have fun every now and then. He had no time to flirt with her. This made Jiaying feel a little depressed because things did not go as she had imagined. Especially on April 21st. When Han Chen asked her if she wanted a carnival, she refused out of modesty, but then she found out that Han Chen had actually given 5 million RMB to a Douyin female anchor. Jiaying was stunned on the spot. Various negative emotions such as depression, discomfort, and regret surged towards her, almost engulfing her. Since that day, Jiaying had repeatedly opened WeChat, wanting to contact Han Chen actively, but because of her self-esteem, she held back. Until today, when she came out to shop in the good weather and saw a boy who looked like Han Chen, she suddenly thought of a way to contact Han Chen actively without appearing too abrupt. So, the scene just now happened on WeChat. Through the WeChat location, Jiaying quickly arrived at Han Chen's location. However, looking around, she did not see Han Chen's figure, only a bright red Ferrari sports car on the side of the road. Beep! At this moment, the Ferrari honked at her, and the passenger side window automatically rolled down, and the person inside even raised his hand to wave at her. Jiaying walked over with some suspicion, took a few steps, slightly bent over and leaned towards the driver's seat of the Ferrari, and suddenly saw a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar, smiling at her. Han Chen? Long time no see, Jia, the beauty of our school. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things wrong before. Jiaying looked surprised and doubtful. At this moment, seeing Han Chen up close, she felt that this old classmate she hadn't seen for more than 2 years had changed a lot and become quite handsome. Don't just stand there outside, get in the car. Okay. Jiaying quickly stepped forward, opened the passenger door, then slightly bent over and slowly placed the round peach wrapped in a super short hip-hugging skirt on the passenger seat. As she got into the car, Han Chen's gaze unabashedly scrutinized her. Today, Jiaying's outfit was quite cool. She wore a pair of sandals on her feet, a pure white ultra-short hip-hugging skirt on her lower body, a super short crop top revealing her belly button, and a pure desire-style small jacket on her upper body. Only those with a slim figure dare to dress like this. Fortunately, Jiaying has a slim figure that perfectly fits this outfit. Her fair and slender jade legs, round and charming peach-shaped buttocks, slender waist without excess fat, and the bulging granary above the waist all indicate the top-notch level of her figure. Coupled with a clean, fresh, and delicate schoolflower first love face, Han Chen couldn't help but have many bold thoughts about her. It must be admitted that Jiaying, this top-notch goddess, is indeed very charming. However, besides admiring her appearance, Han Chen's attention is also focused on the semi-transparent pop-up window about her. Jiaying, the top-notch goddess. Treasure Chest 1, if your collection level of her reaches 80%, you will receive 3 out of 10 random identity cards. Treasure Chest 2, she is not in a very good mood recently. If you can bring her 500 points of joy, you will receive a 3-month alien identity experience card. A 3-month alien identity experience card. Han Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
If his memory serves him right, he saw this thing on a female internet celebrity named He Danton. However, He Danton's experience card lasted for half a year. Unexpectedly, now he sees this thing on Jiang. Han Shen's thoughts flashed. He double-clicked on the content of Treasure Chest 2 to further examine it. He found that the required 500 points of joy actually meant bringing some positive emotions to Jiang, such as happiness, excitement, and joy. In simple terms, it means making her happy. With this in mind, Han Shen quickly came up with some preliminary ideas. Thud! Jiang got into the car and casually closed the door. Then she twisted her peach-shaped buttocks, sat comfortably in the passenger seat, tilted her head slightly, looked at Han Shen with a full gaze, and said, "I never expected that in just over 2 years, you have actually started driving a Ferrari. You're amazing. It's okay, it's all thanks to luck. Luck is sometimes part of strength." Jiang lightly stroked her hair and said, "Your appearance has changed a lot. I remember you were quite thin when we were in school, but I didn't expect your arms to be so thick now. Your muscles are really developed." As she spoke, Jiang glanced at the muscle lines on Han Shen's arms and then looked at his well-developed chest muscles under his clothes. She thought this guy had a good figure, and his abdominal muscles must be very prominent, right? Han Shen, your changes are not significant. You are still as beautiful and charming as ever, worthy of being the school flower we all recognized back then. Jiang smiled sweetly. What school flower? That's all in the past. Joy from Jiang +8. Although Jiang had heard a lot of compliments from the opposite sex before and was indifferent to them, at this moment, hearing the praise from her old classmate Han Shen, she still felt physically and mentally comfortable, quite pleased. Seeing that complimenting her beauty was effective, Han Shen continued to praise her outfit, taste, and figure, and unsurprisingly, he quickly raised the joy level to over 50 points. After a while, Han Shen stopped in time, then started the Ferrari's engine and asked, "By the way, didn't you say you would treat me to lunch? Where do you want to eat?" Jiang thought for a moment and pointed ahead, saying, "There's a Sichuan restaurant in front with a pretty good taste. Let's go and try it." Han Shen had no objections and nodded. "Okay, let's go for Sichuan cuisine." The Ferrari started and, after driving for only 5 minutes, parked in a parking space outside a Sichuan restaurant. 2 people got off the car one after another. Han Shen followed behind Jiang and entered the restaurant together. They found a window seat in the hall and sat facing each other. After calling the waiter and ordering the food, Jiang's watery eyes blinked as she looked at Han Shen, taking the initiative to start a conversation with him. "Hey, I have something to ask you." "You ask." "On the 21st of last month on Douyin, did you give gifts to a female anchor named Baby Sister?" "Yes, I did. I saw a video on Douyin saying that you gave her 5 million renminbi. Is that true?" "Yes." "Tisk tsk, that's 5 million, you just spent it like that. Old classmate, you are really a big shot." Jiang joked with a smile, raising her hand to point at Han Shen in a teasing manner. However, her words were clearly filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of resentment. Han Shen met her eyes and smiled. "What, are you envious?" Jiang did not deny it. "My current profession is a Douyin anchor. I rely on gifts for meals. Seeing my old classmate going to give gifts to other female anchors, if I say I'm not envious, you wouldn't believe it, right?" Han Shen blinked. "So, Jia, are you complaining that I gave gifts to others but not to you?" Jiang quickly denied. "I don't." Han Shen chuckled. "Whether you do or not, I don't know. Anyway, that day, I went to your live broadcast room at the beginning and asked if you wanted to join the carnival, but you rejected me, didn't you?" Jiang. It was fine if Han Shen didn't mention it, but once he did, Jiang fell into silence, looking a bit uncomfortable. After a while, she finally moved her red lips and her beautiful watery eyes shimmered with a clear sense of resentment. She really wanted to tell Han Shen that what she said at the time was "I'm not that kind of person," and she didn't completely reject him. However, due to her own dignity and self-esteem, she could only think about it in her heart and dare not say it directly. Han Shen silently observed Jiang's changing expressions. At this moment, he could probably guess some of her thoughts. "I can tell that you must regret rejecting me that day, right?" Han Shen suddenly spoke up. "I don't," Jiang subconsciously retorted, but then she lightly bit her thin lips, blushing, and with a sheepish smile, she changed her tune. "Okay, I admit, I do have a little regret. But the thing is, that incident is already in the past. Even if I didn't reject you back then, would you really have spent 5 million renminbi in my live broadcast room?" "Yes," Han Shen nodded, "but the condition is that you have to agree to be my private pet." Upon hearing him say that, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that the previous 5 million renminbi reward was really not her style. A bitter smile appeared on her pretty face as she said, "Okay, you may, but I can't. If it's about normal dating, it's not a problem,
but I can't be someone's private pet. Han Shen said, people change. Just because you can't do it now doesn't mean you won't be able to do it in the future.
Jiaying fell silent for a moment, not refuting Han Shen's words, but said, you're right, people change. The future is a fog, and no one can predict what will happen. Maybe today you are still noble and pure, but tomorrow you may fall into decadence. However, at least for now, I am still innocent. Han Shen looked at Jiaying's pure and beautiful face and smiled, I hope you can always maintain this innocence, but to be honest, I think it will be very difficult. Unless you can endure the hardships of life completely and have a heart unaffected by the secular world. Your words. Jiaying pouted her rosy lips, hearing the implied meaning in Han Shen's words, murmuring, you really don't have much faith in me. Do you think I will definitely fall in the future?
No, I don't. Yes, you do. Even if I do, it's just my personal opinion. If you don't agree, isn't that fine? Why the rush? Could it be that I hit a sore spot? Han Shen said with a smile. Jiaying pinched her fist in front of him and coquettishly said, it's not that I'm in a hurry, I just don't want to be misunderstood. Let's not talk about me. Hey, how are things going with that girl named Bao Bao, the female anchor? Did you win her over? Yes, Han Shen nodded slightly. How does she look in real life compared to Douyin? She's prettier than on Douyin. Well, congratulations on finding a beautiful canary. But, you are quite corrupt too, at such a young age, learning to keep a private pet like others, it's really excessive. What are you saying? What do you mean by me being corrupt? It was mutual between her and me, there was no coercion. Besides, I am clearly helping the girl who aspires to a refined life, to fulfill her dream. Shouldn't this be considered a positive act? Where did I go wrong? You're just talking nonsense. During the conversation, the waiter brought the dishes they had ordered to the table, and they started eating and chatting. After the meal, Jiaying hurried to pay the bill. It wasn't much money, and Han Shen didn't argue with her. After she paid the bill, the two of them left the restaurant together. On the sidewalk, the sun disappeared behind the clouds, a cool breeze blew, feeling refreshing. Han Shen glanced at the virtual screen about Jiaying. From the moment he met her until now, the pleasant emotions had accumulated more than 60 points, and then it didn't increase much. At this rate, if there were no unexpected events, it would be very difficult to raise the pleasant emotions to 500 points by the end of the day. It seems that I have to use my financial power to make it happen. Han Shen thought to himself. There are actually many ways to make a girl happy. Before successfully winning a girl over, the most convenient way undoubtedly involves using financial power, spending money on her. And after winning her over, the situation becomes somewhat indescribable. Coincidentally, there was still a shortfall of more than 100 points in wealth value for the express delivery fee on the space-time smuggling side. Han Shen pondered for a moment. It seemed entirely possible to combine the two things together. In that case, he could just take Jiaying and spend some money directly. So, Han Shen suggested, I plan to go to the Guamao Center, do you want to come along? Jiaying adjusted her messy hair blown by the wind and said, I'm fine with it, I'm quite free this afternoon. If you want to go shopping, I'll accompany you. Han Shen said, let's go. They quickly arrived at the Guamao Center in a Ferrari and started browsing around. Perhaps because they had talked a lot during dinner, Jiaying was quiet at the moment, just quietly looking at the various goods. As they walked, they came to a jewelry store outside of Van Cleef and Arpels store. Seeing Jiaying looking inside frequently, Han Shen smiled and said, since you like Van Cleef and Arpels jewelry, let's go in and take a look. Forget it, Jiaying shook her head and said, I don't have money to buy, it's embarrassing to go in and show off. Han Shen said, it's okay to go in and look. Besides, if you don't have money, I do. Jiaying's heart inexplicably skipped a beat at his words, her eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't respond. Excitement plus 30 from Jiaying. Seeing the sudden appearance of the pleasant emotion pop up, Han Shen secretly thought that talking about financial power-related matters really brought a lot of pleasant emotions. Let's go in. After Han Shen finished speaking, he took a big step and entered the exclusive store of Van Cleef and Arpels. Jiaying hesitated for a moment when she saw this, and then quickly followed him. Welcome, may I help you with something? A female shop assistant in uniform came up to serve the two of them. She's here to see some jewelry. Han Shen pointed at Jiaying, then casually pushed her soft waist and said, go on, see if there's any jewelry you like. No, what are you doing? Jiaying couldn't care less about Han Shen deliberately touching her waist, and anxiously glared at him, then whispered, I told you I have no money, and you still want me to look at jewelry I like. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Seeing that his hand was on her waist and she didn't react, Han Shen moved his hand down a bit further. It's okay, with me here, do you still have to pay? Han Shen smiled and patted Jiaying's raised peach, pushing her, go on, don't just stand there. Jiaying suddenly felt a bit flustered, her beautiful eyes widened. This guy, he's doing it on purpose, he's definitely trying to take advantage of me. Just as Jiang was about to say something about this with clenched teeth, she heard Han Shen say to the female shop assistant again, "Miss, please take her to choose some jewelry that suits her, don't worry about the price, just show her the expensive ones." "Yes, sir." The female shop assistant's face immediately lit up with a smile when she heard this. "This lady, please come with me, I'll show you the new jewelry in our store this year." Being treated like this, Jie Ying's resentment towards Han Shen for deliberately taking advantage of her suddenly dissipated a lot. Her beautiful eyes flickered, she glanced at Han Shen, hesitated, and said, "Hey, are you serious?" Han Shen nodded, "Why wouldn't I be?" Seeing his determination, Jie Ying felt a little happy, but also a little flustered, and couldn't help muttering, "I have to tell you, I really like Van Cleef & Arpels stuff, so I have no resistance to this brand of jewelry. If you really dare to give it to me, then I really dare to accept it. I won't be polite to you at all." "Then don't be polite." "Oh, you're really..." Jiang pouted her rosy lips, her tone resentful, "You're making me so annoyed, do you know that?" After saying that, she sighed softly, her face full of grievances, helplessness, and annoyance. But her feet didn't slow down at all, following the female shop assistant to a counter to look at the jewelry. From Jie Ying's Joy plus 55 plus 66. Annoyed? Han Shen secretly smiled in his heart. Go ahead and pretend. If he hadn't seen the pop-up window showing joy in her eyes, Han Shen might have believed her words. Under the recommendation of the female shop assistant, Jiang looked at several new pieces of Van Cleef & Arpels jewelry this year, finally stopping in front of a glass-enclosed display case, gazing brightly at a pendant set with sapphires and diamonds. This pendant is from the Folie de Presse collection of Van Cleef & Arpels. The necklace part of the pendant is rhodium-plated 18K white gold, and the gemstone part consists of 31 sapphires and 13 high-quality original diamonds. The code for this pendant is CARP05J00. You can also find it on the official website of Van Cleef & Arpels. After listening to the female shop assistant's introduction, Jiang nodded slightly and asked, "So, how much is this pendant?" "Currently, the price in our store is 535,000 yuan. So expensive." "Miss, the jewelry from the Folie de Presse collection is all priced like this." Just then, Han Shen, who had unknowingly stood behind Jiang, suddenly spoke up, "I think this pendant looks pretty good, can you take it out for her to try on?" "Of course, sir, please wait a moment." The female clerk nodded and went to find the key to open the cabinet, taking out the pendant. Han Shen took the pendant and directly put it in front of Jiang, reaching out to touch her smooth and pretty face, saying seriously, "Don't move, let me put this pendant on you." "You're taking advantage of me again," Jiang said through gritted teeth. "Just touching your face, how can that be considered taking advantage? Don't move, there, that's it, done." Han Shen quickly put the pendant around Jie Ying's neck, looked closely, then clapped his hands in admiration. "Beautiful, really beautiful." Jie Ying quickly ran to a nearby pillar to look at herself in the mirror, showing a joyful expression. Han Shen didn't deliberately praise her, but the pendant did indeed elevate Jie Ying's charm to another level. Jie Ying's happiness plus 50. While Jie Ying was admiring herself in the mirror, Han Shen asked the female clerk, "How much is this pendant?" The clerk replied, "Sir, 535,000 yuan. Han Shen nodded slightly, 535,000 yuan, alright, we'll take this pendant. Upon hearing this, Jiang hurried over and said, "Hey, you haven't even asked for my opinion yet, how can you decide to buy it directly?" "Do you like this pendant?" "I like it." "Then it's settled." You're really annoying with your ways." Jie Ying's joy plus 88. Han Shen raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang with a smile in his eyes, "You're just pretending to be indifferent. I don't see you annoyed, I only see you constantly exuding joy. If it weren't for boosting your joy, I would have exposed you long ago." Han Shen muttered to himself, thinking that the pendant was only over 50,000, and the spending had to continue. Just then, the female clerk enthusiastically recommended, "Sir, the pendant your girlfriend is wearing is part of a 3-piece jewelry set. In addition to the pendant, there are earrings and a ring. Would you like to try the other 2 pieces?" "Oh, there are 2 more?" Han Shen smiled, "Alright, bring them over for us to try." "Okay, please wait." The clerk hurriedly ran to get a pair of sapphire and diamond earrings and a sapphire and diamond ring. Han Shen took them and once again stood in front of Jiang, then, in her slightly nervous eyes, adjusted her head and put on the earrings for her. "Ouch, it hurts, be gentle." "I'm already being gentle, I'm not using much force, just bear with it." "Don't move, there, it's in." In no time, Han Shen successfully helped Jiang put on the earrings. Then, he immediately took her soft hand and put on the ring on her fair finger. Jie Ying's collection rate reaches 30%.
After putting on the ring for her, Han Chen stepped back a bit, stood not far away, stroked his chin, and looked at her. Not bad, even more beautiful than before. Jia Ying stood still for a few seconds, then turned to the pillar to look at herself. With the sapphire and diamond earrings on her ears, Jia Ying's temperament and charm were elevated to another level, making her face radiant, elegant, and truly resembling a princess from a painting. The more she looked in the mirror, the more she liked it, and the smile on her lips couldn't be suppressed. It's really beautiful, it does match me well, but just the pendant alone is worth over 50,000, adding the earrings and the ring, it probably costs over $1 million. If he's trying to tempt me with this, making me his canary, what should I do? With this thought, a hint of worry surged in Jia Ying's heart, quickly dispelling the smile on her lips. Meanwhile, Han Chen was asking the female clerk, how much is the total for this 3-piece jewelry set? The female clerk replied, sir, the total is 1.55 million yuan, with the pendant at 535,000 yuan, earrings at 660,000 yuan, and the ring at 355,000 yuan. Jia Ying's breath paused when she heard this, her heart pounding, looking nervously at Han Chen. At this moment, she both wanted Han Chen to be joking just now and say he wouldn't buy it now, but she was also afraid of this scene happening. 1.55 million yuan? Okay, let's use the card. After hearing the price quote, Han Chen didn't hesitate, nodded directly, and took out his bank card. Alright, sir. The female clerk's face lit up with joy, quickly brought the POS machine to swipe the card and make the payment. Jia Ying's excitement plus 69 plus 88. Seeing this, Jia Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief but looked at Han Chen with a complicated expression. She moved her red lips, wanting to say something to Han Chen, but when the words reached her mouth, she felt it was not the right time to say anything. It's better to wait until we leave Van Cleef and our pals and find a quiet place to have a good chat with him. Jia Ying thought to herself. Your wealth value plus 155. After paying with the card, Han Chen and Jia Ying quickly left the Van Cleef and Arpels jewelry store. With the wealth value settled, Han Chen had no more interest in shopping, so he took Jia Ying to have a cold drink and soon left the Guamao Center. In the Ferrari, the air conditioning blew cool air and a faint fragrance. Han Chen glanced at the pop-up window about Jia Ying's joyful mood. Jia Ying's joyful mood has reached 500 points, congratulations on receiving a 3-month alien identity experience card. The joyful mood has reached 500 points. It seems that using financial ability does make it easier to win a girl's heart. Han Chen. At this moment, Jia Ying suddenly called out. Han Chen responded, closed the system pop-up, and turned to look at her. Jia Ying also turned her head to look at him, softly asked, about what happened in Van Cleef and Arpels just now. Don't you have anything to say to me? Han Chen chuckled, actually, what I say doesn't matter, what matters is what you want to hear. I just don't quite understand your thoughts right now, so why don't you tell me? Jia Ying hesitated slightly at his words, then after a moment, she took a deep breath and whispered, I won't deny that I actually quite like you. You're handsome, rich, witty in conversation, not boring, and willing to spend money on girls. You should be the ideal type of many girls, but you want me to be your canary, to be your private pet. I really can't do it, I can't get over that hurdle in my heart. So, Jia Ying said, gritting her teeth, took off all 3 pieces of jewelry and handed them back to Han Chen. I really like these jewelry, but I can't accept them. Take them back and return them. Han Chen glanced at her, tapped the armrest next to him with his right hand, and said, if you really want to give them back, just put them in here. Hearing this, Jia Ying's fair skin twitched slightly. In fact, she didn't really want to return all these jewelry to Han Chen, otherwise, she wouldn't have let Han Chen pay in the Van Cleef and Arpels store just now. The reason she said these things to Han Chen now was just to test his reaction. However, Han Chen's straightforward response left her hanging in midair, neither returning nor not returning. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward. But in the end, due to her own dignity, after struggling for a moment, Jia Ying still put the pendant, earrings, and ring into the armrest box. Alright, I've returned them now, Jia Ying said with a stiff face, looking strong. Box 2 has been taken down. There is no need to swipe Jia Ying's joyful mood again, so Han Chen's attitude at this moment has changed from before. For a moment, he didn't want to get used to Jia Ying, so he gave her a wide eye directly and criticized her mercilessly. Jia, the beauty of the school, I just realized that you are quite good at pretending. What did I pretend? Where did I pretend? Speak clearly, Jia Ying said angrily. Han Chen said, let me make it clear. Okay, then let's discuss it. You said you couldn't get over that hurdle in your heart, so why didn't you clearly reject me just now at the Van Cleef and Arpels store? Instead, you played hard to get with me. Tell me, is this kind of behavior classy or not? Jia Ying retorted, you are the one who's classy.
When we entered the store, it was clearly you who took the initiative to let me choose jewelry. Han Chen replied, yes, that's true, but you clearly knew that I was interested in you, wanted to pursue you. Letting you choose jewelry was sending you a further signal. If you didn't accept it and just walked away, I couldn't keep you. But you didn't leave, instead, you accepted it. What does that mean? Jiating gritted her teeth. So, you were setting me up on purpose at that time, trying to trap me? Han Chen shook his head. No, I just wanted to pursue you. Why would I trap you? It's your inconsistent behavior that makes people feel like you're playing hard to get. Hearing Han Chen's judgment, Jiaing clenched her fists, her face flushed. She bit her lower lip, intending to retort, but the words seemed feeble and pale on her tongue, so she decided not to speak. Facing Han Chen's slightly teasing gaze, Jiaing felt both embarrassed and angry. Suddenly, unable to control her emotions, tears welled up in her eyes, and she burst into tears. Woo-woo! Large teardrops rolled down Jiaing's cheeks. In an instant, she was crying pitifully, full of sadness and grievance. Han Chen was puzzled. Didn't I just call you classy? Why are you crying? Are you so fragile? Woo-woo! Jiaing buried her head in her knees, crying even harder. Han Chen rolled his eyes, speechless, and tried to comfort her. However, his attempts not only failed but also fueled Jiaing's emotions, making her cry even more vigorously. Feeling helpless, Han Chen took out his phone, turned on the video recording function, and said, cry as much as you want, cry louder and more pitifully. I'll record it and send it directly to our classmates group chat so everyone can see what you, Jia, the school beauty, look like when crying. Video? When Jiaing heard this, she looked up at Han Chen. Seeing him holding the phone and recording, she was instantly enraged and pounced on him. No filming, give me the phone. No, give it to me. Not only did she try to grab the phone, but Jiaing also vented her anger on Han Chen, taking the opportunity to release her frustration. Han Chen was not one to be trifled with. The two of them soon started wrestling. Jiaing's collection rate reaches 40%, 50%, 55%. 3 minutes later, Jiaing was panting and collapsed in Han Chen's arms, looking up at him with teary eyes and a pitiful expression. You bully, Han Chen, you're bullying me. Don't look at me like that. It's too tempting, making me want to bully you even more. Woo-woo. Upon hearing this, Jiaing cried again. Just now at the Van Cleef and Arpels store, you took advantage of me. And now, Han, you surname Han, you owe me my innocence, give it back to me. Just taking advantage of you a little, is it worth it? Han Chen said, if you're angry, then take advantage of me too, come on. Who cares about taking advantage of you, go away. Woo-woo. The sparrow cried and cried, only to find that her mouth was suddenly blocked by someone, and her crying voice instantly changed its tone. She widened her beautiful eyes, staring fiercely at Han Chen, with a fierce light in her eyes. But not long after, her gaze softened again. After a hint of shyness and resentment passed, she simply closed her eyes, reached out and pinched Han Chen's waist twice fiercely. Seeing that he had no reaction, she stopped. Sparrow's collection degree reaches 60%, 65%. A few minutes later, the sparrow opened her eyes, initially confused, but quickly turned fierce. However, before she could speak, Han Chen spoke first. Follow me, I will support you in the future, how about it? No. The sparrow's voice was tender and sweet, but with a hint of stiffness. I don't want to be a private pet. Then don't be a private pet, be my girlfriend. Ha! The sparrow was stunned, then looked at Han Chen with a deep gaze. If I become your girlfriend, what about that trembling female anchor in your house? You two are separate, no conflict. You have a big plan. The sparrow gritted her teeth, having both a private pet and a girlfriend at home. What's the difference between a girlfriend and a private pet? No difference at all. You scum, bah. Han Chen said, I'm not asking you to be my girlfriend forever, just temporarily. You won't lose out either. The sparrow asked, temporarily? What do you mean? Han Chen said, be my girlfriend for a month. After a month, you can leave directly, I won't bother you. As long as you agree, the 3 pieces of jewelry we bought at Van Cleef and Arpels earlier will all be yours, how about it? The sparrow was silent for a while, then reached out and pinched Han Chen's abdominal muscles, muttering, you scum, stop tempting me, forget it. She twisted her body, sat back in her seat, first tidied up her messy hair and clothes, then took out a tissue to wipe her cheeks and eye corners, saying, I want to go to a Yuan community, can you drop me off? Sure. Han Chen started the Ferrari's engine and slowly drove onto the road. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Yuan community. The sparrow unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door and got out of the car, saying, I'm feeling a bit confused now, let me calm down. About what you said just now, I'll think about it when I get back. I'm leaving. Wait, do you have anything else? Take this.
Han Shan reached into the armrest box and grabbed the pendant, earrings, and ring, and threw them directly to her.
Be careful. What if you drop and break them? The sparrow was startled, quickly reached out to catch them, then said suspiciously, I haven't agreed to be your temporary girlfriend yet, and you're giving me these 3 things? I said I need to think about it. Han Shan said, I'll let you keep them first, give you a month to think about it. If you don't agree after a month, just return those 3 items to me. The sparrow muttered, so within this month, aren't you afraid that I'll damage them? Or just sell them directly? Han Shan grinned, if that happens, it would be great, I'll let you compensate. The sparrow blushed and said, get lost, shameless, you're dreaming. Soon after, the Ferrari drove away. The sparrow stood where she got off, carefully put away the jewelry, then looked in the direction where the Ferrari disappeared, a hint of shyness and regret flashing in her eyes. Damn Han Shan, he's too much. Not only did he take my first kiss, but also took advantage of me. I've never been treated like this before, so annoying. And he even called me a slut, despicable. If I had known, I wouldn't have contacted him today. While grumbling, her mind was in a mess, full of resentment and a sense of freshness, which was probably the current state of the sparrow. After leaving the Yuan community by car, Han Shan found a quiet cafe. He ordered a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly as he immersed his mind into the system. Wealth points, 644 points. Friendly reminder, you have smuggling transactions to conduct, please handle them promptly. Let's begin, Han Shan silently said in his heart, and then one after another, he started the smuggling transactions. Expense, 200 grams of 999 gold bars plus 10 wealth points. Gain, 100 tons of stainless steel plate coils with a data model of 0. 5*1219*C304/2B. Expense, 5 tons of drinking water plus 60 wealth points. Gain, 50 newly manufactured AK-47 rifles plus 30,000 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. Expense, 100 tons of white wheat plus 250 wealth points. Gain, a Dotsai chicken cup from the Yongjing period. Expense, 3 kilograms of 999 gold bars plus 300 wealth points. Gain, 30 tons of frozen bluefin tuna with an average weight of over 100 kilograms. Temporal smuggling concluded. Total expenditure, 620 wealth points. The gold bars, white wheat, drinking water, and other items in the system warehouse directly transformed into 100 tons of stainless steel plate coils, 50 AK-47 rifles with 30,000 bullets, a Dotsai chicken cup, and 30 tons of bluefin tuna. Above the system warehouse page, Han Shan double-clicked with his mind and could clearly see the 4 major items in the warehouse appearing in front of him in 3-dimensional images. After briefly reviewing the results of this temporal smuggling, Han Shan quickly closed the system interface, allowing his mind to clear. He pondered to himself, the items are in hand, the next step is how to sell them. The 50 rifles can be left in the system warehouse, useful in times of danger. Additionally, it shouldn't be difficult to sell the 100 tons of stainless steel coils and the Dotsai chicken cup. It's the 30 tons of bluefin tuna that might be challenging to sell in Yangcheng. Perhaps I need to go to Shanghai, Shenzhen, or even the island country to sell them. Among the 4 smuggled items, the 30 tons of bluefin tuna are the most valuable. It is worth mentioning that the recent clamor in the island country to discharge sewage into the sea will undoubtedly have a certain impact on the prices of bluefin tuna and other seafood. Han Shan took out his phone and checked the news from the island country. He found that it was still early in the process, and it would probably take until August or September for a conclusion to be reached after international negotiations. Therefore, he had ample time, as it was only early May. As long as he sold the batch of bluefin tuna before August, there shouldn't be any issues. After leaving the cafe, Han Shan went to a nearby supermarket and bought a padded anti-fall box specifically for porcelain. He took out the Dotsai chicken cup, placed it in the box, took out his phone, found Gu Haodong's WeChat, and sent him a message. Bro, are you free now? I have some goods on hand and would like you to take a look. Gu Haodong quickly replied, I'm free, I'm on Phoenix Road right now. Han, you can come over directly. Got it. Since the location was not far from Phoenix Road, Han Shan arrived at Hanhai Gold Shop in less than 10 minutes. After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance with Gu Haodong, he entered the reception room at the back of the gold shop with the box in his arms. Bro, what goods do you have this time? Having had several previous dealings, Gu Haodong had witnessed the extraordinary nature of Han Shan's channels and knew that whenever he had goods to sell, they were always of high quality. He was quite curious about what good items Han Shan had this time. The goods are right here. Open it and take a look, bro, you'll know what it is. Han Shan chuckled and placed the box in his hand on the coffee table, then slowly opened it. In the red cloth box, there was a white porcelain cup with a colorful chicken pattern burned on it. This is... Gu Haodong felt extremely familiar at first sight,
quickly put on a pair of white gloves, carefully picked up the porcelain cup from the box, and examined it carefully. The cup had a shallow belly, an open mouth, a concave base, and 2 sets of colorful chicken patterns meticulously depicted on the outer wall, separated by 2 pieces of lake stones, one stone adorned with large red roses, and the other stone with small palm trees and light yellow ferns. On one side of the cup, a purple hen looked back at a rooster, with 4 chicks nearby, while on the other side, the rooster was pecking with its feathers fluttering, and a yellow hen was looking at the rooster, with a chick on its back and 4 chicks in the foreground, 2 pairs of which were fighting over a small insect. The 2 roosters had bright feather colors, with dark green wings and a bright vermilion crest. There were 2 sets of string patterns along the outer edge of the cup mouth and 1 set near the base. At the bottom of the cup, there was an inscription in a square frame stating "Made in the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing Dynasty" in regular script.
Changhua Dotsai chicken cup?
No, it's not from the Changhua period. The style of this pattern leans more towards the Qing Dynasty. Made in the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing Dynasty, it turns out to be a replica from the Yongjing period. After a careful appraisal, Gu Haodong quickly recognized the origin of this item. Han Shen said, "That's right, this is a Dotsai chicken cup made during the Qing Dynasty Yongjing period. It seems that you have quite a bit of knowledge about porcelain, big brother." Gu Haodong smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I only have some knowledge about porcelain, barely enough to recognize some famous pieces."
Do you plan to sell this cup?
Han Shen nodded. "Of course, I plan to sell it."
Big brother, how much do you think it's worth?
Gu Haodong said, "A well-preserved Changhua Dotsai chicken cup can fetch over 100 million on its own, but I'm not very familiar with the market price of this kind of Qing Dynasty replica Dotsai chicken cup. However, I have a friend who is quite interested in porcelain. He should be very interested in this item of yours."
Do you want me to ask him?
That would be great, big brother.
No problem, it's just a matter of a few words.
Putting the cup back in the box, Gu Haodong took off his gloves, picked up his phone, and quickly dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Wang, I have a Dotsai chicken cup from the Qing Dynasty Yongjing period here, are you interested?"
It's not mine, it belongs to a friend.
"Alright, hurry over, I'm on Phoenix Road, waiting for you." After hanging up the phone, Gu Haodong said to Han Shen, "Wait a moment, my friend will be here soon."
Han Shen nodded slightly, and then in the reception room of Han Hai Jewelry Store, he chatted with Gu Haodong while drinking tea.
In less than half an hour, a man wearing sunglasses, a checkered shirt, and cropped pants, with a leather bag under his arm, hurried into the reception room.
As soon as he entered, he quickly asked, "Lao Gu, where is it? Where is it?" Gu Haodong pointed to the table. "It's right here. Come, let me introduce you. This is a buddy of mine, Han Shen."
Don't be fooled by his young age, he has a strong network and always deals in good stuff. Last month, I got a pair of jade bracelets and a century-old wild ginseng from him. After introducing Han Shen to the man in sunglasses, Gu Haodong turned to Han Shen and said, "Han buddy, this is my friend, Wang Songming.
He is a big boss in the aquatic industry, rich and righteous."
"Hello, Mr.
Han. So the century-old wild ginseng that Lao Gu collected recently came from you?
Wang Songming pushed his sunglasses above his head, extended his hand to Han Shen with a smile, without any airs.
"Nice to meet you, Mr. Wang."
Han Shen shook his hand and said with a smile, "The batch of wild ginseng was acquired from a friend."
Wang Songming asked, "Do you have any goods on hand now?"
"My relative happens to be looking to buy wild ginseng with a high age, anything above 50 years old will do."
"If you have the goods on hand, the price is negotiable. There is no stock at the moment. When there is stock available later, I will definitely inform Boss Wang."
Han Shen currently does not have any wild ginseng on hand, but the time-space smuggling is unpredictable. Since the stainless steel plates have appeared twice in a row, there might be a chance for wild ginseng to appear again in the future. Therefore, he did not make a definite statement and left some room for negotiation.
"All right."
Boss Wang smiled cleverly, then sat down on a sofa and quickly turned his gaze to the cup in the box on the coffee table. "Ah, a Dotsai chicken cup.
Good, give me a pair of gloves, I want to examine it."
"Here you go." Gu Haodong handed him a pair of white gloves. After putting on the gloves, Boss Wang carefully took out the Dotsai chicken cup from the box and examined it attentively. During the process, he tapped the cup wall lightly with his fingers while using a flashlight to check the translucency of the porcelain. After about 5 or 6 minutes, when he had seen enough, Boss Wang calmly said, "Slightly flared mouth, sloping belly, reclining foot, thin and even body. Translucent glaze applied overall, with a lustrous white glaze and a hint of blue, the foot revealing the body being pure white, and the interior of the vessel being smooth and free of patterns. The outer wall is decorated with dotsai, depicting 2 groups of roosters, hens, and chicks, separated by lake stones, roses, and bamboo stones and shen grass. The bottom is painted with a blue and white double frame, inscribed with "Made in the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing Dynasty" in regular script.
Go Haodong nodded slightly and asked, "What do you think, Boss Wang? Isn't this item good?" Boss Wang nodded, "It's very good. This Dotsai chicken cup from the Yongjing period is authentic. Although the painting is not as refined and bold as the Chenghua cup, the composition is more exquisite and beautiful, the brushwork is delicate and skilled, especially the bright colors, the depiction of blue and white lake stones, and the chickens, it's very charming."
Saying that, Boss Wang put the cup back in the box and turned to Han Chen. "Mr.
Han, how much are you willing to sell this item for?"
Han Chen hesitated slightly at the words.
Go Haodong interjected, "Boss Wang, why don't you state your price first?" "Mr.
Han is genuinely interested in this Dotsai chicken cup, so there's no need to beat around the bush."
Boss Wang nodded and said, "Alright, I'll be straightforward. I am indeed interested in this item.
Last year at an auction on Hong Kong Island, I encountered a Dotsai chicken cup from the Yongjing period. I bid up to 12 million renminbi, but it didn't sell. In my opinion, the condition, color, and painting of this Dotsai chicken cup in Mr.
Han's hands are slightly better than that one.
So, I am willing to increase the price by 500,000.
5 million renminbi. This is the highest price I can offer.
If it goes higher, then it's beyond my reach."
Go Haodong turned to Han Chen and asked, "Mr. Han, how do you feel about 5 million renminbi? How do I feel? Of course, it's very good."
Having previously searched for information online about the value of porcelain collectibles, Han Chen knew that the price of his psychological bottom line had always been 5 million renminbi. As long as someone could offer more than 5 million renminbi, he would sell it, otherwise, he would hold on to it and wait for a better offer.
Now, Gu Haodong's friend had raised the price to 5 million renminbi, greatly exceeding Han Chen's expectations. It had to be said that Gu Haodong was reliable. Just by introducing a friend, he could raise the price so high with just a few words. A fleeting joy flashed in his eyes, but he saw Han Chen with a pensive expression, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't until 6 or 7 seconds later that he slapped his thigh and said, "Alright, 5 million.
But to be honest, my psychological price for this item was upwards of 13 million. However, since Boss Wang was introduced by Gu, I have to give face and consider you a friend."
Wang Songming smiled and said, "Ha, Mr. Han is also straightforward. Give me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you right away." Han Chen nodded and quickly provided his bank account information to Wang Songming. In less than 2 minutes, a bank SMS notification of 5 million renminbi appeared on Han Chen's phone screen.
He checked his bank account balance on the Cloud Flash payment and indeed found that the money had been credited.
With this transaction, the funds in Han Chen's account once again exceeded 40 million, reaching over 47 million renminbi.
After the transaction was completed, both parties drank tea at Hanhai Jewelry Store and chatted for a while about antiques and collectibles. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Wang Songming got up and invited the two. "Oh, time flies so fast.
It's already dinner time." While chatting, "Lao Gu, Mr. Han, let's go somewhere for a few drinks together."
Go Haodong said, "Sure, let's go for a few drinks." Seeing this, Han Chen nodded in agreement.
The three of them quickly left Hanhai Jewelry Store. Led by Wang Songming, they soon drove to a restaurant called 8 Directions Restaurant near the 3rd Ring Road in Yangcheng.
Having stayed in Yangcheng for so many years, Han Chen had also heard of this restaurant. It was the only restaurant in Yangcheng that was not on the Michelin list, but its reputation was no less than that of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was a popular choice for local upper-class social gatherings. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 8 Directions restaurant, the three of them handed over the car to the parking attendant and walked into the restaurant together. As they entered, the luxurious decorations in the restaurant lobby greeted them, with elegant murals, antique furniture, and carefully arranged floral arrangements, all showcasing the extraordinary quality of the restaurant. The manager of the restaurant was obviously very familiar with Wang Songming. He warmly and respectfully greeted him. "Mr.
Wang, welcome. Are you dining in the main hall today?
We'll take a private room, everything else as usual."
"All right, please follow me this way."
The three followed the manager through the restaurant lobby and entered a private room deep inside the restaurant. The private room was also exquisitely decorated, with a large round table in the center of the room and celebrity calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls as decorations. After taking their seats in the private room, the three chatted and laughed. Of course, it was mainly Gu Haodong and Wang Songming who were talking, while Han Chen mostly listened quietly on the side, occasionally studying the new identity he had just acquired.
"Your alien system is now online. Experience time, 3 months. Introduction: you are an alien from a distant galaxy.
Your consciousness has projected from across the starry sky to Earth. Although your true form has many incredible abilities, due to the vast distance between your consciousness and your true form, the only ability you can currently access is the Soul Network. Soul Network, this is a magical network that allows you to establish your belief system in any world and develop your followers. Your soul flame is currently weak, and you can only develop one follower. If you want to develop more followers, please optimize your genes as soon as possible. Alien, Han-chan, as of August 3rd, Soul Network, system-like interface, double-click with your mind to expand, follower, 0/1. After studying this so-called alien system, Han-chan quickly understood its various functions. The main function was to develop followers, and the Soul Network for developing followers was actually a system-like interface. However, this interface could be freely edited by Han-chan with high flexibility. Once edited, it could be directly remotely sent to the target individual, making them think they had obtained the system. Could it be that my identity overlay system also came from this? Han-chan suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. But this question could not be verified, so he didn't dwell on it. In addition to being able to freely edit the interface of the Soul Network, this thing is also connected to the Mother System, which allows access to the storage and express functions of the Mother System, but consuming wealth points is required for express delivery. At the current stage, Han-chan can only bind one believer, and the types of believers are temporarily limited to humans. Non-humans are not allowed. Moreover, only humans recognized by the alien system can be bound without consumption, otherwise, a varying amount of wealth points need to be consumed. For example, the two people in front of him, Gu Haodong and Wang Songming, have not been recognized by the alien system. If he wants to bind them, he needs to consume a certain amount of wealth points. When Han-chan had thoroughly researched the alien system, the kitchen of the 8 Directions restaurant had also prepared the dishes. Under the busy schedule of several beautiful female waiters, exquisite dishes were successively served on the table, along with 2 bottles of red wine. Han-chan and the other 2 were eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. With each glass of wine consumed, as they became tipsy, the topics discussed by Wang Songming and Gu Haodong became more unrestrained. From them, Han-chan also learned some dirty and interesting things about the upper-class society of Yangchang. However, what interested Han-chan the most was Wang Songming's identity and his main business. So, midway through the meal, Han-chan found an opportunity to ask, "Boss Wang, just now Gu Lao mentioned that you are in the seafood business. I wonder which aspect of seafood business you are in. Aquaculture? Fishing? Or processing and distribution?" None of the above, Gu Haodong said. First, he is in imports. Look at the plate of horseshoe crabs on the table. They were imported from the Philippines by his company. Han-chan, import trade? Wow, that's so high-end. Boss Wang is amazing. Wang Songming waved his hand modestly, saying, "You flatter me. I just inherited a bit from my ancestors, took over their industry, and made a living out of it." Gu Haodong said, "Speaking of imported seafood, I almost forgot something. Old Wang, you should still be doing the import business of Big Eye Tuna, right? Big Eye Tuna?" When Han-chan heard this term, a different light flashed in his eyes. Wang Songming said, "Yes, I am. What's the matter?" Gu Haodong said, "Well, I have a friend who runs a Japanese restaurant. He asked me a few days ago to inquire about the wholesale price of Big Eye Tuna from you. If it's suitable, he will directly get the goods through your channel." Big Eye Tuna? Wang Songming shook his head and said, "I haven't been dealing with Big Eye Tuna, marlin, yellowfin, and carbon monoxide treated red tuna imports for a few years now. Currently, I mainly focus on importing Atlantic bluefin and Pacific bluefin." You're not dealing with Big Eye Tuna anymore? Yeah, in the tuna business, my company has been entering the high-end market in recent years, focusing on Atlantic bluefin and Pacific bluefin. I don't compete in the mid to low-end markets with others. Listening to the conversation between the two, Han-chan couldn't help but ask, "So Boss Wang, are you still in the bluefin tuna business? May I ask, the bluefin tuna you import, are they frozen or fresh?" Mostly frozen, although there are some fresh ones, they are very rare. What is the usual price? It depends on the season and origin. The prices are highest in winter and early in the year. Now, it's not the peak season for tuna, so the prices are slightly lower. Take Pacific bluefin, for example, the bluefin from the island countries, it's roughly between 400 renminbi to 1000 renminbi per kilogram. Wang Songming thought Han-chan was just curious and didn't realize he was inquiring about market prices. Also, due to the influence of alcohol, he answered quite candidly. Han-chan nodded slightly and asked again, "I saw news online before that some bluefin tunas were sold for millions. Is it true?" Wang Songming smiled and said, "Some are true and some are not. Most of these news are just hype and gimmicks to attract attention.
However, there are also some extremely high-quality bluefin tunas that can be sold for a sky-high price. At this point, Wang Songming's phone on the table rang. He picked it up and looked at it, then laughed. We were just talking about bluefin tunas, and here comes the information about them. Let me take this call. Hello, Xiaolu, just tell me. What? He's asking for 800 for that quality of bluefin? Is he crazy? Tell him to get lost. After hanging up the phone, Wang Songming's face, which was flushed from drinking, suddenly turned gloomy. Ge Haodong asked, "What's wrong, Lao Wang? Is something the matter?" Wang Songming sneered. What else could it be? As soon as the island country heard that they were going to discharge wastewater into the sea, they all went crazy. Lately, they have been propagating that if they don't eat seafood anymore, they won't be able to get natural seafood in a few months. So now the prices of all kinds of seafood are skyrocketing. And this affects you? Of course, it does. Now they dare to ask for 800 renminbi per kilogram for A-grade bluefin. It's really bad luck. So what are you going to do now? Can you still purchase? If only I could. Wang Songming picked up his wineglass somewhat irritably, drank half of it, and then said, but I have already signed contracts with some domestic seafood suppliers, and I have to deliver on time every month, otherwise I will breach the contract and lose money, and I will also lose customers. Then just raise the price. Raise the price for what? I didn't sign a dynamic contract. Raising the price would be a breach of contract. Then you're out of luck, you can only bear the loss yourself. Damn it, the loss is fine, I've lost money before, but this time I'm really annoyed by those guys from the island country. It's like eating a fly. Han Chen listened on the side with a slight turn of his eyes. It seems that Wang Songming is having some trouble with the bluefin tuna issue. Although this is an opportunity to mention his source of bluefin tuna to Wang Songming, Han Chen carefully considered it and restrained that impulse. After all, he and Wang Songming are just meeting for the first time, not familiar with each other, so he should be a little cautious and not too eager. However, the thought of the alien system he just loaded brought another idea to Han Chen's mind. The alien system can bind believers. If I choose to bind Wang Songming, can I directly trade with him through the soul network? This idea emerged, and after careful consideration, Han Chen felt that it was very feasible. However, looking at Wang Songming, Han Chen's gaze turned to Ge Haodong. Maybe, it's not necessary to bind Wang Songming, it seems better to directly bind Ge Haodong? No rush, after dinner and back home, I can carefully consider the details and then make further decisions. Moreover, binding the two of them will require additional consumption of wealth points, and the current wealth points are not enough. As his thoughts turned, Han Chen called up the interface of the alien system and saw a pop-up window. Spend 300 wealth points, and you can bind Ge Haodong as your sole believer. Spend 300 wealth points, and you can bind Wang Songming as your sole believer. Current wealth points, 24 points. After closing the interface of the alien system, Han Chen's mind settled slightly, and he continued to focus on drinking and eating. After dinner, the three of them sat together for a few minutes, rinsed their mouths, picked their teeth, and then bid farewell to each other. Just now, Han Chen had a drink and did not drive. Instead, he chose to stay in a hotel next to the 8 Directions restaurant. After washing up in the hotel room, Han Chen put on a robe, crossed his legs, and sat on a sofa, admiring the night view of Yangqing through the floor-to-ceiling window while summoning the alien system. Alien, Han Chen, as of August 3rd, Soul Network, System Interface, not yet edited believers, 0/1 Han Chen glanced at the system interface and double-clicked on the Soul Network column with his mind. In the next instant, the light screen in front of him suddenly flickered and changed, forming a secondary page covering the alien system interface, just like accessing a web link. On this secondary page, besides some prompts, there was nothing else, all waiting for Han Chen to edit. Following the prompts, Han Chen found that he could name the Soul Network whatever he wanted. After some thought, he chose a name based on his understanding of the alien identity, naming it Caribbean Civilization Inspector. However, feeling that the name was strange, he deleted it and chose another. After trying more than a dozen names, he was still unsatisfied, so he took out his phone and searched for relevant information online. After some searching, Han Chen discovered that in February of this year, a paper published in the Astronomy and Astrophysics journal mentioned a terrestrial planet named Wolf 1069b, confirmed to exist by a team of 50 astronomers from around the world. Therefore, he directly named the Soul Network Wolf Civilization Inspector. However, he soon realized it didn't quite fit because the interface of the Soul Network was meant for the bound individual to see, so he had to change it. Thus, he renamed it to Wolf Extended Family System. After naming the Soul Network interface, Han Chen began editing other content, incorporating some functions from the Identity Overlay system and the Superman system, as well as adding some of his own ideas. Approximately half an hour later, a brand new Soul Network interface framework was preliminarily edited. Wolf Extended Family System.
Name, level, personal strength, wealth balance, points, missions. Store. The edited Wolf Extended Family System had 7 data columns.
Firstly, the name could be a code plus real name.
The level had 9 levels, from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, jade, diamond, master, grandmaster, king. The level and permissions were related, starting at the black iron level, consuming 100 points to upgrade to bronze level, and then gaining more permissions. Of course, the interpretation of permissions was up to Han Chen, depending on his personal preferences. The personal strength was currently just for show, as Han Chen planned to update and supplement it as the Superman system further developed and his own strength changed. Next was the wealth balance, which was linked to a bank account generated by the alien system, allowing believers to deposit money into it. Although this bank account was not connected to external online banking and could not be used for direct consumption, Han Chen could transfer the money from this account to his real-world bank account without any obstacles. In other words, if there were no issues in the future, he could directly conduct anonymous online transactions with believers through this bank account. However, this account only had savings and transfer functions, without currency exchange capabilities. It could store USD or RMB, but could not convert USD to RMB. Currency exchange operations could only be done offline. Additionally, the points referred to the points that believers could use, which had to be earned by completing tasks issued by the system. With the addition of the task feature, if used well, Han Chen feels that he will definitely shine in the future. Because under the guise of tasks, he can repeatedly PUA the believers, making them willingly work for him in order to earn points. As for the final shop, it will contain some special items, such as the magical cards in the Superman system. Of course, the prices will definitely be high. The main issue now is that Han Chen doesn't have much foundation, and he has used all the good things for himself. However, as time passes and he gains more status, delves deeper into the development of various systems, the situation will definitely improve. Take it slow, he has no pressure anyway, no need to rush.
Should I add the friends list? Han Chen rubbed his chin, pondering silently.
According to his plan, using the alien system to establish his own exclusive circle is what he considers a more reliable goal. In this way, he needs to have contact with the believers in reality, offline, in order to maximize the energy of the circle. Of course, as the owner of the alien civilization system, he doesn't need to interact with the believers as an alien. He can completely use higher-level believers, such as the elders in the circle, to contact them.
However, after careful consideration, Han Chen restrained this impulse.
No rush, I can first try the current system interface, and when it's appropriate later, it's not too late to introduce the friends list feature.
There is only one slot for a believer, next is to consider who to bind. And Wang Songming and Gu Haodong are not the target believers recognized by the alien system. If I insist on binding them, I will have to spend an additional 300 wealth points. Han Chen switched to the main system interface and glanced at his current wealth balance. Only 24 points. Let's spend the money first, spend 300,000 and then see. By now, the sky had darkened, and Han Chen had no intention of going out to play. So, he took out his phone and opened Douyin to watch. At this time, neither Yu Baobao nor Jiang, the two top-notch goddesses, were live streaming, but Xiaodu Bobo, Xiaomi Zai, and Xiaoyu Liang were live. However, Han Chen just entered the live rooms of the latter 3 girls to take a look. Seeing that the treasure chests on them had not refreshed, his interest waned, and he quickly left. His main goal was naturally to spend money to accumulate wealth points, but if he could find a girl with a treasure chest on her, brushing the chest while spending money would be a win-win situation. In the live broadcast square, after about 10 minutes of browsing, he saw several beautiful female anchors, even 2 elegant and beautiful female anchors. Unfortunately, the treasure chests on the 2 elegant and beautiful female anchors showed treasure chest is refreshing. This situation was the same as with Xiaotu Bobo and the others. However, overall, Han Chen's Peach Blossom luck tonight was quite good because every few minutes, he came across a new live room called Doll Family, which immediately caught his attention. Wow, this live room is quite something. 1, 2, 3, 4 elegant and beautiful women, and 2 top-notch goddesses. Doll Family is a live room with multiple girls. As soon as Han Chen's phone page entered, 6 virtual pop-ups suddenly appeared before him. Pan Min, top-notch goddess. Treasure chest 1, if you collect 80% of her, you will receive 3 out of 10 random identity cards. Princess Xiaozhang, elegant and beautiful. Treasure chest is refreshing. Xia Shangwen, elegant and beautiful. Treasure chest is refreshing. Tuangbo, elegant and beautiful. Treasure chest 1, if her collection rate reaches 80%, you will receive 1/10 of the identity of a time smuggler, intermediate. Jiang Yen Yen, a beautiful woman. The treasure chest is refreshing. Jiang Zhang, a top-notch goddess. Treasure chest 1, if her collection rate reaches 80%, you will receive a 6-month special agent experience card. Treasure chest 2, she has been feeling a bit down recently. If you can bring her 1000 points of joy, you will receive a 3-month superhero experience card. It's rare to encounter such a high-quality live broadcast room with so many girls. TSK, it's you. Doll Family is the name of a 6-member girl group under Hangcheng Doll Media. Doll Media is a media company that has recently emerged on Douyin, specializing in signing and recruiting women. Although the number of internet celebrities and anchors under this media company is not large, everyone signed with them is a top beauty. As the first girl group under the trial operation of Doll Media, the 6 girls in the Doll Family team are all high-quality internet celebrities. Due to the high quality of the girls in the group, they almost crush other similar girl group live broadcast rooms. Therefore, once the Doll Family's live broadcast started, it attracted a large number of LSP viewers. Currently, in less than half an hour of broadcasting, the online audience has exceeded 40,000. Although the majority are freeloaders, this data, compared to other girl group live broadcast rooms on Douyin at the same time, shows a significant lead. Because at this time, except for the Doll Family, none of the other girl group live broadcast rooms have an online audience of over 10,000. Of course, this refers to non-entertainment industry girl groups, not those in the entertainment circle. Some girl group stars in the entertainment industry have their own traffic. When they start broadcasting on Douyin, it's not difficult for their online audience to exceed 100,000. In the live broadcast room, in the center position is a girl with a high ponytail and a face like a school flower from a first love, extremely good-looking and photogenic, named Pan Min. At this moment, inside the Doll Family girl group, they are having their daily 10-minute cohesion competition, which is essentially about which girl in the group receives the most gifts. Topping the list is Pan Min with 112,000 votes. Second is Princess Xiao Zhang with 26,000 votes. Third, fourth, and fifth are Xia Shangwen, Jiang Yen Yen, and Tu Bao, with 23,000, 15,000, and 12,000 votes respectively. At the bottom is Jiang Zhang, with the fewest votes among them, only 8,848 votes. In this cohesion competition segment, one vote requires a virtual gift worth 1 cent. In other words, the current leader Pan Min has received gifts equivalent to 11,200 renminbi. Outside the live broadcast room screen, a female stage manager is speaking. There are 6 minutes left in today's cohesion competition, and Pan Pan is still in the first place. Pan Pan's fans are still going strong as always. Pan Min, standing in the center of the camera, took the microphone and smoothly took over, revealing a row of neatly arranged white teeth, with a pure and sweet smile, and a clear voice. Thank you to our family for the gifts. Thank you to brother Go for the number 1 on Douyin. Thank you to brother Chiezi for the airplane. Thank you to brother Ague for the sports car. Thank you to brother Kai for the hot air balloon. There are still over 5 minutes left in the competition. Can our family push the votes up to secure our first position? As the captain of the Doll Family girl group, Pan Min is the most popular in the live broadcast room. As she started canvassing, many of her fans took out their wallets, and in just over 10 seconds, her votes increased by over 30,000. After Pan Min finished canvassing, she handed the microphone directly to Xia Shangwan and gave her a signal with her eyes. Xia Shangwan returned her a knowing look, then walked to the center position, holding the microphone with a smile and said, "Help, everyone. Today's vote count is very low, just over 20,000 votes. If we're not careful, someone might catch up and steal the tower. There are consequences for winning or losing today's competition. Whoever ends up in last place will have to wash socks for the other sisters for a month. Please, everyone, support me with your votes. I don't want to wash socks for them, especially Zhang Zhang. Her feet smell the worst." On the side, Zhang Ziong, who was sitting on the edge of the camera, heard this and her face instantly darkened. "What do you mean my feet smell the worst? Where on my feet smells bad?" Xia Shangwan, this despicable person, is clearly trying to ruin my reputation on purpose. Zhang Ziong cursed inwardly, feeling angry but more so sad and helpless. Such incidents had happened more than once in the live broadcast room. Due to the team marketing tactics of the Doll Family, they encouraged the sisters to belittle each other, gaining sympathy from the audience in the live broadcast room, and receiving gifts in support. Therefore, in cases like the one just now, the company would not intervene at all, usually just letting it happen. If it was just normal marketing tactics to create drama, then it would be fine. But the problem was, Zhang Ziong knew that Xia Shangwan's purpose in saying those things just now was definitely not for the sake of the show but to deliberately discredit her. As for why she did this, Zhang Ziong's gaze involuntarily turned to Pan Min, sending an angry look at her across the space. At that moment, Pan Min was also looking at her. In an angle not captured by the live broadcast camera, Pan Min's mouth curved into a mocking smile, then made a gesture of shooting her, and silently mouthed, "Want to challenge me?" Zhang Xiang witnessed her provocative actions, her anger rising, her fists clenched slightly. If the company hadn't repeatedly warned not to cause accidents in the live broadcast room, otherwise it would be considered a breach of contract and incur a large penalty. She really wanted to rush up and press Pan Min to the ground, tear off her clothes, and squeeze the 2 grenades under her neck, letting her know the consequences of offending her. "Damn, I'm so angry." Zhang Xiang was still sulking in her heart. Zhang Xiang's real name is Zhang Xiaotian. She and Pan Min were actually good friends at the beginning. Before joining the doll media as a girl group, they used to make videos together, even bathe together, sleep together, and stick together. However, after signing with doll media and becoming a member of the doll family, due to some issues of interest, they gradually drifted apart. From good friends at the beginning, to becoming estranged, and then to antagonizing each other, it took less than 2 months. The root cause of their estrangement and discord was that Pan Min set her sights on a wealthy man in the doll family's live broadcast room, wanting to take advantage of him. However, the wealthy man initially liked Zhang Xiaotian and wanted to pursue her. He sent various gifts to Zhang Xiaotian in the live broadcast room, protected her, and after a month, he had given her over 400,000. However, due to strict regulations at doll media, there should be no unclear involvement between unsigned internet celebrities and wealthy men in the live broadcast room. In addition, Zhang Xiaotian had seen a photo of that wealthy man and felt that he was just average looking, not her type, so she politely declined him. After being rejected, the wealthy man, out of resentment, turned to support Pan Min and asked her to target Zhang Xiaotian. Pan Min had some jealousy and dissatisfaction towards Zhang Xiaotian before, and now with the support of the wealthy man, not only did she not communicate with Zhang Xiaotian, but she intensified her actions, teamed up with Xia Shangwan and other girl group sisters to collectively ostracize her, isolate her, and secretly sabotage her. Although the current situation has not evolved to the point of being bullied, Zhang Xiaotian feels that if this continues, it won't be long before she is truly bullied. At the moment, besides feeling angry, she also feels deeply aggrieved. Want to leave and give up? Sorry, it's not possible. The penalty for breach of contract is too high. She simply can't afford it. Apologize and soften to Pan Min? Don't be ridiculous. That former good sister now despises her to death and will not accept her apology. Even if she did, the two of them could never go back to the pure and flawless relationship they had before. Now, the only way for Zhang Xiaotian to break the deadlock is to have a new, more powerful big brother to support her. However, it has been almost 2 months since the previous big brother turned against her. Not to mention a new big brother, due to some deliberate negative vibes, her reputation in the doll family has plummeted, causing many fans who used to like her to be misled and all unfollow her. Up to now, she can only rely on a small number of die-hard fans and the new passers-by in the live broadcast room to maintain her dignity. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Sigh. After a silent sigh, it was Zhang Xiaotian's turn to campaign. She took the microphone from Tu Bao's hand, walked to the center of the camera listlessly, and tried to force a smile on her face. "Oh, I'm so pitiful, the number of votes hasn't even reached 10,000. Family in the live broadcast room, help me, please support me, please send gifts." As Zhang Xiaotian started campaigning, her votes didn't increase much, but there were more sarcastic comments in the live broadcast room. "Bad woman. Get out. Want gifts? Sorry, even if there are gifts, I won't give them to you. Isn't this the woman who used to raise Brother Go as a fish? Now that she has lost Brother Go's support, why is she in such a miserable state? Zhang, why not lower your head and apologize to Brother Go?" The newcomer is confused. What's the situation with this girl? She's obviously pretty, why are so many people criticizing her? Through the phone tied to her wrist, Zhang Xiaotian could clearly see the barrage in the live broadcast room. When she saw the barrage full of bad women, her heart clenched, her nose tingled, and she felt like crying. However, just as she was full of grievances and unwillingness, standing in the center of the camera, not knowing what to do, a gift special effect suddenly appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room, which made her look stunned. 10 charming carnivals sent by wild brothers Xiang Zhang Jianayanwa times 10. The sudden appearance of the carnival gift special effect caused Zhang Xiaotian's votes to skyrocket. In just a blink of an eye, she reached over 300,000 votes, jumping from the bottom of the rankings to first place. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room changed suddenly at that moment. What's going on? How come there's a big brother giving her carnivals? The boss is confused. Don't give her gifts, she's a bad woman. Oh no, her votes have surpassed Pan's, she's directly in first place. Damn, where did this wild big brother come from? Don't cause trouble. Thank you for the support. Zhang is not a bad woman. Don't be misled by others, big brother.
The barrage in the interactive area of the live broadcast room kept scrolling. When Zhang Xiaotian confirmed that there really was a big brother who had sent her a full 10 carnivals, she was overjoyed and quickly made a heart gesture in front of the camera, loudly thanking him. Thank you for the support of this wild brother, your 10 carnivals came just in time, thank you wild brother. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian was both shocked and delighted. Although she had always fantasized about a wild big brother suddenly appearing in the live broadcast room to support her, the fantasy had always been just a fantasy, and her expectations were not high. However, now the fantasy had come true, which undoubtedly excited her greatly. Joy, excitement, and excitement from Jiang Zhang plus 88 plus 88 plus 66. Suddenly, Xiaotian Zhang felt relieved, and her eyes couldn't help but glance at Pan Min, who was sitting on the sofa behind her, showing a hint of defiance on her face. Pan Min found that Xiaotian Zhang's votes surpassed her own, taking her first place, which made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Xiaotian Zhang's expression, Pan Min not only felt that she was showing off to her but also a hint of disdain, which made Pan Min even more annoyed. What are you pretending for? Just a mere carnival? Pan Min gritted her teeth, quickly operated her phone, and sent a message to Brother Go on WeChat. Brother Go, our tower was stolen by Zhang Zhang. Brother Go quickly replied on WeChat, don't worry, leave it to me. She won't win against you tonight. Pan Min, okay, I believe in Brother Go, you're the best. After sending the message to Brother Go, Pan Min quickly returned to Douyin, entered the live broadcast room of the doll family, and sent a floating message with her account. Family, our tower was stolen. But I don't want to lose this round. Please vote for me. Please. As soon as this message asking for votes was sent out, many of Pan Min's fans started voting. However, they were not wealthy, just ordinary people. Despite increasing Pan Min's total votes to 200,000, this was their limit. Those who have experienced PK know that in live rooms with thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, most are just there for fun. The final decision on victory still lies with the big brother. With 3 minutes left in the cohesion competition, Brother Go made his move. Go doesn't want it. I want to give Pan Min a carnival x10. Soon, Brother Go brushed 10 carnivals, directly raising Pan Min's total votes to 500,000, surpassing Xiaotian Zhang and reclaiming the first place. However, before Pan Min and her fans could celebrate, Xiaotian Zhang's votes started to rise. 10 times a night, I want to give Jiang Zhang a carnival x10. Another 10 carnivals raised Xiaotian Zhang's votes to 600,000, reclaiming the first place. Xiaotian Zhang, thanks to my brother for another 10 carnivals, my brother is generous, thank you, brother. Joy and excitement from Xiaotian Zhang plus 88 plus 51. In front of the screen, Han Shen saw the joy that had quickly risen to nearly 400 points, smiling. Just by sending 20 carnivals, this extraordinary goddess Xiaotian Zhang generated so much joy, which was much easier than before with Jiang. In the live room, the competition of cohesion continued. Seeing Xiaotian Zhang's votes leading Pan Min again, Brother Go exerted more effort and started sending carnivals to Pan Min again. Han Shen smiled at this sight. Do you want to compete with me financially? Bring it on. Just recharge 3 million renminbi into the account. Han Shen could easily send 1,000 carnivals worth 3,000 renminbi each without any fear. Go doesn't want it. I want to give Pan Min a carnival x10, x20, x30. 10 times a night, I want to give Jiang Zhang a carnival x10, x20, x30. Joyful emotions from Jiang Zhang plus 88 plus 51 plus 69 plus. In the live room of the doll family, 2 big brothers were competing with carnivals, and the special effects of carnivals on the screen rained down one after another, unstoppable. Soon, Pan Min and Xiaotian Zhang's cohesion votes both exceeded 1 million, 2 million, 3 million votes. But at this moment, Pan Min's vote growth stopped first. It froze at 3.5 million votes. On the public screen, the number of carnivals that the dog didn't want but I wanted to give away was fixed at 110. Seeing this, Han Shen stopped when the carnival was brushed to 120. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian's votes were 3.61 million, still leading Pan Min. However, glancing at Zhang Xiaotian's joyful progress, 863/1000, seeing that it was just over 100 points away from reaching 1000, Han Shen had no intention of stopping, feeling that it would be better to finish it in one go. After all the carnivals in his Douyin backpack were meant to be exchanged for wealth points, so whether he brushed more or less for Zhang Xiaotian had no impact on him. Everything was based on mood. Therefore, when the audience in the live broadcast room thought that the PK between the 2 big brothers had already ended, Han Shen once again clicked on the gift column, selected the carnival, and then crazily clicked to give away. One night 10 times wave giving away the innocent Zhang carnival times 120, times 130, times 140. Damn, didn't he already win? Why is he still brushing?
Fierce, Big Brother is awesome. Boss, do you need more accessories on your legs? What's wrong with you, Dog Brother? Why did you stop brushing? Dog Brother, you should rise up quickly. Don't call him Dog Brother, he's already a dead dog, obviously can't brush anymore. In the live broadcast room, the barrage in the interactive area was extremely lively. The Dog Brother, who was originally admired by many people, was now being constantly ridiculed and mocked, but he remained silent. On WeChat, Pan Min anxiously sent a message to Dog Brother, they have surpassed us again. Dog Brother, can't brush anymore, all the bullets in the account are gone. Pan Min, oh no, does that mean I'm going to lose this time? Dog Brother, it's okay to lose once, I'll help you win it back next time. Pan Min, but I don't want to lose to her tonight. Dog Brother replied with a series of ellipses, then fell silent. Seeing this, even though Pan Min felt frustrated, she didn't want to continue saying anything to avoid annoying Dog Brother. She scrolled her phone screen and returned to the live broadcast room, only to find that one night 10 times Wave had stopped brushing the carnival, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Because she couldn't bear to see the Big Brother giving gifts to Zhang Xiaotian. Every time she saw one night 10 times Wave giving Zhang Xiaotian a carnival, her resentment grew. However, although the carnival had stopped growing, the number of carnivals fixed on the public screen made Pan Min a little envious. One night 10 times Wave giving away the innocent Zhang carnival times 200. Although she had just received a reward of 110 carnivals from Dog Brother due to the competition just now, this was the first time she had received so many gift rewards in a live broadcast. If it were at another time, she would have been ecstatic. However, at this time when she was secretly competing with Zhang Xiaotian, her feelings of resentment and jealousy overshadowed her joy and excitement. One night 10 times Wave. Where did this guy come from? Pan Min was sure that she had never seen this person in the doll family's live broadcast room before. And looking at Zhang Xiaotian's surprised and shocked expression, she could basically confirm that Zhang Xiaotian didn't know this person either. This wild passerby Big Brother, who came to the live broadcast room, actually gave Zhang Xiaotian 200 carnivals. Pan Min gritted her teeth, finding it hard to accept. Not far away, Princess Xiaozhang, Little Shangwan, Zhang Yanyan, and Tu Bao, who were sitting on the sofa, all looked surprised and envious. Tu Bao, oh my, what's going on? Zhang Zhang actually received 200 carnivals. A turnover of 600,000 renminbi, I envy her so much. Zhang Yanyan, even Dog Brother hasn't been brushed by him, this Wave Brother is a bit fierce. Xia Shangwen frowned and said, Zhang Zhang is really lucky this time, she actually has the Big Brother helping her at this point, why does she deserve it? Princess Xiaozhang replied, I don't know why she deserves it, all I know is that Zhang Zhang struck it rich this time. Yes, Zhang Xiaotian struck it rich this time. Hearing Princess Xiaozhang's words, the girls all turned their gaze to Zhang Xiaotian. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian was still standing in the center of the live broadcast room, and after the female host finished speaking, she blushed with excitement and said in a trembling voice, Thank you so much, Langji, wow, 200 carnivals, since joining the doll family team, this is the first time I have received so many gifts in the live broadcast room, thank you for Langji's love, thank you. In fact, this was not the first time Zhang Xiaotian had received so many gifts in the live broadcast room, it was even more than all the gifts she had received before combined. She had only been with the doll family for about 3 months, initially receiving gifts worth over 400,000 from Dog Brother, but after Dog Brother switched to support Pan Min, her gifts began to plummet. In any case, all the gifts added together did not exceed 600,000 renminbi. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Xiaotian in front of the camera was truly excited, even her voice was trembling, and the joy in her eyes was undisguised. From the joyful emotions of Zhang Zhang plus 88 plus 69. Zhang Zhang's joyful emotions have reached 1,000 points, congratulations on receiving a 3-month Superhuman Identity Experience card. The Identity Experience card has been automatically used for you, and the experience time of the Superhuman Identity has been extended to February 16, 2024. Ding! There have been changes in your Superhuman Systems Mall, please pay attention. With 200 carnivals smashed, Zhang Xiaotian's joy value was maxed out, so she also successfully obtained Treasure Box No. 2. However, what surprised Han Chen more was that with the 3-month Superhuman Identity in Treasure Box No. 2, the Superhuman system, which had been quiet all along, suddenly changed. He quickly opened the Superhuman system, went to the mall interface to take a look, and his eyes lit up. Hey, this is a good sign. After scanning a few times and understanding the changes, Han Chen closed the system interface and once again focused his attention on the live broadcast. The competition for cohesion ended. Zhang Xiaotian, with 6.01 million votes, undoubtedly ranked first, while at the bottom was the Group Bao with less than 20,000 votes. At this moment, the female host in the doll family's live broadcast room was saying off camera, "Thank you again to Lang Ji for supporting our doll family. Lang Ji, what dance do you want to see Zhang Zheng perform? We'll arrange for her to dance right away." Han Chen heard this and typed a barrage. 10 times a night, just dancing? Isn't there any other program? The female host hurriedly said, "Of course there are other programs, Lang Ji, whatever program you want to see, just say it, as long as it can be broadcast in the live room, we will arrange it for you immediately." 10 times a night, there are too many restrictions on Douyin, not very interesting. Forget it, is there a group? Add me to the group. Female host, yes. Zhang Zheng, quickly use your account to send a private message to Lang Ji, and invite the big brother to join our doll family's fan group. Zhang Xiaotian beside her quickly made an OK gesture, then moved to the rest area outside the camera, found a chair to sit down, and started sending a private message to Han Chen. In no time, Han Chen received a private message from Zhang Xiaotian, "Lang Ji, this is my WeChat ID, XXX. First add me on WeChat, and then I will invite you to the fan group." Through the private message, Han Chen quickly added Zhang Xiaotian's WeChat ID and was pulled into the fan group of the doll family girl group by her. Upon entering the group, he immediately received a warm welcome from several other girls. "Zhang Yanyan, welcome Lang Ji, welcome big brother. Xiao Shangwan, wow, Lang Ge, you were so fierce just now, admiration from little fangirl. Princess Xiao Zhang, welcome Lang Ge, what does Lang Ge do at home? Tuan Bao, teary-eyed, Lang Ge, can you save the children? I don't want to wash socks for them. Pan Min, hey, Lang Ge, you were too ruthless just now, you even knocked me out directly, do you have medical expenses? Please give me some medical expenses." Zhang Xiaotian saw that she had added Han Chen to the group, and a few plastic sisters immediately started to show goodwill towards him, which made her feel annoyed. "Want to steal my thunder right from the start? Oomph, you little brats, don't even think about it, go to hell. This time, I will never give you another chance." Thinking to herself, Zhang Xiaotian's slender white fingers quickly moved on the screen, typing a private message to Han Chen, "Lang Ge, I really appreciate your carnival just now, it's on me. Han Chen, no need to be polite, I just think you look good and want to be friends with you." Zhang Xiaotian, hee, I am really honored to be able to be friends with a rich man like you, Lang Ge, I am more than willing. Han Chen, by the way, the one chatting with me now should be you, right? It's not your company's operation chatting with me, right? Zhang Xiaotian, of course it's me, Lang Ge, if you don't believe me, we can video chat on WeChat anytime. As soon as this message was sent, Zhang Xiaotian found her phone screen turning into a WeChat video call invitation. It seemed that Han Chen didn't believe her and directly initiated a video call towards her. This person is really straightforward. Thinking to herself, Zhang Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then quickly tidied up her appearance and answered the video call. As the screen flashed, a young face with distinct features, fair skin, handsome features, and deep, spirited eyes suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes. Zhang Xiaotian was taken aback. "Hello." Han Chen greeted first. Hello." Zhang Xiaotian's snow-white face was stunned, and she stuttered, "Aren't you, you are Lang Ge? Who else would I be?" Han Chen smiled, revealing a row of clean white teeth. Due to the angle, when he smiled, he did look quite good, which made Zhang Xiaotian's heart flutter for a moment, and her fair face even blushed unconsciously. "So handsome. Wow, Lang Ge is actually this handsome?" Staring at Han Chen in the video for a few moments, Zhang Xiaotian subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her breathing slightly erratic, and a sparkle flashed in her eyes. In fact, whether in real life or online, she had seen many guys with facial features no less than Han Chen's. However, those people were either unapproachable or just losers without money. Meeting a young man like Han Chen, who was both rich and handsome, and willing to spend money, was a first for her. Almost instantly, Zhang Xiaotian had already labeled Han Chen in her mind, a treasure of a man. Tall, rich, and handsome. A high-quality big brother. Subconsciously, Zhang Xiaotian nervously and guiltily looked around. Seeing that no one in the company was paying attention to her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then, like a thief, she sneakily stared at Han Chen on the screen. The more she looked, the more she felt like she had hit the jackpot this time. Hold onto his thigh, this time I must firmly hold onto his thigh, I must not let him be seduced by that fox spirit Pan Min again. Never! Zhang Xiaotian secretly made up her mind. Then, the smile on her lips became even more difficult to suppress than a Gatling gun, and after a moment, a silly smile appeared on her delicate face. What are you laughing foolishly about? Speak, is it stuck? Han Chen's magnetic voice suddenly came, and Zhang Xiaotian felt a tremor in her body for no reason. She quickly adjusted her mood and expression, smiling, no card. I was just suddenly shocked by your appearance, Brother Lang. I didn't expect you to be so good-looking. Do you really think I'm good-looking? Han Chen asked. Yes.
Zhang Xiaotian nodded like a pigeon. I don't know about others' aesthetics, but your face, Brother Lang, really fits my aesthetic.
Really?
Really, I swear. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning.
Oh. Han Chen smiled, then said slowly, so, if I give you a chance to pursue me now, would you take it?
This. Zhang Xiaotian's expression froze slightly at his words. Her heart raced, her already slightly blushing cheeks even redder. Although she had been in the doll family for a long time and knew that some big brothers who generously supported her and others usually had ulterior motives, she had never encountered someone like Han Chen who was so direct and swift in pushing the topic to the limit. Other big brothers were usually hesitant and gradual, unlike him, who was sudden and aggressive. However, because Han Chen was handsome, generous, and Zhang Xiaotian had had enough of feeling oppressed and helpless before without a big brother, she didn't have the courage to say no to him now.
Brother Lang, you're so direct, it's making me a bit confused, Zhang Xiaotian said, blushing.
It's okay, we're just chatting casually, no need to be nervous, Han Chen reassured her.
Oh, that's good then.
Zhang Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then shyly looked at Han Chen's handsome face in the video and said softly, to be honest, when I first saw you, Brother Lang, I had a good impression of you.
You really fit my fantasy of a partner.
But, Brother Lang, there's a rule in our doll family group that anchors cannot date the big brothers in the live broadcast room, as it would have a negative impact if it got out.
In that case, it seems like you're not planning to take the opportunity? Han Chen asked.
Seeing this message, Zhang Xiaotian felt a sudden panic and quickly said, no, that's not what I meant. It's like this, Brother Lang, I have a 1-year contract in the doll family, and there are about 9 months left.
After 9 months, I'll be free. Can we talk about dating at that time?
Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Han Chen's face. This expression made Zhang Xiaotian's mood suddenly tense. Han Chen chuckled, girl, I don't like being tricked, let alone being kept like a fish. Don't play those tricks in front of me, it's quite annoying, really. Zhang Xiaotian nervously said, Brother Lang, I didn't mean to keep you like a fish, you misunderstood me. Han Chen interrupted her, then let's say I misunderstood you.
However, if your company doesn't allow dating, then let's not date.
Just take a few days off and come to Yangqing to play with me, then go back to work afterwards.
It won't conflict, right?
Zhang Xiaotian's face fell, and she said sadly, Brother Lang, I'm really hurt by what you're doing.
What's there to be sad about? Today is just our first meeting. Whether you think I'm good looking or I find you attractive, it's all just superficial attraction, isn't it? Han Chen said.
Zhang Xiaotian thought about it and felt it made sense. She sighed, okay, Brother Lang, you're right.
But I'm a bit slow to warm up.
I feel like we should get to know each other better first before moving forward.
That's fine. Take a few days off and come to Yangcheng. After we meet officially in Yangcheng, we can get to know each other better. Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly, muttering, I can see it. Lang, you just want to trick me into going to Yangcheng and then do something bad to me, right? Han Chen smiled, I just think your live broadcast is too hard, and I want to help you take a break. If you're willing, just nod, and I'll go to your live broadcast room immediately and send some carnival gifts to support you. Send some carnival gifts to support me?
Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flashed at the words, showing a hint of interest. But she suppressed the excitement in her heart, bit her thin lips, and said in a pretentious manner, Lang, this is not about the carnival or not, but the company really doesn't allow us anchors to have any intimate relationship with the big brother casually, there are rules, we can't mess around. Rules are meant to be broken, Han Chen said, alright, I won't talk more with you. Just nod, and I probably have about 800 carnivals in my Douyin account right now. As long as you agree to my proposal, I'll immediately go and send these 800 carnivals to support you. 800 carnivals. Zhang Xiaotian's breath paused at the words, her pupils slightly dilated, her heart uncontrollably pounding.
800 carnivals, that's 4 million renminbi.
According to her current live broadcast income trend in the doll family, without Han Shen's support, she would never be able to receive so many gift incomes in the next 9 months of the contract period. And now, as long as she nods and agrees to go to Yangqing to play with him for a few days, she can get this gift.
For Zhang Xiaotian, who has never seen so many gifts before, if she says she's not tempted, it's definitely fake. Seeing that she was obviously tempted, Han Chen urged, so, can you?
If you can, just nod, be straightforward.
I.
Zhang Xiaotian's cheeks flushed, her breathing erratic, stammering, I admit, Lang, your offer is very tempting to me.
But I'm still afraid. Afraid of what?
Just come to Yangqing for a few days, I won't eat you.
But the company has regulations. What if I get kicked out of the team and lose my income? If I really cause you to lose your job, then you can follow me in the future, I'll pay you a salary, not less than $1 million a year, and it's after tax, isn't that enough? Will you keep your word?
I'll keep my word, and I don't need your measly possessions, no need to trick you. Zhang Xiaotian thought carefully, realizing that the big brother who wanted to spend 3 million to take her out was indeed not lacking in offering a salary of 100,000 or more. At this point, Zhang Xiaotian felt that her choice was already clear. She couldn't bear to give up Han Chen's support, nor did she want to let him go and benefit that woman, Pan Min. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian no longer hesitated too much. Her beautiful eyes flickered, she took a deep breath, and said to Han Chen, I agree with you, Lang, but you have to send me those 800 carnivals first. That's right, just be straightforward, isn't it great? Han Chen laughed heartily, okay, let's end the video here. I'll go to the live broadcast room and arrange the carnivals for you. After that, Han Chen ended the video call on his own initiative and snapped his fingers lightly. Done. Originally, he thought that the first attempt with Zhang Xiaotian's coy and pretentious appearance would end in failure. But unexpectedly, after offering 800 carnivals, her attitude quickly changed. Money is really useful. After all, when dealing with these girls, whether they are top goddesses or beautiful ladies, talking about feelings and sincerity is useless. At critical moments, it's still about money. Quickly switch to Douyin and enter the live broadcast room of the doll family. Without saying a word, Han Xin found the gift entrance belonging to Zhang Xiaotian and started sending carnivals directly. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Pan Min is dancing on the main stage. She dances very seriously, thinking about showing her face more in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. In case Lang Gu notices her, she can directly steal Zhang Xiaotian's limelight, leaving her with no place to cry. However, at this moment, the voice of the female host in the live broadcast room suddenly sounded, thanks to Lang Ji's 10, 20, 50. So many carnivals, oh my god, I can't count them all. Pan Min was stunned. Did Lang Gu send carnivals in the live broadcast room again? Who are they for? Are they for me? Maybe my charming dance moves have caught Lang Ji's attention? With a hint of anticipation, Pan Min quickly stopped dancing and picked up her phone to check. As a result, when she found out that the carnival Lang Gu sent overnight was still for Zhang Xiaotian, her beautiful face instantly fell. This guy, he actually sent carnivals to someone with the surname Zhang again, and he sent so many, it's over 100, and he's still sending more. Could it be that he's going to send her 200 carnivals again? Jealousy filled Pan Min's heart. She watched the increasing number of carnivals on the screen, her eyes turning red, her fists clenched, resentment rising. And when she found out that after Lang Gu sent over 200 carnivals overnight, he didn't stop and continued to send more, she felt terrible. It's already over 200, why is he still sending, why? On the sofa in the live broadcast room, the other 4 members of the doll family were also enviously watching the screen on their phones, gossiping endlessly. Tuan Bao, oh my god, there are already 300 carnivals, and Lang Gu is still sending more. How many carnivals is he going to give Zhang Zhang? Is he going to spoil her to the heavens? Zhang Yanyan, wow, Zhang Zhang has truly found true love this time. Adding the previous 200, the total number of carnivals has exceeded 500. Princess Xiao Zhang, a clear conscience fears no accusation. I'm envious. Xiao Shangguan, I'm envious too. Why doesn't Lang Gu send me carnivals? Clearly Zhang Zhang doesn't look as good as me. 3 minutes later, Han Xin stopped sending carnivals, and at this moment, the number of carnivals on the screen was clearly visible. One night 10 waves sent a total of 800 carnivals to Zhang Jianghuang. In the interactive area of the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded, full of 666 in praises. Oh my god, Lang Gu is crazy. He sent another 800 carnivals, that's a total of 1,000, right? 3 million renminbi. I wonder who's so generous, turns out it's Lang Gu, no wonder. So many carnivals, I'm overwhelmed. I really can't understand the world of the rich, he sent in 3 minutes what I earn in 30 years. After the barrage, Han Xin typed a message on the screen saying Zhang Zhang, keep it up, I believe in you, and then left the live broadcast room directly. He switched to WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Xiaotian, 800 carnivals have been sent, it's your turn now. After sending the message, without waiting for Zhang Xiaotian's reply, he threw his phone aside, summoned the interface of the alien system, and opened the page of the Soul Network. I have enough wealth points, who should I bind as the first disciple? As Han Chen's thoughts flickered, the portraits and identity information of Wang Songming and Gahaodong automatically appeared before him. In the short term, it was more advantageous to bind Wang Songming, as it would allow direct trading of bluefin tuna with him. But in the long run, binding Gahaodong would be more appropriate. After a moment of hesitation, Han Chen ultimately chose to bind Gahaodong, whom he was more familiar with. Consuming 300 wealth points, you have consumed 1 disciple quota, and bound Gahaodong. Now, you can send the edited Soul Network interface to Gahaodong's consciousness level for remote communication anytime, anywhere. With the binding completed, Han Chen gained his first follower. He did not rush to send the interface to Gu Haodong, but instead chose to open the Superhuman Systems Mall first.
Current Mall 1. Stamina Surge Card, 800 Wealth Points 2. 10-year extension, 1000 Wealth Points, repeatable, 3. Immunity Surge Card, 1200 Wealth Points 4. Deep Sleep Card, 1500 Wealth Points 5. Combat King Card, 2000 Wealth Points 6.
Primary Transcendence Card, 3000 Wealth Points, repeatable. After obtaining the second treasure chest from Zhang Xiaotian, Han Chen's experience time as a superhuman was extended until February next year. Perhaps due to the new year, there were changes in the items in the Superhuman System Mall. In addition to the original 4 unpurchased items, 2 new items were added, 10-year extension and primary transcendence card, both of which are repeatable.
The 10-year extension can only be used once per person in a lifetime.
After use, it can make a person's physical functions 10 years younger, indirectly achieving the goal of extending life by 10 years. However, for Han Chen, he currently does not need this thing at all. Because his body is currently in its peak state, if he were to become 10 years younger, his physical functions would decline instead. The primary transcendence card, on the other hand, is a card that, when used, can evolve genes and become a magical card in the sequence of becoming a primary transcendent. Once becoming a primary transcendent, it not only means an all-around enhancement of strength, speed, endurance, explosiveness, agility, and reaction speed, making it easy to fight tigers bare-handed, but also having a natural lifespan of up to 180 years. Any normal man, no, it should be said any normal human being, would definitely not resist becoming a transcendent. Han Chen is no exception. And importantly, the number of followers in the alien system is related to genetic evolution. Although the system did not explicitly state it, Han Chen felt that once he became a primary transcendent, the number of followers he could bind would definitely increase. After taking a few glances at the Superhuman System Mall, Han Chen flipped back to the Alien System interface and started editing on the Soul Network page's Mall data column. It's not wise to add non-repeatable items, I'll just use them myself, only add repeatable ones. The purchase price for the 10-year extension is 1000 wealth points, how much should I sell it for? If it's too expensive, Gu Haodong might not find it worthwhile, so let's make it cheaper, set it at 100 million renminbi, give him a little sweetness to taste. The key is the primary transcendence card, the purchase price is 3000 wealth points, this one can't be sold cheap, but the price can't be set too high, otherwise Gu Haodong won't be able to afford it at all, then I won't be able to profit from it, missing the point. Well, let's set it at 10 billion renminbi for now. Whether it's the 10-year extension or the primary transcendence card, the pricing is not one time. Han Chen is just testing the waters now, and will make adjustments based on the situation later. If he binds other wealthy and suitable tycoons in the future, setting the price at tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, and not in RMB but in USD, will not be a problem. But for now, we need to be practical. Since he has bound Gu Haodong, he has to base it on the actual situation there, not exceed the reality and talk about high prices. Otherwise it would be like owning a gold mine but unable to withdraw a penny, purely missing the point. Also, I can fabricate 2 items that look impressive but cannot be bought. Intermediate Transcendence Card, insufficient permissions, cannot view. Immortality Pass, insufficient permissions, cannot view. Oh, there's also the taskbar and points settings, need to adjust them slightly. Shortly after, the editing was completed. Zai carefully checked the Soul Network page once, confirmed that there were no omissions, and then Han Chen chose to project the page into Gu Haodong's consciousness. The night was dark, with no stars or moon in sight. In a 3-story villa near the West 2nd Ring Road of Yangcheng, Gu Haodong was in his study reading documents. Business has been getting harder these past 2 years. After looking at the financial reports of various industries under his name from last month, Gu Haodong frowned and sighed to himself. As a descendant of the family, although Gu Haodong usually kept a low profile in Yangcheng, he had invested in many industries across the country. In addition to operating in jewelry, supermarkets, tourism, wind power, and photovoltaic industries, he also had investments. However, due to the economic downturn in recent years, only the wind power and photovoltaic sectors were making some profit, while the jewelry business could barely break even. As for supermarkets and tourism, they had been in a continuous state of loss, with the losses increasing. Among the entire Gu family, his generation was currently the worst off. This made him very distressed, but also somewhat powerless. He was not a genius to begin with, unable to compare with his siblings. Otherwise, he would have taken off a few years ago and not still be dragging on at 30 years old. Sai, accept your mediocrity, admit that you are a waste, at most go back to your hometown for the new year and be scolded by the old man for being useless. Besides that, there's nothing else. Ha!
What's this? Go Haodong felt a wave of negativity and self-mockery in his heart.
But at this moment, a semi-transparent virtual screen suddenly popped up in front of him, causing his expression to slightly change. Congratulations on passing the preliminary test and meeting the membership criteria of the Wolf family.
Your system interface is currently loading. Wolf family? System?
Looking at the text on the screen in front of him, Gu Haodong's heart suddenly stirred. As a human who grew up in the era of internet information, he had read some online novels during his school days and knew that in many online novels, the protagonist would have extraordinary luck, encounter adventures, and then rise to the peak of life. And the manifestation of these adventures was often in the form of virtual interfaces projected out of nowhere. Although Gu Haodong did not think of himself as the one-in-a-million protagonist, mainly because he was not miserable and had a strong family background, he seemed more like an antagonist in a novel who had not suffered any grievances or hardships from childhood to adulthood. However, the appearance of some mysterious text in front of him unavoidably filled him with strong expectations. As the text on the screen in front of Gu Haodong scrolled to loading complete, a clean and simple semi-transparent white interface slowly unfolded in his field of vision.
Wolf family system.
Name, unnamed level, black iron personal strength, scum with a combat power of less than 5 wealth balance, to be recharged points, to be obtained missions. 2. Store, 4 items. You have 5 hints, focus your attention, and you can view the specific content, which will help you understand the system. Gu Haodong's eyes flickered a few times, and he quickly followed the instructions, focusing his attention and looking at the hints at the bottom of the interface. Hint 1, this is a family system created by a mysterious being from the Wolf civilization.
When you see this system interface in front of you, it means you have been chosen to join the Wolf civilization's big family and become one of its members. Hint 2, you can add your digital code and real name in the name column, such as 88 plus Zhang San. Hint 3, your current rank is Iron, with normal permissions.
Spend 100 points to upgrade to Bronze level, gaining more privileges to see and purchase more exotic goods from the Wolf civilization in the store. Hint 4, you can deposit money from your bank account into your wealth balance, which will help you purchase items in the store.
Hint 5, your current points are 0, you can accumulate points by completing tasks.
The mysterious existence of the Wolf civilization.
What is this Wolf civilization? Gu Haodong is now completely puzzled.
However, this does not prevent him from feeling that the system interface in front of him is very high-end.
Let's choose a code name and name first.
The code will be 1993, which happens to be the year I was born, and the name is Gu Haodong.
As the thought flashed, the system interface quickly displayed 1993 plus Gu Haodong in the name section.
After choosing a name, his gaze quickly shifted to the current store section.
Let's see what's in the store.
After fiddling around for a while, Gu Haodong quickly found a way to access the store, just by focusing his attention and silently chanting.
Store, 4 items for sale. 1.
10-year extension, 1 billion renminbi plus 30 points, can make your body function 10 years younger within 2 hours. For humans under 100 years old, if your luck is good and your body is well maintained during these 10 years, your lifespan extension will be more than 10 years, otherwise not.
2.
Primary Transcendence Card, 10 billion renminbi plus 100 points, allows you to complete genetic evolution, become a primary transcendent, and have powerful abilities and a natural lifespan of up to 180 years.
3. Intermediate Transcendence Card, insufficient level, no permission to view. 4. Immortality Gold Medal, insufficient level, no permission to view. The items in the store will be updated irregularly. Oh my gosh.
10-year extension, primary and intermediate transcendence cards, and immortality gold medal.
All good stuff.
After seeing the items in the store, although there were only 4, Gu Haodong's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became rapid. He didn't even consider the 10-year extension. As a 30-year-old who felt his body was still fine, the temptation was not that strong.
However, the primary transcendence card made Gu Haodong's eyes sparkle. As a normal man, who could resist becoming a legendary transcendent, possessing great power and a natural lifespan of 180 years? At least Gu Haodong admitted to himself that he couldn't. Requires 10 billion renminbi plus 100 points.
I don't have 10 billion renminbi now, but as long as I have some time, I can gather it.
But how can I get these 100 points? I remember I need to do tasks. Right, there seem to be 2 tasks in the taskbar.
Muttering to himself, Gu Haodong excitedly switched to the tasks section, then focused his attention and silently checked the task details.
You have 2 tasks. 1. A task from a member who does not want to reveal their name.
Task description, help sell 100 tons of stainless steel coil with a data model of
0.5*1219*C304/2B. Time limit 1 week, already started. Task reward, 10 points. 2. A task from a member who does not want to reveal their name. Task description, help sell 30 tons of bluefin tuna with an average weight of over 100 kilograms. Time limit 1 week, already counting. Task reward, 20 points. The total reward for these 2 tasks is only 30 points? That's so little. Go Haodong frowned. However, upon careful consideration, he felt somewhat relieved and chuckled. That's right, it's a primary superhuman card that can enable genetic evolution. If it were easily obtainable, it would be too cheap. Moreover, 30 points combined is not a small amount. Just now, I could gain 10 years of longevity. Spending 100 million renminbi to make oneself 10 years younger may not be cost-effective for ordinary people, but for the wealthy, it's definitely a profitable deal. However, how can I obtain the stainless steel coil and bluefin tuna mentioned in these 2 tasks? Just as Gu Haodong had this thought, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Choose to view items in the task description to gain item visibility. Then select a safe and suitable location, and you can retrieve the item. Gu Haodong promptly followed the instructions and started to examine the bluefin tuna. In an instant, he felt a flash of blue light before his eyes, as if a strange portal had opened in front of him. Following that, bluefin tunas with thin ice attached to their bodies suddenly and neatly appeared in his field of vision. He felt that with just a thought, he could transport them into the real world. I can't do this in the villa. I need to find a warehouse with a cold storage room to experiment. With this in mind, Gu Haodong immediately picked up his phone and called one of his trusted assistants. Xiaoma, hey, Xiaoma, prepare a cold storage room for me. I need to use it. Oh, remember to clear the area around the cold storage and cut off all surveillance. On the other side, Han Chen, who was sitting with his legs crossed on the hotel sofa, learned about everything happening on Gu Haodong's side through the shared vision of the Soul Network, and a faint smile appeared on his face. There are no mistakes or omissions. It seems that Gu Haodong has already been initially convinced by me. Next, I just need him to find a place to conduct the experiment of retrieving items out of thin air, and then there should be no problem. Transporting items from the system warehouse over a long distance requires consuming wealth points. However, according to the main system's prompt, if it's within the same time and space, on the same planet, the price is very cheap. A one-way transport only requires 1 wealth point, which is equivalent to a bargain. At this moment, Han Chen had only a few wealth points in his hands, just over 20, but it should be enough. After dealing with the stainless steel coil and bluefin tuna, I need to plan my finances carefully and then spend some of the funds as needed to accumulate wealth points. The items in the Superhuman system store are not only tempting for Gu Haodong, but I also find them equally tempting, especially the primary Superhuman card. Han Chen sighed inwardly. Just then, his phone on the side suddenly vibrated a few times. Taking a look, it was a WeChat message from Zhang Xiaotian. Thank you, Brother Lang, for the flowers. Brother Lang, love you. Brother Lang, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise and not let you down. Han Chen glanced at the message and typed, when did you book your ticket to come over? Zhang Xiaotian replied almost instantly, we happen to have a day off tomorrow. I've already booked my flight, and I should be able to arrive in Yangcheng by noon tomorrow at the latest. Han Chen, okay, I'll pick you up at the airport then. Zhang Xiaotian, okay, looking forward to meeting you, Brother Lang. Han Chen, still calling me Brother Lang? How about changing the address? Zhang Xiaotian sent a shy expression. Husband. After chatting with Zhang Xiaotian on WeChat for a while, Han Chen once again shifted his focus to Gu Haodong's side. Through the shared vision of the Soul Network, he could clearly see everything Gu Haodong saw, just like playing a game in first-person view, which was very peculiar. Seeing the scene of Gu Haodong making a phone call and leaving the villa by car, Han Chen couldn't help but think of some other matters. Since I can see Gu Haodong's perspective through the Soul Network, can I directly remotely guide Gu Haodong in stock trading? If that's possible, then I can make use of the fund manager system at that time, implant some future stock information into Gu Haodong's mall, or in task rewards. Han Chen thought it should be feasible. However, it has not been tested yet, and everything is still to be verified. Let's come up with a less abrupt way to let Gu Haodong test it out, and then we'll know. As the editor plus back-end administrator of the Wolf family system, Han Chen has quite a few ways to insert some new features into it. On Gu Haodong's end, after waiting for nearly 3 hours, upon receiving a call from assistant Xiaoma informing him that the matter of the cold storage had been taken care of, Gu Haodong didn't care whether he would be checked for drunk driving tonight, and hurriedly drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which he often drove, to a logistics park. This is a logistics park that integrates fruits, vegetables, and various frozen products. Inside, there are not only wholesale markets but also well-equipped cold storage facilities. Since most of the cold storage here is filled with goods, assistant Xiaoma had to work overtime for quite a while to clear out a cold storage that met Gu Haodong's requirements. After arriving at the logistics park, Gu Haodong got out of the car and exchanged a few words with assistant Xiao Ma, then dismissed him and quickly entered the cold storage. This is a cold storage with an area of over 300 square meters and a capacity of over 2,000 cubic meters. At this moment, the refrigeration equipment in the cold storage is running, and the temperature inside is very low, at tens of degrees below zero. Shortly after entering, Gu Haodong felt himself enveloped in countless chills, but fortunately, he was wearing a thick coat, so it wasn't a problem for a short time. After inspecting the cold storage alone and confirming that there were no cameras inside, Gu Haodong summoned the interface of the wolf family system and began to try to retrieve the bluefin tuna. As the space rippled slowly like water, large bluefin tunas appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 bluefin tunas were neatly stacked inside the cold storage. Seeing this scene, Gu Haodong felt a tremor in his heart. Gulp, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, then cautiously reached out to touch the bluefin tunas in front of him. When he truly felt their coldness and hardness, Gu Haodong's heart raced, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "A miracle, it's simply a miracle." So, this is the technological level of the wolf civilization? Just the ability to retrieve objects from the void. I wonder how many years ahead of Earth they are. If they have such powerful means, then it seems that the longevity of 10 years in the mall and the primary extraordinary card must be real. Besides being deeply shocked, Gu Haodong's predominant emotions were actually surprise and excitement. In his understanding, the more powerful methods displayed by the wolf family system, the more powerful the encounter he had obtained, and correspondingly, he would have the opportunity to seize more and better treasures from it in the future. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. After encountering a situation that cannot be fully understood and discovering something they need, the first emotion they feel is not fear but excitement. However, just as Gu Haodong was excited, a suddenly appearing virtual pop-up window made him calm down slightly. 30 tons of bluefin tuna, each weighing 100 kilograms, have been retrieved. You have received this task. Please complete it as soon as possible. The task is limited to 1 week, with the current remaining time, 6 days and 20 hours. Friendly reminder, strictly ignore the task and embezzle any money or items in the task. Once discovered, you will automatically be kicked out of the wolf family and marked with a red name, facing endless pursuit and killing by all members of the wolf family until your death. There is only 1 week for the task, and not only this task, but another task as well. I have to hurry up. Gu Haodong directly ignored the content of the friendly reminder and began to contemplate how to complete the task of selling bluefin tuna and earn points. After circling around this pile of bluefin tuna in the cold storage, Gu Haodong made a rough count and found that although there were 30 tons of them, the number of fish was not actually that many, around 160 fish. Converted, the average weight per fish is close to 200 kilograms. Judging by the smaller bluefin tuna, they weigh at least 120 kilograms, while the larger ones seem to weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. By the way, didn't Lao Wang mention something about bluefin tuna during dinner the other night? I'll give him a call to ask about the situation. If it's suitable, I'll have him deal with this batch of goods. If it's not suitable, I might as well buy it myself. After coming out of the cold storage, Gu Haodong took out his phone and dialed Wang Songming's number. "Hello, Lao Gu, why are you calling so late?" As soon as the call connected, Wang Songming's voice came through, with faint sounds of a woman and playing cards in the background. Gu Haodong immediately knew what he was up to but didn't bother teasing him. "I need to talk to you about something." "What's up? Just tell me. Remember when we talked about the bluefin tuna during dinner the other night? You mentioned having trouble with your source of goods in that area. Were you serious?" "I wasn't joking. Every time I think about it, I feel unlucky." "So, you haven't resolved the source of goods yet?" "Not yet, it's not that easy." Wang Songming said, "I plan to go to the island country tomorrow to inspect it in person. If it doesn't work out, even if the price is high, I'll have to accept it." At this point, Wang Songming found it strange. "But why are you calling me so late about this?" Gu Haodong smiled and threw out the prepared excuse, "It's a coincidence. A friend told me recently that he has a batch of bluefin tuna to sell. So, I called to ask for you, and I found out that he has several tens of tons of bluefin tuna for sale in Yangcheng." "Several tens of tons of bluefin tuna?" Wang Songming suddenly became alert. "Lao Gu, are you sure your friend has several tens of tons of bluefin tuna in Yangcheng?" "Several tens of tons? I'm very sure. I'm at the place where the goods are stored right now." Gu Haodong said, "I just checked, and there are a total of 30 tons. How about the quality of the goods?" "I can't be sure about the quality, but if you're interested, come over and see for yourself." "I'm interested, of course I'm interested." Wang Songming hurriedly said, "Give me the address, I'll come right away. I'll send you the location on WeChat, just follow the navigation." "Okay, that's it for now, I'll hang up." After hanging up the phone, Wang Songming pushed away the woman in front of him. Move, I have something to do. Then, ignoring the woman's resentful look, he quickly put on his clothes, pants, and shoes, and hurriedly drove through the navigation to the logistics park where Guhaodong was located. Upon entering the park, he drove up to Guhaodong, drifted the car to a stop, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. Lao Go, where are the goods? Follow me. Guhaodong glanced at him, then walked ahead, leading him into the cold storage. Stepping into the cold storage room, a cold blast hit Wang Songming, who was only wearing cropped pants and short sleeves, making him shiver. But when he saw the neatly stacked more than 100 bluefin tunas in front of him, his heart suddenly became hot. Wow, these are really bluefin tunas. Wang Songming suppressed the chill in his body, approached and circled around this batch of bluefin tunas, even reaching out to touch them, and carefully examined one of them. 1 minute later, while shivering, Wang Songming excitedly said, "Great goods, all great goods. Lao Ge, your friend is quite amazing. It's already May, yet he still has such plump bluefin tunas in hand. And judging by the species, they should all be Pacific bluefin from the island country." Finished looking? Finished. Alright, let's talk outside. It's too cold in here, freezing. At Guhaodong's suggestion, the two quickly left the cold storage. Outside, the temperature rose again. Wang Songming rubbed his arms back and forth and asked, "Where is your friend?" "Not here?" "Not here," Guhaodong smiled, "so, how about it? Do you like this batch of goods? If you do, just tell me, and I'll help you negotiate." "Isn't that obvious?" Wang Songming said, "These obviously plump Pacific bluefin tunas are scarce this season. I definitely like them." Bluefin tunas, especially Pacific bluefin, are usually of the best quality when they are plump and strong. Because this type of bluefin tuna has the most fat, the meat is tender and delicious, making it perfect for sushi and sashimi. However, these bluefin tunas are mostly available in winter and early spring. Although they can be found in other seasons, they are hard to catch. This is why every January in the island country, they hold a Tuna King competition, selecting a Tuna King worth millions. Apart from publicity, it's mainly because high-quality bluefin tunas are more likely to appear during that time. Guhaodong said, "Since you like them, give me a price." Hearing this, Wang Songming looked at Guhaodong suspiciously and said, "Lao Gu, tell me honestly, has your friend already resold this batch of bluefin tunas to you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so invested in this." Guhaodong half-jokingly smiled, "Not yet. It depends on how much you offer. If the price is too low, then forget it. I won't make a loss. I'll just earn some commission as a middleman." "You sly fox." Wang Songming realized and then said in a deep voice, "Since you're here to negotiate with me, I won't deceive you either. I think the quality of your friend's goods looks good. I can offer a minimum price of 600 renminbi per kilogram. The price in the island country has risen to 800 renminbi per kilogram. You're only offering this much? They have various certifications and have passed customs, but your friend's goods." Wang Songming lowered his voice, "If I'm not mistaken, these goods shouldn't have returned to the country through regular channels, right?" Guhaodong didn't deny it and chuckled, "If they had returned through regular channels, would you have the chance to pick them up here? They would have been bought by someone else long ago." "That's true." Wang Songming said, "I just gave you a minimum price. The specific price will depend on my people coming to inspect and evaluate the actual quality after thawing. How about this, if the average quality after inspection is not lower than A+, I can adjust the price upwards." Guhaodong asked, "How much of an increase?" "Don't beat around the bush, give me a clear answer." Wang Songming hesitated for a moment and said, "I can offer up to 750 renminbi per kilogram at most. After all, this is a batch of wild goods. I can't offer you a high price. We are both in the business, Lao Gu, you should have an idea in your heart." Guhaodong nodded at the words, "I understand. Okay, let's wait until after the inspection." Over 3 hours later, the inspection was completed. The specific inspection method naturally did not involve freezing all the bluefin tuna, but rather cutting a piece of meat from the tail of each bluefin tuna for freezing inspection. Generally, bluefin tuna caught are slaughtered and frozen for storage. Therefore, by examining the quality of a piece of meat from the tail, one can basically determine the quality of the entire fish. Although not 100% accurate, it is usually close to the mark. After the inspection, the final conclusion was that 60% of the quality of the 30 tons of bluefin tuna reached S grade, while the remaining 40% were all A grade and A+ grade. This batch of bluefin tuna could rank among the top in the New Year Tuna Trading Conference at the Tsukiji Market in Tokyo at the beginning of the year. Lao Gui, your friend's channel is impressive. Even at this time of year, to have 60% of S grade and 30 tons of goods. What's his name? Can you introduce me to him? I can't introduce him. He asked me to keep it confidential. Do you really need to be so secretive with me? Gu Haodong smiled and did not answer.
It's not that I'm being secretive with you, but I don't even know the member of the wolf family who issued the task, so how can I introduce him to you? After the inspection, Wang Songming re-evaluated the price of this batch of bluefin tuna and raised the price to 750 renminbi per kilogram. For this 30 tons of bluefin tuna with an unknown source, selling at 750 renminbi per kilogram is not a sky-high price, but it is definitely a fair price. Once the price was settled, the transaction quickly entered the transfer process. A total of 22.5 million renminbi was transferred to the account designated by Gu Haodong before dawn. As soon as the money was received, Gu Haodong immediately followed the system prompts to proceed with the transaction. With the new 22.5 million renminbi cleared, a virtual pop-up window appeared in front of Gu Haodong as scheduled, indicating the completion of the task. Congratulations on completing the task and receiving 20 points as a reward. There is still one task pending, please handle it promptly.
20 points, finally in hand.
Next, there is still a task to sell 100 tons of stainless steel coils. This task is much simpler.
Despite staying up all night, Gu Haodong was in a state of excitement and had no trace of sleepiness. He immediately began to plan another task enthusiastically.
The next morning, Han Shen woke up from his sleep and checked the alien system, showing a happy expression on his face. In the bank account set up by the alien system, there was an additional 22.5 million renminbi. Gu Haodong is quite proactive in completing tasks. He did not stay up with Gu Haodong last night. Before the latter contacted Wang Songming, he had already cut off the shared vision of the soul network and went to bed. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, Gu Haodong had already completed all the tasks. 30 tons of bluefin tuna, with an average price of 750 renminbi per kilogram, completely met Han Shen's expectations.
His initial conservative estimate was 400 renminbi per kilogram. After some operations, Han Shen easily transferred the 22.5 million renminbi into his own bank account.
In addition, by checking the text archive function of the Soul Network, he found that Gu Haodong, the old brother, seems to have accumulated 30 points, and then planned to spend 100 million renminbi to buy 10 more years of life. He had to quickly spend some money, accumulate 1,000 wealth points, and buy the 10-year extension of life to keep it for him. In order to avoid the embarrassing situation where Gu Haodong has both points and money, but cannot purchase the 10-year extension of life. Without staying at the hotel next to the 8 Directions restaurant for long, Han Shen quickly checked out. After solving the problem of the 5 Zhang temples outside, he used the shared vision of the Soul Network to check the progress of Gu Haodong's other task, estimating that the other party would be able to sell the 100 tons of stainless steel coils within today. It had to be admitted that people like Gu Haodong, who had a certain status in Yangchang, were really convenient when it came to handling things because of their extensive network of relationships and abundant channels. Spend money, spend money. Today's task is to spend money and accumulate wealth points. Just as Han Shen was thinking about where to spend money, his WeChat phone rang. Taking a look at his phone, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaotian calling on a video call, so he quickly answered. The screen flashed, and Zhang Xiaotian's beautiful face appeared in Han Shen's eyes, followed by the noisy voices of people and Zhang Xiaotian's sweet voice. Brother Lang, I've arrived in Yangcheng. Where are you?
You've arrived so quickly?
Yes, I got up early to catch the plane.
Wait for me at the airport exit. I'll come over to pick you up right away.
Okay.
Half an hour later, Han Shen picked up Zhang Xiaotian at the airport exit. The girl's outfit today was very cool and fashionable.
She wore a black trendy letter sun hat on her head, a pair of sunglasses on her straight bridge of the nose, a hint of makeup on her delicate and fair face, with rosy lips like ripe cherries, bright and tempting, as if silently enticing people to pick them quickly. A silver-white large wireless headset was worn around her fair neck, with a snow-white camisole inside her upper body, and a thin black-fitted long-sleeved jacket on the outside, outlining her slender waist and the abundant fruits on top of it, very eye-catching. Apart from a pair of sneakers on her lower body, she wore a pure white high-waisted peach short skirt, making her peach look round and perky, with long and well-proportioned legs. Looking at her beautiful and sexy curves, people couldn't help but admire her while also wanting to have a taste.
Wow, I really didn't expect this. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Ferrari F8, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim. Han Shen turned his head and asked, "What didn't you expect?"
Zhang Xiaotian took off her sunglasses, her beautiful and watery eyes shining as she looked at Han Shen and said with a smile, "When we were chatting on WeChat video last night, I thought Brother Lang, you were very handsome, but now that I see you in person, I realize you were even more handsome."
"Ha, you're flattering me." "I'm not flattering you, I really think you're handsome, Brother Lang." "Alright, I believe you."
Han Shen smiled, his gaze shifting from Zhang Xiaotian's face to her figure. "You look even better in person than on the live stream." As they spoke, Han Shen, unrestrained, boldly placed his palm on Zhang Xiaotian's snow-white and slender leg, gently stroking it.
"Thank you for the compliment, Brother Lang." Seeing his actions, Zhang Xiaotian's cheeks blushed slightly, showing a hint of nervousness. But as she had prepared herself mentally in advance, she didn't struggle, but instead cooperated by moving her delicate body closer to him, allowing his magic claws to easily explore everything he wanted to explore. Seeing her being so obedient, Han Shen was very satisfied. As she leaned closer, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her body, Han Shen's mind suddenly became lively. The next moment, his eyes lit up, and his hand went directly through the smooth lower back of the woman, pulling her into his arms. In the narrow space, Han Shen's sudden behavior left Zhang Xiaotian stunned, and then her emotions became somewhat flustered. "Lang Ji, don't do this here, there are still many people outside, we." Before she could finish her words, her alluring cherry lips were sealed by Han Shen. At this moment, the car was parked at the airport entrance. Because it was a Ferrari, many people outside were watching. Zhang Xiaotian was truly anxious, fearing that their intimate behavior in the car would be captured by someone's phone and posted online. Therefore, her tender body involuntarily tensed up and she began to struggle. Seeing this, Han Shen slightly backed away and whispered in her ear, "Do you like Chanel or Hermes bags? If you do, I'll take you shopping later. I do like them, but you can choose whatever you want later, and I'll foot the bill. How about that?" With Han Shen's words, what else could Zhang Xiaotian say? She didn't say anything, just bit her silver teeth, gazed at Han Shen with her clear and charming eyes filled with moisture, then raised her delicate lotus arm to wrap around his neck, lifted her white chin, and actively offered her lips to him. After a brief exchange with Zhang Xiaotian at the airport exit, Han Shen drove for nearly half an hour on the road. Arriving at Guamao Center, they got off the car. Zhang Xiaotian awkwardly took out a mirror from her bag and examined her face, neck, forehead, and hair repeatedly. Han Shen stood by, watching her actions with a smile but remained silent. "You're still laughing." Seeing his reaction, Zhang Xiaotian glanced at him with some resentment, blushing and pouting. This guy was a bit too much in the car just now, actually. She felt too embarrassed to say it. Anyway, her makeup was all messed up, but luckily she only wore light makeup, so the impact was not significant. Otherwise, just fixing her makeup would keep her busy. Han Shen said, "Alright, stop looking in the mirror. You already look beautiful." Zhang Xiaotian muttered, "Is this a matter of looking good or not? I didn't touch up my makeup, I'm checking for any dirt." Seeing that everything was fine, she put away the mirror, then walked up to Han Shen, obediently linking her arm with his, and entered Guamao Center together, chatting and laughing. Because they needed to spend money to accumulate wealth points, Han Shen was quite generous today. He took Zhang Xiaotian to Chanel and Hermes stores, letting her buy whatever she liked. However, Zhang Xiaotian didn't know what Han Shen was thinking and didn't dare to spend too much. In total, they only spent 360,000 yuan. For Han Shen, this was just a drop in the bucket. But for Zhang Xiaotian, who had never splurged like this before, it made her ecstatic, with her ears turning red and her whole body feeling hot. Looking at Han Shen's increasingly affectionate expression, her eyes kept watering, as if she was on the verge of tears. She felt that coming to Yangcheng this time was truly the right choice. Later, she planned to find a quiet place to properly thank Han Shen, her sugar daddy. As Zhang Xiaotian walked out of the Hermes store, carrying shopping bags and linking arms with Han Shen, looking affectionate, on the other side of the corridor, Lu Man, who was aimlessly shopping, was slightly stunned when she saw this scene. Han Shen? Due to the company's holiday schedule adjustment, today was still a holiday, and it was not yet time to go to work. Her best friend, Zuen Yinyan, had gone back to her hometown, while Lu Man was left alone in Yangcheng for the festival. After spending the past few days cooped up in her rented room, she felt restless today. So, she decided to carry the second-hand Chanel replica bag she bought online and come to Guamao Center to pass the time. Seeing the young couple holding hands coming out of the Hermes store ahead, she didn't pay much attention at first. But when she noticed that the young man looked somewhat like Han Shen, she immediately focused all her attention on him. Is it him? I must not be mistaken, right? Because they were not close enough, Luan didn't dare to confirm that the person was Han Shen at first. So, driven by curiosity, she quickly walked up. As the distance closed, the appearance of the young couple in Lu Wan's sight kept enlarging, and she finally saw the specific appearance of the two. One was quite hot and sexy, with good looks. Even Lu Wan admitted that she was very beautiful. This woman was carrying several shopping bags with Chanel and Hermes logos, bulging in shape, obviously filled with goods. The other had a tall and robust figure, well-defined features, and a handsome face. But that face was too familiar to Lu Wan, she kept dreaming of him recently at night. Who else could it be if not Han Chen? It really is him. Luan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This guy, actually cheating on Nian Nian outside with other women. Truly a scumbag. Luan usually had little contact with Han Chen and had no idea how exciting his private life was. So, in her eyes, Han Chen was only involved with Nian Nian. Little did she know that Han Chen's radishes were already blooming all over the place, with dozens of radish pits already occupied. However, upon seeing Han Chen fooling around outside and clearly having an affair with other women, Luan's first reaction was not to feel angry for Nian Nian's sake, but rather a strange sense of joy. Because, since Han Chen was indeed a fickle scumbag, not an honest person, it meant that his relationship with Nian Nian was not that reliable. In such a situation, did she have a chance to take advantage of it? But Luan only thought about it subconsciously. Her inner dignity and self-esteem quickly made her blush and curse herself for being so weak. Pa. Luan, oh Luan, what nonsense are you thinking? Taking advantage of the situation, isn't he just a stinky man? Why bother with him? Be sensible, don't be cheap. Luan raised her hand and patted her forehead, forcing herself to calm down. However, even though she did so, due to thinking about Han Chen all the time recently, her feelings towards him were more complicated than repulsive. So, the slight palpitation in her heart was something she couldn't suppress. Fortunately, her rationality was still intact, and at this moment, Luan wouldn't do anything impulsive. Seeing Han Chen and the beautiful woman flirting in front of the Hermes store for a while, hand in hand walking towards her, Luan didn't avoid them, but boldly walked up to them. Han Chen had actually noticed Luan a long time ago. Originally, he and Zhang Xiaotian were lingering in front of the Hermes store, wanting to give Luan some time to leave, to avoid an awkward encounter. But he didn't expect this girl to be so clueless and had to come over to bother them. Oh, Luan, what a coincidence, you're also shopping here. When Luan approached, Han Chen greeted her with a feigned surprise. Yeah, what a coincidence. Luan smiled slightly, showing no abnormality on her face, then looked at Zhang Xiaotian. Who is this beauty? Before Han Chen could introduce her, Zhang Xiaotian took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, I'm a little fan of Brother Lang, my surname is Zhang, you can call me Zhang Zhang. Han Chen nodded slightly. This girl was also sensible, not speaking out of turn. Hello. Luan replied to Zhang Xiaotian, then said again, Han Chen, you're quite something. When did you hook up with such a beautiful girl and let her be your little fan? Han Chen said, I've always been quite something, we've known each other for so long, you should know that, right? Lu Chang understood instantly what he meant, nothing more than peeping at the little things between him and Zhuan Yan Yan. Although Lu Chang had never admitted it, Han Chen vaguely mentioned it in this situation, which made her unable to help feeling a little flustered, and immediately glared at Han Chen unkindly, saying, Oh, you are indeed quite capable, your means of coaxing girls are top-notch. Tisk, why do I smell a hint of jealousy in your words? What jealousy? Stop talking nonsense, I have no interest in a man like you at all. Lu Chang was indeed a bit sour at the moment, but she could not admit it. Instead she retorted sternly. Han Chen smiled, did not respond. Since you are not interested in me, why are you in such a hurry? At this time, Zhang Xiaotian whispered on the side, Brother Lang, is this Miss Lu pursuing you? Lu Chang frowned at the words, dissatisfied. What do you mean by pursuing me? I said I have no interest in him. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it? Oh, that's good. Zhang Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said, Brother Lang is such a good guy, one more person who likes him means one more person competing with me. Since Miss Lu, you are not his pursuer, then I can rest assured. Thank you for letting Brother Lang, such an outstanding person, go. Lu Chang. Hearing Zhang Xiaotian's words, Lu Chang's mouth twitched. She was not stupid, clearly hearing the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaotian's words, mocking her for being blind. In fact, Zhang Xiaotian was not wrong. In the matter of Han Chen, she was indeed a bit blind at first, so that in the end he ended up with Zhuan Yan Yan, while she could only stand aside and watch silently. Seeing Lu Chang looking frustrated, Han Chen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. It seems that women understand women better. With just a few words, Zhang Xiaotian made Lu Chang speechless. Admiringly, he hugged Zhang Xiaotian tightly around the waist, coughed lightly, and said, Let's not talk anymore, Zhang and I have something to do, so we'll leave first, you can take your time shopping. With that, Han Chen hugged Zhang Xiaotian and left. Lu Chang stood still, her eyes following the two of them, gritting her teeth, and stomping her foot after a moment. A pair of dog men and women. Seeing the intimate figure of the two gradually moving away, Lu Chang felt more and more aggrieved, feeling that she must show Han Chen some color, otherwise she would not feel relieved. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she quickly came up with an idea. This guy, clearly already with Nian Nian, but still fooling around outside,
I'll take evidence, then tell Nian Nian, let her see your true colors.
With that in mind, she silently took out her phone, opened the camera, and quickly followed. Han Chen and Zhang Xiaotian naturally noticed Lu Chang following them all the time.
Brother Lang, she's following us.
I see. Who is this woman after all?
I think she seems to care about you quite a bit, Brother Lang. What kind of care is that? It's just pure complaint.
Complaint?
That's right, she was interested in me before, trying to hook me, but I didn't fall for it. Instead I hooked her friend, and then she has been holding a grudge against me.
So that's how it is.
Zhang Xiaotian did not doubt Han Chen's words, but rather thought that this should be the truth. Because, when she looked at Lu Chang, she saw a bit of her past self. After the falling out with Brother Go and her friend Pan Min, how similar was it to this situation? But fortunately, she met Brother Lang, was rescued by him, and now she's basically on shore. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian held Han Chen's arm with a soft hand, slightly hardening it. Brother Lang is such a high-quality, wealthy and handsome sugar daddy, attracting a lot of attention. This time, he must seize the opportunity and firmly hold onto his thigh, otherwise, if he relaxes a little, he might become the next Lu Man. With a slight tilt of her head, Zhang Xiaotian glanced at Lu Man not far behind her, and took the initiative to suggest, Brother Lang, do you want me to help you deal with her, scold her, and vent your anger? No need, don't bother with her, Han Chen shook his head. At this moment, he glanced at Lu Man from the corner of his eye, and a virtual light screen popped up in front of him.
Lu Man, a beautiful woman.
Treasure Box 1, if your collection level reaches 80%, you will obtain 1/10 of the identity of a time and space smuggler, intermediate. The identity fragment of the time and space smuggling system is only 1/10 away from intermediate level, but not only does Lu Man have 1 out of 10, but also last night, while watching the live broadcast on Douyin, there was a girl named Tuan Bao in the doll family who also has 1/10, right?
In this way, won't it overlap? What is the mother system doing? Is it a bug? Probably not.
Han Chen thought for a moment and felt that the system probably gave him more choices, allowing him to pursue any girl he wanted, not limited to just one person.
Perhaps, after obtaining the treasure box from either Tuan Bao or Lu Man, the contents of the treasure box on the other person will change?
Whether the actual situation matches the speculation is still unknown at the moment, but it will be revealed when the time comes. As their thoughts shifted, Han Chen and Zhang Xiaotian had already left the Guamao Center and arrived at the square outside.
Brother Lang, where are we going now?
Zhang Xiaotian asked, her face blushing, her eyes filled with affectionate anticipation. Obviously, at this moment, she no longer felt the nervousness, shyness, and panic she had when she first met Han Chen, but was looking forward to what would happen when she was alone with him.
However, Han Chen's mind was more focused on spending money to accumulate wealth points.
His eyes roamed ahead, and he soon locked onto a real estate agency across the square with a sign that read Duanhua Real Estate. Let's go, accompany me to look at houses.
Look at houses? Zhang Xiaotian blinked. Brother Lang, are you planning to buy a house?
Han Chen nodded slightly. Yes, see if there's a suitable one, buy if there is, forget it if there isn't. On the way from the airport to the Guamao Center, while driving and asking Zhang Xiaotian to help cook millet porridge, Han Chen had already planned how to spend money today. Taking Zhang Xiaotian to Chanel and Hermes boutiques for shopping was just one part of it.
To accumulate enough wealth points, he had to focus on buying a house. Although he had been living comfortably in hotels these days, with everything at his fingertips and freedom to come and go, it was relaxing. However, Han Chen still didn't have a place of his own in Yangcheng, which was inconvenient at times.
If he didn't have money, it would be fine, but since he had money and was planning to spend it, he definitely needed to settle down in Yangcheng. Brand name clothing, luxury cars, top-tier watches, luxury homes, all were things he wanted to purchase. Perhaps in the future, when his horizons broaden and he has enjoyed enough, he won't be so enthusiastic about these things, even disdainful. But that's in the future. For now, he hasn't enjoyed them yet, so he naturally needs to enjoy them first. Of course, the real estate industry in China is currently imbalanced in supply and demand. Already in the sunset phase, a slight misstep could lead to falling into a pit and being taken over by others. Then watching others eat with their mouths full of oil, you can only envy, and hate, without even the qualification to break the net like a dead fish. Because you lack the ability to treat all beings equally, you can only obediently let others exploit you, and when you are cheated, you can only deceive yourself with the old saying, endure for a while until the wind and waves are calmed to achieve self-psychological balance. So for those who don't have money or urgent needs, it's really unnecessary to overdraft their future wealth for the next few decades to buy a house. It's not cost-effective, it's tiring, and it's easy to end up making wedding clothes for others, and then having to become a real workhorse. For ordinary people with a bit of money, isn't it better to live in the present, eat well, sleep well, take care of your health,
rather than insist on buying a house for some miscellaneous reasons? However, although everyone understands the reasoning, there are very few who can truly practice it among the masses. Fortunately, Han Chen is no longer an ordinary person now. People like Han Chen, who can get money at any time and need to spend money on accumulating wealth, are not so particular. On the square in front of the Guomao Center, after chatting with Zhang Xiaotian for a few words, Han Chen hugged her and walked forward. Let's go take a look first. Okay. The two walked through the square and arrived at the Duanhua real estate agency. Lu Qian followed closely like a shadow. As soon as they entered the lobby, a male salesperson in a black suit warmly greeted them. The male salesperson's surname is Zhang, respectfully referred to as Xiao Zhang, speaking fluent Mandarin, and kept introducing to Han Chen. After scanning the lobby, seeing that there were no pretty girls who met the standard in this store, Han Chen didn't intend to change salesperson, and directly said to Xiao Zhang, "No need for nonsense, just introduce me to the high-end residential properties, villas, and large flats that your company is operating." Xiao Zhang was stunned, then said, "Okay, sir, no problem. May I ask your surname?" Han Chen said, instructing, "Remember, don't recommend houses that have had a significant price drop in the past 2 years. I only want properties in areas that are relatively stable in value. Don't try to deceive me, otherwise, I don't mind going to another real estate agency to look at houses." Han Chen was too lazy to beat around the bush and directly laid out the ugly truth. The waters in the real estate industry are undoubtedly deep. Even though he is buying a house now with the goal of spending money to accumulate wealth, money can be spent freely, but that doesn't mean he likes being cheated. Houses in areas where prices have been clearly unstable in recent years are basically not considered by him. Unless in the future, his own strength expands to the point where he can influence or even drive up the prices in an area, he will consider such investments and hoard houses at will. Xiao Zhang hurriedly said, "Mr. Han, rest assured, our Duanhua real estate service philosophy has always been customer-oriented, and we specialize in managing houses in high-end neighborhoods. Most of these neighborhoods are located within the 3rd Ring Road of Yangchang, and the prices of houses within the 3rd Ring Road of Yangchang in recent years have remained relatively stable." The salesperson Xiao Zhang was not making up stories. After the mask disease, the average price of houses in Yangcheng dropped from nearly 20,000 renminbi to just over 10,000 renminbi, almost halved. However, most of the areas where prices have fallen are within the 3rd and 4th Ring Roads and beyond. Within the 3rd Ring Road of Yangcheng, due to the huge population density, various schools, shopping malls, hospitals, residential areas are densely packed, coupled with the continuous influx of people from the surrounding areas towards the 3rd Ring Road, the prices of houses are still relatively stable. Of course, there are also some areas that are depreciating, such as old and dilapidated houses. Anyway, houses in good locations are still very popular. Houses in poor locations are just out of luck. Han Chen's first choice is naturally a villa within the 3rd Ring Road that retains its value. The house that meets this requirement can only be found in the Imperial River Bay Villa area, which is known as the #1 luxury residential area in Yangcheng. However, the prices there are quite high, with an average price of at least over 80 million renminbi per villa. With Han Chen's current funds, paying in full is out of the question, so he can only pay in installments. Initially, he was somewhat interested, but upon further inquiry, he learned that the 2 villas currently for sale in Imperial River Bay are still under renovation and would take at least a year or more before he could move in. This made him give up the idea of buying a villa in Imperial River Bay directly. When choosing to buy a luxury home, Han Chen naturally wanted to move in as soon as possible and experience the decadent life of the wealthy. Waiting for renovations for a year or more was not something he could do. After understanding Han Chen's specific needs, Xiao Zhang recommended a large flat near the Guomao Center. "Mr. Han, this large flat is in the Cloud Chinese Mansion, just a short distance behind our company, only half a block away from the Guomao Center. It is also a high-end residential area in the core area of Yangcheng, completely meeting your requirements. Would you like to go and see the house? Then let's go take a look." Han Chen nodded slightly. The journey was not far, just a few minutes by car. Xiao Zhang quickly called a business car specifically used to pick up clients to view the house and invited Han Chen and a few others to get in. In the meantime, Lu Wan was a bit curious and followed suit by getting into the car. Seeing this, Han Chen stared at her with a smile, but she seemed unaware and instead asked Xiao Zhang about the Cloud Chinese Mansion as if she also wanted to buy a large flat. The business car soon arrived at the Cloud Chinese Mansion community. After getting off the car, led by Xiao Zhang, they went straight to the large flat. It must be said that the location of the house recommended by Xiao Zhang is indeed very good, adjacent to the Guomao Center, the most prosperous commercial district in Yangcheng, surrounded by various high-end shops, 5-star restaurants, and many internationally renowned companies. Not only is it convenient for travel, but it also ranks among the top in Yangcheng's property value preservation areas.
The entire house is located on the 20th floor of Building A in the Cloud Chinese Mansion, a prime floor that neither feels isolated due to its height nor loses the advantage of a high-altitude view due to being too low. The area of this large flat is extremely spacious, occupying an entire floor with over 500 square meters. It is not a bare house but one that has already been renovated, with a reasonable interior layout and clear division of functional areas. In addition to the large living room, dining room, kitchen, study, balcony, and public bathrooms, there are a total of 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet.
In terms of interior decoration, this house is also very exquisite.
The overall design style is modern and luxurious, with high-end custom furniture, exquisite artworks, and warm lighting design, giving a modern yet artistic feel.
Most importantly, Manhwa Real Estate Company has conducted a comprehensive health check on this house before,
ensuring that the furniture, flooring, and all decorations are safe products, not just looking luxurious on the surface but filled with harmful substances such as formaldehyde and benzene inside. After seeing it, Han Shin felt it was quite good and in line with his vision of a luxurious large flat, so he directly asked, "How much is this house priced at?"
Xiao Zhang replied, "The asking price from the homeowner is 29.5 million renminbi. Han Shin then asked, "How long has this house been listed with your agency?"
Xiao Zhang said, "It was just listed a few days ago, and you are the third person to come and view it. I won't hide it from you, the first two actually liked this house, but due to budget constraints, they ultimately chose to give up."
Han Shen nodded slightly. This large flat was indeed not bad.
Not to mention the renovation, luxury decoration is now a standard feature of large flats, nothing particularly surprising. The main reason is the good location. The floor is also suitable, with balconies on all sides. You can perfectly overlook the scenery of Yangcheng. Currently, the prices of second-hand houses in this area are all above 40,000 renminbi per square meter, and the overall house price in the Yinzhong Huafu community is over 50,000 renminbi. Since the outbreak of the epidemic, the house prices in this community have hardly fluctuated in the past 2 years and have remained very strong.
This large flat is definitely considered a relatively valuable property. Of course, people without money can only look on helplessly. The listing price for this property is close to 30 million renminbi. Although it is estimated that the price can still be negotiated, this kind of property is undoubtedly not intended for the poor. Although Yangcheng is the provincial capital of Lingnan province, due to its economy not being at the forefront domestically, the current average housing price is only over 10,000 renminbi per square meter. Therefore, a housing price of over 50,000 renminbi per square meter is definitely considered top tier in Yangcheng. Compared to places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen where housing prices easily reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, there is no comparison. After viewing the house, Han Chen and others returned to the Duanhua Real Estate Agency to negotiate the price of the large flat. Since the owner of the large flat is not in Yangcheng, the sale of the house is fully handled by the Duanhua Real Estate Agency. Therefore, Han Chen, Xiao Zhang, and the sales manager of Duanhua Company had an open conversation and directly learned the bottom price of the house. In the end, including the agency fee and transfer fee, the price of this large flat was finalized at 32 million renminbi. Han Chen was not familiar with the various procedures for property transfer, so he had to entrust Duanhua Real Estate Agency to help with the transfer, resulting in some additional expenses. The main expense was the deed tax. The area of this large flat is over 140 square meters, which is considered a non-ordinary residential property, and the purchase price exceeds 20 million renminbi. According to the local tax regulations in Yangcheng, the deed tax rate that needs to be paid is 5%, reaching the maximum amount. Just this item alone required Han Chen to pay nearly 1.5 million renminbi in taxes. In the future, every time a transfer is made, the buyer must pay a 5% tax, which amounts to over a million RMB each time. Han Chen had never bought a house before and was truly unaware of these matters, but now he had gained some insight. It can only be said that being a country leader is truly profitable. Money comes in without much effort. If I could also establish a country to play with in the future, that would be great, Han Chen thought to himself. As Han Chen took out his bank card and paid 32 million renminbi, a prompt appeared before him. Your wealth value plus 3,020. Adding this to his existing wealth, Han Chen's current wealth value reached 3,078 points. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned the Superman system and purchased an item from it. Consuming 1,000 wealth points, you gain 10 years of longevity. After the purchase was completed, a card that could extend a person's life by 10 years appeared in the mother system's warehouse.
After a few operations, Han Shen linked this card to the alien system, embedding it into the Wolf Family System mall for the bound believers to purchase at any time.
Done.
Next, I just need to wait for Go Haodong to obediently send the money over.
Han Shen thought to himself.
Beside him, Zhang Xiaotian and Lu Wan, who had just watched him pay 32 million renminbi in full for a large flat, had different expressions. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were shining brightly, looking at Han Shen as if he were a treasure. A house worth 30 million renminbi. After only looking at it once and spending less than an hour, he had made a decision and paid for it directly with his card. Although she had long known that Han Shen, this wealthy father, was not short of money, but now seeing his clean and neat handwriting when buying a house, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but feel secretly excited again, once again feeling that she had chosen the right person this time. Lang Gu, he is very rich, and he is also very generous in spending money. Encountering such a wealthy father, as long as she pleases him, will she still worry about not having money to spend in the future? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaotian's mouth lifted a trace of excitement, feeling mentally and physically pleased about her bright financial future. But then, as she thought of something, her gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Wan, her eyes narrowing. Although Lu Wan had clearly stated before that she was not interested in Han Shen, as a woman, Zhang Xiaotian did not believe a word of what she said, because she had previously made many similar hypocritical remarks due to saving face. Outstanding men are like a piece of fat meat. As long as a normal woman sees it, she will be tempted. However, this woman surnamed Lu is also a fool. She clearly knew Lang Gu before, but she didn't take the initiative. It serves her right that she can't taste Lang Ge's meat. Zhang Xiaotian secretly mocked Lu Wan in her heart, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. But at the same time, she also made up her mind not to become the next Lu Wan. Lu Wan was unaware of Zhang Xiaotian's thoughts. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Han Shen. A house worth 30 million, Han Shen, this guy, actually bought it so easily? Has he become so wealthy? Lu Wan's understanding of Han Shen was still limited to him becoming rich and owning a Ferrari. Although she knew he had become wealthy, it was just a vague impression. Witnessing Han Shen purchase a luxury house worth 30 million in less than an hour now, it was quite a shock to Lu Wan. The male colleague she had never paid attention to before had now grown to a point where she could only look up to him. It's ridiculous that I used to want to act reserved, aloof, and serious in front of him. Faced with the olive branch he extended, I arrogantly expressed that he was not worthy. In his eyes, I must be a clown, right? Yes, a clown. Besides self-mockery, Lu Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaotian, feeling a tug at her heart. Such a beautiful girl had been won over by Han Shen, and it seemed she was very obedient. This guy was never short of women around him. Thinking of this, Lu Wan completely abandoned the idea of taking any photos of Han Shen and Zhang Xiaotian being intimate and sending them to Zuan Yanyan. Because even if those photos were sent to Zuan Yanyan, making her angry and causing a conflict with Han Shen, so what? As a wealthy and handsome man, would he lack women? Without her, he would just find another one. Staring at Han Shen's handsome profile, Lu Wan's mood was somewhat complicated. When Han Shen turned around and saw Lu Wan's resentful eyes, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Why are you looking at me like that? You look like I slept with you but didn't pay." Hearing his words, Lu Wan's eyes became even more resentful. She had intended to retort a few words, but when the words reached her lips, what came out of her lips was, "I never expected that you would be so wealthy, buying a 30 million house without hesitation. You really are a big shot. You only realize now that I'm wealthy? It seems that your understanding of me was still too little before." Han Shen smiled, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "But if you are willing to deepen your understanding of me now, it's not too late." Lu Wan understood his meaning instantly, and her cheeks flushed red. In the past, she would have fluttered her eyelashes, stared back at him, and said directly to him, "You dream, you scumbag." But now, her heart is in a mess, not glaring at him, nor speaking against him, just saying, "I have something to do, I'll leave first." With that, she didn't stay long in this place either, turned around and left with a graceful posture. Han Shen saw the situation and didn't stop her, letting her leave. After everything was settled at Duanhua Real Estate Agency, Han Shen took Zhang Xiaotian to Guomao Center to shop for household items, including bedsheets, duvet covers, comforters, pillowcases, hangers, shoes, umbrellas, chewing gum, snacks, toiletries, and so on. Although the large flat in Yunzhong Huafu can be moved in with a bag, ordinary daily necessities still need to be purchased by Han Shen himself. After a busy day of non-stop work, it was basically settled by 3 in the afternoon. In the living room of the large flat, various household items were placed in bags, and Zhang Xiaotian was bending over to count them. After moving the last item, Han Shen walked in and saw her bending over, looking extremely sexy. The flame in his heart suddenly ignited, and he walked behind her, reaching out and embracing her. "Oh, Longa, you scared me."
Zhang Xiaotian was suddenly attacked and let out a scream.
But she didn't struggle, instead blushing and leaning softly into Han Shen's arms, letting him do as he pleased. Han Shen was not polite at all, directly searching for what he wanted on her body, and finally getting what he wanted. Jiang Zhang/Zhang Xiaotian's collection degree has reached 80%. You have obtained a 6-month special agent experience card. While Han Shen was exploring the truth in the large flat on the 20th floor of Building A in Yunzhong Huafu, on the other side, Lu Man returned to her residence and collapsed on the sofa in the living room for a long time. Her mood was very complicated, and she was all in a mess. There was the embarrassment and excitement she felt when she peeked at Han Shen and Zhuan Yanyan before. There was the reserve and pride she had never let go of. There was the annoyance and displeasure she felt when she saw Han Shen and Zhang Xiaotian being affectionate just now. There was also the shock and regret she felt when she found out that Han Shen had fully paid for a $3 million luxury house, as well as the excitement, embarrassment, and excitement she felt when she heard Han Shen say that she could get to know him better not long ago. Various emotions intertwined, entangled in her mind, one moment this, the next that.
Lu Man felt like she was going crazy. He's just a stinky man. Why do I keep thinking about him? There are plenty of good men in the world. Just a moment ago, Lu Man had these thoughts. But the next moment, her thoughts changed again. There are indeed many good men in the world, but I can't meet any other good men, and even if I do, I can't talk to them. Forcing a conversation would only cheapen myself and be looked down upon.
In the end, it's better to be like Han Shen, at least he's not stingy. Lu Man actually admitted that she was not a steadfast good woman. She was just a materialistic girl who cared about her face and longed for a refined life, fundamentally no different from Zhuan Yanyan, otherwise the two of them wouldn't have become good friends. In short, she just wanted to earn money standing up. But obviously, due to her insufficient rank, circle, and ability, what she wanted in her heart was far from reality. With a slight sigh in her heart, Lu Man rubbed her messy hair and was about to pick up her phone to watch some short videos when her WeChat phone suddenly rang. Looking closely, it was a call from Zhuan Yanyan, so she quickly answered and started chatting with her. The two women talked for a few minutes, and Lu Man couldn't help but vaguely hint to her that Han Shen might have other women outside. Unexpectedly, Zhuan Yanyan didn't care at all, but instead casually said that a high-class handsome guy like Han Shen would be strange if he didn't mess around outside. Besides, she wasn't Han Shen's girlfriend, so even if she knew about it, she couldn't control it. Lu Chang listened helplessly for a while. How can you have this kind of attitude now? You will be kicked by him sooner or later. Zhuan Yanyan said, what else can I do without this attitude? The relationship between him and me is not even considered an underground lover. It has always been a clear exchange of benefits. Even if one day he really stops contacting me, it's okay. I have experienced everything I should, there is nothing to regret. Lu Chang was a bit frustrated. I don't know if I should say you are indifferent or incompetent. It's a waste of such a good opportunity from the beginning. If you think I can't do it, then you do it yourself. I don't mind you interfering, you have always known that. Oh, stop pretending. We are best friends. Do you think I don't understand your thoughts? You understand nothing. Okay, I won't say anymore, that's it. With that, Lu Chang ended the call directly. Then she put down her phone, touched her slightly hot cheeks, and bit her thin lips. Nian is so incompetent. Since she has a relationship with Han Shen, she doesn't know how to keep him. It's such a waste of a great opportunity. If it was me that Han Shen was trying to pursue from the beginning, I would have already had him firmly in my grasp. How could I be like her now, neither here nor there, not daring to say anything even if Han Shen flirts outside? Useless, what a useless best friend. The more she thought about it, the more Lu Chang felt that Zhuan Yanyan was a useless best friend. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and muttered, Yanyan, my good best friend, I didn't want to compete with you for a man, but now, your actions are really disappointing. Since you can't control this kind of man, fine, let me take care of it. In the past, Lu Chang would have hesitated to compete with her best friend Zhuan Yanyan because of face. However, after a series of events and even Zhuan Yanyan explicitly stating in a WeChat call that she didn't mind her interference, it made Lu Chang's long-suppressed impulse suddenly burst out and couldn't be restrained anymore. Outside a warehouse in Yangchang, in a Rolls-Royce car. Congratulations on completing the task and receiving a reward of 10 points. Your points have reached the standard. By spending 30 points plus 100 million renminbi, you can purchase 10 years of extended life from the mall. After selling 100 tons of stainless steel coils and deducting the earned 62 million renminbi, Gu Haodong finally saw 2 lines of virtual prompts. Because she had the idea of purchasing 10 years of extended life to see the effect, she had no hesitation and directly recharged the prepared 100 million renminbi from her bank account into the wealth balance of the Wolf family system.
Recharge completed. Your current wealth balance is 100 million renminbi.
Then, she opened the system mall, selected the item of 10 years of extended life, and silently purchased it. Spending 30 points plus 100 million renminbi, you obtained the item, 10 years of extended life. 10 years of extended life, this is a magical item that can make your body functions 10 years younger within 2 hours after use. If you are currently under 100 years old and follow-up adjustments are made properly, your lifespan extension will be more than 10 years, and vice versa. You have an item 10 years of extended life available for use. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes, use it immediately, Ge Haodong silently said in her heart. 10 years of extended life has been used, and your body functions are being improved. At first, Ge Haodong didn't feel any changes in her body, but gradually, after about 10 minutes, she clearly felt a rush of heat spreading all over her body. No discomfort, just a warm feeling, as if the whole person is soaking in a hot spring, body and mind being cleansed, very comfortable. Is this the improvement in function caused by the 10-year longevity? It's really amazing. Ge Haodong closed his eyes and felt silently. Before long, he relaxed all over and fell asleep. It wasn't until 2 hours later, when the 10-year longevity improvement ended and the heat disappeared, that he woke up from his sleep. The 10-year longevity has taken effect. Your body functions are 10 years younger, equivalent to being in a 20-year-old state. Ge Haodong got out of the car, moving his limbs while feeling his body's condition. Indeed, I have become younger. My body and limbs are more energetic, even my thinking is clearer than before. At 20, my physical fitness is even better than when I was 30. Although he didn't experience a rebirth-like transformation, feeling 10 years younger in terms of body functions still made Ge Haodong notice many different changes. He got back into the car, took off the detachable rearview mirror, and examined his face. He found that both his skin condition and mental state had greatly improved. Especially the bloodshot eyes accumulated over the past 10 years, as well as the dark circles caused by staying up late, had almost disappeared. In addition, some scars on his body had also vanished, such as the surgical scar on his abdomen left from a car accident 3 years ago, which was now completely gone. Overall, I suddenly became 10 years younger. Fortunately, my facial features haven't changed, otherwise, if my friends who know me well saw me, I wouldn't know how to explain. Ge Haodong indeed looked younger than before now, but his overall appearance remained the same. He was satisfied with this. He felt that his face was softer when he was 20, and he didn't like his younger self, preferring his mature self. After summarizing all the changes in his body, Ge Haodong quickly shifted his focus back to the system mall. Looking at the primary transcendence card that required 100 points and 1 billion renminbi to purchase, his eyes narrowed slightly. I can't come up with 10 billion in funds right now, but as long as I sell off some of my assets, I can raise the money. The key issue lies in the points. Glancing at the empty taskbar, Ge Haodong silently prayed in his heart, "Tasks, please give me some tasks to do." That night, dark clouds covered the city, and heavy rain poured down. The dense rain washed over the entire city, causing the flowers and plants to be repeatedly devastated in the rain until they wilted, leaving only a few red petals scattered on the ground. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Cloud China Mansion. Zhang Xiaotian listened to the rain and fell asleep in a bedroom in a daze. Han Chen, on the other hand, put on his clothes, stepped into the living room wearing slippers, and picked up a bag of snacks he bought while shopping for daily necessities in the afternoon, replenishing his energy. His mind turned, he opened the mother system and checked the interface of the alien system. Seeing an additional 101.62 million renminbi in the alien bank account, he couldn't help but smile. Through a money transfer operation, this money was quickly transferred to his personal account. As a result, his account balance also reached over 130 million renminbi. Unknowingly, I have become a millionaire. Since I am already a millionaire, will I still be far from becoming a billionaire or 100 billionaire? Chuckling to himself, Han Shen then went to check the identity he had just brushed off Zhang Xiaotian. Special Agent Identity Experience Card, 6 months. This is a card that, when used, can activate the Special Agent system, but only for 6 months. Do you want to use this card? Yes. Use it. Han Chen thought to himself. Undercover Identity Experience Card, 6 months, has been used. The subsystem corresponding to your undercover identity is now online. Undercover system, this is a magical system that can help you master various skills. After the prompt scrolls, a simple virtual screen appears. And on this virtual screen, there is only one data function bar. Undercover Store, Lockpicking Mastery, 10 Wealth Points, Swimming Mastery, 10 Wealth Points, Makeup Mastery, 10 Mastery Points, Japanese Mastery, 10 Wealth Points, English Mastery, 10 wealth points, culinary mastery, 10 wealth points, piano mastery, 10 wealth points, typing mastery, 10 wealth points, firearms shooting mastery, 10 wealth points, all-round driving mastery, 10 wealth points. After browsing through it, Han Shen found that this was actually a system dedicated to selling various skills. As long as you have wealth points, you can purchase skills from it, ranging from lockpicking and makeup to driving tanks and piloting fighter jets, and even becoming a qualified astronaut. And the prices are not expensive, all you need is 10 wealth points. Han Shen looked at the wealth points he had in his hand, which was still 2,128 points. So, he waved his hand and directly spent 100 wealth points to purchase swimming mastery, diving mastery, parachuting mastery, Japanese mastery, Korean mastery, English mastery, firearms shooting mastery, all-round driving mastery, bed fighting mastery, and time management mastery. After loading these skills, Han Shen immediately felt like he had grown a brain. He really felt like he had grown a brain. According to the prompt, the Undercover system directly built a skill library for him, which was connected to his consciousness, allowing him to use these skills anytime and anywhere without obstacles. Through testing, Han Shen found that he had indeed mastered those 10 skills in an instant. For example, when watching Japanese movies before, he could only watch the scenes, and for those movies without Chinese subtitles, he had no idea what the actors were saying to each other. But now, after loading Japanese mastery, he watched several movies and found that he could easily understand the dialogue in the movies. That feeling was quite magical. Testing the 10 skills he had just loaded with great interest, Han Shen was very satisfied. But suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated a few times, and when he took it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Man. "It's so late, why is this girl sending me a message?" Unlocking his phone and entering WeChat to check, Han Shen's face suddenly became interesting, and his expression gradually became playful. On the phone screen, the message from Lu Man was, "Han Shen, I have a fever, I feel unwell all over. Can you come to my house and take me to the hospital?" "What, have you figured it out?" Han Shen replied casually. "Lu Man." She first sent a string of ellipses, and after a short half-minute, she replied, Can you not be so direct in our conversation? You make me a little unsure how to answer you, you talk so straightforwardly, do you know you're killing the conversation?" Han Shen sent a smiling expression, "That's just how I am, besides, being straightforward isn't a bad thing, it saves us from beating around the bush and wasting each other's time. It's better to be straightforward. If you haven't figured it out yet, then I won't come over, it's raining heavily outside, and I don't want to make a trip for nothing. Lu Man, just come over first." Seeing this message, Han Shen knew that she had basically figured it out. The only thing left was what she wanted to gain from him, and on this matter, she seemed to still be hesitating. "In that case, let's wait to discuss it in depth after meeting." Han Shen, "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." Without hesitation, Han Shen put away his phone, tidied up a bit, and quickly left the house. I drove all the way to the residential area where Luan and Zuan Yanyan lived, entered the building, and knocked on the door of the apartment with ease. Click! The door opened, and Luan's beautiful face and graceful figure instantly caught Han Shen's eyes. At this moment, her hair was slightly disheveled, emitting a faint fragrance all over her body. She was wearing a light purple camisole nightgown that perfectly outlined her wonderful figure, making her curves very enticing. After opening the door, she let Han Shen into the house. However, the moment the door closed, Han Shen reached out and hugged her directly, then lifted her up by the waist. "Han Shen, you. Don't move, let me check. Your body feels a bit warm, you seem to have a fever and need an injection and 4-drip. Put me down quickly." Luan blushed, looking embarrassed and struggling a bit. She never expected Han Shen to be so bold, touching her as soon as he entered the house. She had planned to have a calm conversation with him about her feelings first, and then discuss other matters. Unfortunately, Han Shen didn't play by the rules at all, and what he said next completely disrupted her rhythm. Han Shen said lightly, "Are you sure you want me to put you down? If you are, then there's nothing more to talk about. You called me over late at night, unwilling to give me any benefits and wanting to negotiate with me. Honestly, in this regard, you are not even half as good as Nyen Nyen." Hearing this, Luan stopped struggling, showing a hint of helplessness in her expression. She bit her moist lips lightly, gazing at Han Shen with resentment, not saying a word. Seeing her reaction, Han Shen smirked, took 3 quick steps, carried her soft and elastic warm body, and swiftly brought her to the sofa in the living room. He threw her onto the sofa and then pounced on her. Luan realized that he wasn't just looking for a little sweetness but wanted to go further. She felt a bit flustered and involuntarily placed her hands on Han Shen's chest to stop him, saying urgently, "Wait, we haven't finished talking yet. What's there to talk about? It's just about pocket money, Nyen Nyen has it, and so do you. Anyway, I can't treat you badly.
This answer, though reasonable, did not satisfy Luan. After some thought, she gritted her teeth and said, "Not enough. Don't push it, that's about it." "I'm not pushing it." Luan's hands softened, allowing Han Shen's chest to press down. She then cupped his cheeks, her eyes watery, and said, "To be honest with you, I've never had a serious boyfriend before. If you hadn't been tempting me all along, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to be with you." "Was I tempting you?" "Clearly, it was your own lack of willpower. If you weren't materialistic and didn't like handsome guys, I wouldn't stand a chance with you. Go out and ask around. Nowadays, how many girls are not materialistic and don't like handsome guys? Not to mention, you are a very special case." Thinking back to that night when Han Shen and Zuan Yanyan showed affection in front of her, Luan felt an indescribable sense of excitement and eagerness to try the same posture as Zuan Yanyan. So, besides the usual talk about money and material things, she was actually craving Han Shen's body deep down. Han Shen, with a knowing smile, said, "I knew you were craving me. Now that it's out in the open, let's stop the small talk. How about this? I'll increase your pocket money and throw in 2 Chanel bags. Is that enough?" Luan frowned. "See, you're tempting me again. You're so annoying." "Humph." Luan's cheeks flushed, her face blushing. She glared at Han Shen, hummed softly, and nodded slightly. In fact, even if Han Shen didn't add, she wouldn't say anything else, just not as happy in her heart. But now, with Han Shen taking the initiative to mention adding, she felt even more radiant in her heart than before. Han Shen smiled at the sight and leaned down to peck her lips a few times. Although Luan was a little nervous, the atmosphere had escalated to this point, and she no longer resisted as before. Instead, she closed her eyes, as if pretending not to see would make her unaware of being bullied. Seeing this, Han Shen immediately took advantage of the situation, pushing the boundaries and happily increasing her affection. Luan's affection level reached 30%, 50%, 60%, 75%. Half an hour later, Luan's forehead and nose were covered with a layer of glistening sweat, breathing slightly heavily, her eyes filled with confusion, her fair jade hands holding the back of Han Shen's head. She softly asked, "Hey, what's your relationship with that woman named Zhang?" At this moment, let's not talk about those unpleasant things, okay? Han Shen's head was buried under her collarbone, whispering softly, "I'm just curious, I just want to know, tell me." Luan coquettishly said, "Alright, I'll give you 2 choices." Han Shen said without looking up, 30,000 or 50,000, which one do you choose? "Of course, I'll choose 50,000, I'm not stupid." Luan said, then lamented, "Okay, I understand. I was right before, you are a complete scumbag, a fickle man. Since you know I'm a scumbag, why did you provoke me? Are you stupid?" "Yes, I'm stupid, my brain is broken, okay?" Luan said, a little frustrated, then couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. Before this, she was confident in handling Han Shen, but reality was cruel. When her status was not equal to Han Shen's, she had no leverage over him, and instead, he could control her. The conditions he casually set were something this materialistic woman, who had never seen the world, couldn't refuse. "Ah, I should have known that it would end up like this. A handsome and wealthy man like him inevitably becomes a scumbag. I even mocked Nian Nian before. She clearly sees farther than me, more rational than me. In the end, everything was just my imagination, everything was just me being self-righteous. I am truly a clown." Luan self-mockingly thought. At this point, forget being Han Shen's girlfriend. With his passive, non-committal attitude, she was now entangled with him, and even becoming his personal pet was uncertain. It all depended on his mood. Luan disliked the situation but had to accept reality. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of frustration. Han Shen, in the end, was different from the lapdogs and spare tires she had raised before. But, if I lower my expectations a bit, I'm not losing out either. Luan looked at Han Shen's handsome face, which had already lifted up, and glanced at his strong and robust body, feeling a surge of excitement. After craving for so long, I finally got what I wanted. Ah, is this the happiness that belongs to Nian Nian? It's really great, very satisfying. No wonder Nian Nian was so obsessed with him. In her excitement, Luan held Han Shen's cheeks, making him face her. As their eyes met, Han Shen looked down at Luan, whose eyes were filled with mist, and suddenly smiled. Then, the shoddy sofa, which was originally just gently swaying, suddenly seemed to be hit by an earthquake, shaking towards the trend of falling apart. The creaking sound of the sofa springs, screws, and wooden boards rubbing and colliding with each other began to echo continuously in the living room. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Chang's collection degree has reached 80%. You have obtained 1/10 of the identity of a time and space smuggler, intermediate. The current progress of the identity of a time and space smuggler, intermediate, is October 10th.
Hint, your identity as a time and space smuggler, intermediate, has been achieved, and the level of the time and space smuggling system has changed from primary to intermediate.
The next morning,
Han Shen woke up from Lu Chang's bed early in the morning, got up to wash up, and called out the system to check the latest changes. The treasure chest on Lu Chang's body was obtained by Han Shen last night. Thus, the fragments of the identity of an intermediate time and space smuggler were successfully collected to 10/10, and then the system automatically completed the upgrade. Opening the interface of the time and space smuggling system, Han Shen did not find any additional functions added. Just in the smuggling market column, there were some additional explanations.
30 tons of bluefin tuna, completed. The smuggling transaction can be used for one smuggling expansion.
Smuggling expansion, you can conduct real-time transactions across dimensions for some smuggling transactions that can be traced through time and space in the smuggling market of the current month until the end of the month.
Real-time transactions across dimensions? After reading the system's explanation of the smuggling expansion, Han Shen became curious and quickly double-clicked on smuggling expansion of 30 tons of bluefin tuna with his mind to view its detailed introduction. 2 minutes later, after Han Shen finished reading the relevant introduction, his pitch-black eyes suddenly became bright and shiny, with a hint of excitement shining in them. I can directly connect with the trading party in the parallel timeline.
In that case, the operational space will be much larger. According to the smuggling expansion of the bluefin tuna, Han Shen can use the help of the time and space smuggling system to consume wealth points and establish a temporary time and space portal. Through this time and space portal, he can establish a real-time connection with the captain of a fishing boat in the island country located in the 44th parallel Earth in 1963, and then initiate a new smuggling transaction.
Although the new smuggling transaction can only involve bluefin tuna as the smuggled item, and can only be paid with a fixed proportion of gold.
However, the quantity of smuggled items can be renegotiated. According to the system's introduction, before the end of May, Han Shen can completely conduct multiple smuggling transactions related to bluefin tuna through the newly established time and space portal. This means that if done correctly, Han Shen has the opportunity to obtain a large amount of bluefin tuna in the new smuggling transactions. In addition, after the system has upgraded to intermediate, the smuggling expansion is not a one-time function. So Han Shen's excitement is not in the transactions in May, but in the long-term future. In future transactions, if he encounters some high-value and traceable smuggled items, then he will directly take off. For example, the NVIDIA H100 graphics card that Han Shen encountered before, as well as the yellow croaker and small yellow croaker from the Republic of China period. According to the system, these are all smuggled transactions that can be traced through time and space and can be expanded. After a moment of excitement, Han Shen calmed down and became calm. Things in the future will be discussed later, but the goal for the rest of this month is to smuggle bluefin tuna.
With the channel from Guhaodong, this thing should sell well.
Today is only May 5th, there are still more than 20 days until the end of this month.
First conduct the smuggling expansion and build the time and space portal. However, a considerable amount of wealth points are still needed.
Han Shen glanced at the smuggling expansion related to 30 tons of bluefin tuna and found that building such a stable portal across time and space is not free. It requires consuming 10 times the express fee of the original smuggling market, and then unlimited transactions and express delivery can be conducted within the month. In other words, if Han Shen wants to expand the smuggling based on the market of 30 tons of bluefin tuna, he needs to consume 3,000 wealth points.
His current wealth value is just over 2,000 points, not enough.
Smuggling bluefin tuna requires the use of gold, well, then spend money to purchase a batch of gold, which can just make up the wealth value. Thinking this, Han Shen switched to the Soul Network interface and quickly issued a task to Guhaodong in the background.
A task from a member who does not want to reveal their name.
Task description: help purchase a batch of 999 gold bars worth 10 million renminbi.
Time limit, 3 hours. Task reward, 10 points. After issuing the task, Han Shen transferred his 10 million renminbi from his card to an off-planet bank account. As long as Guhaodong accepts the task, the money will automatically transfer to his account. In fact, Han Shen is not sure whether conducting online transfer transactions like this counts as consumption or if it can earn wealth value, but he decided to give it a try. If he cannot earn wealth value, he will reverse the task and go offline to buy gold bars from a jewelry store or bank. The expenses only amount to some points and 2 points of express wealth value, which is not a big problem for Han Shen at the moment. After completing all this, Han Shen closed the interface in front of him and focused on washing up. After finishing washing up, he came out of the bathroom and quickly put on his clothes. At this moment, the room looked messy due to last night's events, and there was even a fresh scent in the air after the heavy rain. Han Chen's movements woke up Lu Wan, who was still lying in bed. She opened her sleepy eyes, saw Han Chen, and while pulling her messy hair, she asked Han Chen in a drowsy voice, "What time is it?" Han Chen casually replied, "It's a little after 7, still early, you can continue sleeping for a while." "Only 7 o'clock? Lu Wan yawned, "You're up so early, aren't you tired?" Han Chen, "Not tired." Lu Wan squinted her long and charming eyes and stared at him for a while. Seeing that he looked refreshed and not like he was lying, she pouted coquettishly and said, "You don't know how to take care of yourself, you're just abnormal." Thinking back slightly to the madness and passion of last night, she couldn't help but blush and show shyness. Although she had already known about Han Chen's strength and dominance through peeping and left Nian Nian's descriptions, it was only when she personally experienced Han Chen's unparalleled pressure that she understood why left Nian Nian was so infatuated with Han Chen and accepted his shortcomings. Who wouldn't be fascinated by that indescribable joy that couldn't be put into words? "You rest slowly, I have things to do, so I'll leave first." Han Chen was busy with time and space smuggling and didn't have the mood to chat with Lu Wan. After tidying up, he planned to leave. As for pocket money, he had already given Lu Wan 500 yuan through online shopping last night. Since this girl had never had a serious boyfriend before and last night was their first time being intimate, Han Chen didn't mind letting her into his private pet paradise. However, after a deep conversation last night, Han Chen felt that she was still pretending, so he didn't mention it actively. He thought it would be better for her to say it herself, to prevent her from taking advantage in the future. Seeing him about to leave, Lu Wan moved her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. However, even when Han Chen left, she didn't speak up to stop him, leaving the room empty, just like her current empty mood. "This guy clearly doesn't want to take responsibility for me. Humph, don't even think about it. Since you've got me on this boat, don't think about easily kicking me off." "Sigh, it's really uncomfortable, my whole body feels like falling apart, my head is a bit dizzy, but never mind, I'll take a nap first." After leaving Lu Wan's house, Han Chen drove to find a place to have breakfast. In a noodle shop on the street, while eating the chewy and delicious beef noodles with coriander, Han Chen checked the progress of Gu Haodong's task through the shared vision of the Soul Network. After receiving the task, Gu Haodong saw that there were points to be earned, and since gold was his main business, he quickly called to prepare gold bars. When Han Chen finished the beef noodles and walked out of the restaurant, he had already obtained the gold and completed the task. With 10 million renminbi, he purchased 2 kilograms of 999 gold bars. Calculated at the current spot gold price of over 460 yuan per gram, Gu Haodong naturally lost money. However, he didn't care about the loss and even intentionally gave a few more gold bars, just to win the favor of the member of the wolf family whom he had never met. Han Chen found his little trick interesting. In the Ferrari, in the driver's seat, Han Chen glanced at the extra 2 kilograms of gold bars in the system warehouse, then looked at his current wealth value. Wealth value, 3,077 points. As Han Chen expected, buying gold through online believers could also be considered a form of consumption. Therefore, the 10 million renminbi was directly included in the wealth value. In addition, sending 2 kilograms of gold bars through space from Gu Haodong's side also consumed 1 point of wealth value. Enough wealth value, let's begin. With a thought, Han Chen, who had been eager to start, decisively used smuggling expansion based on the market of 30 tons of bluefin tuna. In the next moment, rows of subtitles rolled before his eyes like flowing light. Smuggling expansion has been used, building a spacetime portal for you, connecting directly to Captain Ono Kotaro of a small island country on Earth No. 44 on December 23, 1963. The spacetime portal has been built. The time flow rate has been synchronized to the moment just after the 30 tons of bluefin tuna transaction was completed. You can communicate with Ono Kotaro at any time. The spacetime portal will close at 2400 hours on May 31st. The current time is 8:05 on May 5th. Is the expansion complete? At this moment, a green button to connect with Ono Kotaro appeared on the virtual screen in front of Han Chen. However, he remained calm and did not rush to connect. Ono Kotaro, the captain of a fishing boat from a parallel Earth 60 years ago. It's a pity that I can't directly use smuggling expansion to see the specific situation on his side. If I could understand the current situation in his time and space through his actions and thoughts like Gu Haodong, I could quickly determine the approximate profit of this smuggling expansion, and prepare enough gold bars in advance. With this in mind, Han Chen's thoughts shifted, and suddenly the interface of the alien system appeared before him. After a little experimentation, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Ono Kotaro from Earth No. 44 has been marked. You can bind him as your sole believer without consuming wealth value. Currently, your quota for believers is full, 1/1. If you want to have more believer slots, please optimize your genes first. Gene optimization? Han Shan looked at the Superhuman Systems Mall and focused on the primary Transcendence card. After a moment, he glanced at a few other items and muttered, I don't need the 10-year longevity, but besides that, the Endurance Boost card, Immunity Boost card, Deep Sleep card, Combat King card, and Primary Transcendence card, these 5 cards are useful to me, and together they require a total of 8,500 wealth points. It's still a wealth value issue. In that case, let's continue spending money. I still have 126 million in my account, spending 85 million is not a problem. Well, I might as well buy all of them in gold. Say and do. Han Shan once again turned back to the interface of the alien system and issued a task to Gu Haodong through the backstage of the Soul Network. A task from a member who does not want to reveal their name. Task description, help purchase a batch of 999 gold bars worth 85 million renminbi. Time limit, 6 hours. Task reward, 30 points. Considering that Gu Haodong is still in the process of purchasing the primary Transcendent card for 1 billion renminbi and is still raising funds, it seems that he needs to sell a part of his personal assets to gather them, which will take some time. Moreover, once Han Shan obtains a large quantity of bluefin tuna, he will need to hand them over to Gu Haodong for sale. Therefore, at this time, there is no need to give him too many points for the task reward all at once, just control it. After issuing the task and transferring the money to his account, Han Shan closed the system interface and drove back to Yunzhong Huafu. At this point, Zhang Xiaotian had not yet woken up and was still sleeping soundly. A pair of slender and beautiful legs were visible outside the blanket, revealing charming curves, which made Han Shan restless and unable to resist waking her up. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Xiaotian dragged her lazy body to the bathroom to wash up. Han Shan walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, snacking while focusing his mind on the system. Your wealth value plus 8,500. Gu Haodong is indeed a qualified tool. He completed the task assigned by Han Shan at his fastest speed without any delay for the second consecutive gold purchase. This time, 85 million renminbi exchanged for 189 kilograms of 999 gold bars. The price was almost the same as the previous time. After 2 tasks, Han Shan now has a total of 2 kilograms of gold bars. According to the fixed exchange rate in the smuggling market of 3 kilograms of gold bars for 30 tons of bluefin tuna, this batch of gold bars in his hands can be exchanged for 2,112 tons of bluefin tuna. Of course, the premise is that the islander named Xiaoyi Xiaotai can provide so much bluefin tuna in the next 20-something days. The wealth value is in place, let's get started. Without hesitation, Han Shan entered the Transcendence system, opened the mall page, directly deducted 8,500 wealth points, and purchased 5 items other than the 10-year longevity card. Consuming 800 wealth points, you obtain a Stamina Surge card. Consuming 1,200 wealth points, you obtain an Immunity Surge card. Consuming 1,500 wealth points, you obtain a Deep Sleep card. Consuming 2,000 wealth points, you obtain a Combat King card. Consuming 3,000 wealth points, you obtain a Primary Transcendent card. Not knowing what abnormalities might occur during the use of these cards, Han Shan did not use them in the living room. Instead, he greeted Zhang Xiaotian, telling her not to disturb him under the pretext of being busy with important matters, and then locked himself in the study. Unlike the study of an ordinary household, the study in Yunzhong Huafu's suite is spacious, designed with an office area and a rest area. Therefore, in addition to the desk and chair, there is also a set of sofa and tea table in the room, where one can enjoy tea and relax alone after being busy. Let's start with the Stamina Surge card first. Han Shan sat down on the sofa, adjusted his mood, and then unhesitatingly used the first card. Stamina Surge card has been used and is currently in effect, estimated to end in 1 hour. As the Stamina Surge card began to take effect, Han Shan felt a rush of heat spreading throughout his body, as if he had immersed himself in a hot spring, nourishing every cell in his body. Time passed, and 1 hour later, Stamina Surge card has fully taken effect. Your personal endurance has been greatly enhanced, the endurance of your dignity vehicle has been improved. If you participate in Ironman triathlons or full marathons, you can easily win the championship. Your endurance far exceeds that of ordinary creatures, even a mule would feel inferior facing you. Even goddamn mules would feel inferior facing me. Dog system, can you speak? Han Shan sneered, then began experimenting in the study on his own. Through continuous high-intensity anaerobic training such as rapid push-ups, he found that his endurance had indeed significantly improved. After the change brought by the physical optimization card, his physique had noticeably strengthened. He could do about 120 push-ups in one go, then stop to rest due to the unbearable soreness. Don't think that 120 push-ups are easy. In fact, 99
99% of adults find it difficult to do 60 push-ups in one go. Not to mention, Han Chen's continuous 120 push-ups were done at a fast pace, 1 per second, and they were standard push-ups. But now, after the endurance boost card took effect, not to mention 120 push-ups of this kind, even if he did 300 push-ups of this kind in one go, Han Chen didn't feel too tired. Obviously, his muscle strength and endurance had greatly improved. And during exercise, his body's ability to remove lactic acid and carbon dioxide had increased significantly, preventing them from accumulating in the body and causing soreness and numbness. Han Chen felt that this should be a manifestation of genetic evolution. He opened the personal attribute interface of the Superman system and saw that it was true. The gene evolution degree, which was originally only 11.5%, had increased to 14.8%. After the endurance boost card, Han Chen also used the deep sleep card and the combat king card. With both cards in effect, his gene evolution degree increased again after just 1 hour, reaching 18.5%. As indicated by the system prompt, from then on, he had the ability to enter deep sleep anytime, anywhere, and only needed to sleep for 2 hours a day, equivalent to the previous 8 to 9 hours of sleep. In terms of combat, he also possessed extraordinary combat skills, feeling that he could easily defeat 10 knife-wielding thugs barehanded with the combat techniques and instincts he now possessed. Next, it's time for the immune boost card. Han Chen once again turned his gaze to the fourth card he had just purchased, and without hesitation, he directly put it into the activation sequence. Immune boost card activated, currently in effect, estimated to end in 1 hour. Unlike the situation when the previous 3 cards took effect, the immune boost card did not flood Han Chen's body with a continuous rush of heat. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after about 10 minutes, Han Chen suddenly felt his legs starting to ache. It wasn't the soreness after exercise, but the kind of ache when running a high fever. Following that, his abdomen, chest, shoulders, arms, neck, and brain also started to ache. Damn, this is uncomfortable. Gradually, Han Chen felt his whole body getting hot, as if he was burning up. In fact, his body temperature was stable, it was just his brain's perception that was wrong, but for him personally, it was extremely uncomfortable. In agony, time seemed to pass very slowly. Han Chen felt as if 10 or 8 days had passed before a system pop-up appeared before his eyes. Immune boost card fully activated. Your immunity has been significantly boosted. Harmful bacteria, flu viruses, HIV viruses, cancer tumors, and various common diseases have all been marked by your immune system, and they can no longer cause any harm to your body, even if they mutate. Please note, although your immune system is now very strong, it cannot immunize you against all diseases, such as organ failure and lethal radiation. However, there are exceptions to everything. If you use the immunity surge card as a basis and then use the primary extraordinary card, the Superman system will directly grant you the talent of immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons, this is a powerful superhuman talent. With this talent, under the protection of the Superman system's rules, you will be immune to all poisons, such as alcohol, toxins, and any form of disease. Wow, immunity to all poisons, this talent sounds awesome from the description. Han Chen scanned the pop-up window in his field of vision, his eyes slightly brightening. Not to mention immunity to alcohol and toxins, the key is immunity to any form of disease. This not only means that Han Chen can live freely in the future without fear of getting sick, but also means that his natural lifespan can be maximized. As long as he is not directly killed, he will not have to worry about losing lifespan and can live up to the highest age. With a burning passion in his heart, Han Chen immediately used the last card. Primary extraordinary card has been used and is currently in effect, expected to end in 3 hours. It has begun. Does it really take 3 hours this time? Han Chen thought to himself, but suddenly, he felt a great drowsiness overwhelming his brain. So sleepy. No, not sleepy, but suddenly there is too much information. My brain is having trouble processing it, it's going to shut down forcibly. Carefully sensing the situation in his body, Han Chen found that a strange heat was surging through his body, with various sensations like itching, numbness, pain, soreness, swelling, bitterness, saltiness, sweetness, etc. flooding into his brain. Countless feedback, through neural signals, all rushed towards his small brain, making his brain heavy. An irresistible drowsiness was sweeping over Han Chen's soul. He didn't dare to be careless, so he tilted his body and lay down on the sofa. Just as he lay down, a surging wave of sleepiness engulfed him, completely submerging his consciousness in an instant. He didn't know how long had passed. It felt like an eternity, yet it also felt like just a blink of an eye. Anyway, Han Chen felt like he had just blinked, and he woke up. But when he picked up his phone to check, he found that the time had already passed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 3 hours had passed. Summoning the system interface, he saw the completion notification of the primary extraordinary card floating in front of him. Primary extraordinary card has fully taken effect. Your genes have evolved. Congratulations on breaking through the human limits and becoming a primary extraordinary being. Your physical body, soul consciousness, and natural lifespan have all been greatly enhanced. You can dive for over an hour in one breath, or run over 100 kilometers in one go. Your physical body's maximum weight-bearing capacity is 22 times your own weight, your fastest speed rivals that of a cheetah, and now, you can tear apart a northeast tiger with your hands, punch and kill an African wild elephant, truly deserving the title of a terrifying upright ape. You have gained the talent, immunity to all poisons. Maximum weight-bearing capacity is 22 times your own weight? Is it really that amazing? Han Shen muttered to himself, then got up and lifted the wooden sofa in the study with his hand. This sofa was over 3 meters long and weighed at least 500 to 600 catties, but he lifted it effortlessly with his hand. Not to say it was as easy as pie, but it really wasn't that heavy, feeling like lifting something 10 or 20 catties like before. After putting down the sofa, Han Chen murmured, is this the power of a primary extraordinary being? It's really not bad. At this moment, he even had the feeling that he could directly collapse the floor with a stump if he wanted to, but such thoughts were dangerous. He had just bought this large flat, and if he made a hole in the floor, the property value would plummet significantly. He ultimately resisted this impulse. After getting familiar with his body for a moment, Han Shen found that although his strength had increased significantly, his control over his body had not decreased as a result. As long as he wants, he can still easily control the strength of his body at the previous level without causing any unnecessary damage to everything around him. It is expected that this change should be somewhat related to the primary extraordinary card. I'm so hungry. I need to find something to eat. Just then, a surge of hunger suddenly rushed into Han Shen's brain from all over his body. He immediately stopped lingering in the flat, tidied up, and without calling Zhang Xiaotian, he quickly went downstairs alone and left Yunzhong Huafu, found a nearby restaurant that was open, and ate heartily. However, despite eating enough carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and dietary fiber to satisfy 3 adults, he still felt hungry. In order not to attract attention, he did not continue eating at this restaurant but changed to another one. It wasn't until he changed to 3 restaurants, ate the amount of 10 adults, that he felt the hunger in his body basically disappeared. Returning to the flat in Yunzhong Huafu, after washing up in the bathroom, Han Shen summoned the Superman system to check. Superman, Han Shen, in growth, rank, primary extraordinary person, personal attributes, age 23/180 years, height 183. 7 centimeters, male dignity 23. 3 centimeters, physique 95. 5%, immunity 100%, genes 33. 6%, current mall, 2 items. 1. Extend life by 10 years, 1,000 wealth points, repeatable, 2. Primary extraordinary card, 3,000 wealth points, repeatable. As a primary extraordinary person, Han Shen's natural lifespan has increased from the original 106 years to 180 years. This natural lifespan undoubtedly exceeds the limit of ordinary humans. It is worth mentioning that without genetic evolution or mutation to a certain extent, and without the extension of telomeres, ordinary humans cannot live past 130 years. This is subject to strict biological limitations. Because the length of human telomeres determines the number of cell divisions, and the number of cell divisions corresponds to human metabolism. When the human body stops metabolizing, all cells will age, wither, and death will naturally occur. In addition to changes in lifespan, after becoming a primary extraordinary person, Han Shen's physique perfection has also increased slightly, from the original 92.3% to the current 95.5%. In addition, after using the primary extraordinary card, the Superman system also actively bestowed upon him the talent of immunity to all poisons. With this talent, his body's immunity has increased to 100%. This means that his current 180-year natural lifespan will no longer be affected by diseases, toxins, or other substances. At the same time, his genetic evolution has also increased to over 30%, currently at 33.6%. It feels great to become stronger. Looking at the personal attribute data and feeling the surging power in his body, Han Shen felt terrifyingly strong at this moment. He inexplicably felt a strong self-confidence that he could face hundreds of beautiful girls alone without fear. Lang, where did you just go? At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and then Han Shen felt a soft touch on his back, followed by warmth and a full fragrance. Han Shen calmed down, turned around to look at her and said, "I went outside for a walk." "Hey, don't move your hand. What, is your skin itchy again? Do you want to be beaten?"
Zhang Xiaotian blushed and said shyly, I was just applying some lotion. From yesterday until now, although she had only interacted with Han Chen twice, she was uncomfortable all over at this moment and dared not be presumptuous in front of Han Chen. Just now, she was just happy to see him and teased him casually. With that, she quickly let go of Han Chen's hand and was about to run away. Han Chen held her in his arms, smiling mischievously at her, provoking me and then wanting to run away? It's not that easy. No, please. Brother Lang, I was wrong. Zhang Xiaotian looked bitter and quickly begged for mercy. Han Chen had just broken through the limits of humanity and become a transcendent being, so his temper was already a bit fiery. Now, being teased by her, he couldn't help but swell up, unwilling to let her off easily. Of course, considering that she was not feeling well at the moment, Han Chen did not push too far, just making her kneel on the sofa and face him to explain which is greater, 0 or 1. During this time, Han Chen did not forget to continue calling out the system to check. On the interface of the alien system, when Han Chen's gaze fell on the believer column, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Believers, 1 out of 3. With the genetic evolution degree breaking through 30%, Han Chen's quota of believers bound through the soul network increased from 1 person to 3 people. According to the corresponding situation of this data, it seems that for every 10% increase in genetic evolution degree, the quota of believers can increase by 1 person. Han Chen thought to himself. Of course, this was just his personal speculation. Whether this corresponding situation would continue in the future would depend on the actual data. With his thoughts turning, Han Chen did not hesitate and quickly used up 1 system quota to bind with Takayuki Ono from Parallel Earth 44. You have consumed 1 believer quota, binding with Takayuki Ono from Parallel Earth 44. Now, you can send the edited soul network interface to Takayuki Ono's consciousness level for remote communication anytime, anywhere. Tip: this binding is only valid within the existence time limit of the spacetime portal. Once the spacetime portal to Earth 44 disappears, you will automatically unbind from Takayuki Ono. Done. Let me see what this Parallel Earth's Takayuki is all about. Parallel World, Earth 44. December 23, 1963, at the Daikensho Pier in the island country. In the afternoon, the sky was gloomy and dark, with a drizzle falling from the sky. A cold sea breeze blew in from the north, hitting Takayuki Ono's dark-complexioned face, who was immersed in shock at the moment, yet he felt no coldness. On the deck of the Ono fishing boat, Takayuki Ono stood at the railing of the cabin, his gaze passing through an open cabin door in front, sinking into the cold storage room, only to find that the over 100 bluefin tunas originally stored there had disappeared, replaced by golden bars. Due to the deviation of historical trajectories, the island country in this world was experiencing an unprecedented economic depression. Most of the shops on the streets of Daikensho Pier were tightly closed, with only a few still in business, but the shelves were almost empty. At the pier, hundreds of fishing boats of various sizes were densely parked, their masts standing like dead branches, abandoned and lonely at the pier, with no one paying attention to them. Influenced by the economic depression, the bluefin tuna, which had just been developed with a new way of eating and had been rising in price in recent years, suddenly became unsaleable this year. After working at sea for over a month and catching a large amount of high-quality bluefin tuna, Takayuki Ono, upon returning to the pier, learned that all seafood was unsaleable. The price of bluefin tuna had plummeted, and most of it could only be made into canned fish. Takayuki Ono's mentality collapsed on the spot. Originally, Takayuki Ono had taken out a loan to purchase a fishing boat and recruit crew members to go out to sea to catch bluefin tuna, with the idea of making a fortune. However, the sudden change directly plunged him into hell. His more than 100 high-quality bluefin tunas are now worthless, no one is coming to buy them, and he can only take them to the canned fish factory for processing. The purchase price offered by the canned fish factory is not even enough to pay the crew's wages. It's a definite loss, without a doubt. Fortunately, he is not the only one affected by this. When he thinks of those who own large fishing boats, their losses are several times, even dozens of times, greater than his. This realization slightly eases his mood. A few hours ago, using his remaining savings, he paid the crew their minimum wages and temporarily sent them home. Now, Takao Ono stood on the deck of his fishing boat, blowing the salty sea breeze, smoking a cigarette. The sea ahead was no longer blue but rather dark gray, mirroring his worries. Takao Ono didn't know what to do. In his confusion, he remembered the words his deceased father had once said, when faced with an insurmountable obstacle: pay a visit to Ebisu, the god of good fortune. In the past, Takao Ono did not believe in gods. But now, with no other options, he resorted to seeking help from Ebisu, praying for a good outcome for this batch of bluefin tunas, hoping to sell them at a good price. Then, in a flash, something on the ship seemed to be missing. When he opened the door to the refrigerated room and looked inside, he found that the more than 100 bluefin tunas that were there had disappeared. In their place were shiny golden bars. The god has truly answered my prayers. Overcome with shock, Takao Ono hurriedly crossed the railing, descended to the refrigerated room, picked up the golden bars, and returned to the deck. There were a total of 30 golden bars, each smooth and unmarked, with no visible history. Takao Ono picked one up, bit it, and his eyes lit up. It's malleable, it seems to be real gold. This was his first encounter with gold. Despite having some basic knowledge, Takao Ono couldn't be certain that these golden bars were indeed gold. He needed to have them appraised by a professional. After quickly storing the golden bars, Takao Ono took one with him, got off the ship, rode his motorcycle, and headed straight to the city of Aomori. 2 hours later, Takao Ono returned to Omecho with a stack of yen, feeling elated. On the Takamaru fishing boat, after hiding the money he had just earned from selling a 200-gram gold bar, Takao Ono excitedly went to the deck, prostrated himself, and thanked Ebisu for his divine intervention. He continued to express his gratitude and flattery. Then, with anticipation, he prayed, I, your humble follower Takao Ono, earnestly request the divine intervention once again, to tell me how I can prosper in the current economic downturn. In the real world, in the living room of the Yongchangyan's Wanghua mansion, Han Shen listened to Zhang Xiaotian's hesitant account while staring at the virtual screen, reading the text messages from Earth 44, raising an eyebrow. This islander seems to treat time travel as a divine intervention. Through the powerful function of the Soul Network, Han Shen gained some preliminary understanding of the situation on Earth 44 from Takao Ono's thoughts and actions. In this timeline, the island nation in 1963 was experiencing a period of rapid economic growth, known as the post-war economic miracle. But on Earth 44, due to historical deviations, the island nation in that time and space experienced a severe economic downturn. As a high-end consumer product in times of economic prosperity, when economic depression hits and consumption downgrades, bluefin tuna will undoubtedly be heavily unsold, leading to a continuous decline in prices and becoming canned goods. For Kota Ono, the captain of a fishing boat, after toiling at sea for over a month and returning to port full of anticipation to sell the catch, he was informed that bluefin tuna was no longer valuable, which was undoubtedly a despairing blow to him. In such a situation, through prayers to the gods, 30 tons of bluefin tuna were miraculously exchanged for 3 kilograms of gold, bringing immense surprise to Kota Ono. In fact, not to mention Kota Ono from the 1960s, even if it were today in the 21st century, anyone experiencing such a thing would feel a sense of wonder and shock. With the help of the Soul Network, Han Shen quickly gained a rough understanding of the fishing resources in Umamucho where Kota Ono was located. As a famous fishing port in the northern part of the island nation, Umamucho is a major hub for bluefin tuna. However, due to the impact of the economic downturn, a large amount of bluefin tuna remained unsold, and like Kota Ono, many fishing boat captains who returned full but faced low prices were in the same situation. The exact number of people and goods is not clear yet, as there is no corresponding data in Kota Ono's fluctuating thoughts. Anyway, currently at the Umamucho port, the vast majority of fishing boat captains still hold on to their goods. Like Kota Ono before them, although they felt despair in their hearts, they did not rush to send their bluefin tuna to the fish canning factory for low-priced processing, still holding onto a glimmer of hope and anticipation that the price of bluefin tuna would slightly rebound before selling. At this moment, Han Shen patted Zhang Xiaotian's head, indicating that she was almost done. So, she got up from in front of Han Shen, coughed twice, covered her mouth, and hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Ignoring her, Han Shen's mind returned to the Soul Network once again. His dark eyes turned, and then he directly connected with Kota Ono through his thoughts, writing a message to him. By offering more high-quality bluefin tuna, you will be able to obtain more gold. Since the other party regarded his side as gods, it worked out well, directly instructing Kota Ono to offer bluefin tuna sacrifices as gods without the need for further excuses. This saved a lot of trouble and greatly improved the efficiency of the transaction. After sending the message, Han Shen carefully observed Kota Ono's reaction through the Soul Network. At first, the guy was extremely surprised, then he was overjoyed. He banged his head several times on the deck of the fishing boat, shouted praises to the gods, and quickly left the Kota fishing boat, carrying an excited mood, focusing his gaze on the fishing boats at the Umamucho port. The next morning, just as Han Shen had pulled his arm out from under Zhang Xiaotian's head, he received 3 ships of bluefin tuna offered by Kota Ono, totaling 82 tons. According to the rules of time and space smuggling, the system automatically transferred 2 kilograms of gold from the warehouse to him. Upon receiving 2 kilograms of gold, Kota Ono felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He bowed his head, shouted thanks to the gods, and then once again immersed himself in a new round of purchasing bluefin tuna. At the same time, Han Shen opened the alien system, found Gu Haodong's interface, and issued a task to sell this batch of bluefin tuna.
Upon completion, 20 points could be obtained.
Gu Haodong was accumulating points on his end and was quite interested in any tasks related to points. Upon receiving the task, he immediately contacted Wang Tsongming and discussed the sale of bluefin tuna. As the procurement and sales channels of bluefin tuna were put on the right track, Han Shen completely relaxed and became idle again.
After waking up Zhang Xiaotian with some dishonest actions, he intended to tease her during the day, but this girl had been troubled by him enough in the past 2 days. Under her repeated pleas, Han Shen couldn't bring himself to bully her again. After reminding her to take good care of herself, Han Shen left Yunzhong Huafu by car. Thinking that Yu Babao was still in Yangchang and he hadn't visited her for several days since cleaning her up, he didn't know how she was recovering.
After some contemplation, Han Shen drove straight to the hotel where Yu Babao was staying.
Upon entering the room, he found Yu Babao had just finished bathing, looking like a beautiful woman, fragrant and tender all over, as if she was a feast waiting to be enjoyed. Han Shen's blood surged as he watched, his heart racing. He quickly went over and lifted Yu Babao onto a small sofa in the room, discussing the topic of knees touching shoulders with her.
Hey, Longa, you're so annoying. You say you're annoyed, but you're secretly happy, right?
No way, my body has just recovered, and you're already teasing me, you scoundrel.
What are you talking about? I'm helping you with rehabilitation exercises. If you don't like it, I'll stop. No, I like it. I really like it. He, call me husband. Husband, good husband. The two flirted and teased in the room, then a poem was heard.
The great rock rises with the wind for a day, soaring 90,000 miles.
The lingering sound was pleasing to the ear, with a charming and melodious tone. Over an hour later, Yu Babao, exhausted but fulfilled, rested her head on Han Shen's shoulder, breathing in his scent, and said softly, Longa, I feel like being with you will shorten my life. Are you praising me or mocking me with that statement? Of course, I'm praising you.
Yu Babao poked at Han Shen's strong muscles and said, but, Longa, your physical fitness is really exaggerated.
You know I'm not an ordinary girl, I'm a dancer, and I'm completely no match for you.
Yu Babao's tone carried a hint of frustration and helplessness. She felt that if Han Shen were a bit more normal, she wouldn't say she was better than him, but at least they would be evenly matched. However, the reality was that when facing or turning her back on Han Shen today, she had no defense at all. This guy had become much stronger than before. Looking at Han Shen's extraordinary physical fitness, coupled with his handsome appearance and generous demeanor, he was undoubtedly a treasure among men. Those women outside, as long as they had eyes, would inevitably be unable to resist flirting with him. Yu Babao didn't think there was a problem with him flirting with other women outside. Anyway, she couldn't drain him dry. However, she was afraid that Han Shen would be captivated by those women who were better than her, kick her aside, and keep her away from wealth, luxury, and refined living. For her, who had already agreed to be Han Shen's personal pet, this was a situation that made her feel inexplicably anxious. Although she knew she was mostly worrying needlessly, sometimes she couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Yu Babao asked coquettishly, Longa, how long do you think our relationship can last? Han Shen hugged her slender shoulders and said, it will last as long as you want it to. Besides, taking care of a canary like you won't be a big deal for me. Yu Babao said, then promise me, if you have other women outside in the future, you can't just kick me aside. Han Shen reached out and pinched her delicate and fair face, saying, why would you have such thoughts? Have a little confidence in yourself, okay? You are so lovely and charming, I can't bear to kick you. I want to take care of you, and tease you whenever I want. Besides, I'm still waiting for you to introduce your sister to me. Yu Baba pouted, Lang Ge, here you go again. Humph, you can wait as long as you want, I don't have that idea now.